Lord Brougham. See larger version. As the government was determined to persevere, and to carry the Reform Bill by means of a large creation of peers, if necessary, some of the leading members of the opposition in the upper house began to think seriously of their position, a sort of appeal having been made to them in a letter from the king's private secretary, suggesting the prudence of compromise and concession in order to save His Majesty from the painful alternative of a creation of peers. Accordingly, Lords Wharncliffe and Harrowby put themselves in communication with Lord Grey, and this fact was announced by the former in a letter to the Duke of Wellington, stating that he entertained good hope of being able to arrange such a plan of compromise as would prevent the necessity of a second rejection of the bill by the Lords, and so enable them to alter and amend it when it came into committee. The Duke, in reply to this, said that he was glad of a possibility of an arrangement by mutual concession on the reform question, and that, for his part, all that he desired to see, under the new system, was a chance of a government for this hitherto prosperous, happy, and great country, which should give security to life and property hereafter. The political unions, he said, had assumed an organization which any man who could read would pronounce to be for military purposes and nothing else. In the meantime, Lord Wharncliffe had waited by appointment upon the Prime Minister at his house, in Sheen, where he discussed the reform question with him for 2 hours, without ever adverting to the political unions, and he reported the issue in a long letter to the Duke of Wellington. The result was that Lord Grey made some trifling concession in matters of detail, and in return, Lord Wharncliffe gave him the assurance that he would do what he could to bring the opposition lords to take a more favorable view of the ministerial scheme and its probable consequences. This was followed by cordial shaking of hands, and 346 permission was given on each side to communicate with intimate friends and colleagues. The Duke of Wellington, however, declined to take any part in these deliberations. He believed that the government could be carried on, though with difficulty, under the existing system, but under the system which the Reform Bill would introduce he doubted if the government could be carried on at all. Nothing came of Lord Wharncliffe's negotiation with the government, which declined to make any material concession. It had the effect, however, of splitting the Conservative Party in the upper house, breaking the phalanx of the opposition, and thus preparing the way for the triumph of the government. So strongly did the latter feel the urgency of the case that Parliament was called together again on the 6th of December. It was opened by the King in person, who, in his speech, recommended the speedy settlement of the reform question, referred to the opposition made to the payment of tithes in Ireland, announced the conclusion of a convention with France for the suppression of the African slave trade, deplored the outrages at Bristol, and recommended improvements in the municipal police of the kingdom. On the 12th, Lord John Russell introduced the Reform Bill the third time. It is said that his manner, like his proposal, had undergone a striking alteration. His opening speech was not now a song of triumph, inspired by the joyous enthusiasm of the people. He no longer treated the opposition in a tone of almost contemptuous defiance. The spirit which had dictated the celebrated reply to the Birmingham Political Union about the voice of the nation and the whisper of a faction seemed to have died within him. Lord John Russell proceeded to explain the changes and modifications that had been made in the bill since it was last before the House. As the census of 1831 was now available, the census of 1821 was abandoned, but a new element was introduced in order to test the claim of a borough to be represented in Parliament. Numbers alone were no longer relied upon. There might be a very populous town consisting of mean houses inhabited by poor people. With numbers, therefore, the government took property, ascertained by the amount of assessed taxes, and upon the combination of these two elements the franchise was based. The calculations needed to determine the standard were worked out by Lieutenant Drummond, afterwards Under-Secretary for Ireland. Upon the information obtained by the government as to the limits of each borough, its population, and the amount of assessed taxes it paid, he made out a series of 100 boroughs, beginning with the lowest, and taking the number of houses and the amount of their assessed taxes together as the basis of their relative importance. Thus Schedule A was framed. In the original bill, this schedule contained 60 boroughs. In the present bill, it contained only 56. The consequence of taking Mr. Drummond's report as a basis of disfranchisement was that some boroughs which formerly escaped as populous and large were now placed in Schedule A, while others, which were better towns, were taken out of that schedule and placed in Schedule B, which now contained only 30 instead of 40 boroughs, as in the former bill. The diminution in this schedule, consisting of boroughs whose members were to be reduced from 2 to 1, was owing to the fact that the government had given up the point about reducing the number of members in the House of Commons, which was to remain as before, 658. Thus a number of small boroughs escaped which ought to have but one member each, so small that every one of them ought to have been in Schedule A, that their members might be given to new, prosperous, and progressive communities. 23 members were now to be distributed. 10 were given to the largest towns placed in the original Schedule B, 1 to Chatham, 1 to the county of Monmouth, and the rest to the large towns, which, by the former bill, obtained power to return one member only. The new bill retained the £10 qualification. Every man who occupied a house of the value of £10 a year was to have a vote, provided he was rated for the poor. It was not the rating, however, that determined the value. It did not matter to what amount he was rated, if only at £5 or £1, if the holding was really worth £10 a year. The second reading was moved on the 14th by Lord Althorp, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Porchester moved that the bill be read a second time that day 6 months. His motion was supported by Sir Edward Sugden. Sir Robert Peel had taunted the government with inconsistency in adopting alterations, every one of which they had resisted when proposed by the opposition. Mr. Macaulay retaliated with powerful effect, with respect to the conduct of the Tories on the question of Catholic emancipation. On a division the numbers were, for the second reading, 324, against it, 162, majority, 162. The House of Commons having thus carried the Reform 347 measure a third time by an increased majority, which was now 2 to 1, the House was adjourned to the 17th of January, when it resumed its sittings. On the 19th of that month, the Irish Reform Bill was brought in by Mr. Stanley, and the Scottish Bill by the Lord Advocate. On the 20th, the House resolved itself into a committee on the English Bill, and continued to discuss it daily, clause by clause, and word by word, pertinaciously and bitterly wrangling over each, till the 10th of March, when the committee reported. The third reading was moved on the 19th, when the last, and not the least violent, of the debates took place. The bill was passed on the 23rd by a majority of 116, the numbers being 355 and 239. The bill having passed, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the reformers, Lord John Russell and Lord Althorp were ordered to carry it into the Lords, and to request the concurrence of their lordships in the same. They did so on Monday, the 26th, followed by a large number of members. It was read by the Lords the first time, and the debate on the second reading commenced on the 9th of April. On that day the Duke of Buckingham gave notice that, in the event of the bill being rejected, a result which he fully anticipated, he would bring in a reform bill, of which the principal provisions would be to give members to large and important towns, to unite and consolidate certain boroughs, and to extend the elective franchise. Lord Grey then rose to move the second reading of the Reform Bill. The principle of the bill, he remarked, was now universally conceded. It was admitted in the Duke of Buckingham's motion. Even the Duke of Wellington did not declare against all reform. They differed with the opposition then only as to the extent to which reform should be carried. He adverted to the modifications that had been made in the bill, and to the unmistakable determination of the people. At this moment the public mind was tranquil, clamour had ceased, all was anxious suspense and silent expectation. Lord Grey disclaimed any wish to intimidate their lordships, but he cautioned them not to misapprehend the awful silence of the people. Though the people are silent, he said, they are looking at our proceedings this night no less intently than they have looked ever since the question was first agitated. I know it is pretended by many that the nation has no confidence in the peers, because there is an opinion out of doors that the interests of the aristocracy are separated from those of the people. On the part of this House, however, I disclaim all such separation of interests, and therefore I am willing to believe that the silence of which I have spoken is the fruit of a latent hope still existing in their bosoms. The Duke was severe upon the waverers, Lords Warncliffe and Harrowby, who defended themselves on the ground that the bill must be carried, if not by the consent of the opposition, against their will, by a creation of peers that would swamp them. The Earl of Winchelsea, on the third day, expressed unbounded indignation at the proposed peer-making. If such a measure were adopted, he would no longer sit in the House thus insulted and outraged, but would bide his time till the return of those good days which would enable him to vindicate the insulted laws of his country by bringing an unconstitutional minister before the bar of his peers. The Duke of Buckingham would prefer cholera to the pestilence, with which this bill would contaminate the Constitution. This day the bill found two defenders on the episcopal bench, the bishops of London and Llandaff. The Bishop of Exeter, in the course of the debate, made remarks which called forth a powerful and scathing oration from Lord Durham. The bill was defended by Lord Godrich, and Lord Grey rose to reply at 5 o'clock on Friday morning. Referring to the attack of the Bishop of Exeter, he said, "The right reverend prelate threw out insinuations about my ambition. Let me tell him calmly that the pulses of ambition may beat as strongly under sleeves of lawn as under an ordinary habit." He concluded by referring to the proposed creation of peers, which he contended was justified by the best constitutional writers, in extraordinary circumstances, and was in accordance with the acknowledged principles of the Constitution. The House at length divided at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 13th, when the second reading was carried by a majority of 9, the numbers being contents present 128, proxies 56,184, non-contents present 126, proxies 49,175. The Duke of Wellington entered an elaborate protest on the journals of the House against the bill, to which protest 73 peers attached their signatures. This result was due to important negotiations behind the scenes. For many months the more extreme section of the cabinet had urged Lord Grey to recommend the king to swamp the hostile majority by a creation of peers. Both he and Althorp objected to this course, and fresh overtures were made to the waverers, while the king undertook to convert the bishops. Both attempts 348 failed, and then the cabinet was nearly rent in twain. Lord Durham attacked his father-in-law in language which Althorp declared to be brutal, and for which, said Lord Melbourne, he deserved to be knocked down. At last the king resolved to agree to a creation of peers, on condition that the new creations should not exceed the number of 24. This alarmed the waverers, and with the aid of Charles Greville, they came to terms with the government. Lord Harrowby and Lord Warncliffe secured a majority on the second reading, on condition that no new peers should be created. The House then adjourned for the Easter holidays, till the 7th of May. The interval was one of the greatest possible public excitement. The narrowness of the majority made the reformers tremble for the fate of the bill in committee. The awful silence was now broken, and the voice of the nation was heard like peals of thunder. The political unions which had been resting on their arms, as if watching intently the movements of armies at a distance, now started to their feet and prepared themselves for battle. At Leeds, at Birmingham, Manchester, Sheffield, Liverpool, Glasgow, Edinburgh, meetings were held, strong resolutions passed, and imperative petitions adopted. At Birmingham, an aggregate meeting of the political unions of the surrounding districts was held on the 7th of May at the foot of Newhall Hill. Of this vast and formidable assembly, the Northern Division alone was estimated at 100,000 men, who marched with 150 banners and 11 bands of music, their processions extending over 4 miles. The total number of bands in attendance at the meeting was 200, and the number of banners 700. The commencement of the proceedings was announced by sound of bugle. A number of energetic and determined speeches was delivered, and a petition to the Lords was adopted, imploring them not to drive to despair a high-minded, generous, and fearless people, nor to urge them on by a rejection of their claims to demands of a much more extensive nature, but rather to pass the Reform Bill into law, unimpaired in any of its great parts and provisions, more especially uninjured in the clauses relating to the £10 franchise. The Council of the Birmingham Union declared it sitting permanent, and the vast organization throughout the United Kingdom assumed an attitude of resolution and menace truly alarming. Coronation of William Roman IV, the Royal Procession, CP 343. See larger version. When the peers assembled on the 7th, it became quite evident that in allowing the bill to go into committee, they were only practicing a maneuver. In the first place, they wished to prevent the creation of peers, and in the second, they were resolved to mutilate the bill in committee. They were aware that they had the sympathy of the king in this plot, and that he would have been glad of their success, irritated, as he was, by the coercion and pressure put upon him by his ministers. The first step was taken by Lord Lyndhurst, who proposed in committee to defer the consideration of the disfranchising clauses till the enfranchising clauses had been considered. Begin, he said, by conferring rights and privileges, by granting boons and favors, and not by depriving a portion of the community of the privileges which they at present enjoy. This ostentatious preference of boons and favors for the people, postponing disfranchisement to enfranchisement, ringing changes on the words, was a mere artifice, but it was at once seen through by the indignant people. Lord Grey and Lord Brougham promptly exposed the attempted imposition. The former hoped the noble lords would not deceive themselves. He would not say that the proposal was insidious, but its object was utterly to defeat the bill. He declared that if the motion were successful, it would be fatal to the whole measure. It would then be necessary for him to consider what course he should take. He dreaded the effect of the House of Lords opposing itself as an insurmountable barrier to what the people thought necessary for the good government of the country. The noble Earl's warning was on this occasion disregarded. The House being in committee, proxies could not be counted, and the amendment of Lord Lyndhurst was carried after an angry debate. Contents: 151, non-contents: 116, majority: 35. This division put a sudden stop to the proceedings in committee. Lord Grey at once proposed that the chairman should report progress, and asked leave to sit again on the 10th. Lord Ellenborough endeavoured to dissuade him from this course, and proceeded to give a description of the measure which he was prepared to substitute for the ministerial bill, and which he presumed to hope would be satisfactory to the country. This was a critical moment in the destiny of England, and the awful nature of the crisis seemed to be felt by all present, except those who were blinded by faction. Lord Grey had now but one alternative: a large creation of peers or resignation. With a majority against him in the Lords so refractory, nothing could be done. But the king declined to create the 50 peerages which the ministry demanded. Accordingly, on Wednesday 350, the 9th of May, the resignation of the ministers, and the king's acceptance of it, was formally announced by Lord Grey in the House of Lords, and by Lord Althorp in the House of Commons. Lord Ebrington immediately rose, and gave notice that he would next day move a call of the House, and then an address to His Majesty on the present state of public affairs. In the course of the debate which ensued, attempts were made by Mr. Baring and Sir Robert Peel to excite sympathy for the Lords, as taking a noble stand against the unconstitutional pressure upon the king for the creation of peers, but in vain. Neither the House of Commons nor the country could be got to give them credit for any but the most selfish motives. They considered their obstinacy to be nothing better than the tenacity of the monopolists in power. Mr. Macaulay indignantly denounced their inconsistency in pretending that they wished to carry a measure of reform. The influence of the Crown, always powerful, was visible in the division on Lord Ebrington's motion. The ayes were only 288 instead of the 355 that carried the third reading of the Reform Bill. There were evidently many defaulters, but woe to them at the next general election. Rigid scrutiny was instituted, and a black list made out of those who had deserted their constituents on this momentous question. In the meantime, the most angry remonstrances came to absent members from their constituents. The motion, however, was carried by a majority of 80. It was evidently a relief to the king to get rid of the Whigs, and he knew so little of the state of public feeling as to suppose that a modified reform measure, a mere pretense of reform, would satisfy the country. He therefore sent for Lord Lyndhurst in order to consult him, assigning the reason that, being now chief baron, he was removed from the vortex of politics, although he had led the opposition in their successful attack upon the ministerial measure. The first thing Lord Lyndhurst did was to wait upon the Duke of Wellington and Sir Robert Peel, to both of whom he stated the views of the king. His Majesty insisted that some extensive measures of reform should be carried. "My advice to the king," said the Duke, "was not to reappoint his late ministry, nor was it to appoint myself. I did not look to any objects of ambition. I advised him to seek the assistance of other persons well qualified to fill the high situations of the state, expressing myself willing to give His Majesty every assistance, whether in office or out, to enable him to resist the advice which had been given him." The premiership was offered to Sir Robert Peel, but he peremptorily declined to take such a perilous position, declaring that no authority nor example of any man, nor any number of men, could shake his determination not to accept office, under existing circumstances, upon such conditions. On the 12th of May, the Duke undertook to form an administration, taking the post of Prime Minister himself. Mr. Manners Sutton was to be Leader of the Commons, Lord Lyndhurst Chancellor, and Mr. Baring Chancellor of the Exchequer. For 5 days, the courageous Duke was engaged in a desperate effort to form a cabinet. But no sooner was it known throughout the country than a terrific storm of popular fury burst forth, which threatened to blow down the House of Peers and sweep away the throne. The king, from being the popular idol, became suddenly an object of popular execration. The Queen, who had also been a great favorite with the people, attracted a large share of the odium excited against the court. It was understood that her influence had much to do in causing the king to desert Lord Grey, and to break faith with him with regard to the creation of peers. The king and queen were groaned at and hissed, and pursued with tremendous noises by the people, while passing through the town of Brentford. Dirt was hurled at the royal carriage, and if the military escort had not kept close to the windows, it is probable their majesties would have sustained personal injury. Along the road to London, the people expressed their feeling in a similar manner, and when the carriage entered the park, the mob saluted their majesties with yells and execrations of every description. Nothing could exceed the indignation of the public at the attempt that was being made by the court, in league with an intriguing faction, to resist the national will. All classes, high and low, rich and poor, nobles and commoners, churchmen and dissenters, were roused into a state of wild excitement and fierce determination. Indignation meetings were everywhere held and threatening resolutions passed. The House of Commons was called upon to stop the supplies. Placards were put up in the windows of shops, expressing the determination of the inhabitants to pay no taxes. This determination was not confined to the middle classes. Men of the highest rank and largest property, such as Lord Milton, told the tax collector not to call again. A complete and active organization existed in London for the purpose of stimulating and directing public 351 feeling in the provinces, and obtaining from the people vehement petitions, which poured into both houses rapidly, especially to the House of Commons. The political unions were everywhere preparing for actual insurrection. In London, meetings were held by day and by night, at which the most violent language was used even by persons of property and rank. The Common Council of London met, and passed resolutions denouncing those who had advised the king not to create peers as enemies of their sovereign, who had put to imminent hazard the stability of the throne and the security of the country. A standing committee was appointed to watch the course of events. The feeling excited by these extraordinary proceedings proved, beyond the possibility of doubt, that the whole mercantile and trading classes in the metropolis were prepared to adopt revolutionary measures, if such were necessary, for the attainment of the Reform Bill. Immense numbers of persons who had hitherto considered the proceedings of the National Political Union in London too violent were now, says the Times of the 11th of May, at their own solicitation, admitted members. Similar excitement prevailed throughout the provinces. Shortly after the king arrived, on the 12th of May, pursued to his palace gates by a multitude of his angry and insurgent subjects, he was waited upon by the Duke of Wellington, who remained in conference with him about 20 minutes, and then departed amidst the most astounding yells of the populace. "A week since," said the son of that day, "only a short week since, the king was in full possession of the greatest popularity any earthly monarch could enjoy, and now behold the change. Among the means resorted to for the purpose of coercing the peers was a run upon the banks. The cry was raised, to stop the Duke, go for gold. The advice was acted upon, and in 3 days no less than £1,800,000 was drawn out of the Bank of England in specie. Civil war seems to have been averted only by the Duke's precipitate abandonment of the undertaking to form a ministry. No one can for a moment imagine that the chief members of the Grey administration ever intended to proceed to illegal extremities, but that the conduct of their friends led the reforming world to think of and prepare for armed resistance admits of little doubt. Parliament and the country were kept in suspense and anxiety by varying rumors about the formation of a government for several days, during which comments were freely made on the conduct of the Duke of Wellington and his friends. On the one hand, it was confidently stated that the king would keep his word as to reform, which the Duke had agreed to carry. On the other hand, it was denied that the Duke could ever consent to tergiversations so base. On the former supposition, Mr. Macaulay said he was willing that others should have infamy and place. But he added, "Let us have honor and reform." Sir Robert Inglis was too honest to differ from this view of the matter, and too candid to conceal his sentiments. He declared that he could not but regard such a course on the part of his leader, with the greatest pain, as one of the most fatal violations of public confidence which could be inflicted. Mr. Baring, who represented the Duke in the House of Commons, seemed to regard this declaration from the high-minded member for Oxford University as fatal to the Tory scheme for recovering power. They came at length to understand that the new premier would be equally unacceptable to the country, whether he appeared with a reform bill or a gagging bill. Both Baring and Sutton, the late speaker, sent in their resignations. The Duke at length confessed that he had failed in his attempt to form an administration, and the king had no other resource but to submit to the humiliation of again putting himself in the hands of his late ministers. He had before him only the terrible alternative of a creation of peers or civil war. Earl Grey was determined not to resume office, except with a sufficient security that he would possess the power of passing the present bill unimpaired in its principles and its essential provisions. The consequence was that on the 17th of May, the following circular was sent to the hostile lords by Sir Henry Taylor. My dear Lord, I am honoured with His Majesty's commands to acquaint your Lordship that all difficulties to the arrangements in progress will be obviated by declaration in the House of Peers tonight from a sufficient number of peers, that in consequence of the present state of affairs, they have come to the resolution of dropping their further opposition to the Reform Bill, so that it may pass without delay as nearly as possible in its present shape. Wellington, as usual, obeyed and withdrew from the House, but his seceding comrades prefaced their departure by defiant speeches in which they reserved to themselves the right of resuming their position. Then the cabinet insisted on obtaining the Royal 352 consent to an unlimited creation, and it was given on condition that they, in the first instance, called to the House of Lords the eldest sons of peers or the collateral heirs of childless noblemen. But Sir Henry Taylor's circular had done its work, and the extreme step was unnecessary. After this complete surrender, the House resumed its labors in committee on the bill on the 1st of June. Few alterations were made, and the thinned ranks of the opposition ceased to throw obstacles in the way. The third reading was carried by a majority of 84, the numbers being 106 and 22. The Lords' amendments having been acquiesced in by the Commons, the bill was referred to the Upper House, and on the 7th of June it received the royal assent by commission, the commissioners being Lords Grey, Brougham, Lansdowne, Wellesley, Holland, and Durham. The king was so hurt by the coercion to which he had been subjected, and by the insults heaped upon himself, the Queen, and all belonging to him, that nothing could persuade him to go to the House and give his assent in person. The question, he said, was one of feeling, not of duty, and as a sovereign and a gentleman he was bound to refuse. The Irish Reform Bill, which had been introduced by Mr. Stanley, then Irish Secretary, became the subject of debate on the 26th of May, when the second reading was moved by him in a speech of great ability. His main object was to prove that the passing of the measure would not endanger the established church in Ireland, and that it would not increase the power of O'Connell, whom, instead of conciliating, he exasperated by the contemptuous and defiant tone of his remarks. As the great question of reform had been conceded in the English bill, it was only with regard to matters of detail, and to the extent and nature of the franchise, that the Tories maintained their opposition. The second reading was carried by a majority of 116, the numbers being, for the bill, 246, against it, 130. O'Connell contended that the bill was not calculated to benefit Ireland, and he said he was sure it was framed with no good feeling to the country, but, on the contrary, was dictated by narrow and bigoted feeling. He complained that certain classes of the 40-shilling freeholders were not restored by the Reform Bill. He was supported by a moderate and greatly respected Irish statesman, the Venerable Sir John Newport, who complained of defects in the measure, especially in the mode of registration, which would go far to neutralize all its benefits. O'Connell's proposal was made on the 13th of June, and was rejected by a majority of 49. The Irish Reform Bill, instead of being the means of conciliation, tending to consolidate the Union, and taking away the arguments for repeal, really furnished O'Connell with fresh fuel for agitation. In a series of letters which he addressed to the reformers of England, he pointed out the defects of the Irish Bill. He objected to it on the ground that it diminished the elective franchise instead of extending it, that the qualification for a voter was too high, that the registration of voters was complicated, and that the number of Irish representatives was inadequate. The substitution in counties of the £10 beneficial interest franchise for the 40-shilling freehold caused the disfranchisement of 200,000 voters. He referred to population to prove the unfairness towards Ireland. Thus the county of Cumberland, with a population of 169,681, got 2 additional members and returned 4 to Parliament, while the county of Cork, with a population of 807,366, got no additional member and sent only 2 to the Reformed Parliament. A similar contrast was presented between other English and Irish counties. The Irish Bill was read a second time in the House of Lords on the 23rd of July. It was strongly opposed by the Duke of Wellington, as transferring the electoral power of the country from the Protestants to the Roman Catholics. Lord Plunket, in reply, said, "One fact, I think, ought to satisfy every man, not determined against conviction, of its wisdom and necessity. What will the House think when I inform them that the representatives of 17 of those boroughs, containing a population of 170,000 souls, are nominated by precisely 17 persons? Yet by putting an end to this iniquitous and disgraceful system, we are, forsooth, violating the Articles of the Union, and overturning the Protestant institutions of the country. This is ratiocination and statesmanlike loftiness of vision with a vengeance. Then it seems that besides violating the Union Act, we are departing from the principles of the measure of 1829. I deny that. I also deny the assumption of the noble Duke, that the 40-shilling freeholders were disfranchised on that occasion merely for the purpose of maintaining the Protestant interests in Ireland. The 40-shilling freeholders were disfranchised, not because they were what are called popish electors, but because they were in such indigent circumstances as precluded their exercising their 353 suffrage right independently and as free agents, because they were an incapable constituency. The bill, after being considered in committee, where it encountered violent opposition, was passed by the Lords on the 30th of July and received the royal assent by commission on the 7th of August. Scene in Ireland, Visit of the Tithe Proctor, CP 355. See larger version. Lord Advocate Jeffrey, who had introduced the Scottish Reform Bill as early as the 19th of January, moved the second reading on the 21st of May. He had, in the previous session, proceeded on the principle that the old system was to be regarded as utterly incurable, and not to be patched or mended, but abandoned and destroyed. They could not decimate its abuses or cut off its vicious excesses. Its essence was abuse, and there was nothing that was not vicious about it. He gloried in the avowal that no shred or jot or tittle of the old abomination should remain. Indeed, it is a matter of astonishment that the Scottish people could have so long borne a state of things so humiliating to a nation which originally formed a kingdom by itself, which still retained its own laws, religion, interests, feelings, and language, which was full of generally diffused wealth, in which education had for ages been extended throughout the very lowest ranks, and whose people were peaceable, steady, and provident, possessing all the qualities requisite for a safe exercise of the franchise. The Scots had literally no share whatever in the representation of the imperial parliament. The qualification for a voter in parliament was at least 30 or 40 times higher than in any other part of the empire, and above 100 times beyond the general qualification in England. Consequently, a vote became a dear article in the Scottish market. Some persons bought votes as a good investment. The average price was about £500, but it frequently rose to double that sum. Shortly before the passing of the Reform Bill, 6 Scottish votes were exposed for sale in one day and brought £6,000. The electors were, therefore, cut off from the rest of the public and set aside to exercise a high and invidious privilege, which they regarded not as a trust for the people, but as a privilege to 354 be prized for its pecuniary value or for its influence in procuring government situations. While the Scottish bill was passing through committee in the Commons, the English bill was being hotly contested in the Lords, and absorbed so much attention that only a few members comparatively voted in the divisions upon the former measure. Seldom more than 100, often less. There had previously been no property qualification in Scotland for members of Parliament representing towns. A provision had been inserted in the bill requiring heritable property to the extent of £600 a year for a county and £300 a year for a borough. But this was expunged on the third reading, on the ground that if the property qualification were rigidly enforced, it would exclude some of the brightest ornaments of the house. For example, in past times, it would have excluded Pitt, Sheridan, Burke, and Tierney. The Scottish bill was passed by the Lords on the 13th of July. It increased the number of members for that country from 45 to 53, giving 2 each to Edinburgh and Glasgow, and 1 each to Paisley, Aberdeen, Perth, and Dundee. The following is the general result of the reform acts upon the constitution of the Imperial Parliament. In England, the county constituencies, formerly 52, returning 94 members, were increased to 82, returning 159 members. The borough members were 341, giving a total of 500 for England. In Ireland, the number of the constituencies remained the same, but 5 members were added, making the total number 105, representing 32 counties and 41 boroughs, including the University of Dublin. A second member was given to each of the following: Limerick, Waterford, Belfast, Galway, and Dublin University. The proportion of counties and boroughs in Scotland was 30 and 23, giving a total of 53. All the counties of the United Kingdom returned 253 members, all the boroughs 405, the total number constituting the House of Commons being 658. Ireland continued, during 1831 and 1832, in a very unsettled state. The restraint imposed by the Catholic Association during the emancipation struggle was relaxed when the object was attained, and when Mr. O'Connell was absent from the country, attending his parliamentary duties. The consequence was that the people, suffering destitution in some cases and in others irritated by local grievances, gave vent to their passions in vindictive and barbarous outrages. O'Connell himself was not in a mood to exert himself much in order to produce a more submissive spirit in the peasantry, even if he had the power. He was exasperated by his collisions with Mr. Stanley, by whom he was treated in a spirit of defiance, not unmingled with scorn, so that the great agitator was determined to make him and the government feel his power. Had Mr. Stanley, when he was Chief Secretary for Ireland, possessed the experience that he afterwards acquired when he became Earl of Derby, he would have adopted a more diplomatic tone in Parliament and a more conciliatory spirit in his Irish administration. His character as it appeared to the Irish Roman Catholics, sketched by O'Connell, was a hideous caricature. A more moderate and discriminating Irish sketch of him by Mr. Fitzpatrick represented the Chief Secretary as possessing a judgment of powerful penetration and a facility in mastering details, with a temper somewhat reserved and dictatorial. Popularity was not his idol. Instead of the theatrical smile and plastic posture of his predecessors, there was a knitted brow and a cold manner. Mr. Stanley left much undone in Ireland, but this candid Catholic writer gives him credit for having accomplished much, not only in correcting what was evil, but in establishing what was good. He is praised for putting down orange processions, and for the moral courage with which he grappled with the hydra of the church establishment. He created as well as destroyed, and his creations were marked with peculiar efficiency. The Irish Board of Works sprang up under his auspices. The Shannon navigation scheme at last became a reality, and the proselytism of the Kildare Place Society received a fatal check by the establishment of the national system of education. The political philippics which Baron Smith had been in the habit of enunciating from the bench were put a stop to by Mr. Stanley. He viewed the practice with indignation and trenchantly reprobated it in the House of Commons. It ought to be added that Mr. Stanley built a house in Tipperary, chiefly with the object of giving employment to the poor. It has been often remarked that the Chief Secretary for Ireland, on his arrival in Dublin, is always surrounded by men, each of whom has his peculiar specific for the evils of the country. But Mr. Shale said that Mr. Stanley, instead of listening to such counsel with the usual sad civility, invariably intimated with some abrupt jeer, bordering on mockery, his utter disregard of the advice, and his very slender estimate of the adviser. Mr. Stanley made an 355 exception, however, in favor of the then celebrated J.K.L. He acknowledged a letter from Dr. Doyle on the education question, with warm expressions of thanks for the suggestions contained in it, and a wish to see him on his arrival in Dublin. Towards O'Connell, however, Mr. Stanley seems to have cherished a strong antipathy. They exercised mutual repulsion upon one another, and they never came into contact without violent irritation. The Irish peasantry very soon learnt that whatever emancipation had done or might do, for barristers and other persons qualified to hold situations under government, from which Roman Catholics had previously been almost entirely excluded, it had done nothing to remove or even to mitigate their practical grievances. They found that the rackrents of their holdings were not reduced, that the tax collector went round as usual and did not abate his demands, that the tithe proctor did not fail in his visits, and that, in default of payment, he seized upon the cow or the pig, the pot or the blanket. Through the machinery of the Catholic Association and the other associations which O'Connell had established, they became readers of newspapers. They had read that a single tithe proctor had on one occasion processed 1,100 persons for tithes, nearly all of the lower order of farmers or peasants, the expense of each process being about 8 shillings. It would be scarcely possible to devise any mode of levying an impost more exasperating, which came home to the bosoms of men with more irritating, humiliating, and maddening power, and which violated more recklessly men's natural sense of justice. If a plan were invented for the purpose of driving men into insurrection, nothing could be more effectual than the tithe-proctor system. Besides, it tended directly to the impoverishment of the country, retarding agricultural improvement and limiting production. If a man kept all his land in pasture, he escaped the impost, but the moment he tilled it, he was subjected to a tax of 10% on the gross produce. The valuation being made by the tithe-proctor, a man whose interest it was to defraud both the tenant and the parson. The consequence was that the gentry and the large farmers, to a great extent, evaded the tax and left the small occupiers to bear nearly the whole burden. They even avoided mowing their meadows in some cases, because then they should pay tithe for the hay. There was besides a tax called church cess, levied by Protestants in vestry meetings upon Roman Catholics for cleaning the church, ringing the bell, washing the minister's surplice, purchasing bread and wine for the communion, and paying the salary of the parish clerk. This tax was felt to be a direct and flagrant violation of the rights of conscience and of the principles of the British Constitution, and against it there was a determined opposition, which manifested itself in tumultuous and violent assemblages at the parish churches all over the country on Easter Monday, when the rector or his curate, as chairman of the meeting, came into angry collision with flocks who disowned him, and denounced him as a tyrant, a persecutor, and a robber. The evil of this state of things became so aggravated that all reasonable men on both sides felt it must be put a stop to somehow. In 1831, the organized resistance to the collection of tithes became so effective and so terrible that they were not paid, except where a composition had been made and agreements had been adopted. The terrified proctors gave up their dangerous occupation after some of their number had been victimized in the most barbarous manner. And although a portion of the clergy insisted on their rights, not merely for the sake of their incomes, but for the interest of the church which they felt bound to defend, yet many had too much Christian spirit, too much regard for the interests of the gospel, to persist in the collection of tithes at such a fearful cost. At Newtonbury, in the county of Wexford, some cattle were impounded by a tithe-proctor. The peasantry assembled in large numbers to rescue them, when they came into collision with the yeomanry, who fired, killing 12 persons. At Carrickshock there was a fearful tragedy. A number of writs against defaulters was issued by the Court of Exchequer and entrusted to the care of process servers, who, guarded by a strong body of police, proceeded on their mission with secrecy and dispatch. Bonfires along the surrounding hills, however, and shrill whistles soon convinced them that the people were not unprepared for their visitors. But the yeomanry pushed boldly on. Suddenly an immense assemblage of peasantry, armed with scythes and pitchforks, poured down upon them. A terrible hand-to-hand struggle ensued, and in the course of a few moments 18 of the police, including the commanding officer, were slaughtered. The remainder consulted safety and fled, marking the course of their retreat by the blood that trickled from their wounds. A coroner's jury pronounced this deed of death as willful murder against some persons unknown. 356, a large government reward was offered, but it failed to produce a single conviction. At Castle Pollard in Westmeath, on the occasion of an attempted rescue, the chief constable was knocked down. The police fired, and 9 or 10 persons were killed. One of the most lamentable of these conflicts occurred at Gertrow, near Rathcormac, in the county of Cork. Archdeacon Ryder brought a number of military to recover the tithes of a farm belonging to a widow named Ryan. The assembled people resisted, the military were ordered to fire, 8 persons were killed and 13 wounded, and among the killed was the widow's son. These disorders appealed with irresistible force to the government and the legislature to put an end to a system fraught with so much evil and threatening the utter disruption of society in Ireland. In the first place, something must be done to meet the wants of the destitute clergy and their families. Accordingly, Mr. Stanley brought in a bill in May, 1832, authorizing the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland to advance £60,000 as a fund for the payment of the clergy, who were unable to collect their tithes for the year 1831. This measure was designed to meet the existing necessity and was only a preliminary to the promised settlement of the tithe question. It was therefore passed quickly through both houses and became law on the 1st of June. But the money thus advanced was not placed on the consolidated fund. The government took upon itself the collection of the arrears of tithes and to reimburse itself for its advances out of the sum that it succeeded in recovering. It was a maxim with Mr. Stanley that the people should be made to respect the law, that they should not be allowed to trample upon it with impunity. The odious task thus assumed produced a state of unparalleled excitement. The people were driven to frenzy, instead of being frightened by the chief secretary becoming tithe collector general, and the army employed in its collection. The first proceeding of the government to recover the tithes under the Act of the 1st of June was, therefore, the signal for general war. Bonfires blazed upon the hills, the rallying sounds of horns were heard along the valleys, and the mustering tread of thousands upon the roads, hurrying to the scene of a seizure or an auction. It was a bloody campaign, there was considerable loss of life, and the church and the government thus became more obnoxious to the people than ever. Mr. Stanley being the commander-in-chief on one side, and O'Connell on the other, the contest was embittered by their personal antipathies. It was found that the amount of the arrears for the year 1831 was £104,285, and that the whole amount which the government was able to levy, after putting forward its strength in every possible way, was £12,000, the cost of collection being £15,000, so that the government was not able to raise as much money as would pay the expenses of the campaign. This was how Mr. Stanley illustrated his favorite sentiment, that the people should be made to respect the law. But the Liberal party among the Protestants fully sympathized with the anti-tithe recusants. Mr. Stanley left behind him one enduring monument of his administration in Ireland, which, though afterwards a subject of controversy and party strife, conferred immense advantages upon the country, the national system of education. It has been remarked that the principle of the Irish establishment was that of a missionary church, that it was never based on the theory of being called for by the wants of the population, that what it looked to was their future spiritual necessities. It was founded on the same reasons which prompt the building of churches in a thinly peopled locality, the running of roads through an uncultivated district, of drains through a desert morass. The principle was philanthropic, and often in its application wise, but it proceeded on one postulate, which unfortunately was here wanting, namely, that the people will embrace the faith intended for them. This was so far from having hitherto been the case that the reverse was the fact. For nearly 3 centuries, this experiment was tried with respect to the education of the rising generations of the Roman Catholics, and in every age it was attended by failures the most marked and disastrous. The Commissioners of National Education refer to this uniformity of failure in their 6th report, in which they observe, "For nearly the whole of the last century, the government of Ireland labored to promote Protestant education, and tolerated no other. Large grants of public money were voted for having children educated in the Protestant faith, while it was made a transportable offense in a Roman Catholic, and if the party returned, high treason, to act as a schoolmaster, or assistant to a schoolmaster, or even as a tutor in a private family. The acts passed for this purpose continued in force from 1709 to 1782. They were then repealed, but Parliament continued to vote money for the support only of the 357 schools conducted on principles which were regarded by the great body of the Roman Catholics as exclusively Protestant, until the present system was established. Mr. Stanley, afterwards 14th Earl of Derby, from a photograph by S. A. Walker, Regent Street, London. See larger version. In the report drawn up by Mr. Wise, the chairman of the Select Committee of the House of Commons appointed to inquire into the foundation schools in Ireland. In 1837, an interesting history is given of the origin, progress, and working of those obnoxious schools, and of other educational societies which followed. The Incorporated Society for Promoting English Protestant Schools in Ireland was established by Royal Charter in 1733, the avowed object being the education of the poor in the principles of the established church. It is sufficient to remark that the annual grants which were made to the schools in connection with it, well known as the charter schools, were, in consequence of the report of the Commissioners of 1824, gradually reduced, and finally withdrawn. In 1824, there were of those schools 32. The number of children in them amounted to 2,255. The grant for 1825 was £21,615. The grant was gradually reduced to £5,750 in 1832, when it was finally withdrawn. During 19 years, this system cost the country £1,612,138, of which £1,027,715 consisted of parliamentary grants. The total number of children apprenticed from the beginning till the end of 1824 was only 12,745, and of these, but a small number received the portion of £5 each, allotted to those who served out their apprenticeship and married Protestants. The Association for Discountenancing Vice was incorporated in 1800. It required that the masters and mistresses in its schools should be of the established church, that the scriptures should 358 be read by all who had attained sufficient proficiency, and that no catechism be taught except that of the established church. The schools of the association amounted in 1824 to 226, and the number of children to 12,769, of whom it was stated that 7,803 were Protestants and 4,804 were Roman Catholics. But the Rev. William Lee, who had inspected 104 of these schools in 1819 and 1820, stated before the commissioners of 1824 that he had found the Catechism of the Church of Rome in many of them. The Society for Promoting the Education of the Poor was founded on the 2nd of December, 1811, and was managed by a committee of various religious persuasions. The principles which they had prescribed to themselves for their conduct were to promote the establishment and assist in the support of schools in which the appointment of governors and teachers and the admission of scholars should be uninfluenced by religious distinctions, and in which the Bible or Testament, without note or comment, should be read by all the scholars who had attained a suitable proficiency in reading, excluding catechisms and books of religious controversy. At the same time, it was to be distinctly understood that the Bible or Testament should not be used as a school book from which children should be taught to spell or read. A grant was accordingly made to the Society of £6,980, Irish currency, in the session of 1814-15. The system of this society was manifestly the same as that which was formerly called the Lancastrian system in England, and which, although adopted by the great body of the Protestant dissenters there, was so much opposed by the bishops and clergy of the established church in general, that they completely prevented its application to schools for children of their communion. The Roman Catholic prelates and clergy set themselves with equal resolution against it in Ireland, and with equal success. It was accordingly found in 1824 that of 400,348 children whose parents paid for their education in the general schools of the country, and whose religion was ascertained, there were 81,060 Protestants and 319,288 Roman Catholics, while of 56,201 children educated under the Kildare Place Society, although theirs were schools for the poor, and the Roman Catholics bear a much greater proportion to Protestants in the poorer classes than in the higher. There were 26,237 Protestants and only 29,964 Roman Catholics. Various inquiries had been instituted from time to time by royal commissions and parliamentary committees into the state of education in Ireland. One commission, appointed in 1806, labored for 6 years and published 14 reports. It included the primate, 2 bishops, the provost of Trinity College, and Mr. R. Lovell Edgeworth. They recommended a system in which the children of all denominations should be educated together, without interfering with the peculiar tenets of any, and that there should be a board of commissioners, with extensive powers, to carry out the plan. Subsequent commissions and committees adopted the same principle of united secular education, particularly a select committee of the House of Commons appointed in 1824. These important reports prepared the way for Mr. Stanley's plan, which he announced in the House of Commons in July, 1832. His speech on that occasion showed that he had thoroughly mastered the difficult question which he undertook to elucidate. It was remarkable for the clearness of its statements, the power of its arguments, and for the eloquence with which it enforced sound and comprehensive principles. Mr. Springrice having moved that a sum of £30,000 be granted for enabling the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland to assist in the education of the people, and the House having agreed to the motion without a division, Mr. Stanley, in the following month, wrote a letter to the Duke of Leinster, in which he explained the plan of national education, which afterwards bore his name. The first commissioners were the Duke of Leinster, Archbishop Whately, Archbishop Murray, the Rev. Dr. Sadler, Rev. James Carlyle Presbyterian, A. R. Blake Chief Remembrancer, a Roman Catholic, and Robert Holmes, a Unitarian barrister. Mr. Carlyle, minister of Mary's Abbey Congregation in Dublin, was the only paid commissioner, and to him, during 7 years, was committed a principal share in working the system. He selected the scripture lessons, directed the compilation of the schoolbooks, aided in obtaining the recognition of parental rights, apart from clerical authority, in arranging the machinery and putting it in working order. Much opposition was excited by the part of Mr. Stanley's letter to the Duke of Leinster, which spoke of encouraging the clergy to give religious instruction and requiring the attendance of the scholars at their respective places of worship on Sunday to be registered by the schoolmaster. This was treading on religious ground and committing both Protestants and Catholics to the actual support of what they mutually deemed 359 false. But the government were driven to this course by the cry of infidelity and atheism, which the new plan encountered as soon as it was proposed in Parliament. Explanations were afterwards issued by authority, showing that the encouragement of religious instruction meant only granting facility of access to the children out of school hours, not employing or remunerating the teachers. The commissioners very properly treated the Bible as a book for religious instruction, but so far from offering the sacred volume an indignity, or forbidding its use, they said, to the religious instructors of the children they cheerfully leave, in communicating instruction, the use of the sacred volume itself, as containing those doctrines and precepts and knowledge of which must lie at the foundation of all true religion. To obviate every cavil, however, as far as possible, without departing from the fundamental principle of the board, it was arranged that the Bible might be read at any hour of the day, provided the time was distinctly specified, so that there should be no suspicion of a desire to take advantage of the presence of Roman Catholics. This satisfied the Presbyterians, who nearly all placed their schools in connection with the board. But the great body of the established clergy continued for some time afterwards hostile, having put forward the Church Education Society as a rival candidate for parliamentary recognition and support. Its committee declared that the national system was essentially defective in permitting the Catholic children to refuse the Bible. They said this permission involves a practical indignity to the Word of God, and that it was carrying into effect the discipline of the Church of Rome in restricting the use of the inspired writings. This was the grand charge against the board, the vital point in the controversy. On the 3rd of December, Parliament was dissolved, and the first elections under the Reform Bill promptly followed. Though they were anticipated not without alarm, everything went off peacefully, and it was discovered that the new House of Commons was composed of much the same materials as the old. The two most singular choices were those of Oldham, which retained Cobbett, and of Pontefract, which selected the ex-prizefighter Gully. But the state of parties was considerably changed. The old Tory party was practically extinct. The moderates began to call themselves conservatives, and Whig and Radical, bitterly as they disagreed on many points, proceeded to range themselves under the Liberal banner. The Radicals promptly proved their independence by proposing Mr. Littleton for the speakership against the old speaker, Mr. Manners Sutton, but the Whigs voted against them, and they were in a minority of 31 against 241. It was clear from the royal speech that the session was to be devoted to Irish affairs, and the cabinet was much divided over the measures in contemplation. These were a coercion bill, much favoured by Mr. Stanley, and a church temporalities bill, the pet project of Lord Althorp. After many evenings had been wasted in bitter denunciations of the Irish Secretary by O'Connell and his following, Lord Althorp, on the 12th of February, 1833, introduced the Church Temporalities Bill, and 3 days afterwards Earl Grey introduced the Coercion Bill in the House of Lords. It had an easy course through that House, and was then brought forward by Althorp in the Commons. Speaking against his convictions, he made a singularly tame and ineffective defence of the measure. Then Stanley took the papers which he had given to his leader, mastered their details in a couple of hours, and in a magnificent speech completely turned the current of debate, and utterly silenced O'Connell. Before the end of March, the bill had passed through all its stages in the House of Commons. The Cathedral Tuum. See larger version. The Church Temporalities Bill, with some alterations, passed the lower house. It encountered strong opposition in the Lords, who defeated the ministry on one important amendment, but it ultimately passed on the 30th of July by a majority of 54, several peers having recorded their protests against it, among whom the Duke of Cumberland was conspicuous. The commissioners appointed under the bill were the Lord Primate, the Archbishop of Dublin, the Lord Chancellor and Chief Justice of Ireland, and 4 of the bishops, and some time afterwards 3 laymen were added. The following were the principal features of this great measure of church reform. Church cess to be immediately abolished. This was a direct pecuniary relief to the amount of about £80,000 per annum, which had been levied in the most vexatious manner, and a reduction of the number of archbishops and bishops respectively, from 4 archbishops and 18 bishops to 2 archbishops and 10 bishops, the revenues of the suppressed sees to be appropriated to general church purposes. The archbishoprics of Cassell and Tuam were reduced to bishoprics, 10 sees were abolished, the duties connected with them being transferred to other sees: Dromore to Down, Raphoe to Derry, Clogher to Armagh, Elphin to Kilmore, Killala to Tuam, Clonfert to Killaloe, Cork to Cloyne, Waterford to Cashel, Ferns to Ossory, Kildare to Dublin. The whole of Ireland was divided into 2 provinces by a line drawn from the north of Dublin County to the south of Galway Bay, and the bishoprics were reduced to 10. The revenues of the suppressed bishoprics, together with those of suspended dignities and benefices and disappropriated tithes, were vested by the Church Temporalities Act in the Board of Ecclesiastical Commissioners, to be applied by them to the erection and repairs of churches, to the providing for church expenses hitherto defrayed by vestry rates, and to other ecclesiastical purposes. The sales which were made of perpetuities of church estates, vested in the ecclesiastical commissioners, produced upwards of £631,353. The value of the whole perpetuities, if sold, was estimated at £1,200,000. The total receipts of the ecclesiastical commissioners in 1834 were £68,729. In 1835, they amounted to £168,027, and in 1836, they reached £181,045. The cost of the official establishment was at one time £15,000. During the later years, however, it averaged less than £6,000. Its total receipts, up to July 1861, were £3,310,999. The Church Temporalities Act imposed a tax on all benefices and dignities whose net annual value exceeded £300, graduated according to their amount, from 2.5% to 5%. The rate of charge increasing by 2.60% on every additional £10 above £405. All benefices exceeding £1,195 were taxed at the rate of 15%. The yearly tax imposed on all bishoprics was graduated as follows: where the yearly value did not exceed £4,005 per cent, not exceeding £6,000, £7 per cent, not exceeding £8,000, £10 per cent, and not exceeding £10,000, £12 per cent. In lieu of tax, the Archbishopric of Armagh was to pay to the ecclesiastical commissioners an annual sum of £4,500, and the See of Derry to pay £6,160. The exact net incomes of the Irish bishops were as follows: Armagh, £14,634, Meath, £3,764, 361 Derry, £6,022, Down, £3,658, Kilmore, £5,248, Tuam, £3,898, Dublin, £7,636, Ossory, £3,874, Cashel, £4,691, Cork, £2,310, Killaloe, £3,310, Limerick, £3,987, total, £63,032. The total amount of tithe rent charge payable to ecclesiastical persons, bishops, deans, chapters, incumbents of benefices, and the ecclesiastical commissioners was £401,114. The rental of Ireland was estimated, by the valuators under the Poor Law Act, at about £12 million, this rental being about a third part of the estimated value of the annual produce of the land. Agricultural labourers, at the period of the First Reform Parliament. See larger version. After passing a Factory Act of some importance, which, however, was only the forerunner of much subsequent legislation, the House of Commons engaged in poor law reform. In the winter of 1832-3, a very startling state of things was disclosed. In a period of great general prosperity, that portion of England in which the poor laws had their most extensive operation, and in which by much the largest expenditure of poor rates had been made, was the scene of daily riot and nightly incendiarism. There were 93 parishes in 4 counties, of which the population was 113,147, and the poor law expenditure £81,978, or 14 shillings and 5 pence per head. And there were 80 parishes in 3 other counties, the population of which was 105,728, and the poor law expenditure £30,820, or 5 shillings and 9 pence a head. In the counties in which the poor law expenditure was large, the industry and skill of the laborers were passing away. The connection between the master and servant had become precarious. The unmarried were defrauded of their fair earnings, and riots and incendiarism prevailed. In the counties where the expenditure was comparatively small, there was scarcely any instance of disorder. Mutual attachment existed between the workman and his employer. The intelligence, skill, and good conduct of the laborers were unimpaired or increased. This striking social contrast was but a specimen of what prevailed throughout large districts, and generally throughout the south and north of England, and it proved that either through the inherent vice of the system or gross maladministration 362 in the southern counties, the poor law had a most demoralizing effect upon the working classes, while it was rapidly eating up the capital, which the employment of labor depended. This fact was placed beyond question by a commission of inquiry, which was composed of individuals distinguished by their interest in the subject and their intimate knowledge of its principles and details. Its labors were continued incessantly for 2 years. Witnesses most competent to give information were summoned from different parts of the country. The commissioners had before them documentary evidence of every kind, calculated to throw light on the subject. They personally visited localities and examined the actual operation of the system on the spot. And when they could not go themselves, they called to their aid assistant commissioners, some of whom extended their inquiries into Scotland, Guernsey, France, and Flanders, while they also collected a vast mass of interesting evidence from our ambassadors and diplomatic agents in different countries of Europe and America. It was upon the report of this commission of inquiry that the Act was founded for the amendment and better administration of the laws relating to the poor in England and Wales, 4 and 5 William Roman 4, Cap. 76. A more solid foundation for a legislative enactment could scarcely be found, and the importance of the subject fully warranted all the expense and labor by which it was obtained. The statutory provision for all who cannot support themselves had now existed for upwards of 280 years. There was no considerable increase of population in England from the period when the poor laws were established up to the middle of the 18th century. Its people have been distinguished for their industry, thrift, and forethought. No other nation has furnished such unquestionable proofs of the prevalence of a provident and independent spirit. From the year 1601, when the Act 43 Elizabeth, the foundation of the old Code of Poor Laws, was put in force, to the commencement of the war with Napoleon, there had been scarcely any increase of pauperism. In 1815, there were 925,439 individuals in England and Wales, being about 1/11 of the then existing population, members of friendly societies, formed for the express purpose of affording protection to the members in sickness and old age, and enabling them to subsist without resorting to the parish fund. It may be asked, how was this state of things compatible with the right to support at the expense of the parish which the law gave to the destitute? The answer is that the exercise of that right was subjected to the most powerful checks and restricted in every possible way. In 1723, an act was passed authorizing the churchwardens and overseers, with the consent of the parishioners, to establish a workhouse in each parish, and it was at the same time enacted that the overseers should be entitled to refuse relief to all who did not choose to accept it in the workhouse, and to submit to all its regulations. In consequence of this act, workhouses were erected in many parishes, and they had an immediate and striking effect in reducing the number of paupers. Many who had previously received pensions from the parish preferred, depending on their own exertions, rather than take up their abode in the workhouse. The workhouse test, then, operated powerfully in keeping down pauperism, but another cause came into operation still more influential, namely, the law of settlement. By the Act 13 and 14 Charles Roman II, a legal settlement in a parish was declared to be gained by birth, or by inhabitancy, apprenticeship, or service for 40 days. But within that period, any 2 justices were authorized, upon complaint being made to them by the churchwardens or overseers, if they thought a new entrant likely to become chargeable, to remove him, unless he either occupied a tenement of the annual value of £10, or gave sufficient security that he would indemnify the parish for whatever loss it might incur on his account. And by a subsequent act, 3 William Roman 3, Every newcomer was obliged to give notice to the churchwarden of his arrival. This notice should be read in church after divine service, and then commenced the 40 days during which objection might be made to his settlement. In case of objection, if he remained it was by sufferance, and he could be removed the moment he married, or was likely to become chargeable. A settlement might also be obtained by being hired for a year when unmarried or childless, and remaining the whole of that time in the service of one master, or being bound an apprentice to a person who had obtained a settlement. The effect of this system was actually to depopulate many parishes. The author of a valuable pamphlet on the subject, Mr. Alcock, stated that gentlemen were led by this system to adopt all sorts of expedients to hinder the poor from marrying, to discharge servants in their last quarter, to evict small tenants, and pull down cottages, so that several parishes were in a manner depopulated, while 363 England complained of want of useful hands for agriculture, for manufactures, and for the land and sea services. But we come now to a new phase in the poor law system, rather a complete revolution, by which the floodgates of pauperism were opened, and all those barriers that had restrained the increase of population were swept away. The old system had been somewhat relaxed in 1782 by Mr. Gilbert's Act, which, by incorporating parishes into unions, prevented grasping landlords and tenants from feeling that intense interest in the extinction of population and pauperism, which they did when the sphere was limited to a single parish. But in the year 1795, the price of corn rising from 54s to 74s, and wages continuing stationary, the distress of the poor was very great, and many of the able-bodied were obliged to become claimants for parish relief. But instead of meeting this emergency by temporary expedients and extra grants suited to the occasion, the magistrates of Berks and some other southern counties issued tables showing the wages which they affirmed every laboring man ought to receive, not according to the value of his labor to his employer, but according to the variations in the number of his family and the price of bread. And they accompanied these tables with an order directing the parish officers to make up the deficit to the laborer, in the event of the wages paid him by his employer falling short of the tabulated allowance. This was the small beginning of a gigantic evil. The practice, originating in a passing emergency, grew into a custom, and ultimately assumed the force of an established right, which prevailed almost universally, and was productive of an amount of evil beyond anything that could have been conceived possible. The allowance scales issued from time to time were framed on the principle that every laborer should have a gallon loaf of standard wheaten bread weekly for every member of his family, and one over. The effect of this was that a man with 6 children who got 9s a week wages required 9-gallon loaves or 13s, 6d, a week, so that he had a pension of 4s, 6d, over his wages. Another man with a wife and 5 children, so idle and disorderly that no one would employ him, was entitled to 8-gallon loaves for their maintenance, so that he had 12s a week to support him. The increase of allowance according to the number of children acted as a direct bounty upon early marriage. The farmers were not so discontented with this allowance system as might be supposed, because a great part of the burden was cast upon other shoulders. The tax was laid indiscriminately upon all fixed property, so that the occupiers of villas, shopkeepers, merchants, and others who did not employ laborers had to pay a portion of the wages for those that did. The farmers were in this way led to encourage a system which fraudulently imposed a heavy burden upon others, and which, by degrading the laborers and multiplying their numbers beyond the real demand for them, must, if allowed to run its full course, have ultimately overspread the whole country with the most abject poverty and wretchedness. There was another interest created which tended to increase the evil. In the counties of Suffolk, Sussex, Kent, and generally through all the south of England, relief was given in the shape of house accommodation or free dwellings for the poor. The parish officers were in the habit of paying the rent of the cottages. The rent was therefore high and sure, and consequently persons who had small pieces of ground were induced to cover them with those buildings. The evils of this system had reached their height in the years 1832-3. That was a time when the public mind was bent upon reforms of all sorts, without waiting for the admission from the Tories that the grievances of which the nation complained were proved abuses. The reformers were determined no longer to tolerate the state of things in which the discontent of the laboring classes was proportioned to the money dispersed in poor rates, or in voluntary charities, in which the young were trained in idleness, ignorance, and vice, The able-bodied maintained in sluggish and sensual indolence, the aged and more respectable exposed to all the misery incident to dwelling in such a society as that of a large workhouse, without discipline or classification, the whole body of inmates subsisting on food far exceeding, both in kind and in amount, not merely the diet of the independent laborer, but that of the majority of the persons who contributed to their support, in which a farmer paid 10 shillings a year in poor rate, and was in addition compelled to employ supernumerary laborers, not required on his farm, at a cost of from £100 to £250 a year, in which the laborer had no need to bestir himself to seek work or to please his master, or to put a restraint upon his temper, having all slaves' security for subsistence, without the slave's liability to punishment, in which the parish paid parents for nursing their little children, and children for supporting their aged parents, thereby destroying 364 in both parties all feelings of natural affection and all sense of Christian duty. The government, therefore, resolved to apply a remedy. The following is a brief outline of the main features of the measure they proposed, and which was adopted by the legislature. They found the greatest evils of the old system were connected with the relief of the able-bodied, and in connection with that lay the chief difficulty of administering relief. It was, above all things, an essential condition that the situation of the pauper should not be made, really or apparently, so desirable as that of independent laborers of the lowest class. If it were, the majority of that class would have the strongest inducements to quit it and get into the more eligible class of paupers. It was necessary, therefore, that an appeal to the parish should be a last resource, that it should be regarded as the hardest taskmaster and the worst paymaster. This principle was embodied in the Poor Law Amendment Act, and the effects which quickly followed on its operation were most marked and salutary. Able-bodied paupers were extensively converted into independent laborers, for whose employment a large fund was created by the reduction of parochial expenditure. Next followed a rise in wages. Then a diminution, not only of pauper marriages, but of early and imprudent marriages of all sorts. And lastly, there was a diminution of crime, with contentment among the laborers increasing with their industry. Relief of a child was made relief to the parent, and relief of a wife relief to the husband. In fact, the law combined charity with economy. The commissioners recommended the appointment of a central board to control the administration of the poor laws, with such assistant commissioners as might be found requisite. The commissioners being empowered and directed to frame and enforce regulations for the government of workhouses, and as to the nature and amount of the relief to be given and the labor to be exacted, the regulations to be uniform throughout the country. The necessity of a living, central, permanent authority had been rendered obvious by the disastrous working of the old system, arising partly from the absence of such control, an authority accumulating experience in itself, independent of local control, uninterested in favor of local abuse, and responsible to the government. A board of 3 commissioners was therefore appointed under the Act, themselves appointing assistant commissioners, capable of receiving the powers of the commission by delegation. The anomalous state of things with regard to districts was removed by the formation of unions. In 1831 there were in England and Wales 56 parishes containing less than 10 persons, 14 parishes containing but from 10 to 20 persons, the largest of these, on the average, containing 5 adult males, and there were 533 parishes, containing from 20 to 50 persons, the largest of which would give 12 adult males per parish. It was absurd to expect that such parishes could supply proper machinery for the levying and collecting of rates, or for the distribution of relief. It was found that a large number of overseers could only certify their accounts by signing with a mark, attested by the justice's clerk. The size of the parishes influenced materially the amount of the per rate, the smallest giving the greatest cost per head. For example, the 100 absolutely largest parishes, containing a population of 3,196,064, gave 6s. 7d per head. The 100 intermediate parishes, containing a population of 19,841, gave 15s a head, while the 100 smallest parishes from which per rate returns were made, with a population of 1,708, gave 112 pounds a head. The moral effects were still more remarkable. In the large parishes 1 in 13 was relieved, in the intermediate 1 in 12, and in the smallest 1 in 4 or 25%. Of the population were paupers. Hence arose the necessity of a union of parishes with a common workhouse and a common machinery, and with paid permanent officers for the administration of relief. The most important change in the settlement law was the repeal of the settlement by hiring and service, which prevented the free circulation of labor, interfered with the liberty of the subject, and fixed an intolerable burden upon the parish. This law was repealed by the 64th and 65th sections of the Act, the settlement by occupation of a tenement, without payment of rates, by the 66th, while other sections effected various improvements in the law of removal. The old law made it more prudent for a woman to have a number of children without a husband than with a husband, as she could throw the burden of their support upon the parish, or through the parish force the putative father to support them, and if he could not give security to pay, he was liable to imprisonment. By this means, marriages were often forced. These evils were remedied by rendering the unmarried mother liable for the maintenance of her children, by rendering it unlawful to pay to her any sums, which the putative father might be compelled to contribute for the reimbursement 365 of the parish, and by rendering it necessary that evidence additional to that of the mother should be required to corroborate her charge against the person accused of being the father. The law worked fairly well, though it was discovered that many mothers shrank from prosecuting the fathers of their babies at the price of disclosing their shame, and thus illegitimate children were brought up in the utmost squalor. Mr. afterwards Lord Macaulay, from a photograph by Mall and Fox. See larger version. Each union of parishes, or each parish, if large and populous enough, was placed under the management of a board of guardians, elected annually by the ratepayers. But where under previous acts an organization existed similar to that of unions or boards of guardians, under the Poor Law Amendment Act these were retained. The following table exhibits the local divisions of England and Wales made under that Act. Authority, description, number of parishes. Poor Law Amendment Act, 585 unions, 13,964. 20 single parishes, 20. Local Act, various, 21 unions, 320. 15 single parishes, 15. Gilbert's Act, 22 geo, 12 unions, 200. Roman 3, c. 83, 2 single parishes, 2. 43 Elizabeth, c. 289 parishes, including the Scilly Islands as 1 parish, 89. And total 14,610. Of these unions and parishes, 111 were declared and organized in the first year, 252 in the second, 205 in the third, and 17 in the fourth. Within the 4 years succeeding 1834, as many as 328 unions had workhouses completed and in operation, and 141 had workhouses building or in course of alteration. The work went on slowly till the whole country was supplied with Workhouse 366 accommodation. The amount expended in providing new workhouses up to 1858 was £4,168,759, and in altering and enlarging old workhouses, £792,772. The total amount thus expended was upwards of £5 millions sterling. The active mind, strong will, and philanthropic spirit of Mr. Stanley, now transferred from Ireland to the colonial secretaryship, found an important field for their exercise in the colonial office. He applied his energies to the abolition of Negro slavery in the West Indies, and was happily more successful in that work than in his attempt to tranquilize Ireland. The time had arrived when the labors on behalf of the Negro race, of Clarkson, Wilberforce, Mackintosh, Brougham, Buxton, Lushington, and William Smith, were to be followed with success by the abolition of slavery in the British West Indian colonies. The Society of Friends, as became that philanthropic body, led the van in the movement which began in 1823, when Wilberforce presented a petition from them in the House of Commons. Soon afterwards, when Mr. Buxton brought forward a resolution condemning slavery as repugnant to Christianity and to the British Constitution, Mr. Canning moved a counter-resolution as an amendment, recommending reforms in the system, which, he alleged, might be safely left to the West Indian assemblies, and if they refused to do their duty, the Imperial Parliament might then interfere. These resolutions were carried, although anyone acquainted with the history of the West Indies might have known that they would be perfectly futile. No amelioration of the system could be rationally expected from the reckless adventurers and mercenary agents by whom many West Indian plantations were managed. The infamous cruelty of which the missionary Smith had been the victim showed that, While the colonial laws allowed the most horrible atrocities, there existed among the planters a spirit of brutality which did not shrink from their perpetration. Time was when such barbarities might have escaped with impunity, when in Great Britain it was maintained in high places, and even by the legislature, that slavery was defended by an impregnable fortress, that property in human flesh was not only expedient for the good of the Commonwealth and beneficial for the Negro, but also a sacred institution, founded on the authority of the Bible. But thanks to the indefatigable labors of the Friends of the Negro race, such abominable dogmas had been long reprobated by public opinion, and at the period, now referred to, no man ventured to promulgate such heresies in England. The moral sense of the nation had condemned slavery in every form. The missionaries had, in the midst of tremendous difficulties and cruel persecutions, enlightened the West Indian slaves with regard to their rights as men and their privileges as Christians. And while they inculcated patience and meek submission even to unjust laws, they animated their crushed hearts with the hope that the blessings of liberty would soon be enjoyed by them, and that humanity and justice would speedily triumph over the ruthless tyranny under which they groaned. 10 years passed away from the adoption of Mr. Canning's resolution, and little or nothing was effectually done to mitigate the system, notwithstanding various subsequent recommendations of the British government. The Consolidated Slave Law for the Crown Colonies, contained in an order in council issued in 1830, was proposed for the chartered colonies as a model for their adoption, but it contained no provision for the education or religious instruction of the slaves. All the chartered colonies, except two, Grenada and Tobago, had legalized Sunday markets, and they allowed no other time to the Negroes for marketing or cultivating their provision grounds. The evidence of slaves had been made admissible, but in most of the colonies the right was so restricted as to make it entirely useless. Except in the Crown Colonies, the marriage of slaves was subject to all sorts of vexatious impediments. The provision against the separation of families was found everywhere inoperative. The right of acquiring property was so limited as to prove a mockery and a delusion. The order in council gave the slaves the right of redeeming themselves and their families, even against the will of their owners. But all the chartered colonies peremptorily refused any such right of self-liberation. In nearly all the colonies, the master had a right by law to inflict 39 lashes at one time on any slave of any age, or of either sex, for any offense whatever, or for no offense. He could also imprison his victims in the stocks of the workhouse as long as he pleased. There was no return of punishments inflicted, and no proper record. An order in council had forbidden the flogging of females, but in all the chartered colonies, the infamous practice had been continued in defiance of the supreme government. The administration of justice, if the term be applicable to a system whose very essence was iniquity, was left to pursue its own course, without any effort 367 for its purification. In July 1830, Mr. Brougham brought forward his motion that the House should resolve, at the earliest possible period in next session, to take into consideration the state of the West Indian colonies, in order to the mitigation and final abolition of slavery, and more especially in order to the amendment of the administration of justice. But the national mind was then so preoccupied with home subjects of agitation that the House was but thinly attended, and the motion was lost by a large majority. The reform movement absorbed public interest for the 2 following years, so that nothing was done to mitigate the hard lot of the suffering Negro, till the question was taken up by Mr. Stanley, in 1833, in compliance with the repeated and earnest entreaties of the Friends of Emancipation. The abolitionists, of course, had always insisted upon immediate, unconditional emancipation, but the ministerial plan contained 2 provisions altogether at variance with their views: a term of apprenticeship, which, in the first draft of the measure, was to last 12 years, and compensation to the owners, a proposition which, though advanced with hesitation, ultimately assumed the enormous amount of 20 millions sterling. On the principle of compensation, there was a general agreement, because it was the state that had created the slave property, had legalized it, and imposed upon the present owners all their liabilities. It was therefore thought to be unjust to ruin them by what would be regarded as a breach of faith on the part of the legislature. The same excuse could not be made for the system of protracted apprenticeship, which would be a continuance of slavery under another name. If the price were to be paid for emancipation, the value should be received at once. This was the feeling of Lord Howick, who was then Under-Secretary for the Colonies, and who resigned his office rather than be a party to the apprenticeship scheme, which he vigorously opposed in the House, as did also Mr. Buxton and Mr. O'Connell. But the principle was carried against them by an overwhelming majority. Among the most prominent and efficient advocates of the Negroes during the debates were Mr. Buckingham, Dr. Lushington, Admiral Fleming, and Mr. T.B. Macaulay. The opposition to the government resolution was not violent. It was led by Sir Robert Peel, whose most strenuous supporters were Sir Richard Vivian, Mr. Godson, Mr. W. E. Gladstone, and Mr. Hume. In the House of Lords, the resolutions were accepted without a division, being supported by the Earl of Ripon, Lord Suffield, Earl Grey, and the Lord Chancellor Brougham. The speakers on the other side were the Duke of Wellington, the Earl of Harewood, Lord Ellenborough, and Lord Winford. In the bill, which was founded on the resolutions, the term of apprenticeship was limited to 6 years for the plantation Negroes and 4 for all others. The bill passed the House of Lords with slight opposition, and on the 28th of August, 1833, it received the royal assent. It does not appear that William Roman IV urged any plea of conscience against signing this act of emancipation, although in his early days he had been, in common with all the royal family, except the Duke of Gloucester, opposed to the abolition of the slave trade. The act was to take effect on the 1st day of August, 1834, on which day slavery was to cease throughout the British colonies. All slaves who at that date should appear to be 6 years old and upwards were to be registered as apprentice laborers to those who had been their owners. All slaves who happened to be brought into the United Kingdom and all apprentice laborers who might be brought into it with the consent of their owners were to be absolutely free. The apprentices were divided into 3 classes. The first class consisted of predial apprentice laborers, usually employed in agriculture or the manufacture of colonial produce, on lands belonging to their owners, and these were declared to be attached to the soil. The second class, consisting of the same kind of laborers, who worked on lands not belonging to their owners, were not attached to the soil. The third class consisted of non-predial apprentice laborers, and embraced mechanics, artisans, domestic servants, and all slaves not included in the other 2 classes. The apprenticeship of the first was to terminate on the 1st of August, 1840, and of the non-predial on the same day in 1838. The apprentices were not obliged to labor for their employers more than 45 hours in any one week. Voluntary discharges were permitted, but in that case, a provision was made for the support of old and infirm apprentices. An apprentice could free himself before the expiration of the term, against the will of his master, by getting himself appraised and paying the price. No apprentices were to be removed from the colony to which they belonged, nor from one plantation to another in the same colony, except on a certificate from a justice of the peace, that the removal would not injure their health or welfare, 368, or separate the members of the same family. Under these conditions, the apprentices were transferable with the estates to which they were attached. Their masters were bound to furnish them with food, clothing, lodging, and other necessaries, according to the existing laws of the several colonies, and to allow them sufficient provision ground and time for cultivating it, where that mode of maintenance was adopted. All children under 6 years of age when the act came into operation, and all that should be born during the apprenticeship, were declared free. But if any children were found destitute, they could be apprenticed, and subjected to the same regulations as the others. The act allowed governors of colonies to appoint stipendiary magistrates, with salaries not exceeding £300 a year, to carry the provisions of the law into effect. Corporal punishment was not absolutely abolished, but it could be inflicted only by the special justices, who were authorized to punish the apprentices by whipping, beating, imprisonment, or addition to the hours of labor. The corporal punishment of females was absolutely forbidden in all circumstances. The quantity of punishment was restricted, and the hours of additional labor imposed were not to exceed 15 in the week. The sum of 20 millions was divided into 19 shares, 1 for each of the colonies, proportioned to the number of its registered slaves, taken in connection with the market price of slaves in that colony, on an average of 8 years, ending with 1830. But no money was payable in any colony until it should have been declared by an order in council that satisfactory provision had been made by law in such colony for giving effect to the Emancipation Act. 2 of them were so perverse as to decline for several years to qualify for the reception of the money, but others acted in a different spirit. Believing that the system of apprenticeship was impolitic, they declined to take advantage of it, and manumitted their slaves at once. Antigua was the first to adopt this wise course. Its slaves were all promptly emancipated, and their conduct fully justified the policy, for on Christmas Day, 1834, for the first time during 30 years, martial law was not proclaimed in that island. Thus, the effect of liberty was peace, quietness, and confidence. Bermuda followed this good example, as did also the smaller islands, and afterwards the large island of Barbados, and their emancipation was hailed by the Negroes with religious services, followed by festive gatherings. Jamaica, and some other islands, endeavored to thwart the operation of the new law as far as possible, and took every advantage in making the apprentices miserable, and wreaking upon them their spite and malice. They met with harsher treatment than ever, being in many instances either savagely ill-used or inhumanly neglected. Considering their provocations, it was generally admitted that they behaved on the whole very well, enduring with patience and resignation the afflictions which they knew must come to an end in a few years. The total number of slaves converted into apprentices on the 1st of August, 1834, was 800,000. The apprenticeship did not last beyond the shorter time prescribed, and on the 1st of August, 1838, there was not a slave in existence under the British Crown, save only in the island of Mauritius, which was soon required by instructions from the home government to carry the act into effect. Much inconvenience and misery were caused during the year by the trades unions and their strikes. In several places, the workmen combined in order to enforce a rise of wages and a more equitable distribution of the profits derived from their labor. The striking commenced on the 8th of March, when the men employed by the London gas companies demanded that their wages should be increased from 28 shillings to 35 shillings a week, with 2 pots of porter daily for each man. On the refusal of this demand, they all stopped working, but before much inconvenience could be experienced, their places were supplied by workmen from the country. On the 17th of March, an event occurred which caused general and violent excitement among the working classes. At the Dorchester, Assizes 6 agricultural laborers were tried and convicted for being members of an illegal society and administering illegal oaths, the persons initiated being admitted blindfold into a room where there was the picture of a skeleton and a skull. They were sentenced to transportation for 7 years. Their case excited the greatest sympathy among the working population throughout the kingdom. In London, Birmingham, and several other large manufacturing towns, immense meetings were held to petition the king in favor of the convicts. In the midst of this excitement, the manufacturers of Leeds declared their determination not to employ any persons in their factories who were members of trades unions. The consequence was that, in that town 3,000 workmen struck in one day. On the 15th of April there was a riot at Oldham, where, in consequence of the 369 arrest of 2 members of a trade union, a factory was nearly destroyed, and 1 person killed, the mob having been dispersed by a troop of lancers. Several of the rioters were arrested and sentenced to terms of imprisonment varying from 6 to 18 months. On the 21st of April, a meeting of the trades unions took place at Copenhagen Fields to adopt a petition to the Home Secretary praying for a remission of the sentence on the Dorchester convicts. They marched to the Home Office through the leading thoroughfares, numbering about 25,000, in order to back up their deputation, which, however, Lord Melbourne refused to receive, though he intimated to them that their petition should be laid before the king if presented in a proper manner. The multitude then went in procession to Kennington Common. On the 28th, 13,000 London journeymen tailors struck for higher wages. The masters, instead of yielding, resolved not to employ any persons connected with trades unions, and after a few weeks, the men submitted and returned to their work. Slavery Emancipation Festival in Barbados, CP 368. See larger version. The conduct of the trades unions excited a great deal of angry feeling amongst the wealthier classes, and the government were vehemently condemned for not putting down the combination with a strong hand. It was said that the mischief they created was well known, that though their interference with trade, their atrocious oaths, impious ceremonies, desperate tyranny, and secret assassinations had been brought under their observation, ministers could not be stirred to any exhibition of energy for the protection of the manufacturer, the workman, or the public. On the 28th of April, the Duke of Newcastle had brought the trades unions under the consideration of the House of Lords, and questioned ministers as to their neglect respecting the disturbances these combinations occasioned. Lord Grey contented himself with a quiet expression of regret for their existence, and of a hope that they would die out if let alone. Meanwhile, the government were ready to put down disorderly meetings. This apparent indifference called forth indignant protests from the Marquis of Londonderry and Lord Eldon. The Lord Chancellor declared that the meetings were illegal and that they were likely to produce great mischief, adding, "Of all the worst things, and of all the most pernicious devices that could be imagined for the injury of the interests of the working classes, as well as of the interests of the country at large, nothing was half so bad as their existence." He also stated that there could not remain the shadow of a doubt of the justice of the conviction of the Dorchester laborers. Strikes and combinations, however, continued during the summer. At the Chester Assizes, on the 5th of August, 2 men were indicted for the murder of a manufacturer during a strike in 1831. It appeared on evidence that the deceased had excited the ill feeling of the trades unions of the place, where he had a mill, in which he gave employment to a great number of people. 2 of his own workmen had agreed to assassinate him for the sum of £3 sixes, 8d, each, paid by the union. They shot him as he was passing through a lane to his mills. Being found guilty, they were executed. On the 18th of the same month, the workmen employed by the builders of London struck to the number of 10,000, including the artisans at the government works. This course was adopted in consequence of a combined declaration of the master builders, requiring them to abandon their connection with trades unions. Meanwhile in Ireland, where Lord Anglesey had been succeeded by Lord Wellesley and Mr. Stanley by Mr. Littleton, O'Connell was openly agitating for a repeal of the Union. His conduct was much resented by Lord Grey's followers, and at a meeting at Hull Mr. M.D. Hill challenged the good faith of the Irish party, and declared that an Irish member, who spoke with great violence against the Coercion Bill, had secretly urged the ministers to force it through in its integrity. O'Connell brought the statement before the House early in the session, when it was unnecessarily confirmed by Lord Althorp, who said that he had good reason to believe it to be true. After a violent scene, he further admitted that Shale was one of the members to whom he referred. Mr. Shale denied the imputations so passionately that, on the motion of Sir F. Burdett, both he and Lord Althorp were taken into custody by the Serjeant-at-Arms. They were released on submitting to the authority of the House, and a committee, after examining into the matter and collecting no evidence of value, were glad to avail themselves of an apology tendered by Hill and to bring the incident to a close. On the 22nd of April, Mr. O'Connell brought forward a very comprehensive motion. It was for a select committee to inquire and report on the means by which the destruction of the Irish Parliament had been effected, on the results of the Union upon Ireland, and upon the labourers in husbandry and operatives in manufactures in England, and on the probable consequences of 371, continuing the legislative union between Great Britain and Ireland. This motion originated a debate on the repeal question, which lasted 4 days. O'Connell himself spoke for 6 hours. The debate was chiefly memorable for a speech of Mr. Springrice, in defence of the Union, which also occupied 6 hours in the delivery. He concluded by proposing an amendment to the effect that an address should be presented to the King by both Houses of Parliament, expressing their determination to maintain the legislative union inviolate. In a very full House, the amendment was carried by an overwhelming majority, the numbers being for 523, against 38. Mr. Springrice's speech served the government materially, while by the Conservatives it was regarded as a damper to their own hopes. The chiefs of the Tory party were at this time sanguine in their expectation of being speedily called to office. Their hopes were founded mainly upon the dissensions that were known to exist in the cabinet. These dissensions were first revealed by O'Connell's motion for a committee to inquire into the conduct of Baron Smith, when presiding as a judge in criminal cases, and especially with reference to a charge addressed by him to the Grand Jury of Dublin, in which he said, "For the last 2 years, I have seldom lost an opportunity for making some monitory observations from the bench. When the critical and lawless situation of the country did not seem to be generally and fully understood, I sounded the tocsin and pointed out the ambuscade. Subsequent events deplorably proved that I had given no false alarm. The audacity of factious leaders increased from the seeming impunity which was allowed them. The progress of that sedition which they encouraged augmented in the same proportion, till on this state of things came, at length, the Coercion Bill at once to arrest the mischief, and consummate the proof of its existence and extent. As there was no doubt that these shafts were aimed at O'Connell, this last charge afforded him a fair opportunity of putting a stop to the abuse, by bringing the conduct of the talented but eccentric judge before Parliament. For, As there was no political case in the calendar, there was no excuse for the attack. Mr. Littleton declared it impossible to refuse his consent to the motion. Mr. Stanley, Lord Althorp, and Lord John Russell expressed a similar view. Sir James Graham briefly but warmly dissented from his colleagues. He had come down to the House with the understanding that they meant to oppose the motion. He for one still retained his opinion and had seen no reason to change it. As one who valued the independence of the judges and his own character, he must declare that if the motion were carried, and if, as its result, an address was presented to the Crown for the removal of Baron Smith, it would be a highly inexpedient, nay, more, a most unjust proceeding. The present would be the most painful vote he had ever given, since he felt it incumbent upon him to sever himself from those friends with whom, during a public life of some duration, he had had the honor of acting. But feeling as he did the proposition to be one dangerous in itself, he conceived he would be betraying the trust committed to him if he did not declare against it. Baron Smith was ably defended by Mr. Shaw, by Sir J. Scarlett, and Sir Robert Peel. On a division, the motion for a committee of inquiry was carried by 167 to 74, Sir James Graham and Mr. Springrice voting in the minority. Next morning, Sir James tendered his resignation as First Lord of the Admiralty, which was declined, and in the following week the vote was rescinded by a majority of 6. Thus the cabinet was evidently fast breaking up when Mr. Littleton introduced his tithe bill. Its object was much the same as Mr. Stanley's Act of 1832 for the compulsory commutation of tithe. This last act had been a failure, and Mr. Littleton was compelled to ask Parliament to grant the sum of £1 million to pay the arrears. He hoped to remedy its defects by reducing the number of people who were liable to tithe, and then, after the 1st of November, to commute the tithe into a land tax, payable to the state, to reduce its amount by 1/5, and to allow any person having a substantial interest in the estate to redeem the residue of it, after 5 years had expired, on easy terms. After a number of stormy debates, the progress of the measure seemed assured, when Lord John Russell went out of his way to express his views in favor of the appropriation of the surplus revenues of the Irish Church to secular purposes. Stanley wrote to Graham the laconic note, "Johnny has upset the coach." Indeed, the declaration was the more indiscreet because the cabinet was hopelessly divided on the point. On the 27th of May, Mr. Ward brought forward a motion upon this subject. In an able speech, he reviewed the state of Ireland, and remarked that since 1819 it had been necessary to maintain there an army of 22,000 men, at a cost of £1,000,000 per annum, exclusive of a police 372 force that cost £300,000 a year. All this enormous expense and trouble in governing Ireland he ascribed to the existence of a religious establishment hostile to the majority of the people. He therefore moved that the Protestant episcopal establishment in Ireland exceeds the spiritual wants of the Protestant population, and that, it being the right of the state to regulate the distribution of church property in such a manner as Parliament may determine, it is the opinion of this House that the temporal possessions of the Church of Ireland, as now established by law, ought to be reduced. The motion was seconded by Mr. Grote. When he had concluded, Lord Althorp rose and moved that the House should be adjourned until the 2nd of June. The differences in the cabinet had now reached their crisis. It was fully expected that Mr. Ward's motion would be carried, and ministers differed as to whether the principle involved in it should be rejected or accepted. The majority were for accepting it, whereupon Mr. Stanley, Sir James Graham, Lord Ripon, and the Duke of Richmond resigned their offices. They were succeeded by Mr. Springrice as Colonial Secretary, Lord Auckland as First Lord of the Admiralty, the Earl of Carlisle as Lord Privy Seal, Mr. Abercrombie as Master of the Mint. Mr. Poulett Thompson became President of the Board of Trade, and the Marquis of Kinningham Postmaster General. On the following day, which was the anniversary of the King's birthday, the Irish prelates, headed by the Archbishop of Armagh, presented an address to His Majesty, complaining of the attacks on the Irish Church, deprecating the threatened innovations, and imploring his protection. The king was greatly moved by this appeal. Breaking through the usual restraints, he delivered an extemporaneous answer, in which, among other things, he said, "I now remember you have a right to require of me to be resolute in defense of the Church." He assured the bishops that their rights should be preserved unimpaired, and that if the interior arrangements of the Irish Church required any amendment, which, however, he greatly doubted, He hoped it would be left to the bishops to correct them, without the interference of other parties. He was now completing his 69th year, and he must prepare to leave the world with a conscience clear in regard to the maintenance of the Church. Tears ran down his cheeks while, in conclusion, he said, "I have spoken more strongly than usual, because of the unhappy circumstances that have forced themselves upon the observation of all. The threats of those who are the enemies of the Church make it the more necessary for those who feel their duty to that Church to speak out. The words which you hear from me are, indeed, spoken by my mouth, but they flow from my heart." These words, indiscreet as they were, and calculated to embarrass the ministers, were regarded as in the highest degree precious by the bishops and clergy and the whole Tory party. With the utmost dispatch, they were circulated far and wide, with the design of bringing public feeling to bear against Mr. Ward's motion. In the meantime, great efforts were made by the government to be able to evade the motion. Its position at this time appeared far from enviable, and there was a general impression that it could not long survive. The new appointments did not give satisfaction. The cabinet was said to be only patched up in order to wear through the session. It was in these discouraging circumstances that Lord Althorp had to meet Mr. Ward's motion on Monday, the 2nd of June. In order to avoid a dissolution and a general election, the results of which might turn upon the existence of the Irish Church, it was necessary that Mr. Ward's motion should be defeated. He refused to withdraw it, because he apprehended the speedy dissolution of the ministry, and he wished the decision of the House of Commons on the Irish Church question to be recorded, that it might stand in the way of a less liberal administration. The anticipated contest in the Commons that evening excited extraordinary interest. The House was surrounded by a crowd anxious to obtain admittance or to hear the result, while within it was so thronged with members that the ministers found it difficult to get to their seats. Rarely has there been so full a House, the number of members being 516. When Mr. Ward had spoken in favor of his motion, Lord Althorp rose to reply. He announced that a special commission of inquiry had been already issued, composed of laymen, who were to visit every parish in Ireland, and were to report on the means of religious instruction for the people, and that, pending this inquiry, he saw no necessity for the House being called upon to affirm the principles of Mr. Ward's motion. He would, therefore, content himself by moving the previous question. This was carried by an overwhelming majority, the numbers being 396 to 120. But a month only elapsed when fresh differences arose in the cabinet, leading to further 373 resignations, and ending in the retirement of Lord Grey from public life. Again, Ireland was the rock on which the cabinet struck and went to pieces. The Irish Coercion Act, which had been passed for 1 year only, was to be renewed, with modifications, for which purpose a bill was introduced into the Lords about the middle of June. A large number of the Liberal members of England and Scotland, as well as Ireland, required the omission of the clauses enabling the Lord Lieutenant to suppress public meetings by proclamation, a power which Lord Wellesley was induced by his meddlesome advisers, Mr. Littleton and Lord Brougham, to declare he did not require. His opinion, however, was overruled in the cabinet, and they agreed to support the bill as it stood. Lord Althorp had very reluctantly yielded the point, more especially as the necessity for the extra constitutional powers was denied by the Irish executive and by the Lord Chancellor. Mr. Littleton, the Irish secretary, having indiscreetly made O'Connell aware of the division in the cabinet, and of the fact that several of its members were supporting the clause contrary to their convictions, the Irish leader used the knowledge thus obtained with tremendous effect. While sitting under the fierce invectives of his opponent, Lord Althorp felt his position to be intolerable. On quitting the House, after a long and harassing discussion, on the 7th of July, he wrote to the Prime Minister announcing this fact. Next morning there was a conference, after which Lord Grey transmitted to the King his resignation, with that of Lord Althorp. And on the recommendation of Lord Grey, Lord Melbourne was appointed to the office of Prime Minister, being succeeded in the Home Office by Lord Duncannon, while Lord Althorp, relieved from his obligation with regard to the Coercion Bill, consented to resume the post he had just resigned. Kennington Common, London, about 1840. See larger version. On the 9th of July, Earl Grey made a statement in the Lords, when the Duke of Wellington disclaimed all personal hostility in the opposition he had been obliged to give to his government. The Lord Chancellor pronounced an affecting eulogium on the great statesman who was finally retiring from his work, and expressed his own determination to remain in office. Lord Grey's popular 374 administration had lasted 3 years, 7 months, and 22 days, which exceeded the term of his predecessor, the Duke of Wellington, by nearly a year and a half. Lord Grey, from the infirmities of age, declining health, and weariness of official life, had wished to retire at the close of the previous session, but was prevailed upon by his colleagues to remain in office. In delivering his farewell speech, he was listened to with profound attention, and at one moment was so overpowered by his feelings that he was compelled to sit down, the Duke of Wellington considerately filling up the interval by presenting some petitions. Earl Grey had lived to witness the triumphant realization of all the great objects for which throughout his public life he had contended, sometimes almost without hope. Catholic emancipation had been yielded by his opponents as a tardy concession to the imperative demand of the nation. In the debates on that question in the House of Lords, Lord Grey was said to have excelled all others, and even himself. The long-dormant question of parliamentary reform was quickened into life by the electric shock of the French Revolution of 1830, when the Duke of Wellington, with equal honesty and rashness, affirmed that the existing system of representation enjoyed the full and entire confidence of the country. This declaration raised a storm before which he was compelled to retire, in order to make way for a statesman with keener eye and firmer hand, to hold the helm and steer the vessel in that perilous crisis of the nation's destiny. Throughout the whole of that trying time, Earl Grey's wisdom, his steadfastness, the moral greatness of his character, and the responsibility of his position made him the center of universal interest, and won for him the respect and admiration of all parties in the nation. Baffled again and again in the struggle for reform, undismayed by the most formidable opposition, not deterred or disheartened by repeated repulses, he renewed his attacks on the citadel of monopoly and corruption, till at last his efforts were crowned with victory. And well did he use the great power for good which the Reform Parliament put into his hands. The emancipation of the slaves, the reform of the Irish Church, and the abolition of the gigantic abuses of the poor law system were among the legislative achievements which he effected. His foreign policy, in the able hands of Lord Palmerston, was in harmony with his own domestic policy, bold, just, moderate, true to the cause of freedom abroad, while vigilantly guarding the national honor of his own country. By his vigorous diplomacy, he had saved Belgium from being overwhelmed by the Dutch, and at the same time kept her independent of France. A capable sovereign had been provided for her in Leopold of Saxe-Coburg, the widowed husband of Charlotte of England. Finally, when the Dutch declined to give way to the remonstrances of the Western powers, a joint Anglo-French expedition was dispatched, which compelled the citadel of Antwerp to capitulate on December 23, 1832. Nevertheless, such was the obstinacy of the Dutch that the question remained unsettled on the fall of the Grey Ministry. Lord Palmerston's foreign policy was equally noteworthy in other quarters of the globe. If he could do little for the revolution in Poland, he could at least preserve constitutionalism in the peninsula, where it was threatened by Dom Miguel in Portugal, and after the death of Ferdinand in 1833, by Don Carlos in Spain. On the 22nd of April, 1834, Palmerston, in concert with Talleyrand, now French minister in London, drew up the Quadruple Treaty, by which the two powers undertook to deliver the peninsula from the absolutist pretenders. Its effect for the time being was remarkable. They both fled from the country, and constitutionalism was restored. Chapter 10. Reign of William Roman IV, continued. The remainder of the session, the Coercion Bill carried, rejection of the Tithes Bill, university tests, prorogation of Parliament, Brougham's tour in Scotland, burning of the Houses of Parliament, fall of Melbourne's ministry, Wellington's sole minister, Peel forms a ministry, the Tamworth Manifesto, dissolution and general election, Mr. Abercrombie elected Speaker, the Lichfield House Compact, Peel defeated on the address, Lord John Russell announces a resolution on appropriation, Lord Shandoz's motion, Lord Londonderry's appointment, the dissenters and London University, Hardinge's Tithe Bill, the appropriation resolution, the debate, Peel resigns, Melbourne's second ministry, Conservative successes, Lord Alvanley and O'Connell. The duel between Alvanley and Morgan O'Connell, O'Connell and Disraeli, character of Lord Melbourne, municipal reform, report of the Commission, the Municipal Corporations Act introduced, its progress in the Commons, Lyndhurst's amendments, it becomes law, Irish corporations, report of the Commission, the bill is mutilated in the Upper House and abandoned, it becomes law in 1840, municipal reform in Scotland. On the 17th of July, the new premier, Lord Melbourne, who, declining, on the King's suggestion, to form a coalition with the Duke of Wellington and Mr. Stanley had made few alterations in the ministry, announced a less offensive coercion bill for Ireland, which led to an animated debate, in which Lords Wicklow and Wharncliffe, the Duke of Wellington, and other peers strongly censured the conduct of the government for its alleged inconsistency, vacillation, and tergiversation. The new coercion bill passed quickly through both houses and became the law of the land before the end of the month. The Tithes Bill was rejected in the House of Lords, on the motion of Lord Ellenborough, by 189 votes to 122. The English dissenters were led, notwithstanding the difference in creed, to sympathize to a considerable extent with Irish Catholics in their agitation against the church establishment. Dissenters felt particularly aggrieved by the tests which debarred them from obtaining university degrees, which, they justly contended, should be attainable as a matter of right on equal grounds by citizens of all denominations. A petition was presented by Lord Grey on the 21st of March in the Upper House, and by Mr. Springrice on the 24th in the Commons, but no step was taken in consequence till after the Easter recess, when Colonel Williams moved an address to the Crown, praying that the universities of Oxford and Cambridge should no longer act under the letters of James I. Mr. Wood moved an amendment to the effect that it was more advisable to proceed by bill, which was carried by a large majority. But before anything could be done, the exclusive spirit of both universities was roused to a pitch of violent excitement, and in the midst of the controversial storm, the quiet voice of reason could not be heard. Mr. Stanley could not see why a man should sign the 39 Articles in order to obtain a literary degree, and he deprecated the idea that such a subscription should be regarded as a mere matter of form. Sir Robert Peel was not yet prepared to carry out fully the principle of religious equality. The bill, he argued, would give to Jews, infidels, and atheists a statutable right of demanding admission into our universities. Dissenters had been freed from all civil disabilities by the repeal of the Test Acts, and the Roman Catholics by the Emancipation Act. A vast change had been effected in the Constitution of Parliament by the Reform Act, and after all those concessions, were they now to be deprived of an established church? What was the essence of an established church? What but the legislative recognition of it on the part of the state? Parliament was therefore entitled to say to the dissenters, "With that legislative recognition you shall not interfere." In a brief speech, full of sound sense, Lord Althorp showed the absurdity of those arguments and apprehensions. The second reading of the bill was carried by a majority of 321 to 194. It was opposed by the Speaker in committee, but having there received some amendments, it was read a third time and passed on the 28th of July by a majority of 164 against 75. In the Lords, it was denounced by the Duke of Gloucester, Chancellor of the University of Cambridge, who moved that it be read a second time that day 6 months. He was followed by the Duke of Wellington, Chancellor of the University of Oxford. Lord Brougham ably defended the measure, but in vain. The bill was rejected by a majority of 187 against 85. An attempt made by Lord Althorp to abolish church rates, and to grant in lieu thereof the sum of £250,000 from the land tax, to effect a 376 commutation of tithes, and to allow dissenters to get married in their own chapels, was equally unsuccessful. On the 15th of August, Parliament was prorogued by the King in person. The speech referred to the postponement of a final settlement between Holland and Belgium, which His Majesty regretted. He expressed lively satisfaction at the termination of the civil war in Portugal, and disappointment at the recurrence of disorders in Spain. He alluded with satisfaction to the numerous and important questions that had engaged the attention of Parliament, more especially the amendment of the Poor Laws, and the establishment of a central court for the trial of offenders in the metropolis and its vicinity. The important subjects of jurisprudence and the reform of municipal corporations remained to be considered in the next session. Immediately on the rising of Parliament, O'Connell published a violent attack in the form of a letter to Lord Duncannon. This was taken up by Lord Brougham in the course of an oratorical tour which he was making through Scotland, and a mutual exchange of compliments ensued. Unfortunately, the Chancellor's eccentricity did not stop there. Earl Grey was not permitted to retire into private life without some popular recognition of his great public services. On the 15th of September, a grand banquet was given in Edinburgh in honor of this illustrious statesman. Probably, Says a contemporary chronicle, no minister in the zenith of his power ever before received so gratifying a tribute of national respect as was paid on this occasion to one who had not only retired from office, but retired from it forever. The popular enthusiasm, both in the capital and other parts of Scotland, was extreme, which the noble Earl sensibly felt, and gratefully acknowledged as among the proudest circumstances of his life. The dinner took place in a large pavilion, erected for the occasion in the area of the High School, and was provided for upwards of 1,500 persons, more than 600 having been admitted after the removal of the cloth. The principal speakers were Earl Grey, the Lord Chancellor, and the Earl of Durham. Earl Grey and the Lord Chancellor, in their speeches, said they considered that the reform in Parliament afforded the means by which all useful improvements might be obtained without violence. Both advocated a deliberate and careful, but steady course of amelioration and reform, and both derided the idea of a reaction in favor of Tory principles of government. The Earl of Durham avowed his opinions in favor of the ballot and household suffrage, and declared that he should regret every hour which left ancient and recognized abuses unreformed. This involved the Lord Chancellor in a new controversy in which more personalities were exchanged. On the 9th of August, 1834, a fire broke out in part of the Dublin Custom House, one of the finest buildings in the United Kingdom. Owing to the immense quantity of combustible materials, the fierceness of the conflagration was something terrific. By great exertion, the building was saved. This fire naturally produced a great sensation throughout the United Kingdom, but it was nothing in comparison to the interest excited by the burning of the two Houses of Parliament, which occurred on the 16th of October, 1834. According to the report of the Lords of the Privy Council, who inquired into the cause of the fire, the tally room of the Exchequer had been required for the temporary accommodation of the Court of Bankruptcy, and it was necessary to get rid of a quantity of the old Exchequer tallies, which had accumulated till they would have made about 2 cartloads. These tallies had been used for kindling the fires. On one occasion, a quantity of them was burned in Tothill Fields. There had been a question as to the best mode of getting rid of them, and it was ultimately resolved that they should be carefully and gradually consumed in the stoves of the House of Lords. But the work had been committed to workmen who were the reverse of careful. They heaped on the fuel, nearly filling the furnaces, and causing a blaze which overheated the flues. The housekeeper of the Lord's chamber sent to them several times during the day, complaining of the smoke and heat, but they assured her there was no danger. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 strangers were admitted to see the House of Lords, and found the heat and smoke so stifling that they were led to examine the floor, when they perceived that the floor cloth was sweating. At 6 o'clock the pent-up flames broke forth through the windows, and immediately the alarm was spread in all directions. The ministers, the king's sons, Mr. Hume and others, were presently on the spot, and did all they could in the consternation and confusion. The law courts were saved by having their roofs stripped off, and causing the engines to play on the interior. The greatest efforts were made to save Westminster Hall, which was happily preserved. But the 2 Houses of Parliament were 377 completely destroyed, together with the Commons' Library, the Lords' Painted Chamber, many of the committee rooms, part of the Speaker's house, the rooms of the Lord Chancellor and other law officers, as well as the kitchen and eating rooms. The King promptly offered Parliament the use of Buckingham Palace, but it was thought best to fit up temporary rooms on the old site, and to have them ready for next session. The Committee of the Privy Council sat for several days, and during the whole of that time the fire continued to smolder among the debris, and in the coal vaults, while the engines were heard to play from day to day within the boarded avenues. As soon as possible the temporary halls were prepared. The House of Lords was fitted up for the Commons, and the Painted Chamber for the Lords, at an expense of £30,000. Burning of the Houses of Parliament, CP 376. See larger version. The ministry had, as a matter of course, been much weakened by the retirement of Lord Grey, but having got through the session, it might have survived to the next meeting of Parliament, but for the death of Earl Spencer, which occurred on the 10th of November, an event which removed Lord Althorp to the House of Peers. It was supposed that this would lead only to a fresh modification of the cabinet, by a redistribution of places. For example, Lord John Russell was to succeed Lord Althorp as the leader of the House of Commons. Lord Melbourne's administration seemed to be quietly acquiesced in, as sufficient for a time, the nation evidently assuming that, in any case, A liberal government was the necessary consequence of a reformed parliament. The public were therefore startled when it was announced on the 15th that the king had dismissed his ministers. It appeared that Lord Melbourne had waited upon His Majesty at Brighton, on the 14th, to take his commands as to the new arrangements he was about to make. But the king said he considered that government dissolved by the removal of Lord Althorp, that he did not approve of the intended construction of the cabinet, that Lord John Russell would make a wretched figure as leader of the House, and that Abercrombie and Springrice were worse than Russell, that he 378 did not approve of their intended measure with regard to the Irish Church, and concluded by informing Lord Melbourne that he would not impose upon him the task of completing the ministerial arrangements, but would send for the Duke of Wellington. Melbourne returned to town that evening, the bearer of a letter to the Duke. He communicated the state of affairs to Brougham under pledge of secrecy, but the Lord Chancellor promptly went to the Times and gave the editor a report of the circumstances with the malicious addition, "The Queen has done it all." The king, furious at the insult, came up to town and dismissed his ministers before their successors were appointed. Meanwhile, the Duke went to Brighton on Sunday and advised the king to send for Sir Robert Peel, who was then in Italy. A messenger was immediately dispatched, who in 10 days arrived at Rome, and surprised Sir Robert Peel with the announcement of the king's wish that he should return to England forthwith. Next morning, the Right Honourable Baronet started for home, and arrived in London on the 9th of December. The Duke of Wellington details the circumstances of this ministerial crisis in a letter to the Duke of Buckingham. According to his account, the death of the Earl Spencer, which removed Lord Althorp from the House of Commons, from the management of the government business in that assembly, and from the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer, occasioned the greatest difficulty and embarrassment. His personal influence and weight in the House of Commons were the main foundation of the strength of the late government. And upon his removal, it was necessary for the king and his ministers to consider whether fresh arrangements should be made to enable His Majesty's late servants to conduct the affairs of the country, or whether it was advisable for His Majesty to adopt any other course. The arrangements in contemplation must have reference not only to men, but to measures, to some of which the king felt the strongest objection. He had also strong objections to some of the members of the cabinet. The Duke was therefore requested to form an administration, but he earnestly recommended Sir Robert Peel as the fittest man for the office of Prime Minister. In the meanwhile, he offered to hold the offices of First Lord of the Treasury and Home Secretary until Sir Robert Peel's return, Lord Lyndhurst holding the Great Seals temporarily, subject, with all the other arrangements, to Sir Robert Peel's approbation. On the 21st, Lord Lyndhurst was gazetted as Lord Chancellor, holding in the interim his office of Chief Baron of the Exchequer, which Lord Brougham, dreading the prospect of idleness, offered to fill without salary, thus saving the country £12,000 a year, an offer which exposed him to censure from his own party, and which he afterwards withdrew. The plot thickened as it proceeded. It was suspected that the conservative section of the Whigs wished for office, and that Sir Robert Peel wished to have them. Mr. Stanley, now Lord Stanley in consequence of the death of his grandfather, the Earl of Derby, Sir J. Graham, and the Duke of Richmond, had a meeting at the Duke of Sutherland's, to consider what they should do, in consequence of proposals made to them to join the administration. But as they would not pledge themselves to forward conservative measures to the extent required, Sir Robert Peel was obliged to form a government of Tories exclusively. On the 10th of the month the arrangements were completed, and the following were announced as the members of the cabinet. First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Robert Peel; Lord Chancellor, Lord Lyndhurst; Privy Seal, Lord Warncliffe; Secretary of the Home Department, Mr. Galburn; Secretary of the Foreign Department, Duke of Wellington; Secretary of the Colonial Department, Lord Aberdeen; First Lord of the Admiralty, Earl Ripon; Secretary for Ireland, Sir H. Hardinge; President of the Board of Control, Lord Ellenborough; President of the Board of Trade and Master of the Mint, Mr. Baring; Paymaster of the Forces, Mr. E. Knatchbull; Secretary at War, Mr. Harries; Master General of the Ordnance, Sir G. Murray. Sir Robert Peel did all in his power to form out of the materials at his disposal a ministry that should command the confidence of the country. On the 16th, he issued an address to his constituents at Tamworth, in which he announced the policy that should guide the new government. He declared his intention to correct all proved abuses and real grievances, to preserve peace at home and abroad, to resist the secularization of church property in any part of the United Kingdom, to fulfill existing engagements with foreign powers, to observe a strict economy in the public expenditure, and promised an impartial consideration of what was due to all interests, agricultural, manufacturing, and commercial. He said, with regard to the Reform Bill itself, I accept it as a final and irrevocable settlement of a great 379 constitutional question, a settlement which no friend to the peace and welfare of the country would attempt to disturb either by direct or insidious means. I will carry out its intentions, supposing those to imply a careful review of old institutions, undertaken in a friendly spirit and with a purpose of improvement. The first Reform Parliament was dissolved by proclamation on the 30th of December, after an existence of only 1 year and 11 months. This proceeding was regarded by the reformers as a sort of political sacrilege, a manifest flying in the face of the people, a clear declaration of an intention to destroy popular rights. But the care bestowed on the registries told strongly in favor of the Conservatives at the English elections. The exertions they made to secure a majority were immense. It was believed at the time that the Carlton Club had expended nearly £1 million in securing the success of their candidates in every possible way in which money could be made available. In the counties and boroughs, the Whigs and Radicals lost about 100 seats, but after all the Conservatives could muster only 302 members, against 356. The contests were unusually numerous and severe, but the Reform Act machinery worked so well that the elections were for the most part conducted in a very orderly manner. In many places, the closeness of the poll was remarkable. It was a neck-and-neck race between the rival candidates. In the metropolitan boroughs, the ministerialists were everywhere defeated. Not one of the 16 seats in this vast center of influence could the government, with all its lavish expenditure, obtain. In some of the provincial towns, however, Bristol, Exeter, Newcastle, Hull, York, Leeds, Halifax, and Warrington, a Tory supplanted a Whig. At Liverpool, the contest was intensely exciting. During the last hour of polling were seen in every direction vans, gigs, and flies in rapid motion, and the price of a vote rose from £15 to £25. The result was the return of Lord Sandon, a moderate Tory, Sir Howard Douglas, the other Conservative candidate, being defeated by Mr. Ute. In Lancashire and Hampshire, both the Liberal candidates were defeated. Manchester, Birmingham, Bolton, Sheffield, Preston, and most of the manufacturing towns returned Liberals. On the whole, the government had a small majority of the 500 English members. In Scotland, however, the Reform Act had wrought a complete revolution, and the mass of the electors, so long excluded from political power, used the privileges they had obtained with great zeal in favor of the party to which they were indebted for their enfranchisement. The whole of the burghs, 20 in number, returned Liberal members. 5 of the counties were gained by the Tories and 3 by the Whigs, where respectively they had formerly failed. Glasgow, whose voice had been neutralized by returning 1 representative of each party, now returned 2 Liberals. Serious disturbances took place at Jedburgh when Lord John Scott, the Tory candidate, made his appearance. At Hawick, in the same county, the rioting was still worse. The persons who came to vote for him were spit upon, pelted with stones, and severely struck. In some cases they were thrown into the stream that runs through the town, and subjected to the most shocking indignities, which the judges who afterwards tried the cases declared to be worse than death itself. But the new government met its nemesis in Ireland. O'Connell and the priests were resolved that, so far as in them lay, Protestant ascendancy should not be re-established in that country. The Anti-Tory Association was but one of many names and forms which the Protean agitation had assumed, and all were brought to bear with concentrated power upon every point to secure the defeat of the ministerial candidates. Minor differences were sunk for the occasion, and all forces were combined against the government. The consequence was that amongst the large constituencies, the cause of reform was almost everywhere successful. In Kerry, in Meath, in Youghal, and Tralee, the candidates returned were the sons and nephew of O'Connell. He himself stood a severe contest for Dublin, and was returned with Mr. Ruthven, but was unseated on petition. It was during this contest that he recommended that a death's head and crossbones should be painted on the door of every elector who would support the nefarious and blood-stained tithe system. It was the tremendous exertions of O'Connell and his followers that secured the triumph of the Liberal Party in this memorable struggle. The first trial of strength was on the election of a speaker. Parliament met on the 19th of February, 1835, and Lord Francis Egerton, one of the members for Lancashire, moved that Sir C. Manners Sutton, who for 18 years had filled the chair with the unanimous approbation of all parties in the House, should be re-elected. Mr. Denison, one of the members for Surrey, proposed Mr. Abercrombie, a gentleman of high position at 380 the bar, and member for the City of Edinburgh. The division, it was felt on both sides, would be decisive as to the fate of the government, by showing whether or not it was supported by a majority of the new Parliament, which was the response given to the Prime Minister's appeal to the country. The House was the fullest on record, there being 626 members present. Mr. Abercrombie was elected by a majority of 10, the numbers being 316 to 306. Sir Charles Sutton was supported by a majority of the English members, 23, but his opponent had a majority of 10 of the Scottish. Still, had the decision been in the hands of the British representatives, government would have had a majority of 13, but of the Irish members only 41 voted for Sutton, while 61 voted for Abercrombie. From this memorable division, two things were evident to the Tories, in which the future of England for the next half-century was to them distinctly foreshadowed. The first was that the ministry was entirely, on party questions, at the mercy of the Irish Catholic members. The second, that the county members of the whole empire were outvoted by the borough members in the proportion of 35 to 20, and that a large majority of the former had declared for the Conservative side. It was stated that the overthrow of Peel's government was decided by what was called the Lichfield House Compact, which made a great noise at the time. By this compact, it was alleged that a formal coalition had been effected between the Whigs and the Irish Catholics, but they denied that there was anything formal about the arrangement. There was a meeting, it is true, at Lichfield House, when Lord John Russell stated his intentions and described what would be his parliamentary tactics. These met the approval of O'Connell and his friends, and to that extent alone, even by implication, did any compact exist. There had also, it appears from Mr. Walpole's Life of Lord John Russell, been certain pourparlers, the result of a formal circular issued by Lord Duncannon. Mr. O'Connell was accustomed to explain his reason for supporting the Whigs by a comparison which was not the most complimentary to them. He said they were like an old hat thrust into a broken pane to keep out the cold. Sir Robert Peel hoped that by earnestly promoting practical reforms and improving the institutions of the country in the spirit of his manifesto, he would gradually conciliate a number of members of independent position and moderate views, so that he might be able to secure a working majority. He therefore did not resign when defeated in the first trial of strength on the election of a speaker, and the same consideration induced him to hold his ground when he was defeated on the amendment to the address. The House of Commons met for the dispatch of business on the 24th of February. The speech from the throne, after lamenting the destruction of the Houses of Parliament, congratulated the country on the prevalent commercial prosperity, which, however, was accompanied by a general depression of the agricultural interest. The King, therefore, recommended to the consideration of Parliament whether it might not be in their power, after providing for the exigencies of the public service, and consistently with the steadfast maintenance of the public credit, to devise a method for mitigating the pressure of those local charges which bore heavily on the owners and occupiers of land, and for distributing the burden of them more equally over other descriptions of property. When the address was moved, an amendment was proposed by Lord Morpeth, which was designed to strike at the very existence of the new ministry. It was not a direct censure upon their policy, or a formal declaration of want of confidence, but it affirmed a policy materially differing from that which had been announced by Sir Robert Peel. It expressed a hope that municipal corporations would be placed under vigilant popular control, that the undoubted grievances of the dissenters would be considered, that abuses in the Church of England and Ireland would be removed, and it lamented the dissolution of Parliament as an unnecessary measure, by which the progress of these and other reforms had been interrupted and endangered. This hostile motion gave rise to a debate of intense earnestness, which lasted 4 nights. It was not easy to predict, during the course of the conflict, which side would be victorious. Even the whippers-in were doubtful of the issue, but the contest ended in the triumph of the Liberals, who had a majority of 7, the numbers being 309 to 302. Of the English members, the government had a majority of 32, and of the English and Scottish together, of 16. But in Ireland, Sir Robert Peel's supporters were only 36, while the Liberals mustered 59. As ministers did not resign on being placed in a minority the third time, rumours were industriously circulated by their opponents that they meant to rule the country despotically, that they were about to dissolve Parliament the second time, and had resolved to maintain the army on their 381 own responsibility, without the Mutiny Act. On the 2nd of March Lord John Russell, referring to these rumours, gave notice that he intended to bring forward the Irish appropriation question and the question of municipal reform. It was for a test of this kind that Sir Robert Peel waited. In the meantime, he denied that he had any such intentions as those ascribed to him, and compelled Mr. Hume to withdraw his proposal to limit the supplies to 3 months. He promised that government would bring in a bill on the Irish Church, but it would adhere strictly to the principle that ecclesiastical property should be reserved for ecclesiastical purposes. He declared they would be prepared to remedy all real abuses when the report of the commissioners appointed for their investigation was received. Lord Althorp, 3rd Earl Spencer. See larger version. On the 26th of March, the Marquis of Chandos made an attempt to obtain some relief for the agricultural interest, which was then in a very depressed state, and the measure he proposed was the abolition of the malt tax, which brought in the sum of £4,812,000. Sir Robert Peel prophesied that if this tax were abolished, they would be in for a property tax. He said, "My prophecy is that if you repeal this tax you will make an income tax necessary. To that be assured you must come at last, if you repeal the malt tax. You will lay your taxes on articles of general consumption, on tobacco, on spirits, on wine, and you will meet with such a storm that will make you hastily recede from your first advances towards a substitute. To a property tax then you must come, and I congratulate you, gentlemen of the landed interest, on finding yourselves relieved from the pressure of the malt tax, and 382 falling on a good, comfortable property tax, with a proposal, probably, for a graduated scale. And you who represent the heavy land of this country, the clay soils, the soils unfit for barley, I felicitate you on the prospect that lies before you. If you think that the substitute will be advantageous to your interests, be it so. But do not, when hereafter you discover your mistake, do not lay the blame upon those who offered you a timely warning and cautioned you against exchanging the light pressure of a malt duty for the scourge of a property tax. The motion was rejected by a majority of 350 to 192. The Premier was at this time subjected to a great mortification in being compelled by the House of Commons, and public opinion out of doors, to cancel the appointment of the Marquis of Londonderry as ambassador to St. Petersburg. A deep sympathy with the oppressed Poles, and an abhorrence of the unrelenting despotism of Russia, pervaded the public mind in the United Kingdom. The Marquis of Londonderry had distinguished himself by sympathies of an opposite kind, and had characterized the Poles as the Tsar's rebellious subjects. It was generally felt that England could not be fairly represented at the court of St. Petersburg by a man of such well-known sentiments. The press was loud in its condemnation of the appointment, and Mr. Shale brought the subject before the House of Commons by moving that an address be presented to His Majesty for a copy of the appointment. As Lord Stanley declared emphatically against the selection of the noble Marquis for such a mission, it was evident that if government had gone to a division, they would have been defeated. Sir Robert Peel therefore gave way with a good grace, stating that the appointment had not been formally made out, and though the House seemed to be interfering unduly with the royal prerogative, he would not advise His Majesty to persist in it. The motion was then withdrawn, and when Lord Londonderry read the report of the debate in the papers next day, he immediately sent in his resignation. In announcing this in the House of Peers, he said, "Having but one object, and that to serve the King honestly and to the best of my ability, were I to depart from this country after what has passed in the House of Commons, I should feel myself, as a representative of His Majesty, placed in a new, false, and improper position. My efficiency would be impaired, and it would be impossible for me to fill the office to which I have been called with proper dignity or effect. Upon these grounds, I have now to announce that no consideration will induce me to accept the office which His Majesty has been graciously pleased to confer on me." Meanwhile, Sir Robert Peel applied himself with great energy and diligence to the legislative work that he had proposed for his government. On the 17th, he moved for leave to bring in a bill to relieve dissenters from the disabilities under which they labored with regard to the law of marriage. It was felt to be a great grievance that nonconformists could not be married except according to the rites of the established church, to which they had conscientious objections. Attempts had been made by the Whigs to relieve them, but in a hesitating manner, and with only a half recognition of the principle of religious equality. Sir Robert Peel took up the subject in a more liberal spirit and with more enlightened views. He proposed that, so far as the state had to do with marriage, it should assume the form of a civil contract only, leaving the parties to solemnize it with whatever religious ceremonies they chose. The bill for this purpose met the approval of the House, and would have satisfied the dissenters if Sir Robert Peel had remained in office long enough to pass it. All the committees of the preceding year were reappointed, in order to redeem, as far as possible, the time lost by the dissolution. A measure was brought forward for the improvement of the resources of the Church of England, by turning some of the larger incomes to better account, and by creating 2 additional bishoprics, Ripon and Manchester. The Premier did not act towards the dissenters in the same liberal spirit with regard to academic education as he did with regard to marriage. They were excluded from the privileges of the universities, and yet when it was proposed to grant a charter to the London University, that it might be able to confer degrees, the government opposed the motion for an address to the king on the subject, and were defeated by a majority of 246 to 136. On the 20th of March, Sir Henry Hardinge brought forward the ministerial plan for the settlement of the tithe question. It was proposed that in future tithes should be recoverable only from the head landlord, and that the owner should be entitled to recover only 75% of the amount, 25% being allowed for the cost of collection and the risk and liability which the landlord assumed. He might redeem it, if he wished, at 20 years' purchase, calculated upon 383 the diminished rate. The purchase money was to be invested in land or otherwise for the benefit of the rectors and other tithe owners. The arrears of 1834 were to be paid out of the residue of the million advanced from the consolidated fund, and the repayments of the clergy for the loans they had received were to be remitted. There was a good deal of discussion on this plan, Lord John Russell contending that it was the same in substance as the one brought forward last session by the late government. There was, however, some difference between the 2 measures. In the former, the landlords were to get 2/5, or £40, out of every £100, securing to the clergy 77.12%, and involving an annual charge of 17.12% on the consolidated fund. This was the shape the measure had assumed as the result of amendments carried in committee. The ministerial resolution was carried by a majority of 213 to 198. But all this was but preliminary to the great battle, which commenced on the 30th of this month, and decided the fate of the ministry. Lord John Russell, after the House had been called over, moved that the House should resolve itself into a committee of the whole House, to consider the temporalities of the Church of Ireland, with a view of applying any surplus of the revenues not required for the spiritual care of its members to the general education of all classes of the people, without distinction of religious persuasion. This resolution was skillfully framed to secure the support of all the Liberal party, and of the English dissenters as well as the Irish Catholics, all of them being able to agree upon it, and to act together without inconsistency, though each might act from different motives and with different objects. The discussion was particularly interesting, as it turned very much upon the great question of religious establishments. Lord John Russell, Lord Howick, and Mr. Shale, while fully admitting that an establishment tends to promote religion and to preserve good order, contended that it ought not to be maintained where it fails to secure these objects, and that it must always fail when, as in Ireland, the members of the established church are only a minority of the nation, while the majority, constituting most of the poorer classes, are thrown upon the voluntary system for the support of their clergy. Concurring with Paley in his view of a church establishment, that it should be founded upon utility, that it should communicate religious knowledge to the masses of the people, that it should not be debased into a state engine or an instrument of political power. They demanded whether the Church of Ireland fulfilled these essential conditions of an establishment. They asked whether its immense revenues had been employed in preserving and extending the Protestant faith in Ireland. In the course of something more than a century, it was stated that its revenues had increased 7-fold, and now amounted to £800,000 a year. Had its efficiency increased in the same proportion? Had it even succeeded in keeping its own small flocks within the fold? On the contrary, they adduced statistics to show a lamentable falling off in their numbers. Such being the facts of the case, the Liberals came to the conclusion that a reform was inevitable. In order to adapt the establishment to the requirements of the Protestant population, there must be a large reduction, and the surplus funds that remained ought to be applied to some object by which the moral and religious instruction of the people would be promoted. The least objectionable mode in which the money could be applied was the general education of the poor under the National Board, by which children of all denominations could be educated in harmony together, as they had been ever since its establishment. The Reformers denied that there was any analogy between the revenues of the established church and private property. The Acts of Parliament securing those revenues had all treated them as being held in trust for the benefit of the nation, and after leaving ample means for the due execution of the trust, so far as it was really practicable, the legislature was competent to apply the balance in accomplishing by other agency than the Protestant clergy, to some extent at least, the objects originally contemplated by the founders of the religious endowments. The case of the Irish Church was stated by Sir Robert Peel, Lord Stanley, and Sir James Graham, who argued that its revenues were greatly exaggerated, subjected to heavy drawbacks and deductions. The vestry cess had been abolished. A tax exclusively borne by the clergy of 3 to 15% had been laid upon all livings, and the Church Temporalities Act provided that in all parishes in which service had not been performed from 1830 to 1833, when a vacancy occurred, there should be no reappointment, and the revenues of that living, after paying a curate, should be destined to other parishes differently situated, but for purposes strictly Protestant. Here was a provision already made for the 384 progressive diminution or extinction of the Episcopal Church in those districts where it was not called for, and could be of no utility. Whence, then, the anxiety to take away a surplus, which probably would not exceed £100,000 a year, from a church already subjected to such heavy and exclusive burdens. It was not pretended that the object of this appropriation was to apply the income seized to the payment of the national debt, or that it was justified by state necessity. They argued that if the appropriation clause, as now shaped, once passed into law, not only would the Protestant faith cease to be the established religion in Ireland, but the measure would be fatal to the established church in England also. In fact, the Conservatives contended that this was only the first of a series of measures, avowedly intended to annihilate the Protestant establishment. O'Connell proposed to confiscate the property of the church, in order to relieve the land from its appropriate burdens, and to exempt it from the support of the poor. They argued, therefore, that on no reasonable ground could it be maintained that this concession to Irish agitation could have any other effect than stimulating the agitators to make fresh demands. Lichfield House, St. James's Square, London. See larger version. The debate lasted 4 nights, and was kept up with the greatest spirit and vigor. The division was taken between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, when it was found that in a House of 611 members the numbers were for the motion 322, against it 289, leaving the government in a minority of 33. A cabinet council was held on the following day, when it was unanimously resolved to await the result of the debate on the Irish tithe question on the same evening. Lord John Russell, on the report of the committee being brought up, moved the following resolution: that it is the opinion of this House that no measure upon the subject of tithes in Ireland can lead to a satisfactory and final adjustment, which does not embody the principle contained in the foregoing resolution. He referred to the principle of the appropriation clause. On this, an animated debate followed, which lasted till 1 o'clock in the morning. When the House divided 385, it was found that the resolution was carried by a majority of 27, the numbers being ayes, 285, noes, 258. As these divisions took place on a question of vital policy, Sir Robert Peel had no alternative but to resign. Accordingly, he announced his decision in the House next day. After the extraordinary efforts that he had made, and considering the circumstances in which he had been called upon to assume the reins of government, it must have been very painful to him to be thus cut short in his patriotic labors. But he bore the disappointment with admirable spirit, and retired from his position so gracefully that he was warmly cheered from all parts of the House. Sir Robert Peel. See larger version. It may be as well to dispose here of the Irish Church question, for although Lord Morpeth, on the part of the Melbourne administration, brought in a bill for settling the tithe question, which passed the House of Commons by a majority of 26 votes, and contained the appropriation clause, in the House of Lords this clause was struck out, and the bill was otherwise altered in committee so materially that, when sent back to the Commons, they scarcely knew their own offspring. The bill was therefore disowned and thrown out. When Sir Robert Peel delivered up the seals of office, the first thing the king did was to send for Earl Grey, who declined the task of forming an administration. He advised His Majesty to entrust it to Viscount Melbourne. The business, therefore, devolved upon Melbourne, and he hastened to complete it out of such materials as he had at his command. These were substantially the same as those which composed his former administration. Lord Brougham, however, was now left out, as Lord Melbourne, in a series of plain-spoken letters, had already informed him he would be. Also Lord Althorp, who, being in the Upper House 386 as Earl Spencer, did not seem to have any ambition for the toils and honours of office. Lord Howick, the eldest son of Earl Grey, became a member of the cabinet. There was no Lord Chancellor appointed for the present, out of consideration for Brougham's feelings. The Great Seal was put in commission, the 3 commissioners being the Master of the Rolls, the Vice-Chancellor, and Mr. Justice Bosanquet. The offices were distributed as follows: Lord Melbourne, Premier; the Marquis of Lansdowne, President of the Council; Lord Palmerston, Foreign Secretary; Lord John Russell, Home Secretary; Mr. Charles Grant, Colonial Secretary; Mr. Springrice, Chancellor of the Exchequer; Viscount Duncannon, Lord Privy Seal and Chief Commissioner of Woods and Forests; Lord Auckland, First Lord of the Admiralty; Sir John Hobhouse, President of the Indian Board; Mr. Poulett Thompson, President of the Board of Trade; Lord Howick, Secretary at War; Lord Holland, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. The appointments not in the cabinet were Sir Henry Parnell, Paymaster of the Forces; Mr. Charles Wood, Secretary to the Admiralty; Sir George Grey, Under-Secretary of the Colonies; the Honourable Fox Maule, Under-Secretary for the Home Department; Mr. Laboucher, Vice-President of the Board of Trade and Master of the Mint; Attorney General Sir John Campbell; Solicitor General Mr. Rolfe. The Irish appointments were the Earl of Mulgrave, Lord Lieutenant; Lord Morpeth, Chief Secretary; Lord Plunkett, Chancellor. The change of ministers and some additions to the peerage caused several elections. Mr. Littleton was raised to the Upper House with the title of Lord Hatherton, and Mr. Charles Grant as Lord Glenelg. They were promptly replaced by Conservatives. Lord John Russell, having lost his election for South Devon, Colonel Fox made way for him at Stroud, which borough continued to furnish a seat for the noble lord during many years. Lord Palmerston had been defeated in Hampshire at the general election, but Mr. Kennedy retired to make way for him at Tiverton, which had the honour of being represented by the Foreign Secretary until his death. Lord Morpeth had to stand a severe contest in Yorkshire, but he was returned by a large majority. On the 8th of April, the dissolution of the Peel administration took place, and on the 18th, Lord Melbourne announced the completion of his arrangements. On that occasion, Lord Alvanley asked the Premier if he had secured the assistance of Mr. O'Connell and his friends, and if so, upon what terms. Lord Melbourne answered that he did not coincide in opinion with Mr. O'Connell, that he had taken no means to secure his support, that he gave the most decided negative to Lord Alvanley's question, adding, "And if he has been told anything to the contrary, he has been told what is false, and without foundation." In the House of Commons, a few days after, Colonel Sibthorpe spoke of O'Connell as the prompter and adviser of the new ministry, and said, "I do not like the countenances of the honourable gentlemen opposite, for I believe them to be the index of their minds, and I will oppose them on every point, from the conviction that they could not bring forward anything that would tend to benefit the country. I earnestly hope that we shall have a safe and speedy riddance from such a band." This escapade roused the ire of O'Connell, who instantly rose and said that he thought the gallant colonel's countenance was, at all events, as remarkable as any upon the ministerial benches. He would not abate him a single hair in point of good humour. "Elsewhere," he said, "these things may be treated in a different style. There is no creature, not even a half-maniac or a half-idiot, that may not take upon himself to use that language there which he would know better than to make use of elsewhere. And the bloated buffoon ought to learn the distinction between independent men and those whose votes are not worth purchasing, even if they were in the market." O'Connell was promptly challenged by Alvanley and declined the combat, but his second son, Morgan, was resolved not to let the matter rest. As soon as he heard of the proceedings, he wrote to Lord Alvanley a very spirited letter, in which he designated the challenge as a party manoeuvre, with no other object than to cast a stigma upon his father, upon the party to which he belonged, as well as upon the government and its supporters. He denounced the proceeding as a wretched manoeuvre, as an utterly ungentlemanly and braggadocio mode of carrying on party warfare. He adopted his father's insulting language, not, he said, in the vain hope of inducing him to give satisfaction, But lest he should be wrong in that surmise, he intimated that he was at his lordship's service. This letter was conveyed through Colonel Hodges. The result was that the parties met at Arlington Street, when they arranged to have a meeting at a short distance beyond the turnpike next the Regent's Park, on the Barnet 387 road. The ground was measured at 12 paces. The parties took their positions. The word was given, ready fire. O'Connell fired, but Lord Alvanley did not, owing to a mistake, and claimed the right to fire, which was refused. Both parties fired 2 rounds more without effect, each satisfied that the other had acted with perfect fairness. There was no apology made on either side. Mr. Morgan O'Connell soon found that he had no sinecure in undertaking to give satisfaction with the pistol for all his father's violations of the Code of Honour. Shortly after, Mr. Daniel O'Connell referred, in strong language, to an attack made upon him by Mr. Disraeli at Taunton. In the annals of political turpitude, there is not anything deserving the appellation of blackguardism to equal that attack upon me. He possesses just the qualities of the impenitent thief who died upon the cross, whose name, I verily believe, must have been Disraeli. For aught I know, the present Disraeli is descended from him, and with the impression that he is, I now forgive the errant law of the blasphemous thief who died upon the cross. When Mr. Disraeli read this tremendous philippic, he wrote to Mr. Morgan O'Connell for satisfaction, which the latter denied his right to demand. He had not seen the attack, nor was he answerable for his father's words, though he had taken up his quarrel with Lord Alvanley. Not being able to get satisfaction by means of pistols, he had recourse to the pen, and certainly, if O'Connell's attack was violent, the retaliation was not of the meekest. However, ink alone was spilt. Lord Melbourne, on announcing the completion of his arrangements, made a general statement of his policy. In forming his cabinet, he had had to contend with difficulties, peculiarly great and arduous, and some of them of a severe and mortifying nature. He had no change of policy to declare. His government would be based upon the principles of a safe, prudent, and truly efficient reform, principles the tendency of which was not to subvert or endanger, but, on the contrary, to improve, strengthen, and establish the institutions of the country. And in regard to ecclesiastical government, every measure contemplated in reference to that subject would have for its end the increase of true piety and religion through the whole of His Majesty's dominions. From the disposition and character popularly ascribed to Lord Melbourne, it could not be expected that he should prove an energetic reformer. The Earl of Derby mentions a saying of his which often escaped him as a member of Lord Grey's cabinet. When they had to encounter a difficulty, he would say, "Can't you let it alone?" This accords with the portrait of him presented by Sidney Smith in his second letter to Archdeacon Singleton. Notwithstanding his careless manner, however, there was much sincerity in the nature of Lord Melbourne, and there is no doubt that he labored with an honest purpose to make his administration useful to the country, though not with so much activity and energy, or with such constant solicitude to secure success, as his predecessor had brought to the task. As it was now advancing towards the end of the session, he confined his attention to 2 great measures of reform: the Irish tithe question, of which we have already disposed, and the question of municipal reform. It is scarcely necessary to remark that abuses in corporations had been a matter of constant and general complaint for 2 centuries. But it was hopeless to expect a remedy so long as the parliamentary representation was so inadequate and corrupt. The Rotten and Venal boroughs, of which the franchise was abolished or amended by the Reform Act, were the chief seats of abuse. The correction of the local evil would have been the destruction of the system by which the ruling party in the state sustained its political power. There were, therefore, the most powerful interests at work, restraining each from attempting the work of reform. But by the Parliamentary Reform Act these interests were abolished, and those local fountains of corruption could no longer pour their fetid contents into the legislature. Statesmen now felt at liberty to abate those nuisances. Yet the work was not as speedily accomplished as might have been expected. It is true that Lord Grey advised the King to issue a commission of inquiry in July, 1833, but it was not until the 5th of June, 1835, that any measure was brought forward upon the subject. Even then Lord Melbourne had to overcome the dislike of the King, who distrusted the measure, and thought that, if the corporations were to be reformed at all, they had best be reformed by granting them new charters. The commission consisted of 20 gentlemen, who were to proceed with the utmost dispatch to inquire as to the existing state of the municipal corporations in England and Wales, and to collect information respecting the defects in their constitution, to make inquiry into their jurisdiction and powers as to the administration of justice, and in all other 388 respects, and also into the mode of electing and appointing the members and officers of such corporations, into the privileges of the freemen and other members thereof, and into the nature and management of the income, revenues, and funds of the said corporations. They divided the whole of England and Wales into districts, each of which was assigned to 2 commissioners. Their reports on individual corporations occupied 5 folio volumes. The whole was presented in a general report, signed by 16 of the commissioners. The number of places in which the inquiries under the commission were carried on was 237, having a population of 2,028,513. In 25 places, the number of corporators was not ascertained. In the others, 212, they amounted to 88,509. The governing body was self-elected in 186 boroughs. This body elected the mayor in 131 boroughs, appointed the recorder in 136, and the town clerk in 135. The number of corporators exercising magisterial functions was 1,086, in 188 boroughs. In 112 boroughs, the corporations had exclusive criminal jurisdiction, extending to the trial of various descriptions of offenses, and in 42 their jurisdiction was not exclusive. 17 boroughs did not enjoy any income whatever. In 8 the precise amount could not be obtained. The total income of 212 boroughs amounted to £366,948, their expenditure to £377,027. £103 were involved in debts, amounting to £1,855,371, and were besides burdened with annuities, amounting to £4,463. In 28 boroughs only were the accounts published. In 15 the annual income was under £20. In 11 it was between £2,000 and £3,000. In 5, £3,000 and under £4,000. In 1, £4,000 and under £5,000. In 4, £5,000 and under £7,500. In 5, £10,000 and under £12,500. In 1, £12,500 and under £15,000. In 1, £15,000 and under £20,000. And in 1, £91,000. The measure, which was founded on the recommendations of the report, was advocated principally by Lord John Russell, Lord Melbourne, and Mr. C. Hobhouse. The plan was intended to provide for 183 corporations, extending to a population of at least 2 million. Many of these corporations governed large and important towns, of which they did not sufficiently represent the property, intelligence, and population. In Bedford, the corporation composed only 1 in 70 of the people, and 1/40th of the property. In Oxford, there were only 1,400 electors, and seldom more than 500 voted at an election. In Norwich, 315 of the electors were paupers. In Cambridge, there were only 118 freemen, out of a population of 20,000. And while the annual rental was more than £25,000, the property of freemen amounted to little more than £2,000. These were only samples of the strange anomalies that everywhere prevailed. It was obvious to everyone that corporations so constituted were altogether unfitted for the objects which they were originally designed to answer. On the contrary, they tended directly to frustrate those objects and to render the proper government of towns impracticable. They engendered jealousy and distrust between the small governing power and the body of the people. A few persons carrying on the government for their own benefit were connected with a portion of the lower classes, whose votes they purchased and whose habits they demoralized. With such a monopoly, the grossest abuses were inevitable. Charitable funds, often large in amount, which had been left for the benefit of the whole people, were either lavishly distributed among the venal dependents of the governing body, squandered on civic feasts, or spent in bribing the freemen in order to secure their votes. In short, the general if not the universal practice had been to use the powers of municipal corporations, not for the good government or benefit of the towns over which they presided, not in order that they might be well and quietly governed in the terms of the charters, but for the sole purpose of establishing an interest which might be useful in the election of members of Parliament. It was impossible to defend a system like this, and therefore the Conservatives offered no opposition to the principle of the bill, their aim being to save as much as possible of the old system, which had rendered much more service to them than to the Whigs, and presented a number of barriers to the advance of democratic power. Sir Robert Peel, with Lord Stanley and Sir James Graham, who were now the ablest antagonists their former Whig colleagues had to encounter, pleaded powerfully for the delinquent boroughs, not for absolute acquittal, but for mitigation of punishment. They would not go the length of asserting that freemen were altogether immaculate, for of what body of electors could that be predicated? The question was not whether it was right to admit these men for the first time, but whether they should be deprived of the rights that they and their ancestors had enjoyed for centuries. The reformers were the first to propose covertly and insidiously a great and important 389 change in the Reform Bill. What did they mean by first bringing in a bill which was based on perpetuating the rights of freemen and recognizing them as an integral part of the Constitution, and now, within 3 years, bringing in another intending to deprive them of their rights? Was not this a precedent for breaking up the final settlement, which might be followed on future occasions? Might not another ministry deem it for their advantage to extinguish the £10 electors? And where was this to stop? Could it stop while a fragment remained of the Reform Act, the boasted Second Charter of the people of England? If there were guilty parties, let them be punished. Let convicted boroughs be disfranchised. But let not whole bodies of electors be annihilated because some of their members may have been corrupt. Were the £10 voters perfectly immaculate? And if not, on what principle were they spared while the freemen were condemned? The Whigs had created the Reform Act, but now, infatuated men, they were about to lay murderous hands upon their own offspring. The Mansion House, London, 1891. See larger version. Thus argued the Conservatives, and not without effect, for the clause against disfranchising the freemen was carried only by a majority of 28. And in the passage through the Lords, several important amendments were carried against the government, owing chiefly to the vigorous opposition of Lord Lyndhurst. He proceeded to convert the bill into what was called a conservative arrangement, and when Peel's moderation was brought up against him, is said to have remarked, "Peel, what is Peel to me? D. Peel." On an amendment which he proposed, to omit the clause disfranchising the freemen, he defeated the government by a majority of 93, the numbers being 130 to 37. He followed up this victory by a motion to secure to the freemen their parliamentary franchise, which was carried without a division. The Commons thought it better to adopt some of these alterations, however repugnant to their feelings, rather than lose the measure. The bill, as amended, was accordingly passed on the 7th of September. London, with its numerous and wealthy incorporated guilds, was reserved for future legislation, which the lavish hospitalities of the Mansion House and Guildhall 390 postponed to a later date, the municipal reformers then thought of. The Irish corporations were included in the inquiry, which commenced in 1833. The Irish commissioners took for their local investigations the 117 places which had sent representatives to the Irish Parliament. They found everywhere the grossest abuses. By an act of George Roman II, residence had been dispensed with as a qualification for corporate offices. The effect of this was to deprive a large number of them of a resident governing body. In some cases a few, very rarely a majority, of the municipal council were inhabitants of the town. In others, the whole chartered body of burgesses were non-resident, and they attended as a mere matter of form, to go through the farce of electing members of Parliament, or for the purpose of disposing of the corporate property. In some boroughs, the charter gave the nomination of a member of Parliament to the lord of the manor or some local proprietor. In others, the power of returning the parliamentary representative was vested in a small self-elected body of freemen. Almost invariably, the power of nomination was actually possessed by the gentleman known as the patron or proprietor, who could dispose of the seat as he thought proper, and if not reserved for himself or some member of his family, it was sold for the highest price it would bring in the market, treated in every respect as absolute property, which was transmitted, like the family estate, from father to son. This property was fully recognized at the Union, and it was by buying it up at an exceedingly liberal price that Lord Castlereagh was enabled to carry that measure. By the Act of Union, a large number of those rotten corporations, some of which had not even a hamlet to represent, were swept away. But a considerable number remained, and of these the commissioners of inquiry remarked, "This system deserves peculiar notice in reference to your Majesty's Roman Catholic subjects. In the close boroughs, they are almost universally excluded from all corporate privileges. In the more considerable towns, they have rarely been admitted even as freemen, and with few exceptions, they are altogether excluded from the governing bodies. In some, and among these is the most important corporation in Ireland, that of Dublin, their admission is still resisted on avowed principles of sectarian distinction. The exclusive spirit operates far more widely and more mischievously than by the mere denial of equal privileges to persons possessing perfect equality of civil worth. For in places where the great mass of the population is Roman Catholic, and persons of that persuasion are for all efficient purposes excluded from corporate privileges, the necessary result is that the municipal magistracy belongs entirely to the other religious persuasions, and the dispensation of local justice, and the selection of juries being committed to the members of one class exclusively. It is not surprising that such administration of the law should be regarded with distrust and suspicion by the other and more numerous body. In pursuance of this report, Mr. O'Loughlin, the Irish Attorney General, introduced a bill early in the session of 1836 for the better regulation of Irish corporations. There still remained, he said, 71 corporations, which included within their territories a population of 900,000, while the number of corporators was only 13,000. Of these, no less than 8,000 were to be found in 4 of the larger boroughs, leaving only 5,000 corporators for the remaining 67 corporations, containing above 500,000 inhabitants. So exclusive had they been, that though, since 1792, Roman Catholics were eligible as members, not more than 200 had ever been admitted. In Dublin, the principle of exclusion was extended to the great majority of Protestants of wealth, respectability, and intelligence. In a word, the Attorney General said that the management of corporations and the administration of justice in their hands was nothing but a tissue of injustice, partisanship, and corruption. He concluded by laying down a plan of reform which would assimilate the Irish corporations to those of England. On the part of the Conservatives, it was admitted that the greater part of the corporations in Ireland were created by James I, avowedly as guardians of the Protestant interests and to favor the spread of the Protestant religion, and that ancient and venerable system this bill would annihilate, a revolution against which they solemnly protested, even though it covered many abuses which had crept into it during the lapse of time. They were quite appalled at the prospect of the evils that this bill would produce. Borough magistrates were to be elected by popular suffrage. What a source of discord and animosity! First, there would be the registration of the voters, then the election of the town councillors, and then the election of the mayor, aldermen, and town clerks. What a scene would such a state of things present! How truly was it said that the boroughs would be the normal 391 schools of agitation. Then what was to become of the corporate property, which yielded an income of £61,000, while the expenditure was only £57,000, and the debt charged on it only £133,000? Was all this property to be placed under the control of the priests, whose influence would determine the elections? The second reading of the bill was not opposed, but Lord Francis Egerton, with Sir Robert Peel's concurrence, moved that the committee should be empowered to make provision for the abolition of corporations in Ireland, and for securing the efficient and impartial administration of justice, and the peace and good government of the cities and towns in that country. The Tories thought it better that there should be no corporations at all, than that their privileges should be enjoyed by the Roman Catholics. The motion was lost by a majority of 307 to 64, and the bill ultimately passed the lower house by a majority of 61. In the upper house, a motion similar to that of Lord Francis Egerton was moved by Lord Fitzgerald, and carried in a full house by a majority of 84. Other amendments were carried, and it was sent back to the Commons, so changed that it was difficult to trace its identity. Lord John Russell said that it contained little or nothing of what was sent up. Out of 140 clauses, 106 had been omitted or altered, and 18 new ones introduced. He moved that the amendments of the Lords be rejected, and that the bill be sent back to the upper house. The motion was carried by a majority of 66, the numbers being 324 to 258. But the Lords refused by a majority of 99 to undo their work, and upon the bill being returned to the lower house in the same state, Lord John Russell got rid of the difficulty by moving that the bill should be considered that day 3 months. Notwithstanding the hopes which might have been fairly entertained that the measure of reform would have been rendered complete throughout the kingdom, a considerable time elapsed before its benefits were extended to the sister country, and a large amount of persevering exertion was required before a measure for the purpose was carried through Parliament, although its necessity was unquestionable. This arose from certain difficulties which it was not found easy to overcome, so as to meet the views, or at least, to secure the acquiescence, of the various parties in the House. And hence it happened that it was not until 1840 that an act was passed for the regulation of municipal corporations in Ireland, after repeated struggles which had to be renewed from year to year, and the question was at length only settled by a sort of compromise. On the 7th of February, 1837, Lord John Russell moved for leave to bring in the Irish Municipal Bill, which was passed by a majority of 55. But the consideration of it was adjourned in the Peers till it was seen what course ministers were to adopt with regard to the Irish Tithe Bill. Early in 1838 the bill was again introduced, when Sir Robert Peel, admitting the principle by not opposing the second reading, moved that the qualification should be £10. The motion was lost, but a similar one was made in the Upper House, and carried by a majority of 60. Other alterations were made, which induced Lord John Russell to relinquish his efforts for another year. In 1839 he resumed his task, and the second reading was carried by a majority of 26. Once more Sir Robert Peel proposed the £10 qualification for the franchise, which was rejected in the Commons, but adopted in the Lords by nearly the same majorities as before. Thus baffled again, the noble lord gave up the measure for the session. In February 1840, the bill was introduced by Lord Morpeth with a qualification of £8. Sir Robert Peel now admitted that a settlement of the question was indispensable. With his support, the bill passed the Commons by a majority of 148. It also passed the Lords, and on the 18th of August received the royal assent. Fortunately, municipal reform in Scotland did not give much trouble. It was accomplished almost without any discussion or party contention. It was based upon the provisions of the Scottish Reform Bill, which settled the whole matter by the simple rule that the parliamentary electors of every burgh should be the municipal electors. Also that the larger burghs should be divided into wards, each of which should send 2 representatives to the town council, chosen by the qualified electors within their respective bounds, and that the provost and bailies, corresponding to the English mayor and aldermen, should be chosen by the councillors and invested with the powers of magistrates in the burgh. The functionaries were to be elected for 3 years, and then to make way for others elected in the same manner to succeed them. They were invested with the control and administration of all corporate property and patronage of every description. Chapter 11. The reign of William Roman IV, concluded. Prorogation of Parliament, agitation against the House of Lords. O'Connell's crusade inquiry into the Orange Lodges, report of the committee, Mr. Hume's motion, renewed attack in 1836, the lodges dissolved, Lord Mulgrave in Ireland, his progresses, wrath of the Orangemen, prosperity of the country, condition of Canada, a commission appointed, violence of the King Lord Gosford in Canada, his failure to pacify the Canadians, Upper Canada, Pepys becomes Lord Chancellor, opening of Parliament, the King's speech, O'Connell and Mr. Raphael, the newspaper duty, the Irish poor, appointment of a commission, its numerous reports, the third report, private bills on the subject, Mr. Nishall's report, Lord John Russell's bill, abandonment of the measure, debate on agriculture, finance, the Ecclesiastical Commission, its first report, the Commission made permanent, the Tithe Commutation Act, the Marriage Act, the Registration Act, commercial panics, foreign affairs, Russian aggression, occupation of Krakow, disorder in Spain, revolution in Portugal, position of the ministry, a speech of Shales, the Church Rates Bill, death of the King, his treatment of the ministry. After a lengthened and toilsome session, Parliament was at length prorogued by the King in person on the 10th of September. Several important measures which had passed the Commons were rejected by the Lords. Their resistance had caused great difficulty in carrying through the imperatively demanded measures of municipal reform, and they had deprived the Irish Church Temporalities Act of one of its principal features. But their obstructive action was not confined to great political measures of that kind. They rejected the Dublin Police Bill and other measures of practical reform. The consequence was that the Liberal Party began to ask seriously whether the absolute veto which the Lords possessed, and which they sometimes used perversely and even factiously, was compatible with the healthful action of the legislature and the well-being of the country. It was roundly asserted that the experience of the last 2 years had demonstrated the necessity of reform in the House of Lords. The question was extensively agitated, it was constantly discussed in the press, public meetings were held throughout the country upon it, and numerous petitions were presented to Parliament with the same object. On the 2nd of September, Mr. Roebuck, while presenting one of these petitions, announced his intention of introducing early in the next session a bill to deprive the House of Lords of its veto upon all measures of legislation, and to substitute for it a suspensive power, so that if a bill thrown out by the Lords should pass the Commons' second time and receive the royal assent, it might become law without the concurrence of the peers. Mr. Ripon also gave notice of a motion to remove the bishops from the House of Peers, while Mr. Hume indignantly denounced the humiliating ceremonials observed in the intercourse between the Commons and the Lords. Although the whole proceeding at a conference between the two houses consists of the exchange of two pieces of paper, oral discussions not being permitted, the members of the House of Commons are obliged to wait upon the Lords, standing with their hats off, the members of the upper house, as if they were masters, remaining seated with their hats on. The state of feeling among the working classes on this subject was expressed in the strongest language in an address to Mr. O'Connell from the non-franchised inhabitants of Glasgow. They warmly deprecated the unmanly and submissive manner in which the ministers and the Commons had bowed bareheaded to the refractory Lords. They demanded that responsibility should be established in every department of the state. And they said, as the House of Lords has hitherto displayed a most astounding anomaly in this enlightened age, by retaining the right to legislate by birth or court favor, and being thereby rendered irresponsible, it follows it must be cut down as a rotten encumbrance, or be so cured as to be made of some service to the state, as well as amenable to the people. Indeed, Mr. O'Connell's agitating tour in the north of England, and in Scotland, was in effect a crusade against the Lords. In a speech which he addressed to an immense assemblage of the working classes of Manchester, he said, if there were only one House of Parliament, a majority of that House, perhaps a faction, might become the rulers of the entire nation. He was, therefore, for two houses, but they should be honest and competent. Why should a man be a legislator because his father was one? It was as reasonable to expect that a man would be a good tailor on the hereditary principle. The Lords had proved themselves to be errant botchers in the work of 393 legislation. Were they to have 170 masters of that class? He then proceeded in this strain. Will you endure that any gang or banditti, I care not by what name you call them, should treat you contemptuously? In one word, I call them rogues. We must put down the House of Lords. Ye are miserable minions of power. Ye have no choice for yourselves till that house be thoroughly reformed. Let the king retain his prerogative of raising men to that rank and station to which they may be eligible. Let every 200,000 men in Great Britain and Ireland select one lord from this list. That will give you 120 for the 24 million. Let them be re-eligible every 5 years, and you will have a steady chamber. Still, the outrageous attacks of Mr. O'Connell gave much offence, and when, on his return to Dublin after his crusade, he was invited to dinner by the Lord Lieutenant, a violent storm was raised against the government, and the king was greatly indignant. Conference between the Houses of Parliament, 1835, CP 392. See larger version. The Tory party sustained serious damage in consequence of an inquiry on the subject of Orange lodges in the army, which was granted in May, on the motion of Mr. Finn, an Irish member. Very startling disclosures were made by this committee during Sir Robert Peel's brief administration. Various addresses had been presented from Orange societies, which led to pertinacious questioning of the ministers. It was asked whether the addresses in question purported to come from Orange societies, whether the king ought to receive addresses from illegal associations, and whether it was true, as the newspapers said, that such addresses had been graciously received by His Majesty. There was a peculiar significance given to these inquiries by an impression that began to prevail that there had been on foot for some years a conspiracy to prevent the Princess Victoria from ascending the throne, and to secure the sovereignty for the eldest brother of the king, the Duke of Cumberland, the avowed head of the Tory party, and also the head of the Orange Society, through whose instrumentality the revolution was to be effected, in furtherance of which Orange lodges had been extensively organized in the army. The report of the committee was presented in September, and from this report, it appeared that Orange lodges were first 394 held in England under Irish warrants, but that in 1808 a lodge was founded in Manchester, and warrants were issued for the holding of lodges under English authority. On the death of the Grand Master in that town, in 1821, The lodge was removed to London, where the meetings were held in the house of Lord Kenyon, Deputy Grand Master. The Duke of York had been prevented from assuming the office of Grand Master because the law officers of the Crown were of opinion that the society was illegal. The Act against Political Associations in Ireland having expired in 1828, the Orange Lodges started forth in vigorous and active existence, under the direction of the Duke of Cumberland as Grand Master. The passing of the Emancipation Act seems to have had the effect of driving the leaders of the society into a conspiracy to counteract its operation, or to bring about a counter-revolution by means of this treasonable organization, though perhaps they did not consider it treasonable, as their object was to place upon the throne the brother of the king, whom they thought to be alone capable of preserving the Constitution, and of excluding from it a very young princess, who would be during her minority in the hands of Whigs and Radicals, whom they believed to be leagued together to destroy it. Considering the frenzy of party spirit at this time, and the conditional loyalty openly professed by the men who annually celebrated the Battle of the Boyne and the glorious Revolution of 1688, there is nothing very surprising in the course adopted by the Orange Societies, though the English public were astounded when they learnt for the first time, in 1835, that there were 140,000 members of this secret society in England, of whom 40,000 were in London, and that the army was to a large extent tainted. In 1828, when the Duke of Cumberland became Grand Master, he issued a commission to his trusty, well-beloved, and right worshipful brother, Lieutenant Colonel Fairman, whom he had chosen from a knowledge of his experience and a confidence in his integrity. This commission was signed as follows: given under my seal at St. James's this 13th day of August, 1828. Ernest G.M. In the fulfillment of his commission, Colonel Fairman went to Dublin, in order to bring the Irish and English lodges into one uniform system of secret signs and passwords. He also made 2 extensive tours in England and Scotland, for the purpose of extending the system through the large towns and populous districts. From letters written by Colonel Fairman at various dates, we gather that he hoped to strike the foe with awe by assuming an attitude of boldness, that they had inculcated the doctrine of passive obedience and non-resistance too religiously by far, that Lords Kenyon, Londonderry, Longford, and Cole had written about their prospects in the highest spirits, that Lord Winford and other chiefs denounced the Melbourne administration to the Duke of Cumberland, that if the Duke would make a tour in the country, for which Fairman had prepared the way, he would be idolized, that Lord Kenyon had in 2 years spent nearer £20,000 than £10,000 on behalf of the good cause, that Lord Roden wrote to him about our cause, that they wanted another sound paper, as well as the Morning Post to advocate the cause, as they professed, of all the friends of Christianity, who devoutly cherished the hope of the arrival of a day of reckoning, when certain hellhounds would be called upon to pay the full penalty of their cold-blooded tergiversations. It was found that of 381 lodges existing in Great Britain, 30 were in the army, and, the inquiry having been extended to the colonies on the motion of Mr. Hume, that lodges had been established among the troops at Bermuda, Gibraltar, Malta, Corfu, New South Wales, Van Diemen's Land, and the North American colonies. The Bishop of Salisbury was Lord Prelate and Grand Chaplain of the Order, and there were a number of clergymen of the church chaplains. No dissenter in England belonged to the body, though it included many Presbyterians in Ireland, where the members amounted to 175,000, who were ready at any time to take the field. Before the report of the committee was presented, Mr. Hume, on the 4th of August, moved 11 resolutions declaring the facts connected with Orangeism, proposing an address to the king, and calling His Majesty's attention to the Duke of Cumberland's share in those transactions. Lord John Russell, evidently regarding the business as being of extreme gravity, moved that the debate be adjourned to the 11th of August, plainly to allow the Duke of Cumberland an opportunity of retiring from so dangerous a connection. But instead of doing so, he published a letter to the chairman of the committee, stating that he had signed blank warrants, and did not know that they were intended for the army. Lord John Russell expressed his disappointment at this illogical course. If what he stated was true, that his confidence was abused by the members of the 395 Society in such a flagrant manner, he should have indignantly resigned his post of Grand Master, but he expressed no intention of doing so. Mr. Hume's last resolution, proposing an address to the king, was adopted, and his answer, which was read to the House, promised the utmost vigilance and vigor. On the 19th, the House was informed that Colonel Fairman had refused to produce to the committee a letter book in his possession, which was necessary to throw light on the subject of their inquiry. He was called before the House, where he repeated his refusal, though admonished by the Speaker. The next day an order was given that he should be committed to Newgate for a breach of privilege, but it was then found that he had absconded. It was now proposed that as the Orange leaders had violated the law as much as the Dorsetshire labourers, they should be dealt with in the same manner, and that if evidence could be obtained, the Duke of Cumberland, Lord Kenyon, the Bishop of Salisbury, Colonel Fairman, and the rest should be prosecuted in the Central Criminal Court. There was an Orangeman, named Haywood, who had betrayed his confederates, and was about to be prosecuted by them for libel. The opponents of the Orangemen, believing his allegations to be borne out by the evidence given before the committee, resolved to have him defended by able counsel, retaining for the purpose Serjeant Wilda, Mr. Charles Austin, and Mr. Charles Buller. All the necessary preparations were made for the trial, when Haywood suddenly died, having broken a blood vessel through agitation of mind, and alarm lest he should somehow become the victim of an association so powerful, whose vengeance he had excited by what they denounced as treachery and calumny. The criminal proceedings, therefore, were abandoned. Almost immediately after the opening of Parliament in February 1836, Mr. Finn and Mr. Hume again made a statement in the House of Commons of the whole case against the Duke of Cumberland and the Orange Society, and proposed a resolution, which seemed but a just consequence of their terrible indictment. The resolution declared the abhorrence of Parliament of all such secret political associations, and proposed an address to the King, requesting him to cause the dismissal of all Orangemen and members of any other secret political association from all offices, civil and military, unless they ceased to be members of such societies within 1 month after the issuing of a proclamation to that effect. Lord John Russell proposed a middle course, and moved, as an amendment, an address to the King, praying that His Majesty would take such measures as should be effectual for the suppression of the societies in question. Mr. Hume having withdrawn his resolution, the amendment was adopted unanimously. The King expressed concurrence with the Commons. A copy of his reply was sent to the Duke of Cumberland, as Grand Master, by the Home Secretary. The Duke immediately sent an intimation that before the last debate in the Commons, he had recommended the dissolution of the Orange societies in Ireland, and that he would immediately proceed to dissolve all such societies elsewhere. In a few days, Harriet Martineau remarked, "The thing was done, and Orangeism became a matter of history." But whatever may have been the prudence of the chiefs of the party in Britain, however quietly the suppression may have been effected on the English side of St. George's Channel, the society was very far from dying quietly, or dying at all in Ireland, its native land. It was stunned for the moment, but very soon recovered all its pristine vigor and became as troublesome as ever. Lord Mulgrave went to that country as viceroy, determined to govern on the principle of strict impartiality between sects and parties, but the Orangemen and the Tories generally denounced him as the most partial and one-sided of viceroys. It was enough for them that O'Connell declared him to be the best Englishman that ever came to Ireland. Eulogy from his lips was the strongest possible censure in the estimation of the opposite party. The violence of party feeling against the government may be inferred from the fact that the Recorder of Dublin, Mr. Shaw, one of the ablest and most eloquent of the Protestant chiefs, denounced the Melbourne administration as infidels in religion. Lord Mulgrave, imitating some of the viceroys of old times, made a progress of conciliation through the country, first visiting the south and then the north. This progress was signalized by the pardon and liberation of a large number of prisoners, which produced much excitement and clamor against the government. It subsequently appeared that he had during his viceroyalty liberated 822 prisoners, of whom 388 were liberated without advice, the number of memorials which he received being 1,631. Although he evinced his impartiality by setting free all the Orangemen who had been imprisoned in Ulster for taking part in processions on the previous 12th of July, the members of that 396 body were not conciliated. The Dublin Grand Committee published a manifesto, declaring that the mere will of the King was not law, and that their watchword should still be, no surrender. Sir Harcourt Lees, who had been long famous as an Orange agitator, issuing counterblasts to O'Connell's letters and speeches, concluded one of his appeals on this occasion thus: "Orangemen, increase and multiply, be tranquil, be vigilant. Put your trust in God, still revere your king, and keep your powder dry. In Ulster, the organs of the Orange Party called upon its members to resist the law against processions, since the provisions of the Emancipation Act against the Jesuits and other religious orders, who treated the law with defiance, were allowed to remain a dead letter. The Londonderry Sentinel warned off the Liberal viceroy from that citadel of Protestant ascendancy and said, "If he should come among us, he shall see such a display of orange banners as will put him into the horrors." The irritation was kept up by various incidents, such as setting aside the election of a mayor of Cork, because he was an Orangeman, setting aside 2 sheriffs, and the dismissal of constables for the same reason. In the meantime, a tremendous outcry was raised on account of the alleged partiality of the Irish government on the subject of patronage. It was said that every office was at the disposal of the Roman Catholics, that from the bench of justice down to the office of police constable, there was no chance for anyone else. In the midst of a war of factions, in the spring of 1836, a tremendous sensation was produced by the blowing up of the statue of King William on College Green. On the 8th of February, a little after midnight, this astounding event occurred. The statue stood on a pedestal 18 feet in height, surrounded by an enclosure of iron railing, the head being about 30 feet from the level of the street. The figure consisted of lead, and though weighing several tons, it was blown up to a considerable height and fell at some distance from the pedestal. The government and the corporation offered rewards for the discovery of the authors of this outrage, but without success. It was a mystery how such a quantity of gunpowder could have been got into the statue, and how a train could have been laid without detection in so public a place, the police being always on duty on College Green at night. King William, however, was restored to his position. Happily, the prevalence as well as the acerbity of party spirit was restrained by the prosperous state of the country in the winter of 1835-36. There were indeed unusual indications of general contentment among the people. Allowing for partial depression in agriculture, all the great branches of national industry were flourishing. The great clothing districts of Yorkshire and Lancashire, both woolen and cotton, were all in a thriving condition. Even in the silk trade of Macclesfield, Coventry, and Spitalfields, there were no complaints, nor yet in the hosiery and lace trades of Nottingham, Derby, and Leicester, while the potteries of Staffordshire and the iron trade in all its branches were unusually flourishing. Of course, the shipping interest profited by the internal activity of the various manufactures and trades. Money was cheap and speculation was rife. The farmers, it is true, complained, but their agricultural distress to a certain extent was felt to be chronic. Farming was considered a poor trade, its profits, on the average, ranging below those of commerce. Most of the farmers being tenants at will, and their rents being liable to increase with their profits, they were not encouraged to invest much in permanent improvements. But if Great Britain was prosperous, the affairs of Canada got into a very disturbed state and became a source of trouble for some time to the government in the mother country. To the conflicting elements of race and religion were added the discontents arising from misgovernment by a distant power not always sufficiently mindful of the interests of the colony. For many years after Lower Canada, a French province, had come into the possession of Britain, a large portion of the country westward, lying along the Great Lakes, now known as Upper Canada, nearly double the extent of England, was one vast forest, constituting the Indian hunting ground. In 1791, when by an act of the Imperial Parliament the colony received a constitution and was divided into Upper and Lower Canada, with separate legislatures, the amount of the white population in Upper Canada was estimated at 50,000. 20 years later, it had increased to 77,000, and in 1825, emigration had swelled its numbers to 158,000, which in 1830 was increased to 210,000, and in 1834 the population exceeded 320,000, the emigration for the last 5 years having proceeded at the rate of 12,000 a year. The disturbances which arose in 1834 caused a check to emigration, but when tranquility was restored, it went on rapidly increasing, till in 1852, it was nearly 1 million. The increase 397 of wealth was not less remarkable. The total amount of assessable property, in 1830, was £1,854,965, £1,835, £3,407,618, £1,840, £4,608,843, £1,845, £6,393,630. Irish prisoners liberated during Lord Mulgrave's progress, CP 396. See larger version. Lower Canada was inhabited chiefly by French Canadians, speaking the French language, retaining their ancient laws, manners, and religion, wedded to old customs in agriculture, and stationary in their habits. Of its population, amounting to 890,000 in 1852, nearly three-fourths were of French origin, the remainder being composed of emigrants from Great Britain and Ireland and other countries, while in Upper Canada the number of French was under 27,000. Lower Canada, however, might have been expected to make much more rapid progress from its natural advantages in being much nearer to the seaboard of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and being enabled to monopolize much of the ocean navigation, which terminated at Montreal. Thus, the cities of Quebec and Montreal rose quickly into importance when the Upper Province began to be settled. In 1827, the cities had each a population of above 27,000, but by the census of 1852, it was found that Quebec had a population of 42,000 and Montreal 57,000. The growth of the towns of Upper Canada was still more rapid. In 1817, Toronto, then called Little York, had only 1,200 inhabitants. In 1826, it had scarcely 1,700, but in 1836 it had risen to 10,000. Among the other principal towns of Upper Canada were Hamilton, Kingston, London, and Bytown, now called Ottawa, which grew rapidly. Situated so near Europe, and offering inexhaustible supplies of fertile and cheap land, with light taxes and a liberal government, it was natural to expect in Upper Canada a mixed population, and an analysis of the census of 1852 showed that its inhabitants were composed of people from most of the countries of Europe. The largest single element was composed of Canadians, not of French origin, upwards of 500,000, the next of Irish, 176,267, then English, 82,699, Scottish, 75,811, from the United States, 43,732, Germany and Holland, 10,000. Many of those settlers emigrated from the old countries to avoid the pressure of distress. They consisted, to a large extent, of the worst-paid classes of workmen, such as handloom weavers, that had lost employment by the introduction of machinery. Those persons were now found to be in the enjoyment of independence, as the proprietors of well-cleared and well-cultivated farms, having all the necessaries of life in abundance. Such are the elements which constituted the nucleus of that great nation, which has been growing up under the British scepter in North America. The French and Roman Catholic portions of the community could be most easily excited to disaffection against their Protestant governors, and in 1834, the irritation of the popular mind, supposed to be chiefly the work of the clergy, had risen to such a height that the home government thought it prudent to recall the governor, Lord Aylmer, supposing his administration to be the cause of it. Sir Robert Peel appointed Lord Amherst as his successor. In one respect, he was not the best that could be selected, for though his antecedents and experience were sufficient to warrant the appointment, the name must have been obnoxious to the priests and people of Lower Canada, as it was by the arms of his uncle, whose title he inherited, that the province had been wrested from France. He had been at one time ambassador to China, and subsequently Governor-General of India. He had, however, no opportunity of testing his administrative abilities in this new field, for after the fall of Peel, the Melbourne government determined on associating him with two commissioners. Lord Melbourne thereupon sent out the Earl of Gosford as governor, with a board of commissioners, of which he was chairman, to inquire into the grievances by which the colony was agitated. The government having refused to sanction a bill that had been brought into the lower house of assembly for the purpose of rendering the upper house elective, the lower house had recourse to the extreme proceeding of stopping the supplies. The salaries of all the public servants ceased to be paid, in consequence of which the colonial secretary authorized the governor to advance £31,000 from the military chest to meet the emergency. The governor having required time to consider the answer he should give in these circumstances, the opposition members all withdrew, and they were so numerous that they did not leave a quorum to carry on the public business. It was in these peculiar circumstances that the extraordinary measure was adopted of sending out a commission. The king, however, was furious at what he regarded as a breach of his prerogative. He told Sir George Grey, one of the commission, in the presence of his ministers, that he was to assert the prerogative of the crown, which persons who ought to have known better had dared to deny, and that he was to recollect that Lower Canada had been conquered by the sword. A week later he favoured Lord Gosford with this 399 outburst: "By God, I will never consent to alienate the Crown lands, nor to make the Council elective. Mind, my lord, the cabinet is not my cabinet. They had better take all, or by God I will have them impeached." As Lord Glenelg, the colonial secretary, was the person alluded to in the first sally, the ministry drew up a strongly worded remonstrance, which was read to the king by Lord Melbourne. But Lord Glenelg's instructions to Lord Gosford were toned down, and his mission was therefore foredoomed to failure. It was found that the sense of grievance and the complaints of bad government prevailed in both provinces, though of a different character in each. The habitants of the lower province complained of the preference shown by the government to the British settlers and to the English language over the French. Englishmen, they said, monopolized the public offices, which they administered with the partiality and injustice of a dominant race. They complained also of the interference of the government in elections, and of its unreasonable delay in considering or sanctioning the bills passed by the Assembly. They insisted, moreover, that the upper house, corresponding to the House of Peers, should be elective, instead of being appointed by the Crown and subject to its will. In the upper province, the chief grounds of discontent arose from the want of due control over the public money and its expenditure. Many of the electors had gone out from Great Britain and Ireland during the reform agitation, bearing with them strong convictions and excited feelings on the subject of popular rights, and they were not at all disposed to submit to monopoly in the colony of their adoption, after assisting to overthrow it in the mother country. Lord Gosford opened the Assembly in November 1835, and in the course of his speech he said, "I have received the commands of our most gracious sovereign to acquaint you that His Majesty is disposed to place under the control of the representatives of the people all public moneys payable to His Majesty or to his officers in this province, whether arising from taxes or from any other source. The accounts which will be submitted to your examination show the large arrears due as salaries to public officers and for the ordinary expenditure of the government, and I earnestly request of you to pass such votes as may effect the liquidation of these arrears, and provide for the maintenance of the public servants, pending the inquiry by the commissioners." This concession, though deemed by the home government a large one, did not satisfy the Canadians. They took it as an installment, but gave no pledge to make the return that was sought, by liquidating the arrears. In their answer to the governor they said, "The great body of the people of this province, without distinction, consider the extension of the elective principle, and its application to the constitution of the Legislative Council in particular, and the repeal of the acts passed in Great Britain on matters concerning the internal government of the province, as fully within the jurisdiction of the provincial parliament, as well as the privileges conferred by such acts, and the full and unrestrained enjoyment on the part of the legislature and of this House of their legislative and constitutional rights, as being essential to the prosperity and welfare of His Majesty's faithful subjects in Canada, as well as necessary to ensure their future confidence in His government, their future contentment under it, and to remove the causes which have been obstacles to it." Mr. Roebuck had become their champion and paid agent in the British House of Commons, and one of their first acts was to insert the agent's bill for the amount of his expenses, £500, in the public accounts. This the government refused to sanction, whereupon the Assembly took it upon them to pass it themselves without such sanction. The temper exhibited on both sides in these proceedings indicated no sign of a fair prospect of conciliation between the ruler and the ruled, more especially as the British government exhibited anything but a conciliatory spirit. The discontent and agitation went on increasing during the following year. The Assembly rose in its demands, still persisting in refusing to vote the supplies. They required that the Executive Council of the Governor should be subjected to their control and that their proceedings should be made public. The Assembly, in fact, had become quite refractory, owing to the violent measures of the Democratic Party, led on by Papineau, the Canadian O'Connell. The result of the general election in the Upper Province was favorable to the government, for of the 62 members returned, 44 were opposed to the organic changes demanded by the majority of the old Assembly. The result was that the government and the legislature of this province were able to work together harmoniously and satisfactorily. This result, however, was said to be obtained by extraordinary, and not always legitimate influence, On the part of the government 400, and there was a large body of malcontents who joined the lower province in its rebellion, which occurred in 1837. The governor of Upper Canada, who brought about this favorable change, was Sir Francis Head, who held the post of major in the army in 1835, when he was employed as Assistant Poor Law Commissioner in the county of Kent. Lord Glenelg, recognizing in him a man of capacity and energy, fitted for a great emergency, suddenly appointed him Governor of Upper Canada. He rendered most important service afterwards in conducting the military operations by which the rebellion was put down. Lord Gosford was not so successful in the lower province. He was accused of having misled the people by holding out false hopes, and both he and the colonial secretary, under whose instructions he acted, were charged with something like treachery, by hinting at great concessions and keeping the word of promise to the ear, for the mere purpose of quieting the agitation and evading the reforms demanded. Lord Gosford, unable to stem the torrent of disaffection, dissolved the assembly, and was recalled in order to make way for Sir J. Colborne. Both these governors rendered the most important service in putting down the rebellion which soon afterwards broke out, and effecting the pacification and union of the provinces, which, as we shall hereafter see, were placed upon the solid basis of self-government and equal rights. The Great Seal had remained in commission ever since the resignation of Sir Robert Peel, and it was supposed to be reserved for Lord Brougham when the King's objections to his reappointment should be overcome. Such, however, was not the case, as Lord Melbourne was determined to have nothing more to do with him. On the 1st of January, 1836, Sir Charles Pepys, Master of the Rolls, was appointed to the office of Lord Chancellor and created a peer by the title of Lord Cottenham. At the same time Mr. Henry Bickersteth, appointed Master of the Rolls, was called to the Upper House by the title of Baron Langdale. Lord Brougham, thus passed over, was too ill to make any protest, but before long he assumed an attitude of active opposition to the ministry. Parliament was opened by the King in person on the 4th of February, 1836, in a speech remarkable for the number and variety of its topics. It gave the usual assurances of the maintenance of friendly relations with all foreign powers, expressed regret at the continuance of the civil contest in the northern provinces of Spain, and hope of a successful result to our mediation between France and the United States. Referring to domestic affairs, the state of commerce and manufactures was declared to be highly satisfactory, but difficulties continued to press on agriculture. Measures were to be submitted for increasing the efficiency of the Church, for the commutation of tithes, for alleviating the grievances of dissenters, and improvements in the administration of justice were recommended, especially in the Court of Chancery. The special attention of Parliament was directed to the condition of the poor of Ireland, and it was suggested that as experience had proved the salutary effect of the Poor Law Amendment Act in England, a similar measure might be found useful in alleviating the social condition of Ireland. Allusion was also made to the reform of Irish corporations and the adjustment of the Irish tithe question, which we have already disposed of in preceding pages. Chiefly with reference to these questions, amendments to the address were moved in both houses, in the upper by the Duke of Wellington, whose amendment was carried without a division, in the Commons ministers won by 284 against 243. On the 8th of February, Lord John Russell brought forward the paragraph of the speech relating to agricultural distress, and moved for a select committee to inquire into the causes of the depression of the agricultural interest, although he confessed that he did not anticipate any satisfactory result from the investigation. In this the noble lord did not miscalculate, for after sitting for 8 months, the committee could not agree to any report, and all the benefit they conferred upon the public was an outline of the evidence which was laid before the House at the end of the session. On the 9th and the 12th, the same minister submitted 3 measures to the House, which were passed into law this session, namely, a bill for the commutation of tithes in England, a bill for a general registration of marriages, births, and deaths, and another for the amendment of the law of marriage. On the 16th of this month, Mr. Hardy brought before the House of Commons the case of Mr. O'Connell and Mr. Raphael. The latter gentleman was one of the sheriffs of London, and he wished to represent an Irish constituency. Mr. O'Connell thought it was possible to get him in for the borough of Carlow, but he warned him that the expenses would be £2,000, and that this sum should be deposited in a bank as a preliminary, say £2,000. It was alleged that this was a corrupt bargain, and Mr. 401 O'Connell was accused of selling a parliamentary seat. Mr. Hardy, therefore, moved for a select committee to investigate the transaction. The committee was obtained, and the result was a complete acquittal of Mr. O'Connell. So strong, however, was the feeling against him that no less than 60 members of Brooks's club resigned, having failed to procure his expulsion. Joseph Hume. See larger version. Attention was now turned to a matter of the highest importance in a commercial, an intellectual, and a moral point of view. The stamp duty on newspapers had been the subject of keen agitation for some months, and newspaper vendors had incurred repeated penalties for the sale of unstamped newspapers, some of them having been not only fined, but imprisoned. A general impression prevailed that such an impost was impolitic, if not unjust, and that the time had come when the diffusion of knowledge must be freed from the trammels by which it had been so long restrained. A deputation, consisting of Dr. Birkbeck, Mr. Hume, Colonel Thompson, Mr. O'Connell, Mr. Grote, Mr. Roebuck, Mr. Brotherton, Mr. Wallace, and Mr. Buckingham, having, on the 11th of February, waited upon Lord Melbourne to ask for an entire abolition of the stamp on newspapers, he promised to give his most serious attention to the matter. And he kept his word, for on the 15th of the next month the Chancellor of the Exchequer brought the subject before Parliament and announced the intentions of government with regard to it. He stated that it was proposed to revise the whole of the existing law respecting stamp duties, first by consolidating into one statute the 150 Acts of Parliament, over which the law was at present distributed. Secondly, 402, by the apportionment of the various rates on a new principle, namely, by the simple and uniform rule of making the price of the stamp in every case correspond to the pecuniary value involved in the transaction for which it is required. The effect of this change would be to reduce the stamp duty upon indentures of apprenticeship, bills of lading, and many others of the more common instruments, and to increase it upon mortgages and conveyances of large amounts of property. It was intimated that the proposed Consolidation Act would contain no less than 330 sections. With regard to the stamp on newspapers, then 4d with discount, it was proposed to reduce it to 1 penny without discount. This would be a remission of a proportion, varying according to the price of the newspaper, of between 2/3 and 3/4 of the tax. To this remission Parliament assented, and the illicit circulation of unstamped papers was in consequence abandoned. Some of the members very reasonably objected to any stamp whatever on newspapers, but the time was not yet come when government would venture entirely to remove it, although the advantages which must necessarily arise from such a proceeding could not but have been foreseen. It was considered unfair that the public at large should pay for the carriage of newspapers by post, and it does not seem to have been remembered that, as only a portion of them would be transmitted in this way, an injustice would be committed by demanding payment for all. The difficulty of the case was, however, in due time, easily surmounted, and political knowledge was, by the change even then made, in a great degree exempted from taxation. A good preparation for the time, which was not very far off, when a newspaper of a high order might be obtained, even for the reduced price of the stamp. The condition of the Irish poor, and the expediency of a state provision for their support, had long been a subject of anxious consideration with the imperial government and the legislature, and also with public men of every party who took an interest in the state of the country. It was at length resolved that something should be done for their regular relief. At the close of 1835, there had been a Poor Law Commission in existence for more than 2 years, consisting of men specially selected on account of their fitness for the task, and standing high in public estimation, including the Protestant and Roman Catholic archbishops of Dublin. They were appointed, in September 1833, to inquire into the condition of the poorer classes in Ireland, and into the various institutions at present established by law for their relief, and also whether any and what further remedial measures appear to be requisite to ameliorate the condition of the Irish poor or any portion of them. In July 1835, they made their first report, in which they refer to the various theories with which they were assailed in the course of their inquiries. One party attributed all the poverty and wretchedness of the country to an asserted extreme use of ardent spirits, and proposed a system for repressing illicit distillation, for preventing smuggling, and for substituting beer and coffee. Another party found the cause in the combinations among workmen, and proposed rigorous laws against trades unions. Others, again, were equally confident that the reclamation of the bogs and waste lands was the only practical remedy. A fourth party declared the nature of the existing connection between landlord and tenant to be the root of all the evil. Pawnbroking, redundant population, absence of capital, peculiar religious tenets and religious differences, political excitement, want of education, the maladministration of justice, the state of prison discipline, want of manufactures and of inland navigation, with a variety of other circumstances, were each supported by their various advocates with earnestness and ability, as being either alone or conjointly with some other, the primary cause of all the evils of society. And loan funds, emigration, the repression of political excitement, the introduction of manufactures, and the extension of inland navigation, were accordingly proposed each as the principal means by which the improvement of the country could be promoted. In consequence of the difficulty of getting impartiality combined with local information, the commissioners determined to unite in the inquiry a native of Great Britain with a resident native of Ireland. They were very slow in their investigations, and complaints were made in Parliament and by the public of the time and money consumed in the inquiry. In the early part of 1836, they made a second report, in which they gave an account of the various institutions that had been established for the relief of the poor, such as infirmaries, dispensaries, fever hospitals, lunatic asylums, foundling hospitals, houses of industry, the total charge of which amounted to about £205,000, of which £50,000 consisted of parliamentary grants, the remainder being derived from grand jury presentments, voluntary contributions, and other local sources. This second 403 report, which added little or nothing to the knowledge of the public on the subject, and suggested no general plan for the relief of the poor, was by no means satisfactory to the public. Mr. Nishalls was then a member of the English Poor Law Commission, and the state of the Irish poor being pressed upon his attention, he prepared for the consideration of government a series of suggestions, founded upon a general view of social requirements, and upon his experience of the English poor law, coupled with the evidence appended to the Irish Commissioner's first report. These suggestions were presented to Lord John Russell in January 1836, about the same time as the Commissioner's second report. In due time that body published their third report, containing the general results of their inquiry upon the condition of the people, which may be summed up as follows. There is not the same division of labor which exists in Great Britain. The laboring class look to agriculture alone for support, whence the supply of agricultural labor greatly exceeds the demand for it, and small earnings and widespread misery are the consequences. It appeared that in Great Britain, the agricultural families constituted little more than 1/4, whilst in Ireland they constituted about 2/3 of the whole population. That there were in Great Britain, in 1831, 1,055,982 agricultural laborers. In Ireland, 1,131,715, although the cultivated land of Great Britain amounted to about 34,250,000 acres, and that of Ireland only to about 14,600,000, so that there were in Ireland about 5 agricultural laborers for every 2 that there were for the same quantity of land in Great Britain. It further appeared that the agricultural progress of Great Britain was more than 4 times that of Ireland, that agricultural wages varied from 6 pence to 1 shilling a day, that the average of the country is about 8 pence halfpenny, and that the earnings of the laborers come, on an average of the whole class, to from 2 shillings to 2 and 6 pence a week or thereabouts for the year round. The commissioners state that they cannot estimate the number of persons out of work and in distress during 30 weeks of the year at less than 585,000, nor the number of persons dependent upon them at less than 1,800,000, making in the whole 2,385,000. This, therefore, it is added, is about the number for which it would be necessary to provide accommodation in workhouses, if all who required relief were there to be relieved, and they consider it impossible to provide for such a multitude, or even to attempt it with safety. The expense of erecting and fitting up the necessary buildings would, they say, come to about £4,000,000, and allowing for the maintenance of each person 2 halfpenny only a day, that being the expense at the mendicity establishment of Dublin, the cost of supporting the whole 2,385,000 for 30 weeks would be something more than £5,000,000 a year, whereas the gross rental of Ireland, exclusive of towns, is estimated at less than £10,000,000 a year, the net income of the landlords at less than £6 million, and the public revenue is only about £4 million. They could not, therefore, recommend the present workhouse system of England as at all suited to Ireland. Long quotations are then given from the several reports of the Assistant Commissioners, showing that the feelings of the suffering labourers in Ireland are also decidedly in favour of emigration. They do not desire workhouses, it is said, but they do desire a free passage to a colony where they may have the means of living by their own industry. The Commissioners then declare that, upon the best consideration they have been able to give to the whole subject, they think that a legal provision should be made and rates levied for the relief and support of curable as well as incurable lunatics, of idiots, epileptic persons, cripples, deaf and dumb and blind poor, and all who labor under permanent bodily infirmities, such relief and support to be afforded within the walls of public institutions, also for the relief of the sick poor in hospitals and infirmaries and convalescent establishments, or by external attendance, and a supply of food as well as medicine, where the persons to be relieved are not in a state to be removed from home, also for the purpose of emigration, for the support of penitentiaries, to which vagrants may be sent, and for the maintenance of deserted children, also towards the relief of aged and infirm persons, of orphans, of helpless widows and young children, of the families of sick persons, and of casual destitution. This report was not signed by all the commissioners. 3 of them set forth their reasons, in 13 propositions, for dissenting from the principle of the voluntary system, as recommended by the report. At the opening of the session of 1836, as we have seen, the King stated in his speech that a further report of the Commission of Inquiry into the condition of the poorer classes in Ireland would be speedily laid before Parliament. You will approach this subject, he said, with the forecaution due to its importance and difficulty, and the experience of the salutary effect produced by the Act for the amendment of the laws relating to the poor in England, and Wales may in many respects assist your deliberations. On the 9th of February, Sir Richard Musgrave moved for leave to bring in a bill for the relief of the poor in Ireland in certain cases, stating that he himself lived in an atmosphere of misery, and being compelled to witness it daily, he was determined to pursue the subject to see whether any and what relief could be procured from Parliament. A few days later another motion was made by the member for Stroud for leave to introduce a bill for the relief and employment of the poor of Ireland, and on the 3rd of March, a bill was submitted by Mr. Smith O'Brien, framed upon the principles of local administration by bodies representing the ratepayers, and a general central supervision and control on the part of a body named by the government and responsible to Parliament. On the 4th of May, Mr. Poulett Scrope, a gentleman who had given great attention to questions connected with the poor and the working classes, moved a series of resolutions affirming the necessity for some provision for the relief of the Irish poor. Lord Morpeth was then Chief Secretary, and in commenting upon these resolutions in the House of Commons, he admitted that the hideous nature of the evils which prevailed amongst the poorer classes in Ireland called earnestly for redress, and he thought no duty more urgent on the government and on Parliament than to devise a remedy for them. On the 9th of June following, on the motion for postponing the consideration of Sir Richard Musgrave's bill, Lord Morpeth again assured the House that the subject was under the immediate consideration of government, and that he was not without hope of their being enabled to introduce some preparatory measure in the present session, but, at all events, they would take the first opportunity in the next session of introducing what he hoped to be a complete and satisfactory measure. Nothing, however, was done during the session, government seeming to be puzzled to know what to do with such conflicting testimony on a subject of enormous difficulty. In order to get, if possible, more trustworthy information and a clue out of the labyrinth, they gave directions to Mr. Nishalls to proceed to Ireland, taking with him the reports of the Commissioners of Inquiry, and there to examine how far it might be judicious or practicable to offer relief to whole classes of the poor, whether of the sick, the infirm, or orphan children, whether such relief might not have the effect of promoting imposture without suppressing mendicity, whether the condition of the great bulk of the poorer classes would be improved by such a measure, whether any kind of workhouse could be established which should not give its inmates a superior degree of comfort to the common lot of the independent laborer, whether the restraint of a workhouse would be an effectual check to applicants for admission, and whether, if the system were once established, the inmates would not resist by force the restraints which would be necessary. He was further to inquire by what machinery the funds for carrying out a poor law system could be best raised and expended. He was dispensed from inquiring as to the extent and the occasional severity of the destitution, though he properly questioned the estimate of 2,385,000 as being excessive, and it was no doubt a great exaggeration. On this point, Mr. Nishalls thought it enough to state at the end of his mission that the misery prevalent among the laboring classes in Ireland appeared to be of a nature and intensity calculated to produce great demoralization and danger. His first report was delivered on the 15th of November, 1836. His attention had been particularly directed to the south and west, everywhere examining and inquiring as to the condition of the people, their character and wants, and endeavoring to ascertain whether, and how far, the system of relief established in England was applicable to the present state of Ireland. The route from Cork round by the western coast, and ending at Armagh, was deemed most eligible, because the inhabitants of the manufacturing and commercial districts of the north and east more nearly resembled the English than those of the southern and western parts of Ireland, and if the English system should be found applicable to the latter, there could be no doubt of its applicability to the others. It was impossible, he said, to pass through the country without being struck with the evidence of increasing wealth everywhere apparent. Great as had been the improvement in England during the same period, he believed that in Ireland it had been equal. The increase of capital was steadily progressive. The great obstacles to its more general application to the improvement of the country were the excessive subdivision of land, and the dependence of the people for subsistence upon the possession of a plot of potato ground. One of the most striking 4 or 5 circumstances resulting from the want of employment was the prevalence of mendicancy, with the falsehood and fraud which formed part of the profession, and which spread its contagion among the lower orders. Irish tramps. See larger version. Mr. Nishalls next applied himself to the solution of the problem how the workhouse system, which had been safely and effectually applied to depauperize England, might be applied with safety and efficiency to put down mendicancy and relieve destitution in Ireland. In that country, the task was beset with peculiar difficulties. Assuming the principle that the pauper should not be better off than the laborer, it would be difficult to devise any workhouse dress, diet, or lodging that would not be better than what many of the poor actually enjoyed. But on the other hand, the Irish poor were fond of change, hopeful, sanguine, migratory, desultory in their habits, hating all restraints of order and system, averse from the trouble of cleanliness, and rather than be subject to the restrictions and regularity of a workhouse, an Irishman in health and strength would wander the world over to obtain a living. Hence, no matter how well he might be lodged, fed, and clad in a workhouse, he could not endure the confinement. Consequently, Mr. Nishalls found in the state of Ireland no sufficient reason for departing from the principle of the English poor law, which recognizes destitution alone as the ground of relief, nor for establishing a distinction in the one country that does not exist in the other. It was upon this very able report of Mr. Nishalls that the Irish poor law was based. After undergoing much consideration, it was finally adopted by the government on the 13th of December, 1836, and on the following day he was directed to have a bill prepared, embodying all his recommendations. This was accordingly done, and after being scrutinized, clause by clause, in a committee of the cabinet specially appointed for the purpose, and receiving various emendations, the bill was introduced on the 13th of February, 1837, by Lord John Russell, then Home Secretary and leader of the House of Commons. His speech on the occasion was able and comprehensive. It appears, he said, from the testimony both of theory and experience, that when a country is 406 overrun by marauders and mendicants having no proper means of subsistence, but preying on the industry and relying on the charity of others, the introduction of a poor law serves several very important objects. In the first place, it acts as a measure of peace, enabling the country to prohibit vagrancy, which is so often connected with outrage, by offering a substitute to those who rely on vagrancy and outrage as a means of subsistence. When an individual or a family is unable to obtain subsistence, and is without the means of living from day to day, it would be unjust to say they shall not go about and endeavor to obtain from the charity of the affluent that which circumstances have denied to themselves. But when you can say to such persons, here are the means of subsistence offered to you, when you can say this on the one hand, you may, on the other hand, say, you are not entitled to beg, you shall no longer infest the country in a manner injurious to its peace, and liable to imposition and outrage. Another way, he observed, in which a poor law is beneficial is, that it is a great promoter of social concord, by showing a disposition in the state, and in the community to attend to the welfare of all classes. It is of use also by interesting the landowners and persons of property in the welfare of their tenants and neighbors. A landowner who looks only to receiving the rent of his estate may be regardless of the numbers in his neighborhood who are in a state of destitution, or who follow mendicancy and are ready to commit crime. But if he is compelled to furnish means for the subsistence of those persons so destitute, it then becomes his interest to see that those around him have the means of living and are not in actual want. He considered that these objects, and several others collateral to them, were attained in England by the Act of Elizabeth. Almost the greatest benefit that could be conferred on a country was, he observed, a high standard of subsistence for the laboring classes, and such a benefit was secured for England chiefly by the Quest Act of Elizabeth. Lord John Russell then alluded to the abuses which subsequently arose, and to the correction of those abuses then in progress under the provisions of the Poor Law Amendment Act, and said that we ought to endeavour to obtain for Ireland all the good effects of the English system, and to guard against the evils which had arisen under it. In the course of his speech, Lord John Russell stated that he had made inquiry with respect to the amount of relief afforded to wandering mendicants, and the result was that in most cases, a shilling an acre was paid by farmers in the year, and he calculated that it amounted on the whole to perhaps £1,000,000 a year. Among those thus relieved, he said, the number of impostors must be enormous. It was not proposed, however, to prohibit vagrancy until the whole of the workhouses should be built and ready for the reception of the destitute. A lengthened discussion then took place in reference to the proposed measure, in which Mr. Shaw, Mr. O'Connell, Lord Howick, Sir Robert Peel, Lord Stanley, and other members took part. The bill was read a first time, and on the 25th of April, 1837, Lord John Russell moved the second reading, when the debate was adjourned till the 1st of May. Notwithstanding a good deal of hostile discussion, the second reading was carried without a division. On the 9th of May, the House went into committee on the bill. 20 clauses were passed, with only 2 unimportant divisions. The introduction of a settlement clause was rejected by a majority of 120 to 68. The vagrancy clauses were postponed for future consideration. The committee had got to the 60th clause on the 7th of June, when the king's illness became so serious that his recovery was highly improbable, and the business of Parliament was consequently suspended. He died on the 20th of June, and on the 17th of July Parliament was prorogued, so that there was an end for the present to the Irish Poor Relief Bill, and all the other measures then before Parliament. The Conservative Party had got the impression that the commercial interest in the House of Commons would swamp the landed interest, in consequence of the preponderance of the representatives of cities and boroughs. But that impression was shown to be a delusion by many votes. The number who supported a motion of Lord Chandos on the 27th of April, 1836, was, considering its nature, remarkable. That in the application of any surplus revenue towards the relief of the burdens of the country, either by remission of taxation or otherwise, due regard should be had to the necessity of a portion thereof being applied to the relief of the agricultural interest. That interest had been relieved to a considerable extent in a variety of ways during the recent progress of legislation, and especially by the Poor Law Amendment Act, which had been an immense boon to both landlords and tenants. The policy of the motion of Lord Chandos was so unsound that Sir Robert Peel, Lord Stanley, and Sir James Graham felt constrained to vote with Ministers 407 for its rejection. The motion was defeated by 211 votes to 150. On the 6th of May, 1836, the Chancellor of the Exchequer brought forward the budget, which placed in a strong light the long-standing anomaly of distress among the agricultural classes, contrasting with general prosperity in the commercial classes. He was enabled to exhibit a more favorable state of the finances than he had anticipated in his estimate the previous year. The total income of the nation was £46,980,000. Its total expenditure, £45,205,807, which would give a surplus of £1,774,193. Of this surplus, all but £662,000 would be absorbed by the interest on the West Indian loan, which had now become a permanent charge. There was an addition of 5,000 seamen to the Navy, for which the sum of £434,000 was required. This addition seemed to be quite necessary from the feeble condition of the navy, as compared with the navies of other nations. On the 4th of March, Mr. Charles Wood had stated that the French would have 12 sail of the line at sea during summer, that in 1834, the Russians had 5 sail of the line cruising in the Black Sea, and 18 besides frigates in the Baltic. During this period, there never were in the English Channel ports more than 2 frigates and a sloop, with crews perhaps amounting to 1,000 men, disposable for sea at any one time, and that only for a day or two. Moreover, all the line-of-battle ships Great Britain had afloat in every part of the world did not exceed 10. The land forces voted for the year were 81,319 men, not counting the Indian Army. Of these, one half were required in the colonies. France had 360,000 regular soldiers, and 3 times that number of National Guards. With the surplus at his disposal, the Chancellor of the Exchequer proposed to reduce the duty on first-class paper from 5p to 3p halfpenny, a suitable accompaniment to the reduction of the stamp on newspapers, already noticed, and to abolish the duty on stained paper, to remit the South Sea duties, amounting to £10,000, to reduce the duties on insurances of farming stock, on taxed carts, and on newspapers. He estimated the total amount of repeals for the present year at £351,000, which would be increased to £520,000 when they all came into operation. This was the best of Mr. Spring-Rice's indifferent budgets. The measures of church reform that had been adopted in Ireland suggested the propriety of adopting similar measures in England, where the relations between the clergy and the people were not at all as satisfactory as they should be, and where the system of ecclesiastical finances stood greatly in need of improvement. Accordingly, a royal commission was appointed during the administration of Sir Robert Peel, dated the 4th of February, 1835, on the ground that it was expedient that the fullest and most attentive consideration should be forthwith given to ecclesiastical duties and revenues. The commissioners were directed to consider the state of the several dioceses in England and Wales, with reference to the amount of their revenues, and the more equal distribution of episcopal duties, and the prevention of the necessity of attaching by commendam to bishoprics benefices with cure of souls. They were to consider also the state of the several cathedral and collegiate churches in England and Wales, with a view to the suggestion of such measures as might render them conducive to the efficiency of the established church, and to devise the best mode of providing for the cure of souls, with special reference to the residence of the clergy on their respective benefices. They were also expected to report their opinions as to what measures it would be expedient to adopt on the various matters submitted for their consideration. The commissioners were the 2 archbishops, the bishops of London, Lincoln, and Gloucester, the Lord Chancellor, the First Lord of the Treasury, with other members of the government and laymen not in office. When the change of government occurred a few months afterwards, it was necessary to issue a new commission, which was dated the 6th of June, for the purpose of substituting the names of Lord Melbourne and his colleagues for those of Sir Robert Peel and the other members of the outgoing administration. But before this change occurred, the first report had been issued, dated the 17th of March, 1835. 3 other reports were published in 1836, dated respectively March 4th, May 20th, and June 24th. A 5th had been prepared but not signed when the death of the king occurred. It was, however, presented as a parliamentary paper in 1838. The first report related to the duties and revenues of bishops. The commissioners suggested various alterations of the boundaries of dioceses. They recommended the union of the sees of Gloucester and Bristol, and of Bangor and St. Asaph. They also recommended the establishment of 2 new sees, Ripon and Manchester. They calculated the net income of the bishoprics of England and Wales at £148,875. They found that, owing to the unequal manner in which this revenue was 408 distributed, the income of one half the bishoprics was below the sum necessary to cover the expenses to which a bishop is unavoidably subject, which rendered it necessary to hold livings in commendam. To do away with this state of things, and with a view to diminish the inducements to episcopal translations, they recommended a different distribution of episcopal revenues. In the 2nd and 4th reports, and the draft of the 5th report, they presented the result of their inquiries on cathedral and collegiate churches. They recommended the appropriation of part of their revenues, and of the whole of the endowments for non-residentiary prebends, dignitaries, and officers, and that the proceeds in both cases should be carried to the account of a fund, out of which better provision should be made for the cure of souls. In their second report, they stated that they had prepared a bill for regulating pluralities and the residence of the clergy. British line of battle ships, 1836. See larger version. On the 13th of August, 1836, an act was passed establishing the ecclesiastical commissioners permanently as one body politic and corporate, by the name of the Ecclesiastical Commissioners for England. The number of commissioners incorporated was 13, of whom 8 were ex officio members, namely, the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, the Bishop of London, the Lord Chancellor, the Lord President of the Council, the First Lord of the Treasury, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and one of the principal Secretaries of State, who was to be nominated by the sign manual. There were 5 other commissioners, including 2 bishops, who were to be removable at the pleasure of the Crown. The lay members were required to sign a declaration that they were members of the United Church of England and Ireland by law established. A subsequent act, passed in August 1840, considerably modified the constitution of this commission. The following were added to the list of ex officio members: all the bishops of England and Wales, the deans of Canterbury, St. Paul's and Westminster, the 2 chief justices, the master of the rolls, the chief baron, and the judges of the prerogative and admiralty courts. By this act the Crown was empowered to appoint 4 laymen, and the Archbishop of Canterbury 2, in addition to the 3 appointed under the former act. And it was provided that, instead of being removable 409 at the pleasure of the Crown, the non-ex officio members should continue so long as they should well demean themselves in the execution of their duties. Ripon Cathedral. See larger version. By the Acts 6 and 7 William Roman 4, c. 71, a board of commissioners, called the Tithe Commissioners of England and Wales, was appointed, the object of which was to convert the tithes into a rent charge, payable in money, but varying in amount according to the average price of corn for 7 preceding years. The amount of the tithes was to be calculated on an average of the 7 years preceding Christmas, 1835, and the quantity of grain thus ascertained was to remain forever as the annual charge upon the parish. The annual money value was ascertained from the returns of the Controller of Corn, who published annually, in January, the average price of an imperial bushel of wheat, barley, and oats, computed from the weekly averages of the corn returns during the 7 preceding years. The commissioners reported in 1851 that voluntary commutations had been commenced in 9,634 tithe districts. 7,070 agreements had been received, of which 6,778 had been confirmed, and 5,529 drafts of compulsory awards had been received, of which 5,260 had been confirmed. Thus, in 12,038 tithe districts, the rent charges had been finally established by confirmed agreements or confirmed awards. One of the most important measures of the session was the Marriage Act, a subject which had been taken up by Sir Robert Peel during his short-lived ministry. By this act dissenters were relieved from a galling and degrading grievance, one which, of all others, most painfully oppressed their consciences. Notwithstanding their strong objection to the ceremonies of the established church, they were obliged, in order to be legally married, to comply with its ritual in the marriage service, the phraseology of which they considered not the least objectionable part of the liturgy. By this act marriages were treated as a civil contract, to which the parties might add whatever religious ceremony they pleased, or they might be married without any religious ceremony at all, or without any other form, except that of making a declaration of the act before a public officer, in any registered place of religious worship, or in the 410 office of the superintendent registrar. This was a great step towards religious equality, and tended more than anything, since the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts, to promote social harmony and peace between different denominations. In connection with this reform, an act was passed which supplied a great want, namely, the uniform registration of marriages, births, and deaths. The state of the law on these matters had been very unsatisfactory, notwithstanding a long series of enactments upon the subject. Although the law required the registration of births and deaths, it made no provision for recording the date at which either occurred, and so it was essentially defective. It only provided records of the performance of the religious ceremonies of baptism, marriage, and burial, according to the rites of the established church, affording, therefore, an insufficient register even for the members of that church, while for those who dissented from it, and consequently did not avail themselves of its services for baptism and burial, it afforded no register at all. Even this inadequate system was not fully and regularly carried out, and the loud and long-continued complaints on the subject led to an inquiry by a select committee of the House of Commons in 1833. In order, therefore, to secure a complete and trustworthy record of vital statistics, the committee recommended a national civil registration of births, marriages, and deaths, including all ranks of society, and religionists of every class. In pursuance of these recommendations, a general registration bill was brought into Parliament, and in August 1836, the Act for registering marriages, births, and deaths in England became law as a companion to the Marriage Act, which passed at the same time. Their operation, however, was suspended for a limited time by the Act of 7 William Roman IV, C1, and they were amended by the Act of 1 Victoria, C22, and came into operation on the 1st of July, 1837. One of the most important and useful provisions of this measure was that which required the cause of death to be recorded, with the time, locality, sex, age, and occupation, thus affording data of the highest importance to medical science and to all who were charged with the preservation of the public health. In order that fatal diseases might be recorded in a uniform manner, the Registrar General furnished qualified medical practitioners with books of printed forms, certificates of cause of death, to be filled up and given to registrars of births and deaths, and he caused to be circulated a nosological table of diseases, for the purpose of securing, as far as possible, uniformity of nomenclature in the medical certificates. In order to carry out this measure, a central office was established at Somerset House, London, presided over by an officer named the Registrar General, appointed under the Great Seal, under whom was a chief clerk, who acted as his secretary and assistant Registrar General, 6 superintendents, and a staff of clerks, who were appointed by the Lords of the Treasury. From this office emanated instructions to all the local officers charged with the duties of registration under the Act, superintendent registrars, registrars of births and deaths, and registrars of marriages, any of whom might be dismissed by the Registrar General, on whom devolved the entire control and responsibility of the operations. Great attention was drawn at this time to the operation of the new Poor Law Act, which seemed, in some respects, repugnant to humane and Christian feeling, and was strongly denounced by a portion of the press. An attempt was made by Mr. Walter to get the stringency of the law in some measure relaxed, and on the 1st of August, he moved for a select committee to inquire into its operation, particularly in regard to outdoor relief and the separation of husbands from their wives and children from their parents. But it seemed to be the opinion of the House that the workhouse test would lose its effect in a great measure if the separation in question did not take place. The operation of the Act was certainly successful in saving the pockets of the ratepayers, for on a comparison between the years 1834 and 1836, there was a saving to the amount of £1,794,990. The question did not seem to excite much interest, for the attendance was thin, as appears by the numbers on the division, which were, for the motion, 46, against it, 82. The winter of 1836-7 was marked by great commercial activity and a strong tendency to overtrading, chiefly on the part of the banks. The result was a reaction and considerable monetary embarrassment. In the reckless spirit of enterprise which led to these consequences, the American houses took the lead. The American speculators indulged an inordinate thirst for gain by land jobs and overtrading in British produce. The most remarkable examples of this were afforded by 3 great American houses in London, called the 3 Ws. From an account of these firms, published in June 1837, it appeared that the amount of bills payable by them from June to December was as follows: Wilson & Co., £411,936,300, Wigan & Co., £674,700, Wilds & Co., £505,000. Total acceptances, £2,116,000. This was upwards of 1/6 of the aggregate circulation of the private and joint stock banks of England and Wales, and about 1/8 of the average circulation of the Bank of England. The shipments to America by Wigan & Co. amounted to £1,118,900. The number of joint stock banks that started into existence at this time was remarkable. From 1825 to 1833, only 30 joint stock banks had been established. In that year, the charter of the Bank of England being renewed, without many of the exclusive privileges it formerly enjoyed, and the spirit of commercial enterprise being active, joint stock banks began to increase rapidly. There was an average of 10 new companies annually, till 1836, when 45 of these establishments came into existence in the course of 10 months. In Ireland, there were 10 started in the course of 2 years. The consequence of this greatly increased banking accommodation produced a wild spirit of commercial adventure, which collapsed first in America, where the monetary confusion was unexampled, bankers, importers, merchants, traders, and the government having been all flung into a chaos of bankruptcy and insolvency. This state of things in America had an immediate effect in England. Discounts were abruptly refused to the largest, and hitherto most respectable houses of Liverpool and London. Trade, in consequence, became paralyzed, prices suddenly dropped from 30 to 40%, and the numerous share bubbles, the railway projects, the insurance companies, the distillery companies, the cemetery companies, the sperm oil, the cotton twist, zoological gardens, and other speculations, which had floated on the pecuniary tide, all suddenly collapsed, and there was an end to the career of unprincipled adventurers. It is satisfactory, however, to observe that the sound commerce of the country soon recovered the shock thus given, and in less than 2 years the pecuniary difficulties had passed away. Commerce had resumed its wonted activity and flowed steadily in legitimate channels. The American banks resumed payment, and the 3 great American houses, which had involved themselves to such an enormous extent, were enabled to meet all their liabilities. The foreign relations of England at this period were, on the whole, satisfactory, as might be expected from the fact that our foreign policy was committed to the able management of Lord Palmerston, who, while sympathizing with oppressed nationalities, acted steadily upon the principle of non-intervention. Considering, however, the comparative smallness of our naval and military forces, the formidable military powers of Russia and France created a good deal of uneasiness, which the king expressed in one of his odd impromptu speeches at Windsor. On the 19th of February, there was a debate in the House of Commons on Eastern affairs, in which the vast resources and aggressive policy of Russia were placed in a strong light. On that occasion, Lord Dudley Stuart said, "Russia has 50 million subjects in Europe alone, exclusive of Asia, an army of 700,000 men, and a navy of 80 line-of-battle ships and frigates, guided by the energy of a government of unmitigated despotism, at whose absolute and unlimited disposal stand persons and property of every description. These formidable means are constantly applied to purposes of territorial aggrandizement, and every new acquisition becomes the means of gaining others. Who can tell that the Hellespont may not be subject to Russia at any moment? She has a large fleet in the Black Sea, full command of the mouths of the Danube, and of the commercial marine cities of Odessa and Trebizond. In 3 days she may be at Constantinople from Sebastopol, and if once there, the Dardanelles will be so fortified by Russian engineers that she can never be expelled except by a general war. She could be in entire possession of these important straits before any expedition could be sent from this country, even if such a thing could be thought of against the enormous military force at the command of Russia. That Russia is determined to have the Dardanelles is evident from the Treaty of Utrecht, by which she began by excluding the ships of all other nations. The effect of this treaty was to exclude any ship of war from these straits, except with the permission of Russia. Russia might at any moment insist on the exclusion of our ships of war from the Dardanelles. Nay, she has already done so, for when Lord Durham, going on his late embassy to the court of St. Petersburg, arrived at the Dardanelles in a frigate, he was obliged to go on board the Pluto, an armed vessel without her guns, before he could pass the straits. And when he arrived at Sebastopol, no salute was fired, and the excuse given was that they did not know the Pluto from a merchant vessel. But both before and since Lord Durham went, Russian ships of war, with their guns out and their streamers flying, passed through the Black Sea to the Dardanelles, and again through 412 the Dardanelles to the Black Sea. Russia has now 15 ships of the line and 7 frigates in the Black Sea. Sebastopol is only 3 days' sail from the Hellespont. Turkey has no force capable of resisting such an armament. The forts of the Hellespont are incapable of defense against a land force, for they are open in the rear. Russia might any day have 100,000 men in Constantinople before England or France could even fit out expeditions to defend it. Lord Palmerston and Mr. Poulett Thomson treated the apprehensions of Lord Dudley Stuart as visionary, and expressed their conviction that there was nothing in the conduct of the Tsar to excite either alarm or hostility in Great Britain. Their real opinions were very different. A few days later, an event occurred which showed how little Russia was to be relied upon, and that it was impossible to restrain her aggressive propensities, even by the most solemn treaty obligations undertaken in the face of Europe and guaranteed by the great powers. Krakow, which comprised a small territory about 490 square miles in extent, with a population of about 123,000, including the city, was at the general settlement in 1815 formed into a free state, whose independence was guaranteed by the Treaty of Vienna in the following terms. The town of Krakow, with its territory, is declared to be forever a free, independent, and strictly neutral city, under the protection of Russia, Austria, and Prussia. During the insurrection of Poland in 1830, the little state of Krakow could not repress its sympathies, and the news of the outbreak was received there with the greatest enthusiasm. After the destruction of the Polish army, persons who were compromised by the revolt sought an asylum in Krakow, and 2,000 political refugees were found settled there in 1836. This served as a pretext for the military occupation of the city in February of that year, notwithstanding the joint guarantee that it should never be entered by a foreign army. This was only a prelude to the ultimate extinction of its independence, which occurred 10 years later. Lord Palmerston launched a vigorous protest, but it had no result. Meanwhile, the attention of the Western powers was called to the constitutional monarchy of Spain. For whatever were its merits in comparison with the systems that preceded it had not the merit of securing good government, protecting life and property, and maintaining public tranquility. During the summer of 1836, that country, always more or less disturbed, was the scene of fresh tumults and insurrections, breaking out at different points, at Malaga, Cadiz, Seville, and Cordova. The Constitution of 1812 was proclaimed, and provincial juntas were established in defiance of the Queen's authority. Madrid was also the scene of insurrection, which was repressed, and the city was put in a state of siege. Soon afterwards, a more determined demand was made for the Constitution of 1812, when a regiment of militia forced themselves into the apartments of the Queen Regent, in spite of the remonstrances of the French and British ambassadors, and extorted from her a promise to accept that constitution. This daring act was the signal for a general rising in the capital. The Prime Minister, Istúriz, fled to Lisbon, and there took ship for England. He was fortunate in escaping with his life, for had he fallen into the hands of the enraged populace, he would probably have shared the fate of General Quesada, the military governor of Madrid, who was caught about 3 miles from the capital and killed. Order was at length restored by the Queen Regent proclaiming the Constitution, subject to the revision of the Cortes, and by the appointment of a decidedly liberal administration, which commenced by calling for a conscription of 50,000 men to carry on the war against the Carlists, who were still in active rebellion. The constitution so imperatively demanded by the people was first proclaimed at Cadiz in 1812, and again by Riego in 1820. It now was brought forward once more, and on the 24th of February, 1837, adopted by the General Cortes assembled for the purpose, having been previously revised by a committee. The Spanish Revolution had a marked effect on French politics. M. Thiers and his colleagues had been pressing for an effective intervention against Don Carlos, but they were unable to overcome the reluctance of the king to send a French army into Spain, even to sustain the regime which the king had recognized and approved. This was completely superseded by the changes that had just taken place. He should now interpose, not to protect the reigning dynasty against pretenders, but to take part in a war between constitutionalists and liberals of different shades. When, therefore, Louis-Philippe was asked to send aid to the French Legion of Volunteers serving as auxiliaries in Spain, and to adopt other measures against the Carlists, as the only means of preventing the Queen's government from being carried away by the torrent of revolution, he positively refused. Lord Palmerston, influenced by the continued ill success of the Spanish Legion, made overtures to 413 the same effect, but without result. Louis-Philippe was, in fact, listening to the overtures of Metternich and inclined to desert the British alliance. Spain and Portugal are so bound together by natural sympathy that they generally share the same vicissitudes. Bad feeling had arisen between the National Party and the government in consequence of the appointment of Prince Ferdinand, the husband of the Queen, to be commander-in-chief of the army. Other causes increased the popular discontent, which was at its height when the public was electrified by the news of the Spanish Revolution. The ministers were obliged to make concessions, but besides being inadequate, they were too late. The steamboat from Oporto was loaded with opposition members, who were received with the most enthusiastic demonstrations of welcome. On the 9th of September, the clubs had everything arranged for a revolution, and a mixed array of troops of the line, cacadores, and National Guards proclaimed the constitution adopted by John Roman VI. And having sung a constitutional hymn, they appointed a deputation, headed by Viscount Sa Bandiera, to wait upon Queen Donna Maria. She had first contemplated resistance, but the army would not act against the people. The National Guards were in possession of the city, having occupied the Rocio Square in Lisbon all night, and in the morning they were informed that the Queen had yielded to their wishes, appointing a new ministry, with Bandiera at its head. Some of the most obnoxious of the ex-ministers took refuge from popular vengeance on board the ships of the British squadron lying in the Tagus. Most of the peers protested against the revolution, but it was an accomplished fact, and they were obliged to acquiesce. Deputation of Constitutionalists before the Queen of Portugal, CP 413. See larger version. The state of parties in the House of Commons at the opening of the session of 1837 was so evenly balanced that government had a very narrow majority. The number of Whigs was calculated at 150, of Liberals 100, and of Radicals 80, making the total number of ministerialists 330. On the other side, the Tories counted 139, the Ultra-Tories 100, and the Conservatives, belonging to the new school which Sir 414 Robert Peel had constituted, 80. Parliament was opened by commission on the last day of January. The royal speech announced the continuance of friendly relations with foreign powers, alluded to the affairs of Spain and Portugal, and directed the attention of Parliament to the state of Lower Canada. It recommended a renewal of the inquiry into the operation of joint stock banks, also measures for the improvement of civil and criminal jurisprudence, and for giving increased stability to the established church. Special attention was directed to the state of Ireland, with reference to its municipal corporations and the collection of tithes, and to the difficult and pressing question of a legal provision for the poor. Animated debates on the address took place in both houses. The Radicals, led on by Mr. Roebuck, strongly condemned the want of earnest purpose on the part of ministers, whom he represented as worse than the Tories. He accused them of pandering to popular passions on one side and to patrician feelings on the other. But situated as they were, what could they do? Their majority was small and uncertain in the Commons, while the opposition in the Lords was powerful and determined. Lord Lyndhurst mutilated measure after measure, and then at the end of each session taunted ministers with their failure. They were trying to get on with a House of Commons elected under the influence of a Conservative administration. Of course, Lord Melbourne could have dissolved Parliament and appealed to the country, in the hope of getting a working majority. But the King was decidedly averse from a dissolution, and it would have been an exceedingly unwise course to adopt, at a time when the precarious state of his health plainly indicated that the reign was fast drawing to a close, and its termination would necessitate another general election. It was unreasonable to expect that in consequence of weakness proceeding from such causes, a Liberal cabinet should surrender the reins of power to the Tory party, on the eve of a new reign, and with all the bright prospects that would be opened by the accession of a youthful queen to the throne. At the close of the session of 1836, they had, indeed, contemplated resignation, but eventually determined to go on. The ministry lost no time in introducing their Irish measures, the new Municipal Reform Bill and the Bill for the Relief of the Poor. The former, after 3 nights' debate, passed the Commons by a majority, 302 to 247. It was during this debate that Mr. Shale delivered his brilliant reply to the indiscreet and unstatesmanlike taunt of Lord Lyndhurst, who, when speaking on the same question in the Upper House, declared that the Irish were aliens in blood, in language and religion. "The Duke of Wellington," said Mr. Shale, "is not a man of sudden emotions, but he should not, when he heard that word used, have forgotten Vimiera, Badajoz, and Salamanca, and Toulouse, and the last glorious conflict which crowned all his former victories. On that day, when the destinies of mankind were trembling in the balance, when the batteries spread slaughter over the field, and the legions of France rushed again and again to the onset, did the aliens then flinch? On that day the blood of the men of England, of Ireland, and of Scotland was poured forth together. They fought on the same field, they died the same death, They were stretched in the same pit. Their dust was commingled. The same dew of heaven fell on the grass that covered them. The same grass sprang from the soil in which they reposed together. And is it to be endured that we are to be called aliens and strangers to that empire for whose salvation our best blood has been poured out? The subject of church rates, having created much ill feeling in towns and districts where the dissenters were most numerous, an attempt was made by the government to abolish the impost. It was found that the sum which they produced was about £250,000 a year, and it was proposed to obtain that amount by a better management of the estates of bishops, deans, and chapters, by placing them under the control of 11 commissioners, who should first pay the bishops and dignitaries' salaries out of the proceeds, and devote the rest of the fund thus realized to the objects for which church rates were levied, namely, the repair of churches and the supply of the necessaries for public worship. But an outcry was raised against this plan as being based upon the principle of church spoliation. The bishops and clergy resisted strenuously, and the friends of the church were roused to such an extent that the majority in the House of Commons on the second reading of the bill was only 5. This majority was tantamount to defeat, and therefore the measure was abandoned. On the 9th of June, a bulletin was published, which fixed public attention on the precarious state of the king's health. It announced that His Majesty had suffered for some time from an affection of the chest, which had produced considerable 4:15 weakness. The burden of regal state, assumed at so late a period of life, seemed to have been too much for his strength, and to have caused too great a change in his habits. In the preceding month of April, his eldest natural daughter, Lady de Lisle, died, and also the Queen's mother, the Dowager Duchess of Meiningen. These events made a deep impression upon his mind, which acted upon his enfeebled constitution and aggravated the symptoms of his disease. From the 9th of June, when the first bulletin was issued, he grew daily worse, the circulation became more languid, and the general decay more apparent. On the 20th of June he expired, in the 73rd year of his age, having reigned nearly 7 years. His kindness of heart and simplicity of character, which had endeared him greatly to all classes of his subjects, caused him to be generally and sincerely lamented. In the House of Peers, Lord Melbourne referred to his death as a loss which had deprived the nation of a monarch always anxious for the interest and welfare of his subjects, and added, "which has deprived me of a most generous master, and the world of a man, I would say one of the best of men, a monarch of the strictest integrity that it has ever pleased divine providence to place over these realms." The knowledge which he had acquired in the course of his professional education of the colonial service and of civil matters was found by him exceedingly valuable, and he dealt with the details of practical business in the most familiar and most advantageous manner. A more fair or more just man I have never met with in my intercourse with the world. He gave the most patient attention, even when his own opinion was opposed to what was stated, being most willing to hear what could be urged in opposition to it. These were great and striking qualities in any man, but more striking in a monarch. The declaration doubtless came from the heart, and was the more creditable, because the king's opposition to the ministry had been most pronounced. He looked upon the second Melbourne cabinet as forced upon him, and though he had regard for one or two of them, particularly Lord Melbourne and Lord Palmerston, he made no secret of his dislike to the whole, and never invited them to Windsor. We have already given an instance of one of his discreditable outbursts, and his conduct during his later years was in other respects eccentric in the extreme. Besides, his zeal for reform had long passed away, and he was in complete sympathy with the factious proceedings of the majority of the House of Lords, when each ministerial measure was proposed. For instance, the Church Rates Bill, he met with a long and ably argued list of objections, which it required all Lord Melbourne's tact and firmness to overcome. But with all his oddities and faults, William Roman IV was a thoroughly honorable man, and his opposition to his ministers entirely above board. Chapter 12. The Progress of the Nation during the Reigns of George Roman IV and William Roman IV. Increase of population, nature of its employment, wealth of the nation, the cotton trade, hosiery, the silk and woolen trades, linen goods, minerals and coal, hardware and cutlery, roads, railways, steamboats, the coasting trade, traffic between England and Ireland, imports and exports, coffee and tea, the revenue houses and carriages, real property and savings banks, popular education, amelioration of criminal legislation, effective education on crime, the religious bodies, the Irvingites, religious leaders in England, Scotland, and Ireland, progress of science, mathematicians, astronomers, Herschel and Lord Rosse, discoveries in light, Brewster and others, Irish men of science, Mrs. Somerville, Wheatstone, Dagger and Fox Talbot, Cavendish and Dalton mechanicians, Sir Mark Brunel Babbage the fine arts, Turner, Lawrence and Wilkie Haydon sculpture architects, Soane, Barry and the Pugins historians, Mackintosh, Lingard and Hallam, Napier and Gurwood biographers, Moore and Lockhart miscellaneous writers, cheap literature, Sir Walter Scott, Lady Blessington and Lady Morgan, Mrs. Hemans, L.E.L. Pollock, Professor Wilson, Christopher North, Sheridan Knowles and Bulwer Lytton manners and morals, Almack's other amusements, English cookery, Hyde Park, male and female costume. It is a singular fact, and by no means creditable to the collective wisdom of the nation, that we have had no authentic enumeration of the English people till the beginning of the 19th century. The result, however, of the census of 1800 showed that the population of England had made progress throughout the whole of the preceding century, with the exception of the first 10 years, when it seemed to have declined. Mr. Finlayson, the actuary, drew up a statement founded on the returns of births, marriages, and deaths, giving an estimate of the population at decennial periods, from which it appears that in the year 1700 it was 5,134,516, and in 1800 it was 9,187,176. Further, from the decennial census, we gather that the population of Great Britain and Ireland, which in 1821 amounted to 21,193,458, was at the enumeration in 1831, 24,306,719. The percentage rate of increase during that interval being 14, or very nearly 112%, per annum, and that at the enumeration in 1841, the numbers were 26,916,991, being an increase since 1830 of 2,610,272, or 1074%, which is very little beyond 1%, per annum. Comparing 1841 with 1821, it appears that the increase in the 20 years was in England 3320, or 166%, per annum, Wales 2706 or 135, Scotland 2516 or 125, Ireland 2050 or 102, the United Kingdom 2706 or 135%, per annum. For the purpose of comparison with the corresponding number of years in the 19th century, it may be stated that the increase during 30 years, from 1700 to 1800, is computed to have amounted to 1,959,590, or 27%, while the actual increase in England and Wales, in the same space of time between 1801 and 1831, as found by numeration, reached to 5,024,207 souls, or 56%. too. A very instructive point of comparison is the relative increase of different classes of occupations in the decennial period from 1831 to 1841. A comparative return of the commissioners includes males only, ages 20 years and upwards, and exhibits the following results. The number of occupiers and laborers in agriculture had decreased in that period from 1,251,751 to 1,215,264. But the commissioners explained this result by supposing that numerous farm servants had been returned in 1841 as domestic servants, instead of as agricultural laborers. Persons engaged in commerce, trade, and manufactures had increased from 1,572,292 to 2,039,409, or 297%. Capitalists, bankers, professional, and other educated men, from 216,263 to 286,175, or 323%. Laborers employed in labor not agricultural had decreased from 611,744 to 610,157. Other males, 20 years of age, except servants, had increased from 237,337 to 392,211. Male servants, 20 years of age and upwards, had increased from 79,737 to 164,384, including, however, as already noticed, many farm servants. For the purpose of instituting a just comparison of the relative increase of particular employments, it must be understood that the total number of male persons, 20 years of age and upwards, exclusive of Army, Navy, and merchant seamen, had increased in this period of 10 years from 3,969,124 to 4,707,600, or 186%. These 417 people were better fed than their ancestors and had more work to do. There are three kinds of raw material, the consumption of which is particularly indicative of social advancement, as giving employment to the people, adding to their comforts, and increasing the national wealth. These are timber, cotton, and wool. Taking all the different kinds of imported timber, there was an increase during the 10 years of 37%. In cotton, there was an increase of 61%. And of sheep and lambs' wool, in addition to the home production, there was an increased importation of more than 78%. Arrival of the mail coach, CP 420. See larger version. The population of Great Britain had thus rapidly increased, and the condition of the people had improved, notwithstanding heavy taxation and the burden of an enormous national debt, incurred by one of the most protracted and expensive wars on record, which strained the national energies to the uttermost. How vast, then, must have been the national resources by which all demands were met, leaving the state stronger and wealthier than ever. The extent of these resources is shown in some measure by the amount of our exports. The total declared value of all British and Irish produce and manufactures exported in 1831 was £37,164,372. In 1841, the value of exports had increased to £51,634,623, being at the rate of 389%. Another example of the greatly increased commerce of the country is afforded by the returns of shipping. In 1831, the number of ships, British and foreign, engaged in the colonial and foreign trades was 20,573, of which the total tonnage amounted to 3,241,927. In 1841, the number of ships had increased to 28,052, and the tonnage to 4,652,376, giving an increase of 43%. In the former year, the tonnage employed in our coasting trade amounted to 9,419,681. In the latter, it had increased to 11,417,991, showing an increase of 20%. But other indications of national wealth were referred to by the Census Commissioners of 1841. During the same period, the accumulations in savings banks were very large and went on increasing. In 1831, there were nearly 500,000 depositors, whose deposits amounted to about £14 million. In 1841, it was found that both the depositors and the amount deposited had very nearly doubled. From the 418 proceeds of the property tax, which in 1815 was about £52 million, and in 1842 over £82 million, an estimate has been formed, in the absence of returns, for the years 1831 and 1841, which sets down the increase of real property during that period as not less than from 20 to 25%. In 1815, the annual profits of trades in England and Wales were assessed at £35 million in round numbers, and in 1841, they had increased to £50 million. During the decennial period, 1831-41, legacy duty had been paid upon a capital of about £423 million, or more than one-half the aggregate amount upon which the duty had been paid in the 34 preceding years. The stamp duties, also, upon probates of wills and letters of administration in the United Kingdom, amounted to upwards of £1 million, having increased in 10 years at the rate of 10%. The marvelous increase of national wealth in Great Britain since the reign of George Roman III is to be mainly ascribed to two mechanical agencies, the spinning jenny and the steam engine, both of which, however, would have failed to produce the results that have been attained if there had not been a boundless supply of cotton from the southern states of America to feed our manufactories with the raw material. The production was estimated in bales, which in 1832 amounted to more than 1 million, and in 1839 was upwards of 2 million bales. It appears from Mr. Woodbury's tables that in 1834, 68% of all the cotton produced in the world was shipped for England. In this case, the demand, enormous as it was, produced an adequate supply. But this demand could not possibly have existed without the inventions of Hargreaves, Arkwright, Crompton, and Cartwright in the improvement of spinning machinery. In 1817, the The number of power looms in Lancashire was estimated at 2,000, of which only about 1,000 were then in employment, and the wages had fallen below the rate at which goods could be produced by machinery. To the power loom, therefore, the handloom weavers gradually gave way. In 1832, there were 80,000 power looms in Lancashire, employing persons of both sexes and of all ages from 9 years upwards, at rates of wages varying from half a crown to 10 shillings a week. In 1817, the estimated number of persons employed in the spinning of cotton in Great Britain was 110,763, and the quantity of yarn produced was under 100 million pounds. In 1853, the yarn spun was nearly 700 million pounds. In 1838, the total number of cotton factories in Great Britain and Ireland was 1,815, of which there were in England and Wales 1,599, in Scotland 192, in Ireland 24. The total number of persons employed in these factories was 206,000, of whom 145,934 were females. The chief seats of the hosiery manufacture are in the counties of Derby, Nottingham, and Leicester. The number of stocking frames in England in 1821 was under 30,000, showing an increase in 30 years of only 10,000. Mr. Felkin gives an estimate for 1833, which states that there were 33,000 frames in England, producing 3,510,000 dozen stockings a year, and consuming 8,137,000 pounds of cotton yarn, worsted, and silk, valued at 814,000 pounds, the wages for making them amounting to 948,000 pounds, and for finishing, 229,000 pounds, the total value being little short of 2 million pounds sterling, and the total value of the materials 560,000 pounds. The total number of persons employed in the making of stockings was 73,000. The total of fixed capital engaged in the manufacture was 385,000 pounds, and of floating capital 1,050,000 pounds. The quantity of cotton hosiery goods made in 1833 was estimated by Mr. Felkin to have increased more than 50% in the preceding 20 years. As to the silk and wool trades, in the 10 years preceding 1824, the quantity of raw and thrown silk used by our manufacturers was on an average of 1,882,311 pounds per annum. In the 10 succeeding years, the average was nearly double, viz., 95% higher, and in the 16 years which ended in 1849, there was an increase of 120% over the quantity used under the restrictive system. According to the report of the inspectors of factories, there were, in 1835, 231 silk factories in England, 6 in Scotland, and 1 in Ireland. The total number of females thus employed was over 20,000, and the total number of both sexes was about 31,000. The total number of woolen and worsted factories at work in 1835 was returned by the inspectors of factories as being 1,313, showing an increase of 10%. In 4 years, the total number of persons employed in them in 1835 was 71,274, on which there was an increase of 20%. Up to 1839, there was a general depression in the price of British wool, in consequence of which a committee of the House of Commons was appointed to inquire into the causes. From the evidence which they received, it appeared that the actual number of sheep in England and Wales had increased 1/5 since the year 1800, when it was 19 million, yielding about 95 million pounds of wool, or about £5 4.19 for each fleet. It was estimated that the quantity used for manufacturing purposes increased during the first half of the 19th century by 115%. Yorkshire is the chief seat of the woolen manufacture, and the best proof of its progress, perhaps, is presented in the state of the population, which in the whole of the West Riding increased during the first 40 years of the century at the rate of 104%. At the census of 1801, it was 563,953, while the census of 1841 showed it to be 1,154,101. The exports from the United Kingdom of all kinds of linen goods and of flax yarn amounted, in 1834, to the total declared value of £2,579,658. The quantities of Irish linen shipped in subsequent years continually increased from 34,500,000 yards in 1800 to 55 million yards in 1835. The manufacture of linen also made great progress in Scotland, especially in the town and neighbourhood of Dundee. In 1814, the quantity of flax imported into Dundee for use in the factories did not exceed 3,000 tons, but in 1831 it was 15,000 tons, and in 1833 it was nearly 18,000 tons, including 3,380 tons of hemp. The quantity of linen, sailcloth and bagging into which this material was made, and which was shipped from Dundee in the same year, amounted to 60 million yards. The manufacture of linen increased rapidly in England, and the improvement of the quality was wonderful, owing to the perfection of the machinery. The length of a pound of yarn of average fineness in 1814 was only 3,330 yards, but in 1833, a pound of the average quality contained 11,170 yards, the yarn of that quality having during 20 years fallen to 1/9 of the price, the raw material having been reduced in price at the same time about 1/2. The English manufacturers embarked to so large an extent in the linen trade that they became large exporters of linen yarn to Ireland and also to France. Among the resources of Great Britain, to which she is mainly indebted for her preeminence as a manufacturing nation, and without which she would not have been able to make anything like the progress she has made, or to bid defiance to foreign competition as she may always do, are her mines of coal and iron. The total produce of all the British ironworks was found, after a careful estimate, to be in 1823, 442,066 tons, in 1825, 581,367 tons, in 1828, 653,417, and in 1830, 702,584 tons. In 1844, the quantity reached 1,500,000 tons. The quantity of tin produced in England in 1820 was 3,578 tons. In 1834, it was 4,000 tons. In addition to the quantities used at home, there was a considerable exportation of tin plates, the value of which in 1820 was about £161,000, and in 1840 it was more than £360,000. The produce of the copper mines in Cornwall was much greater than that of the tin mines, for while in 1820 it was only 7,364 tons, it had increased in 1840 to 11,000 tons. The increase during 60 years had been threefold, and the value annually raised exceeded £1 million sterling. In the year 1820, the quantity of coals shipped from the port of Newcastle was more than 2 million tons. In the year 1840, it had increased to nearly 3 million. From the port of Sunderland, the quantity shipped in 1820 was considerably more than 1 million. In 1840, it was 1,300,000 tons. Large quantities were also shipped from the port of Stockton. The chief coal districts have naturally become the chief manufacturing districts, and as the coal is on the spot, it is impossible to estimate the quantities consumed in working the factories in Lancashire, the West Riding of Yorkshire, Nottingham, Derby, Birmingham, Wolverhampton, Leicester, Coventry, and Staffordshire. The town of Sheffield alone, it was estimated in 1835, required for manufacturing purposes about 515,000 tons of coals. Dr. Buckland, in his address to the Geological Society, in 1840, stated that the average value of the annual produce of the mines of the British Islands amounts to the enormous sum of £20 million, of which about £8 million arises from iron and £9 million from coals. The progress in the manufacture of hardware is strikingly exhibited by the increase of the population of Birmingham. According to the census of 1821, it was 106,722. In 1831, it was 146,986. In 1841, it was 181,116, showing an increase of 80%. In 20 years, the number of houses during the same period was nearly doubled. Mr. Babbage has given a table, extracted from the books of a highly respectable house in Birmingham, showing the reduction in the price of various articles made of iron between 1812 and 1832, which varied from 40 to 80%. The exportation of cutlery from England amounted in 1820 to about 7,000 tons. In 1839, it was 21,000 tons. Since 1820, the annual value of the exportations of hardware and cutlery increased about 50%. The town of Sheffield is another remarkable instance of the growth of population in consequence of the manufacture of cutlery. In 1821, the population was 65,275. In 1841, it was 111,000. The various manufacturers of cutlery and plated goods, and the conversion of iron into steel, employed in 1835 upwards of 4,560 furnaces. The declared value of British-made plated ware, jewelry, and watches, exported from the United Kingdom in 1827, was £169,456. In 1839, it amounted to £258,076. The value of machinery shipped to foreign countries in 1830 was only £29,000. In 1836, it was £166,000. In 1837, £280,000. And in 1840, £374,000. The construction of public roads has been greatly improved in the United Kingdom by the general adoption of the plan of Mr. Macadam, who gave his name to the process of substituting stones broken small for the old rough pavement. We read with astonishment of the state of English roads, a century ago, of carriages breaking down and sticking fast in deep ruts, and of days passed in a journey which now only occupies as many hours. Yet in early times, England was better off in this respect than other countries. Of all the proofs of social progress which the country now exhibits to such a marvelous extent on every side, there is nothing more decisive or more wonderful than the rapidity with which we have improved and extended our internal communication. From 1818 to 1839, the length of turnpike roads in England and Wales was increased by more than 1,000 miles. In the former year, England and Wales contained paved streets and turnpike roads to the extent of 19,725 miles. Scotland also made great progress in the construction of highways from the commencement of the century, and roads were thrown across the wildest districts in Ireland. By the improvement of the common roads, and in the construction of vehicles, stage coaches increased their speed from 4 to 10 miles an hour. Upon the Stamp Office returns for 1834, a calculation was based, which showed that the extent of traveling on licensed conveyances in that year would be equal to the conveyance of one person for a distance of 597,159,420 miles, or more than 6 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. There were in 1837 in England 54 mail coaches drawn by 4 horses each, and 49 by 2 horses each, drawn at an average speed of 9 miles an hour. Ireland had at the same time 34 horse mails, and Scotland 10. Bell's Comet, CP 421. See larger version. The number of railway acts passed during the first half of the century was more than 1,000, and the sums which Parliament authorized the various companies to expend in the construction of railways from 1826 to 1849 amounted to the enormous total of £348,012,188, the yearly average being £14,500,508. The Liverpool and Manchester Company was the first that contemplated the conveyance of passengers, which, however, was regarded as a sort of subsidiary traffic that might produce some £20,000 a year, the main reliance being on the conveyance of raw cotton, manufactured goods, coals, and cattle. It need not be remarked how widely the result differed from their anticipation. The receipts from passengers in 1840 amounted to £343,910, and it was estimated that the saving to the public on that line 421 alone was nearly £250,000 annually. But as yet the system was in its infancy, though the broad gauge had been introduced by Brunel in 1833. Sir James Mackintosh, after the portrait by Sir T. Lawrence, P.R.A. See larger version. The first steamboat that was worked for hire in Britain was the Comet, a small vessel with an engine of 3 horsepower. 2 years later the Elizabeth, of 8 horsepower, and the Clyde, of 14 horsepower, were placed upon the River Clyde. Thus Scotland has had the honor of leading the way in this great line of improvement. In 1820, there were but 3 steam vessels built and registered in England, 4 in Scotland, and 1 in Ireland. In 1826, there were 50 in England and 22 in Scotland, with 9,000 tons burden. The building of steamers proceeded regularly, with an increasing amount of tonnage, till the number rose in 1849 to 1,296 steam vessels, the aggregate burden of which was 177,310 tons. They were distributed as follows. In the ports of England, 865 vessels, 103,154 tons, Scotland, 166 vessels, 29,206 tons. Ireland, 111 vessels, 26,369 tons. The Channel Islands, 7 vessels, 955 tons. Colonies, 147 vessels, 17,626 tons. A committee of the House of Commons was appointed in June 1837 to inquire into the best means of establishing communication by steam with India by way of the Red Sea. During the year, arrangements were made for the establishment of a regular monthly steam communication between Great Britain and India by way of the Red Sea upon the following basis. The government undertakes the transmission of the monthly mails between Great Britain and Alexandria at the sole charge of the public, and the East India Company undertakes the transmission of these 422 mails between Alexandria and Bombay, upon condition that one half of the expense incurred in the purchase and navigation of steam vessels, and of any other expense incurred in the service, is defrayed by the government, which is to receive the whole money connected with postage of letters between London and Bombay. This arrangement was carried out, and a further economy of time was obtained by the overland route to Marseille, instead of transmitting the mails by steam packets from Falmouth through the Strait of Gibraltar. In this way the journey was shortened to the extent of more than 1,000 miles, the direct distance by Marseille and Malta being 5,238 miles, and by way of Falmouth, 6,310 miles. This system of conveyance was maintained till 1841, when the government entered into a contract with the Peninsular and Oriental Steam Navigation Company, which undertook to employ powerful steam vessels for the carrying of letters and passengers between England and Egypt, and between Suez, Ceylon, Madras, and Calcutta, towards the expenses of which the East India Company undertook to contribute £20,000 per annum for 5 years. After some time, there was a further extension of the plan, by which the government engaged to contribute £50,000 per annum towards the expense of the line of steam packets between Bombay and Suez, £115,000 per annum for the service between Calcutta and Suez, and £45,000 for the service between Ceylon and Hong Kong, making a total of £210,000 per annum, of which 1/3 was to be repaid by the East India Company. By these arrangements was obtained a regular and safe steam communication twice a month to India and once a month to China. We may judge of the extent of the intercourse thus carried on by the fact that in 1836 Great Britain received from Calcutta, Madras, Bombay, and Ceylon about 180,000 letters, and sent to those places in the same year nearly 112,000 letters. The coasting trade carried on by means of steamers underwent an astounding development during the 20 years now under review. In 1820, there were but 9 steamers engaged in it, with a tonnage of 500. The next year there were 188 steamers, and thenceforth they went on doubling for several years. In 1830, the number of vessels was nearly 7,000, with a tonnage of more than 1,000,000. In 1840, it was upwards of 15,000, with a tonnage of nearly 3 millions. And in 1849, it was 18,343, with a tonnage of upwards of 4 millions and a quarter. This account does not include vessels arriving and departing in ballast, or with passengers only, which are not required to enter the custom house. Steam vessels were not employed in this kingdom for conveying goods coastwise before 1820, nor in foreign trade, except for the conveyance of passengers, earlier than 1822. In the foreign trade, the number of steamers increased gradually from that year till they reached the number of 4,000, with an aggregate tonnage of 800,000. The effect of steam communication between Great Britain and Ireland was to increase very greatly the traffic of those countries. It has been stated that in order to save the salaries of 1 or 2 junior clerks, it was determined to cease keeping any official records of this traffic, with the exception of grain and flour. In the absence of such records, we can only arrive at an approximation to the quantity and value of the exports and imports. It was, however, estimated by persons acquainted with the subject that the quantity of agricultural produce imported into Liverpool alone in 1832 was worth 4 millions and a half sterling, and this produce consisted chiefly of live stock, horses, sheep, and pigs, which could not have been so profitably brought over by sailing vessels. The value of agricultural produce, brought to the port of Bristol from Ireland, in the same year was 1 million sterling. The total value of all sorts of live animals brought from Ireland to Liverpool in 1837 was £3,397,760. £1 of the most curious items in the traffic is the egg trade. In the course of the year 1832, no less than £100,000 was paid for Irish eggs in Liverpool and Bristol alone. Looking at the whole traffic between the two islands, we perceive that the amount of tonnage employed in 1849 was 250%, more than it was in 1801. Up to 1826, the increase was not so rapid as subsequently, it being then only 62%. On the whole period, showing an annual increase of 225%, whereas for the quarter of a century that followed, the increase was 188%, the annual increase being 8%. In 1820, our imports of foreign and colonial merchandise were valued at £32 million, our exports of foreign and colonial merchandise at £10 million, and our exports of British and Irish produce and manufactures at £38 million. In 1840, these sums had respectively increased to £67 million, £13 million, and £102 million, setting aside odd numbers. From 1831 to 1840, the average annual export of British produce and manufactures was £45 million, while in the 9 subsequent years, it was nearly £56 million. From 423/1830 onwards, the value of our exports to France increased sixfold, notwithstanding the jealous system of protection that prevails in that country. The sphere of our commercial operations was being continually enlarged from year to year, and the enterprise of our merchants was continually opening up fresh markets in distant parts of the world. The value of the exports of British and Irish produce in 1820 was as follows: to Northern Europe, £11 million, to Southern Europe, £7 million, to Africa, £393,000, to Asia, nearly £4 million, to the United States of America, nearly £4 million, to the British North American colonies and the West Indies, £5,750,000, to Central and South America, including Brazil, £3 million. The total value of our exports to foreign countries and to our colonies in that year was £36 million. In 1840, we exported the following quantities, which it will be seen show a large increase. To Northern Europe, about £12 million, to Southern Europe, £9 million, to Africa, £1,500,000, to Asia, £9 million, to the United States, £5,250,000, to the British North American colonies, £6,500,000, to the foreign West Indies, £1 million, to Central and Southern America, including Brazil, £6 million. Total, £51 million, showing an increase of £15 million in the annual value of our exports to foreign countries during 20 years. In 1821, £7,250,000 of coffee were consumed by 14 millions of people in Great Britain. In 1824, the consumption of coffee in the United Kingdom was £8,250,000, and the duties were on foreign coffee 2s, 6d, per lb, East India 1s, 6d, British West India 1s per lb. In the same year, the consumption was of foreign coffee £1,540, East India £313,000, West India about £800,000. In the following year, Mr. Huskisson reduced the duties on these several kinds to 1s, 3d, 9d, and 6d, respectively, which caused a rapid increase in the consumption. In 1840, the consumption was of East and West India, £14,500,000, and of foreign, £14 million. In 1841, £27,250,000 were consumed by 18.5 million of people. The tea trade with China was used by the East India Company for the purpose of enriching itself by an enormous tax upon the British consumer. During 100 years, it ranged from 2s to 4s in the pound excise duty, with a customs duty of 14%, down to a total minimum duty of 12%. The former duty was estimated at 200% on the value of the common teas. The effect, as might be expected, was an enormous amount of smuggling. The monopoly of the company was abolished. It was made lawful for any person to import tea by the Act 4 William Roman 4, c. 85, and the trade was opened on the 22nd of April, 1834. The ad valorem duties were abolished, and all the Bohea tea imported for home consumption was charged with a customs duty of 1s, 6d, per lb. Kungu and other teas of superior quality were charged 2s, 2d, per lb, and some 3s per lb. In 1836, these various duties gave place to a uniform one of 2s, 1d per lb, which, with the addition of 5%, imposed in 1840, continued till 1851, when the penny was removed. During the last year of restricted trade, 1833, our aggregate importations amounted to £32 million. During the first year of free trade, they bounded up to £44 million. And in 1856 they had attained to £86 million. The average price of tea per lb, including duty, in 1834 was 4d. In 1821 the total quantity of tea imported into Great Britain was upwards of £31 million, and its value £1,873,886. In 1834 the quantity was about £35 million, and the value about £2 million. In 1837, the quantity was about £40 million. In 1820, the amount of revenue paid into the exchequer as the produce of taxation was £54 million. The interest upon the national debt was £31 million, and the sums applied to the redemption of public debt were about £2 million. At the same time, the current annual expenditure was £21 million. The revenue increased to £59 million in 1824, after which it declined to £50 million in 1830, when the annual expenditure was reduced to £18 million. In 1840, the revenue was £47 million, and the interest on the public debt £29 million, the total amount paid and expended being £49 million. Great Britain bears a heavy burden of taxation, yet she does not seem to feel it. Many years ago Mr. Disraeli, in the House of Commons, called the national debt a flea bite. It is not quite so light a matter as that. Still, it does not seem to render her step less firm, nor retard her progress, nor give her much trouble. It is a matter of wonder to foreigners how the British people manage to have so much money after paying so smartly in the shape of taxes, and spending so much on food, clothing, and household accommodation. The secret lies in the wonderful industry and thrift in the masses of the people. They work hard, live well, and waste little. The number of people who live in Great Britain, without laboring in any way for their support with head or hand, is very small. Of 5,812,000 males, 20 years of 424 age and upwards, in 1831, no less than 5,466,000 were engaged in some calling or profession. The progressive well-being of the middle classes of England has been indicated very satisfactorily by the improved character of their dwellings. If the country is more healthful than the city, one cause may be found in the less crowded state of the habitations. In the country the proportion was about 5.5 persons on an average in each house, in London about a third more. In Scotland the proportion was 6 to 10 in 1831, and in Ireland it was 6 to 12, taking the capital in each case as representing the urban population. The number of inhabited houses which England contained in 1821 was 1,952,000. In Ireland the number was 1,142,602. In Scotland it was 341,474. In 1841 the numbers were England 2,753,295, Ireland 1,328,839, Scotland 503,357. The large increase in Scotland is accounted for by the fact that in the returns of 1841, flats were set down as houses, which was not the case in the first return. The tax on inhabited houses rated in 3 classes from £10 to £20, from £20 to £40, and from £40 and upwards. From 1821 to 1833, the houses rated at £40 and upwards increased in England from 69,000 to 84,000. The other 2 classes of houses increased in about the same proportion. The house duty was repealed in 1834. There was a duty on bricks till 1850, by which means the quantity consumed was ascertained, and the increase between 1821 and 1847 was 130%. Between the years 1821 and 1841, the use of carriages with 4 wheels increased 60%, double the ratio of the increase of the population. In the meantime, hired carriages had increased from 20,000 to 33,000. Colonel Sykes, at a meeting of the Statistical Society, counted the cost of keeping a 4-wheeled private carriage, including servants, at £250 a year. This may be too high an estimate, but taking 4-wheeled and 2-wheeled carriages together, Mr. Porter thought the average expense was not less than £100 a year for each, which would give more than £5 million for this luxury in 1821, more than £9 million for 1831, and more than £10 million for 1841. A proof of wealth which no other country in Europe could show. The proofs of this prosperity have been exhibited in various other ways. In 1815, the yearly value of dwelling houses in England and Wales was £14 million for nearly 10 million of people. In 1841, the yearly rental was £23 million for under 16 million of people, which, reckoning the rental at 20 years' purchase, shows an investment in houses of capital amounting to £180 million in 26 years. Counting since the peace in 1815, it was estimated that the real property of England and Wales in the form of additional dwellings must have absorbed £240 million of capital. Sir Robert Peel, in bringing forward his proposal for an income tax in 1842, assumed the value of real property in Great Britain to be as follows: rent of land, £39,400,000, rent of houses, £25 million, tithes, mines, etc., £8,400,000, total, £72,800,000, which, at 25 years' purchase, would be equal to a capital of £1,820,000,000. The annual value of real property actually assessed to the property and income tax in 1843 turned out to be much more than Sir Robert Peel estimated, amounting to more than £95 million a year. Savings banks afford a very good index to the improved condition of the working classes. In 1830, the total number of depositors in the United Kingdom was 412,000, and the amount deposited, £13,500,000. In 1840, the number of depositors had increased to nearly 800,000, and the amount to £23,500,000. The total number of depositors in 1845 was 1 million, and the amount of investments nearly £33 million. Of this sum, domestic servants, nearly all females, deposited £80,000. The overland route, seen at Bulak. See larger version. The earliest statistics by which the progress of popular education may be measured are contained in the parliamentary returns of 1813, when there were in England and Wales nearly 20,000 day schools, with about 675,000 scholars, giving the proportion of 1 in 17 of the population. There were also 5,463 Sunday schools, with 477,000 scholars, or 1 in 24 of the population. Lord Carey's parliamentary returns for 1833 showed the number of day schools and scholars to be nearly doubled, and the proportion to be 1 in 11 of the population. The Sunday schools, during the same period, were trebled in number, and also in the aggregate of children attending, while their proportion to the population was 1 in 9, the population having in the interval increased 24%, the day scholars 89%, and the Sunday scholars 225%. Up to this time, 1833, the work of education was conducted by private liberality, incited mainly by religious zeal, and acting through the agencies of the two great societies, the British and the National. In that year, government came to their aid, and a meagre grant of £20,000 a year continued to be made till 1839, when it was increased to £30,000. This was shared between the two societies 426, representing two educational parties. The principle of the British and Foreign School Society, chiefly supported by dissenters, was that the Bible should be read without note or comment in the schools, and that there should be no catechism admitted or special religious instruction of any kind. The schools of the National Society, on the other hand, were strictly church schools, in which the church catechism must be taught. The total number of schools in 1841 was 46,000, of which 30,000 were private. These statistics indicate an immense amount of private energy and enterprise, the more gratifying from the fact that the greater portion of the progress was due to the working classes themselves. Great improvements had been effected in the art of teaching. Both the British and the national societies from the beginning devoted much attention to the training of efficient teachers. In 1828, the former sent out 87 trained teachers, in 1838 as many as 183. The National Society commenced a training institution in 1811, and after 40 years' progress, it had 5 training colleges, sending out 270 teachers every year. The feeling of humanity that gained ground among the masses, powerfully affected the middle classes. The consequence was that the state of public feeling produced by the practical inculcation of Christianity and the diffusion of knowledge compelled our legislature to change its system, despite the obstinate resistance of Lords Eldon and Ellenborough, hardened by a long official familiarity with the destructive operation of legal cruelty. How fearful the amount of that destruction was we may infer from the calculation of Mr. Redgrave, of the Home Office, who stated that had the offences tried in 1841 been tried under the laws of 1831, the 80 capital sentences would have been increased to 2,172. Mr. Redgrave gave the following succinct history of the mitigation of the criminal code during the reigns of George Roman IV and William Roman IV. In a series of enactments which were extorted from a reluctant legislature by society, humanized through the education of the masses. In 1826, 1827, and 1828, Sir Robert Peel carried several very important bills for the consolidation and amendment of the criminal laws, but these bills did not abolish capital punishments. That statesman, indeed, made it a matter of boast that he did not constitute any new capital felonies, and pointed out an instance in which he had abated the capital punishment by increasing from 40s to £5, the sum of which the theft in a dwelling house constituted a capital offence, and by widening the technical description of a dwelling. In 1830, Sir Robert Peel brought in his forgery bill, and petitions were poured into the House from all quarters against the reenactment of the severe penalties for this offence. Sir James Mackintosh again took up the subject, and moved that the capital punishment be struck out from the bill. He was unsuccessful, but in the last stage of the measure Mr. Springrice was enabled to defeat the ministry by a majority of 151 to 138, and to remove the sentence of death from the bill. It was, however, restored by the Lords, and the bill, as altered, was suffered to pass the House of Commons at the end of the session. In 1832, two most important bills for abolishing capital punishments were passed. Mr. Ewart, assisted by the government, was able to carry a bill abolishing the punishment of death in cases of horse, sheep, and cattle stealing, and larceny in a dwelling house. He was opposed by Sir Robert Peel, and an amendment was made in the Lords, subjecting these offences to the fixed penalty of transportation for life. At the same time, ministers brought in a bill for abolishing capital punishment in cases of forgery. The bill was introduced into the Commons by the Attorney General and into the House of Lords by the Lord Chancellor. It passed into law, but an amendment was made in the House of Lords, under protest of the Lord Chancellor, exempting the forgery of wills and powers of attorney to transfer stock, which offences were left capital. In 1833, Mr. Leonard carried his bill for abolishing capital punishment for housebreaking, executions for which offence were continued down to 1830. In 1834, Mr. Ewart carried a bill for abolishing capital punishment for returning from transportation, and in the following year for sacrilege and letter stealing. This was the state of the criminal law when Lord John Russell brought in bills for its mitigation, founded on the report of a committee which government had appointed. The little progress which Sir S. Romilly and Sir J. Mackintosh had made in opposition to the governments of their day will be seen by the foregoing sketch, as well as the extensive and salutary changes which followed. Lord John Russell's bills effected an extensive abolition of the sentence of death and a mitigation of the secondary punishments. He was enabled to abolish capital punishments in all cases, but murder and attempts to murder where dangerous bodily injuries were affected, burglary and robbery when attended with violence or wounds, arson of dwelling houses where life was endangered, and 6 other offences of 427 very rare occurrence. The number of capital convictions in 1829 was 1,385, and in 1834, 3 years after the extensive abolition of capital punishments, the number was reduced to 480. By means of the classification of offences, which took place for the first time in 1834, it was possible to ascertain the effects of education upon crime, and the result was most satisfactory, falsifying the evil prognostications of the enemies of popular instruction and proving that, instead of stimulating the faculties merely to give greater development to criminal propensities and greater ingenuity to offenders, it really operated as an effective restraint, insomuch that crime was confined almost entirely to the uneducated. In 1835, returns were first obtained of the degree of instruction that had been imparted to persons committed for trial, distinguishing, first, persons who can neither read nor write, 2 ndly, persons who can read only or read and write imperfectly, 3 rdly, persons who can read and write well, and 4 thly, persons who have received instruction beyond the elementary branches of reading and writing. The result of a comparison upon this point, during 13 years from that date, was all that the most sanguine friends of popular education could desire, and more than they could have anticipated. Out of 335,429 persons committed, and whose degrees of instruction were ascertained, the uninstructed criminals were more than 90 out of every 100, while only about 1,300 offenders had enjoyed the advantages of instruction beyond the elementary degree, and not 30,000 had advanced beyond the mere art of reading and writing. Then, with regard to females, among the 30,000 that could read and write there were only about 3,000, or 10%, of the female sex, and among those who had received superior instruction, there were only 53 females accused of crimes, throughout England and Wales, in 13 years. That is, at the rate of 4 persons for each year. In the year 1841, not one educated female was committed for trial out of nearly 8 million of the sex, then living in this part of the United Kingdom. In the disturbances which took place in Cheshire, Lancashire, and Staffordshire, as appeared by the trials that were held in 1842, out of 567 persons tried, there were only 73 who could read and write well, and only 1 person who had received a superior education, a fact full of instruction as to the duty of the state in respect to the education of the people. In 1831, the number of churches and chapels of the Church of England amounted to 11,825. The number in 1851, as returned to the census officer, was 13,854, exclusive of 223 described as being not separate buildings, or as used also for secular purposes, thus showing an increase in the course of 20 years of more than 2,000 churches. Probably the increase was, in reality, still larger, as it can hardly be expected that the returns were altogether perfect. The greater portion of this increase is attributable to the self-extending power of the Church, the state not having in the 20 years contributed, in aid of private benefactions, more than £511,385 towards the erection of 386 churches. If we assume the average cost of each new edifice to be about £3,000, the total sum expended in this interval, exclusive of considerable sums devoted to the restoration of old churches, will be £6,087,000. The chief addition occurred, as was to be expected and desired, in thickly peopled districts, where the rapid increase of inhabitants rendered such additional accommodation most essential. In the 10 years between 1821 and 1831, there was an addition of 276 churches. From 1831 to 1841, 667 were added. Taking the nonconformist communities, we find the statistics of the progress of the independents, or Congregationalists, to be scarcely less remarkable than those of the established church. The earliest account of the number of independent congregations refers to 1812. Before that period, independent and Presbyterian congregations were returned together. At that time, the number of independent churches in England and Wales was a little over 1,000. In 1838, the churches had increased to 1,840, and the census of 1851 made the number 3,244, of which 640 were in Wales. These places of worship furnished sittings for 1,063,000 persons. The Wesleyan Methodists were next in number to the members of the established church. The progress of this society was very rapid after 1820. In that year, the number of its ministers was 718, and of its members or communicants in Great Britain, 191,000. In 1830, the numbers were respectively 824 and 248,000, and so largely did they increase in the next 10 years, that in 1840 the ministers were 1,167, and the members 323,000. The 1851 census returns showed 6,579 chapels belonging to this connection in England and Wales, containing accommodation for 1,447,580 persons. The Society of Friends, on the other hand, was declining. The Roman Catholics made considerable progress in England during the last 2 reigns. In 1829, they had 394 chapels, which 428 in 1840 had increased to 463, and in 1852 they reached 600. They had at the same time 11 colleges, 88 religious houses, and 875 priests. Their chapels at the time of the census furnished accommodation for 186,000, and the number of attendants on the morning of Census Sunday of 1851 was 252,983. The Catholic and Apostolic Church, founded by the Rev. Edward Irving, had at the time of the census of 1851 about 30 congregations, comprising nearly 6,000 communicants, and the number was said to be gradually increasing. Mr. Irving, who in 1819 assisted Dr. Chalmers at Glasgow, was the minister of the Scottish Church, Regent Square, London, very eloquent and very eccentric. And towards the close of 1829 it was asserted that several miraculous gifts of healing and prophecy, and of speaking with strange tongues, were displayed in his congregation. Having been excluded from the Scottish Church, a chapel was erected for him in 1832 in Newman Street. In the course of a few years, other churches were erected in different places. The Apostolic Church was established on the model of the Jewish tabernacle, with 12 apostles, a new order of prophets, etc. In 1836, they delivered their testimony to the Archbishop of Canterbury, to most of the bishops, and to many ministers in different denominations. They also resolved to deliver their testimony to the king in person, and to as many privy councillors as could be found, or would receive it. In 1837, a Catholic testimony was addressed to the patriarchs, bishops, and sovereigns of Christendom, and was subsequently delivered to Cardinal Acton for the Pope, to Prince Metternich for the Emperor of Austria, and to other bishops and kings throughout Europe. On the whole, there was a fair amount of religious activity throughout the British Islands, and as a consequence drunkenness and vulgar amusements were on the decline. Of the lights of the establishment, Archbishop Manners Sutton was primate until his death in 1828, when he was succeeded by the amiable Dr. Howley. Bishop Philpotts of Exeter was undoubtedly the hardest hitter on the episcopal bench, and zeal for the welfare of the church was admirably represented by Bishop Blomfield of London. He was one of the most staunch supporters of King's College, and an earnest advocate of church extension. It is hardly necessary to mention the name of the witty canon of St. Paul's, Sidney Smith. During the earlier years of this period, the tone of the church was distinctly evangelical, but a reaction which had its origin in Oxford University had already begun, whose supporters were known as the Tractarian Party, from a series of publications, called Tracts for the Times, written by Oxford divines, advocating patristic theology, contending for apostolic succession as necessary to the validity of the sacraments, for baptismal regeneration, and the real presence in the Eucharist, condemning the Reformation as a great evil, and claiming for the Anglican Church the right to be regarded as the only true Orthodox Church in England. The growing strength of the party had manifested itself on the occasion of the appointment of Dr. Hampden to the Regius Professorship of Divinity at Oxford in 1836. Dr. Pusey and Dr. Newman were among the most vigorous of the protesters against that unfortunate divine, against whom the charge was made that his Bampton lectures contained doctrines which savored of Socinianism. The outcry was great, and the Hampden controversy threatened to break up the establishment. Lord Melbourne, however, who had recommended Dr. Hampden on the advice of Archbishop Whately and Bishop Coplestone, declined to cancel the appointment, and the excitement died away for the time, though it was renewed in a milder form when in 1847 Dr. Hampden was created Bishop of Hereford. The First General Assembly of the Free Church of Scotland, signing the Act of Separation and Deed of Demission at Tanfield, Edinburgh, May 23, 1843. From the painting by D. O. Hill, RSA. See larger version. Dr. Chalmers, after the portrait by John Fade, RSA. See larger version. In Ireland, Roman Catholicism was represented by Archbishop Murray and Dr. Doyle, the eloquent Bishop of Kildare. The majority of the Irish churchmen were evangelical, and hence came often into collision with Archbishop Whately, who was a powerful supporter of the system of mixed education. The Scottish churches at that time possessed a number of ministers of great power and eminence, each exerting in his own denomination extensive influence. Dr. Andrew Thomson, a mighty spirit, had reached the meridian of his great popularity. Dr. Chalmers was rising fast to the commanding position he so long occupied. Among the Baptists, the most important names were those of two laymen, James and Robert Haldane, who not only preached throughout Scotland, but organized a vast missionary scheme for India. In the United Presbyterian Church, the ablest man was Dr. John Brown of Edinburgh, wielding great influence as a theological professor and as the pastor of a large congregation in that city. In Glasgow, the Rev. Greville Ewing had founded the Independent Church, then new to Scotland. Associated with him was a man not less gentle in spirit, but with intellectual power much more for 29 commanding, and of the highest cultivation as a theologian, Dr. Wardlaw, who during his life continued the foremost man among the Scottish Congregationalists. Dr. Russell of Dundee, possessing an intellect of great force, with an energetic temperament, contributed his share to the great controversy which continued for a number of years to agitate the whole Scottish nation, till it issued in the disruption and in the establishment of the Free Church. That movement had already begun, and the decision of the House of Lords in the Auchterarder case had made the schism inevitable. Among English nonconformists, the greatest names of the independents were those of Dr. Fletcher, of Finsbury Chapel, John Burnet, of Camberwell, John Angel James, of Birmingham, and William J., of Bath. John Williams was preaching the gospel to the Melanesians, and Dr. Moffat in South Africa. The Baptists could boast Robert Hall, and the Escus John Foster. Their greatest missionary was perhaps Dr. Carey. Of the leading Wesleyans, we may notice the names of Dr. Bunting and Dr. Adam Clarke. The two chief events which affected that body during the period were the secession in 1834, when Dr. Warren and his followers, called Warrenites, separated from the conference, and the last secession, when 100,000 broke off, forming a new community. All the seceding bodies, the Kilhamites or New Connection Methodists, the Bible Christians or Bryanites, the Wesleyan Methodist Association, formed in 1835, and last, the Wesleyan Methodist Reformers, separated on the alleged ground of the tyrannical powers exercised by the conference and the exclusion of the laity 430 from their due share in the management of the body. Until the beginning of the 19th century, the state of mathematical science was very low in England. The commencement of a better era originated with Woodhouse at Cambridge and Playfair in Edinburgh, by both of whom the continental methods were introduced into the studies of their respective universities. About 1820, the translation of Lacroix's Differential Calculus, superintended by Sir John Herschel and Dean Peacock, came into use as a textbook. Soon afterwards, the writings of Laplace and Poisson were generally read in the universities, and a few men of active and daring minds, chiefly of the Cambridge school, such as Professor Airy and Sir John Lubbock, grappled with the outstanding difficulties of physical astronomy, whilst a larger number applied themselves to the most difficult parts of pure analysis and acquired great dexterity in its use, in the solution of geometrical and mechanical problems. Sir John F. W. Herschel, son of Sir William Herschel, conversant with almost every branch of science, also devoted himself with remarkable success to the cultivation of sidereal astronomy. He evinced very early a taste for mathematics, but did not devote himself to astronomy until after his father's death in 1822. He then gave himself up to it without reserve. At that period, the southern hemisphere was to astronomers little more than an unknown region. For the purpose of exploring it, he visited the Cape of Good Hope in 1834, where, making use of his father's method, he continued his observations for more than 4 years, examining with great care, among other things, the nebel and double stars. On his return to Europe, he gave the results of his labors to the world in a work of deep interest and of the highest importance, and the value of the services he had rendered to science was recognized not only by the scientific world, but by his sovereign also, who created him a baronet. After he was appointed Master of the Mint, in 1850, he took no further part in practical astronomy, but he published many excellent works, not only on that subject, but on science generally, and he displayed a thorough acquaintance with natural history, the belles lettres, and the fine arts, and translated a portion of the Iliad. This great astronomer and mathematician died in May, 1871. Lord Rosse's labors to improve the telescope commenced about 1828 and continued unremittingly until 1844. His masterpiece was of 6 feet aperture and 54 feet in focal length. Amongst the foremost of the promoters of science, and the most eloquent of its expounders, was Sir David Brewster, who died full of years and of honors in 1868. Arrived at manhood at the opening of the present century, having been born in 1781, he continued his brilliant course during 50 years, pursuing his investigations into the laws of polarization by crystals, and by the reflection, refraction, and absorption of light, in which he made important discoveries. The attention of the British public was forcibly arrested by an able treatise on light, contributed by Sir John Herschel, in 1827, to the Encyclopaedia Metropolitana. Its excellent method and lucid explanations attracted to the theory of young and Fresnel men of science, who had been deterred by the fragmentary and abstruse style of the former. This was followed 4 years later by a most able and precise mathematical exposition of the theory, and its application to optical problems by Professor Airy, who became Astronomer Royal in 1835. While an impulse was thus given to the mathematical theory of light in the University of Cambridge, similar progress was being made in the sister University of Dublin, where 3 of her most eminent professors, Sir William Rowan Hamilton, Dr. Lloyd, and Mr. M. Kellogg, devoted themselves energetically to its improvement and verification. Sir William Hamilton, a geometer of the first order, having undertaken a more complete discussion of the wave surface of Fresnel, to the equation of which he gave a more elegant form, ascertained the exact nature of that surface, and consequently the exact direction of refracted rays in the neighborhood of the optic axes. The beautiful and unexpected results he obtained were verified by his friend Dr. Lloyd. The names of Sir William R. Hamilton and Dr. Lloyd will be handed down to posterity in connection with this discovery. But, says Professor Forbes, they have other claims to our respect. The former has generalized the most complicated cases of common geometrical optics by a peculiar analysis developed in his essays on systems of rays. To Dr. Lloyd, we are indebted for several interesting experimental papers on optics, for an impartial review of the progress of the science, and for an excellent elementary treatise on the wave theory. In the galaxy of illustrious names that shed light upon this age, not the least conspicuous is that of Mary Somerville, who is known in British 431 science not only as the able commentator of Laplace's Mécanique Céleste, but as the author of some ingenious experiments on the magnetizing power of the violet ray, and on the permeability of different bodies to the chemical rays, similar to those of Melloni on the heating rays. And she found great and seemingly capricious variations in this respect. The beautiful invention of the stereoscope, one of the most interesting contributions made to the theory of vision, was the work of Mr. Wheatstone, who published an account of it in the Philosophical Transactions of 1838. In connection with experiments of this class should be mentioned the invention of the daguerreotype, or the production of permanent pictures on plated copper, in 1825, which was brought to perfection in 1839 by Daguerre, whose name it bears. About the same time, Henry Fox Talbot applied himself to similar experiments and invented the calotype, or the production of permanent pictures on paper, and by a subsequent invention, he obtained what he justly called an instantaneous process. The science of photography was, however, in its infancy. But far more important are the wondrous powers evolved from the study of heat. The pioneer in this branch of work was the Hun, H. Cavendish, who was born in 1731 and devoted his life, until his death in 1810, to the pursuits of science. He was followed by Dalton, who made several important discoveries in chemistry, particularly with reference to the gases and in the doctrine of heat. With the greatest modesty and simplicity of character, he remained in the obscurity of the country, neither asking for approbation nor offering himself as an object of applause. In 1833, at the age of 67, he received a pension from government, which he enjoyed till 1844, when he died. His discoveries may be said to have terminated at the age of 40, though he labored for 30 years after. His first sketch of the atomic theory was propounded as early as 1807. Sir Mark Isambard Brunel, a hero of mechanical science, made a great step in advance by the invention of self-acting machinery to supersede the work of artisans, by which a new epoch was created in art. The greatest effort of Brunel was the Thames Tunnel, a structure of perfect firmness and solidity laid on a quicksand, and forced through a quaking mass of mud, which will endure like the cloak of regal Rome, when the palace and the cathedral have crumbled to dust. He was enabled to accomplish this prodigious work by means of the shield, a movable vertical frame of cast iron, provided with 36 cells, in each of which a man was placed with a pick to excavate the area, this frame or shield being moved bodily forward by powerful screws, while the bricklayers brought up the arched masonry behind, which was then beyond the power of injury. The The works, however, were several times drowned during their progress by the eruptions of the Thames, but every fresh difficulty was met successfully by the heroic engineer. The tunnel was commenced on the 2nd of March, 1825, and finished on the 25th of March, 1843. Brunel survived the completion of this, his greatest work, above 6 years, dying on the 12th of December, 1849. Mention must be made of the extraordinary calculating machines of Charles Babbage. A few years after leaving college, he originated the plan of a machine for calculating tables, by means of successive orders of differences, and having received for it, in 1822 and the following year, the support of the astronomical and royal societies, and a grant of money from government, he proceeded to its execution. He also, in 1834, contrived a machine called the analytical engine, extending the plan so as to develop algebraic quantities and to tabulate the numerical value of complicated functions when one or more of the variables which they contain are made to alter their values, but the difficulties of carrying out this plan became insurmountable. In 1839, Babbage resigned the professorship of mathematics in the University of Cambridge. He died at the end of 1871, having devoted his life to the study and advancement of science. Joseph Mallord William Turner, born in 1775, has been pronounced as essentially the great founder of English landscape painting, the greatest poet-artist our nation has yet produced. He excelled in everything, from the mere diagram and topographic map to the most consummate truth and the most refined idealism. In every touch of his there was profound thought and meaning. He was unrivaled in storms. As Napoleon said of Kleber, he wakes on the day of battle. The remark of Admiral Bowles, when looking at Turner's Wreck of the Minotaur, conveyed the highest compliment to his art. No ship could live in such a sea. His Man Overboard is a still higher effort of genius in conveying an expression of horror and utter despair. He was the best illustrator of our national poets. He made known to Englishmen 432 the beauties of their native land and made them acquainted with the picturesque on the continent. He gave our young artists love for color and made us the Venetians of the modern school. From the Fighting Temeraire tugged to her last moorings, to Wilkie's burial, and the burning of the Houses of Parliament, he let no event of his age pass without record or comment. He died in 1851. Joseph Mallord William Turner, after the portrait by C. Turner. See larger version. The fame of Sir Thomas Lawrence, b. 1769, had attained to its meridian in this period. In portrait painting, he was one of the most distinguished artists of the day, and he attained proficiency in it without having gone to Italy or studied the old masters. It has been said of him, as well as of Sir Joshua Reynolds, that he painted 3 generations of beauties. He went to Aix-la-Chapelle in 1818, by invitation, to take the likenesses of the most distinguished statesmen who were there assembled for diplomatic purposes. During his residence on the continent, he was received by the sovereigns of the different countries he visited, and entertained with marked distinction, and the propriety and elegance of his deportment, we are told, made an impression highly favorable to his character. On his return, he found that he had been unanimously elected to succeed West as the president of the Royal Academy, and this office he continued to hold till his death, which took place on the 7th of January, 1830. Sir David Wilkie, b. 1785, one of the greatest of Scottish painters, claims a few words here, especially regarding the latter part of his brilliant career. In 1821, he accomplished his masterpiece, The Chelsea Pensioners Listening to the 4:33 News of Waterloo, for which he received 1,200 guineas from the Duke of Wellington. His later works did not increase his reputation, chiefly because he abandoned the style in which he excelled and adopted the pseudo-Spanish. In 1830, he was made painter in ordinary to His Majesty on the death of Lawrence, and became a candidate for the presidentship of the Royal Academy, but had only 1 vote recorded in his favor. Between 1830 and 1840, he painted a considerable number of works, among which were John Knox preaching before Mary, and The Discovery of the Body of Tippoo Sahib, painted for the widow of Sir David Baird, for £1,500. In 1836 he was knighted, and in 1840 he set out on a tour to the east, and went as far as Jerusalem, which he viewed with rapture. At Constantinople he had the honor of painting the Sultan for the Queen. He returned by Egypt but never saw his native land again. He died off Gibraltar, and the burial service having been read by torchlight, his body was committed to the deep, on the 1st of June, 1841. Abbotsford and the Eildon Hills, from a photograph by Valentine and Sons, Dundee. See larger version. In the lives of English painters, the story of Benjamin Robert Haydon is perhaps the saddest. In youth, he devoted himself with such zeal to the study of art that people wondered how he ever found time to eat. He was one of those men of genius who may be called unlucky. He was always in pecuniary difficulties, though his father allowed him £200 per annum in the earlier part of his career. He applied for admission into the academy, but did not obtain a single vote, and he got involved in controversies, which continued to embitter his life. He succeeded at last, however, by his energy, in commanding public attention and winning fame. For the Judgment of Solomon, he received £700, with £100 voted to him by the directors of the British Institution and the Freedom of Plymouth. His pictures were, however, very unequal. Here and there was a powerful piece of work, but the whole was generally rough and unfinished. He committed suicide in 1846. Sculpture, which was then at its lowest ebb, was relieved alone from vacuity by the works of Chantrey, Flaxman, and Gibson. In architecture, the first place is due to the patriarch of the science, Sir John Soane, who was 434 employed in erecting or improving numerous public edifices in the metropolis and elsewhere. The atrocious law courts, which he added to Westminster Hall, were happily removed in 1883. In 1826, he built the Freemasons' Hall, in Great Queen Street, having been chosen Grand Superintendent of Works to the Fraternity of Freemasons some years before. In 1833, he completed the State Paper Office in St. James's Park. He was now in his 80th year, and he retired from the active labors of the profession in which he had been engaged for 60 years, during 45 of which he had been in the service of the Bank of England. At his death, which occurred on January 20, 1837, his house and museum in Lincoln's Inn Fields became the property of the public. Sir Charles Barry was the architect of numerous buildings, but his greatest work was the new Palace of Westminster. When the old Houses of Parliament were burned down in 1834, amongst the numerous designs sent in Mr. Barry's was selected, and he had the honor of constructing the magnificent Temple of Legislation, in which the most powerful body in the world debates and deliberates, upon the old, classic site, rendered sacred by so many events in our history. It has been disputed whether the style of the building is altogether worthy of the locality and the object, and whether grander and more appropriate effects might not have been produced by the vast sums expended. But it has been remarked in defense of the artist that the design was made almost at the commencement of the revival of our national architecture, and that, this fact being considered, the impression will be one of admiration for the genius of the architect that conceived such a work, and the conviction will remain that by it Sir Charles Barry did real service to the progress of English art. The two Pugins, father and son, had much to do with the revival of Gothic architecture among us. The father, Augustus, born in France in 1769, came over to London to practice his profession. In 1821 he published specimens of Gothic architecture, selected from various ancient edifices in England, and in 1825 8 specimens of the architectural antiquities of Normandy. The year before his death, in 1832, he assisted his son in producing a work entitled Gothic Ornaments, selected from various buildings in England and France. Augustus Welby Pugin, who was born in 1811, very soon eclipsed his father's fame. Having resolved to devote his time to the archaeological study of style and symbolism in architectural ornaments, he settled down at Ramsgate in 1833 and carried his resolution into effect both with pen and pencil. In 1835, he published designs for furniture in the style of the 15th century and designs for iron and brass work in the style of the 16th and 17th centuries. The year following appeared his designs for gold and silver ornaments and ancient timber houses. His exclusive and ardent devotion to these studies, aided, no doubt, by his habits of seclusion, began to produce a morbid effect upon his intellect, which was shown in the overweening arrogance of a tract entitled Contrasts, or a parallel between ancient and modern architecture. This morbid tendency probably was increased by his becoming a member of the Roman Catholic Church, in which a great field was opened for the display of his peculiar tastes, by the construction of buildings which he expected would shame the degenerate taste of the age, but which, too often, were found to be gloomy and inconvenient. His principal works were the Cathedral of St. George, Southwark, the Church of St. Barnabas, at Nottingham, the Cistercian Abbey of St. Bernard, in Leicestershire, the cathedral churches of Killarney and Enniscorthy, Alton Cassell, and the model structure which he erected at his own place near Ramsgate. The medieval court in the exhibition of 1851 was associated in all minds with the name of Pugin. In his case, genius was too nearly allied to madness. The awful boundary was passed towards the close of his life, when his friends were obliged to confine him in a lunatic asylum, from which he returned only to die in 1852. Among the historians of the time, there are 3 or 4 names that deserve to be specially mentioned. The first is that of Sir James Mackintosh, who, notwithstanding the pressure of parliamentary duties and the attractions of London society, so far conquered his constitutional indolence, increased by his residence in India, as to produce some literary works so valuable that it has been a source of regret that he could not find time to give to the world something more than fragments. His dissertation on the progress of ethical philosophy shows what he could have accomplished in that field, while his 3 volumes of the History of England caused a general feeling of disappointment that he was not spared to complete the work. He was engaged on a history of the Revolution of 1688 when he died, rather suddenly, in May, 1832. The English Roman Catholics produced in 435 historian Dr. Lingard, who, for the correctness and strength of his diction, as well as the extent of his learning, ranks among the first names in this department of literature. He was a man of great force of mind, remarkable acuteness in testing historical evidence, and considerable powers of description. Being a priest, it was not to be expected that he would be impartial in his treatment of the events and characters of the Reformation, and the subsequent conflicts between the churches of England and Rome. Of his own church, he was a zealous defender and a skillful apologist, but where that bias did not interfere, his judgments were generally sound. He died in 1851. Henry Hallam, who died in 1859, occupies a higher ground than Lingard, having no party interest to serve, and having a mind singularly free from prejudice, as well as a conscientious regard for truth in his records and judgments. While his clear, impressive, and graceful style invests dry details with interest, his view of the state of Europe during the Middle Ages, a work of great learning and value, was followed, in 1827, by his Constitutional History of England. And 10 years later he published, in 4 volumes, an introduction to the literature of Europe in the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries. This is his greatest work, and in point of learning and utility and purity of style, it may be regarded as one of the greatest in the English language. These works placed Mr. Hallam, by general consent, at the head of contemporary historians. The history of the Peninsular War was written very ably and faithfully by a soldier who bore a distinguished part in it, General Sir W. F. P. Napier, one of 3 brothers, all eminently distinguished for their talents and achievements. About the time when this work was concluded appeared further illustrations of the war, in the dispatches of Field Marshal the Duke of Wellington, which were edited by Colonel Gurwood, and which are very valuable. Of these dispatches, it was justly remarked in the Edinburgh Review that no man ever before had the gratification of himself witnessing the formation of such a monument to his glory. Thomas Moore, the poet, in the latter period of his life, published several biographical works, namely, A Life of Richard Brinsley Sheridan in 1825, Notices of the Life of Lord Byron in 1830, and Memoirs of Lord Edward Fitzgerald in 1831. Byron had written memoirs of his own life, which he presented to Moore, and by the publication of which a very large sum of money could have been made, but Moore generously placed the MS at the disposal of Mrs. Lee, the poet's sister and executrix, and from a regard to his memory they were consigned to the flames. It is supposed, however, that all that was valuable in them was found in the noble lord's journals and memorandum books. Among literary biographies, a class of publications highly interesting to cultivated minds, the first place is due to Lockhart's Life of Sir Walter Scott, a work that ranks next to Boswell's Life of Johnson. Number of distinguished authors on miscellaneous subjects was very great at this time. In jurisprudence and political economy there were Jeremy Bentham, whose life ended in 1832, his eminent disciples, John Stuart Mill, Dr. Boring, and Dr. Hill Burton, Archbishop Whately, Mr. M. Culloch, Mr. Sadler, and Mr. N. W. Sr. De Quincey began his brilliant career as an author in 1822 by the publication of the Confessions of an English Opium Eater. In 1827 began the plan of publishing monthly volumes of valuable scientific works, previously so expensive as to be beyond the reach of the multitude. To Mr. Constable, of Edinburgh, belongs the credit of this plan, but he failed before it could be carried out. His name, however, was given to the series, and Constable's Miscellany was started in 1827. The works were issued in monthly numbers at £1 each and in volumes at 3s. 6d. each. Mr. Murray, the eminent London publisher, took up the idea and published monthly volumes of the family library at 5 shillings each. A series of sacred classics was also published. The Edinburgh Cabinet Library commenced in 1830 and contained the works of some of the first writers of the day. There was also a series called A Library of Entertaining Knowledge, in 4 shilling volumes, started by the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, which was established in 1825. The first of its 6-penny treatises on science was issued in 1827. It was a discourse on the objects, advantages, and pleasures of science, by Henry Brougham. The society thus began to work upon a vast field, a mere skirt of which it was able to cultivate. St. George's Cathedral, Southwark. See larger version. Sir Walter Scott has, perhaps, left the most permanent traces behind him. We have on many occasions mentioned this illustrious writer. Perhaps this is a fitting time to speak more in detail of his career. He was born in 1771 of a very respectable family at Edinburgh. He began his career as an author while very young. His earlier publications, though not successful in a pecuniary way, were greatly admired by good judges. And his undoubted talents, as well as his family connections, introduced him to men high in rank, whose influence became valuable to him, and also to the most distinguished literary characters of the time. His appointment as Sheriff Depute of Selkirkshire, by securing him a competent income, while its duties demanded but little of his time, enabled him to devote himself to his favorite pursuits, and his resources were further augmented by a small patrimony which he obtained at the death of his father, and by property he received with the lady whom he married. At this period he produced several poems, some of which were of considerable length, and he acquired a large amount of celebrity. Marmion appeared in 1808, and The Lady of the Lake in 1810. His income from various sources became, after some time, very considerable, and happy would it have been for him had he been content with it. But ambition, of which he had long shown symptoms, became a master passion, and he yielded fatally to its influence. To hasten the acquisition of wealth, as a means of adding to the consequence and importance of his family, which was the dream of his life, he became a partner in a large publishing firm, which afterwards involved him in its ruin, and whose liabilities swallowed up the profits of a most successful career. The demands which it continually made on his resources compelled him to undertake literary drudgery, in addition to his ordinary labors, and the magnitude of the enterprises filled him with continual anxiety. His time was unremittingly occupied. From 1815 to 1825 he vanished, indeed, from public view, yet he was never more thoroughly employed. Waverley made its appearance in 1814, but the name of the writer was, for some time, involved in impenetrable mystery. Its success was unexampled, and it was followed by many similar productions. When the hour of Sir Walter Scott's seemingly greatest prosperity had arrived, and his most sanguine expectations 437 appeared to be nearly realized, the crash came. The firm of which he had so long been a secret partner stopped payment. This event, besides entailing upon him immense pecuniary loss, inflicted a deep wound on his feelings by proclaiming to the world his connection with mercantile speculations. His conduct upon this trying occasion was, however, in accordance with his whole life. He refused to avail himself of any legal technicalities for the purpose of diminishing his responsibilities, and he not only gave up to the creditors of the concern with which he was so unfortunately connected all he then possessed, but devoted the energies of the remainder of his life to make up the large deficit that still remained. He afterwards realized the enormous sum of £40,000 by his writings, and shortly after his death, his debts were paid in full by his executors. But his exertions had been too much for him. He became ultimately a wreck both in body and mind. Every effort to recover health was in vain. The last few months of his life passed with very rare intervals of consciousness, and he expired, it may be said, prematurely, in the 61st year of his age. He ranks high as a poet, but far higher as the discoverer of a new world of fiction, in describing which, however numerous those who attempt to follow the course which he pursued, he is little likely ever to have a successful rival. He died in 1832, and so belongs more properly to the reign of George Roman III. Thomas More. See larger version. The age was remarkably prolific in female poets and novelists, some of whom have taken as high a rank in literature as their sex have done in any age. Lady Blessington and Lady Morgan were not young at the death of George Roman III, but many 438 of their most celebrated works were published during the two subsequent reigns. The former, soon after the death of Lord Blessington in 1829, fixed her residence in London at Gore House, which became the centre of attraction for men of talent and distinction in every department. Even great statesmen and ministers of the crown sometimes spent their evenings in her circle, which was then unrivaled in London for the combined charms of beauty, wit, and brilliant conversation. And besides, all the celebrities and lions of London were sure to be met there. The ambiguous attachment that so long subsisted between her and Count d'Orsay, one of the most accomplished men of the age, however, excluded Lady Blessington from the best society. The heavy expenses of her establishment compelled her to work hard with her pen, and she produced a number of works, which were in great demand in the circulating libraries of the day. They are no longer read. Debt at length broke up the establishment at Gore House, and all its precious collections passed under the hammer of the auctioneer, to satisfy inexorable creditors. Lady Blessington removed to Paris, where she lived in retirement for some years, and died in 1849. Lady Morgan Sidney Owenson was before the country as an author for nearly half a century. She was born in Dublin in 1783 and died in 1859. Before she was 16 years of age, she was the author of 2 novels. Her third work, The Wild Irish Girl, brought to her the fame for which she longed and made her a celebrity. In 1811 she married Sir Charles Morgan, a Dublin physician. Her principal works as a novelist were Patriotic Sketches, O'Donnell, Florence M. Carthy, and The O'Briens and O'Flahertys, which was published in 1827. One of the most charming poets of the time was Mrs. Hemans, whose maiden name was Felicia Dorothea Brown, daughter of a Liverpool merchant, and sister of Colonel Brown, a distinguished officer, who was for many years one of the commissioners of the Metropolitan Police in Dublin. In 1819, she obtained a prize of £50 for the best poem on the subject of Sir William Wallace, and in 1821, that awarded by the Royal Society of Literature for the best poem on the subject of Dartmoor. Her next production was a tragedy, The Vespers of Palermo, which was unsuccessful on the stage. The Forest Sanctuary appeared in 1826, and in 1828 Records of Woman. In 1830 appeared Songs of the Affections, and 4 years later National Lyrics, Hymns for Childhood, and Scenes and Hymns of Life. There was a collective edition of her works published with a memoir by her sister in 1839 and several other editions subsequently, not only in Great Britain but in America, where her poems were exceedingly popular. She died in 1835. Letitia Elizabeth Landon, known as one of the most eminent female poets of her time, by the signature L.E.L., which she appended to her numerous contributions in the magazines, was born at Hans Place, Chelsea, in 1802. Her poetical sketches were published first in the Literary Gazette. In 1824 appeared her Improvisatrice. She was the author of 2 other volumes of poetry and of a successful novel. A spirit of melancholy pervades her writings, but it is stated by Mr. L. Blanchard, in the Life and Literary Remains, which he published, that she was remarkable for the vivacity and playfulness of her disposition. Her poetry ranked very high in public estimation for its lyric beauty and touching pathos, but the circumstances of her early death, which was the subject of much controversy, invested her name with a tragic and romantic interest. In 1838 she was married to Mr. George Maclean, governor of Cape Coast Cassell, but the marriage was unhappy, and she died, shortly afterwards, from an overdose of laudanum. Robert Pollack was a young Scottish minister who rose suddenly to popularity by the publication of a poem in blank verse, entitled The Course of Time. It was long and discursive, extending to 10 books. The style was very unequal, sometimes rising to a high level and often sinking to tame prose. The author had a wonderful command of words for one so young, and time would, no doubt, have mellowed what was crude and refined what was coarse, if he had not been prematurely cut off, just when his genius and his goodness had gathered round him a host of warm friends. He died of consumption on the 15th of September, 1827. His early death contributed to the popularity of the poem, which ran through many editions. John Wilson, though born so far back as 1785, was one of the writers of this period distinguished for originality, freshness, power, and rich fancy, combined with learning and eloquence. As Christopher North, he was long the delight of the readers of Blackwood's magazine. His criticisms on poetry were distinguished by a profusion of thought and imagery, which flowed forth so rapidly, and sometimes so little under the control of judgment, that there seemed no reason why the 439 stream of illustration should not flow on forever. He was a poet as well as a critic, but it is a singular fact that his imagination, like that of Milton, was more active in prose than in verse. In the latter, his genius was like a spirited horse in harness; in the former, like the same horse unbridled, and bounding wildly over the prairies. His principal poetical work was The Isle of Palms, published in 1812, which was followed by one more elaborate, The City of the Plague. Among the most popular of his prose fictions are The Lights and Shadows of Scottish Life, The Trials of Margaret Lindsay, and The Foresters. But it was in periodical literature that he shone most brightly. Soon after the establishment of Blackwood's magazine, in 1817, he became its chief editor, and thenceforward he poured forth through this organ all the treasures of his intellect. In 1820 he succeeded Dr. Thomas Browne as professor of moral philosophy in the University of Edinburgh, which he held till 1851, when he resigned, in consequence of ill health, receiving about the same time a pension of £300 a year from the Crown. As a professor, he was greatly beloved by his students, on account of his genial nature and the warm interest he took in their welfare, and he was always surrounded by troops of friends, who respected his character almost as much as they admired his genius. He died in 1854. The most distinguished dramatic writers of the time were Sheridan Knowles, Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton, Mr. Justice Talfourd, and Miss Mitford. Mr. Knowles's first drama, Caius Gracchus, appeared in 1815, and was followed by more successful efforts, namely The Wife, A Tale of Mantua, The Hunchback, Virginius, The Blind Beggar of Bethnal Green, William Tell, The Love Chase, Old Maids, and The Daughter. Ultimately, however, he became disgusted with the stage from religious scruples, and taking a fancy to polemics, he published 2 attacks upon Romanism, entitled The Rock of Rome and The Idol Demolished by Its Own Priest. He ended his career as a preacher in connection with the Baptist denomination, and died in 1862, having enjoyed a literary pension of £200 a year since 1849. Sir E. Bulwer Lytton, afterwards Lord Lytton, is chiefly known as a most successful novelist, but he won fame also as a dramatic author, his chief productions in this line being The Lady of Lyon and Richelieu. He was born in 1805, and was the youngest son of General Bulwer, of Haydon Hall. He commenced the career of authorship very early, having written Weeds and Wild Flowers, O'Neill, The Rebel, and Falkland, before the appearance of Pelham in 1828. Then in rapid succession appeared The Disowned, Devereux, Paul Clifford, Eugene Aram, The Last Days of Pompeii, Rienzi, Ernest Maltravers, Alice or the Mysteries, The Last of the Barons, Harold or the Last of the Saxon Kings, and several others. In 1831 he entered the House of Commons, and represented Lincoln till 1841. His political career, however, belongs to the reign of Queen Victoria. The success of the Waverley novels turned the main force of the genius and literary resources of the country into the ever-widening channel of prose fiction. Many names of note appeared before the public as novel writers about that time. In Scotland, under the immediate shadow of the author of Waverley, came John Galt, Mrs. Johnstone, Miss Ferrier, the Ettrick Shepherd, Alan Cunningham, Gibson Lockhart, Picken, Moir. In Ireland and of Irish birth there were Colley, Gratt, Crofton Croker, Banham, Gerald Griffin, Samuel Lover, and last though not least, William Carleton. In England and chiefly of English birth were Mrs. Shelley, Peacock, Thomas Hope, Theodore and James Hook, Morier, Lister, Ward, Glegg, Horace Smith, Miss Mitford, Mrs. Gore, Mrs. Trollope, Captain Marryat, and Mr. James. The changes in the manners and morals of the age since the reign of George Roman III have been sufficiently indicated in the preceding pages. Corresponding changes were gradually introduced in the world of fashion, though the conservative instinct of the aristocracy and the spirit of exclusiveness resisted innovation as long as possible. What was called good society was wonderfully select. The temple of fashion at the beginning of the reign of George Roman IV was Almack's, and the divinities that under the name of lady patronesses presided there were the ladies Castlereagh, Jersey, Cowper, and Sefton, the Princess Esterhazy, and the Countess Leven. These and their associates gave the tone to the beau monde. We can scarcely now conceive the importance that was then attached to the privilege of getting admission to Almack's. Of the 300 officers of the Foot Guards, not more than half a dozen were honored with vouchers. The most popular and influential amongst the Grand's dames was Lady Cowper, afterwards Lady Palmerston. Lady Jersey was not popular, being inconceivably rude and insolent 440 in her manner. Many diplomatic arts, much finesse, and a host of intrigues were set in motion to get an invitation to Almack's. Very often persons whose rank and fortune entitled them to the entree anywhere were excluded by the cliquism of the lady patronesses. Trousers had come into general use. They had been first worn by children, then adopted in the army, and from the army they came into fashion with civilians. But they were rigidly excluded from Almack's, as well as the black tie, which also came into use about this time. The female oligarchy who ruled the world of fashion, or tried to do so, issued a solemn proclamation that no gentleman should appear at the assemblies without being dressed in knee breeches, white cravat, and chapeau bras. On one occasion, we are told, the Duke of Wellington was about to ascend the staircase of the ballroom, dressed in black trousers, when the vigilant Mr. Willis, the guardian of the establishment, stepped forward and said, "Your Grace cannot be admitted in trousers." Whereupon the great captain quietly retreated, without daring to storm the citadel of fashion. The principal dances at Almack's had been Scottish reels and the Old English country dance. In 1815, Lady Jersey introduced from Paris the quadrille which has so long remained popular. The Maisie waltz was also imported about the same time. Among the first who ventured to whirl round the salons of Almack's was Lord Palmerston, his favorite partner being Madame Leven. This new dance was so diligently cultivated in the houses of the nobility and gentry that the upper classes were affected with a waltzing mania. The Duke of Wellington at Almack's, CP 440. See larger version. The coarse manners of the gentlemen were gradually yielding to refining influences, but the society of ladies amongst the upper classes was generally neglected. Husbands spent their days in hunting or other masculine occupations, and their evenings in dining and drinking. The dinner party, which commenced at 7, not breaking up before 1 in the morning. 4 or 5, or even 6 bottle men were not uncommon among the nobility. Lord Eldon and his brother Lord Stowell used to say that they had drunk more bad port than any 2 men in England. The Italian opera was then the greatest attraction. It became 441, less exclusive in its arrangements, when the opera house was under the management of Mr. Waters, but the strictest etiquette was still kept up with regard to the dress of gentlemen, who were only admitted with knee buckles, ruffles, and chapeaux bras. If there happened to be a drawing-room, the ladies as well as the gentlemen would come to the opera in their court dresses. Reproduced by André and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. The Fighting Temeraire, tugged to her last berth to be broken up, 1838. From the painting by J. M. W. Turner, R.A., in the National Gallery. See larger version. Rotten Row in 1830, CP 442. See larger version. English cookery, even in the greatest houses, had not yet been much affected by French art. The dinners were remarkably solid, hot, and stimulating. Mulligatawny and turtle soups came first, then at one end of the table was uncovered the familiar salmon, and at the other the turbot surrounded by smelts. Next came a saddle of mutton, or a joint of roast beef, and for the 4th course came fowls, tongue, and ham. French dishes were placed on the sideboard, but for a long time such weak culinary preparations were treated with contemptuous neglect. The boiled potato was then very popular, and vegetables generally were unaccompanied with sauce. The dessert, which was ordered from the confectioners, was often very costly. The wines used at dinner were chiefly port, sherry, and hock. A perpetual thirst seemed to come over people, both men and women, says Captain Grano, as soon as they had tasted their soup, as from that moment everybody was taking wine with everybody else till the close of the dinner, and such wine as produced that class of cordiality which frequently wanders into stupefaction. How this sort of eating and drinking ended was obvious from the prevalence of gout, and the necessity of every one making the pillbox a constant bedroom companion. There was a sort of understanding in those times that Hyde Park was the peculiar preserve of the aristocracy. Women of notoriously bad reputation would not then have dared to show themselves in Rotten Row, and the middle and lower classes of London did not think of intruding themselves as equestrians upon the pleasure ground of the nobility. At that time, it was every way more retired. The walks were fewer, and cows and deer were seen quietly grazing under clumps of trees. The frequenters of the park, who then congregated daily about 5 o'clock, were chiefly 442 composed of dandies and ladies in the best society. The former, well-mounted and dressed in a blue coat, with brass buttons, leather breeches and top boots, with a tremendously deep, stiff, white cravat, and high shirt collar which rendered stooping impossible. Many of the ladies used to drive round the park in a carriage, called a vis-a-vis, which held only 2 persons, having a hammercloth rich in heraldic designs, powdered footmen in smart liveries, and a coachman who assumed all the airs and importance of a wigged archbishop. The growing importance of the middle classes, the rapid multiplication of men of wealth and high social position in the mercantile community, the marriage of their daughters into noble families rendered insolvent by extravagance, and the diffusion of knowledge among all classes of the community, gradually leveled or lowered the barriers of exclusiveness, increased the facilities of social intercourse, and rendered the fashions in the clothing of both sexes more accordant with good taste, more convenient, and more conducive to health. With the use of the trousers, and Hessian or Wellington boots, came the loose and easy surtout and frock coat, and instead of the deep stiff white cravat, black stocks or black ties were worn except in full dress at evening parties. The clergy, however, retained the white neckcloth, and strange to say, it also became the necessary distinction of footmen, butlers, hotel waiters, and shop assistants. The old court dress coat with its bag-like skirt was abandoned by gentlemen who attended dinner parties and balls, for the swallow-tailed dress coat. The style of ladies' dresses in the days of George Roman IV forms a striking contrast to the fashions of the present day. The ordinary walking dresses were made loosely and simply, not high to the throat, as they were afterwards, nor yet low. The waist, with utter disregard to its natural length, was portioned off by a belt coming almost immediately under the arms, from which descended a long, straight, ungraceful skirt, without any undulation or fullness whatever, reaching to the feet but short enough to leave them visible. The sleeves were plain and close to the arms, and fastened at the wrist with a frill. The same scantiness of material was observed in the evening dresses. They wore low bodices and short sleeves, with long gloves reaching to the elbow. The trimmings varied according to the taste of the wearer, as in our own day. Small flowers at the bottom of the skirt seemed to have been the prevailing style. The hair was generally arranged in short curls round the face, but this was also subject to variations, of course, and some wore it plaited. The head-dress was composed of a bouquet of flowers placed on the top of the head. But the ugliest and the most uncouth part of the dress, and the most irreconcilable with modern ideas of taste, was the bonnet. The crown was in itself large enough for a hat of reasonable proportions, and from it, the leaf grew out, expanding round the face, in shape somewhat like a coal scuttle, and trimmed elaborately with feathers and flowers. Towards the end of William Roman IV's reign, the style of ladies' dress suddenly changed. The unshapely short-waisted robe was succeeded by one of ampler dimensions, longer and fuller, with a moderate amount of crinoline, enough to give dignity and grace to the figure, but not expanding to the same absurd extent as afterwards, and long pointed stomachers. The bonnets were considerably reduced in size. The ball dresses at the beginning of the Victorian reign became more like those of a later day, except that they were then made of heavy, rich materials. Silk, satin, brocade, etc. The style of the sleeve varied, but one of the fashions at this time was a puffing at the shoulder, and sloping gradually down, commonly called the leg of mutton sleeve. The cloaks were large and full, enveloping the whole figure, and reaching almost to the ground. Footnote. Chapter 13. The Reign of Victoria. The Queen's accession, separation of Hanover from England, the civil list, the general election, rebellion in Lower Canada, its prompt suppression, Sir Francis Head in Upper Canada, the affair of the Caroline, Lord Durham's mission, his ordinance, it is disallowed, Lord Durham resigns, renewal and suppression of the Rebellion Union of the Canadas, the Irish Poor Law Bill work of the Commissioners, attack on Lord Glenelg, compromise on Irish questions, a Clan's resolution. The Tithe Bill becomes law, the Municipal Bill abandoned, the coronation scene in the Abbey, the fair in Hyde Park, rejoicings in the provinces, dissolution of the Spanish Legion, debate on the intervention in Spain, Lord Ashley's factory bills, prorogation of Parliament, the Glasgow strike, reference to combinations in the Queen's speech, remarks of Sir Robert Peel, rise of Chartism, the 6 points, Mr. Atwood's petition, Lord John Russell's proclamation, the Birmingham riots, dissolution of the National Convention, The Newport riots, murder of Lord Norbury, meeting of the magistrates, the precursor association, debates in Parliament, Lord Normanby's defence of his administration, the Lords censure the government, the vote reversed in the Commons, the Jamaica Bill, virtual defeat of the ministry, they resign. A combination of circumstances invested the accession on the 20th of June of the Princess Victoria with peculiar interest. She was the third female sovereign called to occupy the throne since the Reformation, and like those of Elizabeth and Anne, her reign has served to mark an era in British history. The novelty of a female sovereign, especially one so young, had a charm for all classes in society. The superior gifts and the amiable disposition of the princess, the care with which she had been educated by her mother, and all that had been known of her private life and her favorite pursuits, prepared the nation to hail her accession with sincere acclamations. There was something which could not fail to excite the imagination and touch the heart, in seeing one who in a private station would be regarded as a mere girl, just old enough to come out into society, called upon to assume the scepter of the greatest empire in the world, and to sit upon one of the oldest thrones, receiving the willing homage of statesmen and warriors who had been historic characters for half a century. We are not surprised, therefore, to read that the mingled majesty and grace with which she assumed her high functions excited universal admiration, and drew tears from many eyes which had not been wet for half a lifetime, and that warriors trembled with emotion, who had never known fear in the presence of the enemy. When the ceremony of taking the oath of allegiance had been gone through, Her Majesty addressed the Privy Council. The severe and afflicting loss which the nation has sustained by the death of His Majesty, my beloved uncle, has devolved upon me the duty of administering the government of this empire. This awful responsibility is imposed upon me so suddenly, and at so early a period of my life, that I should feel myself utterly oppressed by the burden, were I not sustained by the hope that divine providence, which has called me to this work, will give me strength for the performance of it, and that I shall find in the purity of my intentions, and in my zeal for the public welfare, that support and those resources which usually belong to a more mature age and to long experience. I place my firm reliance upon the wisdom of Parliament, and upon the loyalty and affection of my people. The young Queen enjoyed, in the new King of Hanover, the advantage of a foil which, with all the force of contrast, placed her character as a constitutional sovereign in the best possible light. At her accession, the crown of Hanover, which could not be inherited by a female, was separated from the crown of England, with which it had been united since the accession of George I in 1714, and had descended to the Duke of Cumberland, the next surviving male heir of George Roman III. This severance, instead of being regarded as a loss, was really felt as a great relief by the British nation, not only as terminating its connection with German politics, from which nothing but annoyance and expense could result, but, what was regarded as much more important, freeing the country from the presence of the Duke of Cumberland, who was detested for his arbitrary temper. On the 24th of June, Ernest Augustus, King of Hanover, left London, apparently in a very churlish spirit, and breathing hostility to constitutional freedom in the country which was to be cursed by his rule. So strong were his feelings against constitutional government that he had not the grace to receive a deputation of the Chambers, who came to offer him their homage and their congratulations. And on the 5th of July 444, he hastened to issue a proclamation, announcing his intention to abolish the Constitution. He not only did this, but he ejected from their offices, and banished from their country, some of the most eminent professors in the University of Göttingen. It was thus he inaugurated a rule of iron despotism worse than that of the native princes, who had not the advantage of being brought up in a free country. The Queen did not disturb the administration which she found in office. The Premier, Lord Melbourne, who was now 58 years old, had had much experience of public life. He had been Chief Secretary for Ireland, Home Secretary, and Prime Minister, to which position he had been called the second time, after the failure of Sir Robert Peel's administration in the spring of 1835. The young Queen seems to have looked to his counsel with a sort of filial deference, and from the time of her accession to the close of his career, he devoted himself to the important task of instructing and guiding his royal mistress in the discharge of her various official duties, a task of great delicacy, which he performed with so much ability and success as not only to win her gratitude, but to secure also the approbation of the country and to disarm the hostility of political opponents. No royal pupil, it may be safely said, ever did more credit to a mentor than did Queen Victoria. For the time being, Lord Melbourne took up his residence at Windsor and acted as the Queen's secretary. Prior to the Revolution, the sums voted for the civil list were granted without any specification as to whether they should be applied to the maintenance of the army, the navy, the civil government, or the household. The king got a lump sum for carrying on the government, defending the country, and supporting the royal dignity, and was allowed to apportion it according to his own discretion, the plan most agreeable to an arbitrary monarch. After the Revolution, the expenses of the army and navy were separately voted, and the charges for civil government have been gradually removed from the civil list. At the accession of William Roman IV, these charges were reduced to the amount required for the expenses of the royal household by the removal of the salaries of the judges, the ambassadors, and the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, together with a number of civil list pensions. This fact should be borne in mind in connection with the sums on the civil list of former sovereigns. For example, William Roman III, Anne and George I had £700,000 a year, George Roman II, and George Roman III, £800,000, George Roman IV, £850,000, William Roman IV, £500,000. Queen Victoria received £385,000. The application was thus limited. Privy purse, £60,000. Household salaries and retired allowances, £131,260. Household expenses, £172,500. Royal bounty, alms, and special services, £13,200, leaving an unappropriated balance of upwards of £8,000 to be employed in supplementing any of the other charges, or in any way Her Majesty thought proper. The pension list was limited to £1,200 per annum, and the incomes from the duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall, estimated at £50,000 a year, were secured to the Crown. Economists grumbled about the magnitude of these allowances, and Lord Melbourne was accused of being overindulgent to the youthful sovereign. But her immense popularity silenced all murmurers, and the nation felt happy to give her any amount of money she required. On the 17th of July, a week after the burial of the king, the Queen went in state to meet Parliament. She was received along the line of procession with extraordinary enthusiasm, and never on the accession of a sovereign was the House of Peers so thronged by ladies of rank. A tone of kindness, mercy, and conciliation, befitting her youth and sex, marked her first speech from the throne. She stated that she regarded with peculiar interest the measures that had been brought to maturity for the mitigation of the criminal code and the reduction of the number of capital punishments, promised that it should be her care to strengthen our institutions, civil and ecclesiastical, by discreet improvement, wherever improvement was required, and to do all in her power to compose and allay animosity and discord. Immediately on the delivery of the royal speech, Parliament was prorogued in order to its dissolution. The general elections speedily followed, and were all over early in August. The ministerial candidates were accused of making an unconstitutional use of the Queen's name in their addresses, and availing themselves of her popularity to strengthen the position of the government. And the Conservatives asserted that the Queen had no partiality for her present advisers, whom she found in office, and bore with only till Sir Robert Peel and his colleagues should feel strong enough to take their places. The elections did not materially alter the balance of parties, the Whigs still commanding a small majority. The Queen's First Council. After the painting by Sir David Wilkie, R.A., in the Royal Collection. See larger version. Niagara Falls. See larger version. Parliament met on the 15th of November, when Mr. Abercrombie was unanimously re-elected Speaker. On the 20th, the Queen opened the new Parliament in person. In the royal speech, the serious attention of the legislature was requested to the consideration of the state of the province of Lower Canada, which had now become a question that could not be any longer deferred. The demands of the inhabitants of that province were so extravagant that they were regarded by Sir Robert Peel as revolutionary. They demanded not only that the Executive Council should be responsible to the House of Representatives, but also that the Senate, or Upper House, then nominated by the Crown, should be elected by the people. The Home Government, sustained by an overwhelming majority of the House of Commons, rejected the demand. And when the news reached Canada, the lower province was quickly in a flame of rebellion. Violent harangues were delivered to excited assemblies of armed men, who were called upon to imitate the glorious example of the United States and break the yoke of British oppression. Fortunately, disaffection in the upper provinces was confined to a minority. The Loyalists held counter-demonstrations at Montreal. Regiments of volunteers to support the government and maintain the British connection were rapidly formed, and filled up by brave men determined to lay down their lives for the fair young queen who now demanded their allegiance. Sir Francis Head had so much confidence in the inhabitants of the upper provinces that he sent all the regular troops into Lower Canada for the purpose of suppressing the insurrection. A small force, under the command of Colonel Gore, encountered 1,500 of the rebels so strongly posted in stone houses in the villages of St. Denis and St. Charles that they were obliged to retreat before the well-directed fire from the windows, with the loss of 6 killed and 10 wounded, leaving their only fieldpiece behind. Among the wounded was Lieutenant Weir, who was barbarously murdered by the insurgents. At St. Charles, Colonel Wetherall, at the head of another detachment, stormed the stronghold of the rebels, and completely routed them after an obstinate resistance, with a loss of only 3 killed and 18 wounded. The strength of the insurgents, 446, however, lay in the country of the Two Mountains, where they were pursued by Sir John Colborne in person, with a force of 13,000 men, including volunteers. Many of them took to flight at his approach, including their commander Giraud, who, on being pursued and captured, shot himself. But 400 rebels, commanded by Dr. Chenier, took up a position in a church and some other buildings, around which they erected barricades, and there made a desperate resistance for 2 hours. Next day the British troops proceeded to another stronghold of the rebels, St. Benoit, which they found abandoned, and to which the exasperated Loyalists set fire. Papineau, the leader of the insurrection, had escaped to New York. Sir Francis Head had made a somewhat dangerous experiment in denuding Upper Canada of troops, conceiving it to be his duty to lay before the American people the incontrovertible fact that, by the removal of Her Majesty's forces, and by the surrender of 600 stand-of-arms to the civil authorities, the people of Upper Canada had virtually been granted an opportunity of revolting. Consequently, as the British Constitution had been protected solely by the sovereign will of the people, it became, even by the greatest of all republican maxims, the only law of the land. This was not done, however, without an attempt at revolt, made chiefly by Irish Roman Catholics. The leader of this movement was W. L. Mackenzie, the editor of a newspaper. On the night of the 3rd of December, 1837, this leader marched at the head of 500 rebels, from Montgomery's Tavern, his headquarters, upon Toronto, having initiated the war by the murder of Colonel Moody. They were, however, driven away. Mackenzie fled in disguise to Buffalo in New York. A large number of the rebels were taken prisoners, but almost immediately released and sent to their homes. It was on this occasion that the loyalty of the British settlers in Upper Canada shone forth with the most chivalrous devotion to the throne of the Queen. The moment the news arrived of Mackenzie's attack upon Toronto, the militia everywhere seized their arms, mustered in companies, and from Niagara, Gore, Lake Shirve, and many other places, set out on their march in the heavy snow in the depth of winter. So great was the excitement, so enthusiastic the loyalty, that in 3 days 10,000 armed volunteers had assembled at Toronto. There was, however, no further occasion for their services in that place, and even the scattered remnants of the insurrection would have been extinguished, but for the interference of filibustering citizens of the United States, who were then called sympathizers, and who had assembled in considerable numbers along the Niagara River. They had established their headquarters on Navy Island in the Niagara River, about 2 miles above the falls, having taken possession of it on the 13th of December, and made it their chief depot of arms and provisions, the latter of which they brought from the American shore by means of a small steamer called the Caroline. Colonel M. Nab resolved to destroy the Caroline and to root out the nest of pirates by whom she was employed. On the 28th of December, a party of militia found her moored opposite Fort Schlosser, on the American side, strongly guarded by bodies of armed men, both on board and on shore. Lieutenant Drew commanded the British party, and after a fierce conflict the vessel was boarded and captured, a number of those who manned her being taken prisoners. These being removed, the British set the vessel on fire, and the flaming mass was swept down the rapids and precipitated into the unfathomable abyss below. According to the American version of this affair, the British had made an unprovoked and most wanton attack upon an unarmed vessel belonging to a neighboring state, on American territory, at a time of profound peace. The truth came out by degrees, and the American President, Van Buren, issued a proclamation on the 5th of January, 1838, warning all citizens of the United States that if they interfered in any unlawful manner with the affairs of the neighboring British provinces, they would render themselves liable to arrest and punishment. Such was the state of things in Canada, which the Imperial Parliament was called upon to consider in the spring of 1838. The first feeling which the news of the insurrection produced in Britain was one of alarm. The next was that all the forces that could be spared should be immediately dispatched for the purpose of crushing the revolt, and a ship of the line was employed for the first time in carrying a battalion of 800 guards across the Atlantic. The Duke of Wellington censured the government for not having had a sufficient military force to preserve the peace in Canada, and used the oft-repeated expression that was stultified on several occasions during the latter portion of Victoria's reign, that a great nation cannot make a little war. On the 22nd of January, Lord John Russell moved 447 for leave to bring in a bill suspending the Constitution in Lower Canada for 3 years, and providing for the future government of that province, with a view to effecting a satisfactory settlement of the affairs of the colony. He stated that Her Majesty's government had resolved to send out an experienced statesman of high character and position, and of well-known popular sympathies, with ample powers, and that Lord Durham had consented to go. The government measure was carried in the House of Commons by a majority of 262 to 16, and unanimously in the Lords. The Lord High Commissioner immediately proceeded on his great mission, and after a tedious voyage landed at Quebec on the 29th of May. He took with him, as his private secretary, Mr. Charles Buller, a man of singular ability, an ardent friend of free institutions, gifted with a large mind and generous sympathies, and a spirit that rose superior to all party considerations. A more suitable man could scarcely have been found for such a work. But he also took out with him Mr. Turton and Mr. Gibbon Wakefield, men of ability but hopelessly damaged in character. He promptly proceeded to dismiss his council and to select another of 5 who had no acquaintance with Canadian politics. He found on his arrival 116 state prisoners, whose trial had been postponed, awaiting his instructions. On the 28th of June, the Lord High Commissioner published an ordinance, in which it was stated that Wilfred Nelson and 7 other persons therein named had acknowledged their guilt, and submitted themselves to Her Majesty's pleasure, that Papineau, with 15 others, had absconded. The former were sentenced to be transported to Bermuda during pleasure, there to be submitted to such restraints as might be thought fit. The latter, if they should return to Canada, were to be put to death without further trial. In each of these cases, an unfortunate error was committed. The Lord High Commissioner had no legal authority out of Canada, and could not order the detention of anyone at Bermuda, and to doom men to be put to death without further trial was denounced in Parliament, by Lord Brougham and others, as unconstitutional. Lord Brougham described it as an appalling fact. Such a proceeding, he said, was contrary to every principle of justice, and was opposed to the genius and spirit of English law, which humanely supposed every accused party to be innocent until he was proved to be guilty. His reasons for the course he had adopted were given by Lord Durham in a dispatch to the Home Secretary, dated June 29. The British party, he said, did not require sanguinary punishment, but they desired security for the future, and the certainty that the returning tranquility of the province would not be arrested by the machinations of the ringleaders of rebellion, either there or in the United States. He said, "I did not think it right to transport these persons to a convict colony for 2 reasons. First, because it was affixing a character of moral infamy on their acts, which public opinion did not sanction, and secondly, because I hold it to be impolitic to force on the colony itself persons who would be looked on in the light of political martyrs, and thus acquire perhaps a degree of influence which might be applied to evil uses in a community composed of such dangerous elements." The ordinance was disallowed at home. Lord Brougham, who had never forgiven his former colleagues the constitution of the cabinet without his forming a part of it, signalized himself by the extreme bitterness with which he headed the onslaught. The result was that, after protracted debates in both Houses of Parliament, which occupied the whole of the summer, and fill up nearly 500 pages of the parliamentary proceedings, the ordinance was annulled by Act of Parliament. But an act was passed indemnifying Lord Durham and the Canadian authorities. The majority in the Commons was so large that the opposition did not venture on a division, and in the Lords the disallowance was carried by a majority of 54 to 36. This result occurred on the 10th of August, and Lord Durham saw the news first in the American newspapers. Lords Melbourne and Glenelg softened the matter to him as well as they could. The former communicated the intelligence with the greatest regret and the deepest apprehension as to its consequences. Lord Durham betrayed his mortification unwisely in a proclamation which he immediately issued. As the banishment was an exception to the general amnesty he had published, he informed the prisoners at Bermuda that Her Majesty being advised to refuse her assent to the exceptions, the amnesty existed without qualification, and added, "No impediment, therefore, exists to the return of the persons who have made the most distinctive admission of guilt, or have been excluded by me from the province on account of the danger to which it would be exposed by their presence." Lord Durham at once resigned, and was succeeded by Mr. Poulett Thomson, afterwards Lord 448 Sydenham, who fully adopted his policy, which was ably expounded in an important report from the pen of Mr. Charles Buller, with additions by Gibbon Wakefield. It was characterized by profound statesmanship, and was the basis of the sound policy which has made United Canada a great and flourishing state. Meanwhile, the returned prisoners from Bermuda showed their sense of the leniency with which they had been treated by immediately reorganizing the rebellion. Sir John Colborne, the commander-in-chief, who had, on Lord Durham's departure, assumed provisionally the government of the colonies, thereupon proclaimed martial law and stamped out the insurrection. Only 12 of the principal offenders were ultimately brought to trial, of whom 10 were sentenced to death, but only 4 were executed. The persons convicted of treason or political felony in Upper Canada from the 1st of October, 1837 to the 1st of November, 1838 were disposed of as follows: pardoned on giving security, 140; sentenced to confinement in penitentiary, 14; sentenced to banishment, 18; transported to Van Diemen's Land, 27; escaped from Fort Henry, 12. The American prisoners had been sent to Kingston and tried by court-martial on the 24th of November. 4 of them were sentenced to death and executed, complaining of the deception that had been practiced on them with regard to the strength of the anti-British party and the prospects of the enterprise. 5 others were afterwards found guilty and executed. The American government, though deprecating those executions on grounds of humanity, disclaimed all sanction or encouragement of such piratical invasions, and denied any desire on its part for the annexation of Canada. Out of these troubles arose a new state of things, a new era of peace and prosperity. Lord Durham saw that disaffection and disturbance had arisen from the animosity of race and religion, exasperated by favoritism in the government, and the dispensation of patronage through a family compact. He recommended a liberal, comprehensive, impartial, and unsectarian policy, with the union of the 2 provinces under one legislature, and this, after several failures, became law in 1840. It was a revolution quite unexpected by both parties. The disaffected French Catholics feared, as the consequence of their defeat, a rule of military repression. The British Protestants hoped for the firm establishment of their ascendancy. Both were disappointed, the latter very painfully, when, notwithstanding their efforts and sacrifices for the maintenance of British power, they saw Papineau, the arch-traitor, whom they would have hanged, Attorney General in the new government. However, the wise government of Lord Sydenham soon reconciled them to the altered state of affairs. The new constitution was proclaimed in Canada on the 10th of February, 1841, and the admirable manner in which it worked proved that Lord Durham, its author, was one of the greatest benefactors of the colony, though his want of tact had made his mission a failure. Queen Victoria in the Coronation Robes, 1838. From the picture by C.R. Leslie, R.A., in the possession of the Victoria and Albert Museum, South Kensington. See larger version. On the 1st of December, 1837, shortly after the opening of Parliament, Lord John Russell introduced a question of great urgency: the relief of the Irish poor. After going through, and commenting on, the several recommendations of the Inquiry Commissioners, and noticing the objections to which they were all more or less open, he explained, by way of contrast, the principles on which the present bill was founded, much in the same manner that he had done on the first introduction of the measure. The statement was generally well received, although there were some marked exceptions in this respect, and the bill was read a first time without a division. It was, in like manner, read a second time on the 5th of February, 1838, but on the motion for going into committee, on the 9th, Mr. O'Connell strongly opposed it, and moved that it be committed that day 6 months. The amendment was, however, negatived by 277 to 25, a majority which made the passing of the measure in some form pretty cert. On the 23rd of February, the question of settlement was again very fully discussed, and its introduction opposed by 103 to 31, the latter number comprising all that could be brought to vote for a settlement law of any kind. The vagrancy clauses were for the present withdrawn from the bill, on the understanding that there would hereafter be a separate measure for the suppression of mendicancy. The bill continued to be considered in successive committees until the 23rd of March, when, all the clauses having been gone through and settled, it was ordered to be reported, which was done on the 9th of April. On the 30th of April, the bill was read a third time and passed by the Commons, and on the day following was introduced and read a first time in the Lords. Many of the peers, whose estates were heavily encumbered, were alarmed at the threatened imposition of a poor rate, which might swallow up a large portion of their incomes. Those who were opposed to a poor law on economic principles, 449, appealed to their lordships' fears, and excited a determined opposition against the measure. On the 21st of May, there was a stormy debate of 9 hours' duration. Lord Melbourne moved the second reading in a judicious speech, in which he skillfully employed the best arguments in favor of a legal provision for the poor, stating that this measure was, in fact, but the extension to Ireland of the English Act of 1834, with such alterations as were adapted to the peculiar circumstances of that country. It would suppress mendicancy and would abate agrarian violence, while relieving the destitute in a way that would not paralyze the feeling of energy and self-reliance. Among the most violent opponents of the measure was Lord Lyndhurst, who declared that it would lead to a dissolution of the Union. The Duke of Wellington, on the contrary, contended that the bill, if amended in committee, would improve the social relations of the people of Ireland, and would induce the gentry to pay some attention to their properties and to the occupiers and labourers on their estates. He objected, however, to a law of settlement as leading to unbounded litigation and expense. Owing chiefly to the support of the Duke, the second reading was carried by a majority of 149 to 20. On the motion that the bill be committed, on the 28th of May, a scene of confusion and violence was presented, surpassing anything that could have been expected in such a dignified assembly. The Irish peers especially were in a state of extreme excitement. The discussion was adjourned to the 31st, and after a debate of 8 hours, the clause embodying the principle of the bill was adopted by a majority of 107 to 41. The bill was considered in committee on the 7th, 21st, 22nd, and 26th of June, and was read a third time on the 6th of July. It had now passed the Lords, altered, and in some respects improved, although, in the opinion of its author, the charge upon electoral divisions approximated too nearly to settlement to be quite satisfactory. The royal assent was given to the measure on the 31st of July, and thus a law was at length established making provision for the systematic and efficient relief of destitution in Ireland. The capture of the Caroline, CP 446. See larger version. Armed with their Act of Parliament, the Poor Law Commissioners who had been appointed to carry it out hastened to Ireland for the purpose of forming unions, providing workhouses, and making all the necessary arrangements. Mr. Nishalls was accompanied by 4 assistant commissioners, Mr. Gulson, Mr. Earle, Mr. Hawley, and Mr. Vooles. They assembled in Dublin on the 9th of October, where they were joined by 4 Irish commissioners, namely, Mr. Clements, Mr. Hancock, Mr. O'Donoghue, and Dr. Phelan. The erection of workhouses was proceeded with without loss of time. Reports of the progress made were annually published, and in May, 1842, the whole of Ireland had been formed into 130 unions. All the workhouses were either built or in progress of building, and 81 had been declared fit for the reception of the destitute poor. Mr. Nishalls left Ireland in 1842, his functions being delegated to a board consisting of Mr. Gulson and Mr. Power. It was indeed a most providential circumstance that the system had been brought into working order before the potato failure of 1846, as it contributed materially to mitigate the nameless horrors of the awful famine. On the 6th of March, Sir William Molesworth, with a view to bringing the whole colonial administration of the Empire before the House of Commons, moved that an address be presented to Her Majesty, expressing the opinion of the House that in the present critical state of many of her foreign possessions, the colonial minister should be a person in whose diligence, activity, and firmness the House and the public may be able to place reliance, and declaring that Her Majesty's present Secretary of State for the Colonies does not enjoy the confidence of the House or the country. The Honorable Baronet made a speech of 2 hours' duration, which was a dissertation on colonial policy, containing a survey of the whole of Her Majesty's dominions in both hemispheres. He disclaimed all party considerations in bringing forward his motion, or any intention to make an invidious attack on Lord Glenelg. But as the colonies were so numerous, so diversified in races, religions, languages, institutions, interests, and as they were unrepresented in the imperial parliament, it was absolutely necessary that the colonial administration should be vigilant, prompt, sagacious, energetic, and firm. Lord Glenelg was wanting in these qualities, and the colonies were all suffering more or less from the errors and deficiencies of this ill-fated minister, who had, in the words of Lord Aberdeen, reduced doing nothing to a system. Lord Glenelg was defended by Lord Palmerston, who regarded the attack upon him as an assault upon the cabinet, which would not allow one of its members to be made a scapegoat. The House divided when the numbers were ayes 287, noes 316, majority for ministers 29. Nevertheless, the ministry were greatly damaged by the debate, which emphasized the growing radical revolt. In the following year, Lord Glenelg, having declined to exchange his office for the auditorship of the Exchequer, resigned. At the close of the session of 1837, an earnest desire was expressed by the leaders of both parties in the House for an amicable adjustment of 2 great Irish questions which had been pending for a long time, and had excited considerable ill-feeling, and wasted much of the time of the legislature, namely, the Irish Church question and the question of corporate reform. The Conservatives were disposed to compromise the matter, and to get the Municipal Reform Bill passed through the Lords, provided the ministry abandoned the celebrated appropriation clause, which would devote any surplus revenue of the church establishment, not required for the spiritual care of its members, to the moral and religious education of all classes of the people, without distinction of religious persuasion, providing for the resumption of such surplus, or any part of it, as might be required, by an increase in the numbers of the members of the established church. The result of this understanding was the passing of the Tithe Bill, but there were some little incidents of party warfare connected with these matters, which may be noticed here as illustrative of the temper of the times. On the 14th of May, Sir Thomas Acland brought forward a resolution for rescinding the appropriation clause. This Lord John Russell regarded as a breach of faith. He said that the present motion was not in accordance with the Duke of Wellington's declared desire to see the Irish questions brought to a final settlement. Sir Robert Peel, however, made a statement to show that the complaint of Lord John Russell about being overreached was without a shadow of foundation. The noble lord's conduct he declared to be without precedent. He called upon Parliament to come to the discussion of a great question, upon a motion which he intended should be the foundation of the final settlement of that question. And yet, so ambiguous was his language, that it was impossible to say what was 451 or was not the purport of his scheme. Sir Thomas Acland's motion for rescinding the appropriation resolution was rejected by a majority of 19, the numbers being 317 and 298. On the following day, Lord John Russell gave Sir Robert Peel distinctly to understand that the tithe measure would consist solely of a proposition that the composition then existing should be converted into a rent charge. On the 29th of the same month, Lord John Russell, having moved that the House should go into committee on the Irish Municipal Bill, Sir Robert Peel gave his views at length on the Irish questions, which were now taken up in earnest, with a view to their final settlement. The House of Commons, having disposed of the Corporation Bill, proceeded on the 2nd of July to consider Lord John Russell's resolutions on the church question. But Mr. Ward, who was strong on that question, attacked the government for their abandonment of the appropriation clause. He concluded by moving a series of resolutions reaffirming the appropriation principle. His motion was rejected by a majority of 270 to 46. The House then went into committee, and in due course, the Irish Tithe Bill passed into law, and the vexed church question was settled for a quarter of a century. The municipal bill, however, was once more mutilated by Lord Lyndhurst, who substituted a £10 for a £5 valuation. The amendment was rejected by the Commons, but the Lords stood firmly by their decision, and a conference between the two houses having failed to settle the question, the measure was abandoned. In these events, the ministry had incurred much disrepute. The approaching coronation of the Queen became, as the season advanced, the prevailing topic of conversation in all circles. The feeling excited by it was so strong, so deep, and so widespread, that a radical journal pronounced the people to be coronation mad. The enthusiasm was not confined to the United Kingdom. The contagion was carried to the continent, and foreigners of various ranks, from all nations, flocked into the metropolis to behold the inauguration of the maiden monarch of the British Empire. There were, however, some dissentients, whose objections disturbed the current of public feeling. As soon as it was understood that, on the score of economy, the time-honored custom of having the coronation banquet in Westminster Hall would not be observed, the Marquis of Londonderry and others zealously exerted themselves to avert the innovation, but their efforts were fruitless. The coronation took place on the 28th of June. The only novel feature of importance consisted in the substitution of a procession through the streets for a banquet in Westminster Hall. It was certainly an improvement, for it afforded the people an opportunity of enjoying the ceremony. Persons of all ages, ranks, and conditions, embodied visibly in one animated and exalted whole, exultant and joyful, came forth to greet the youthful sovereign. All the houses in the line of march poured forth their occupants to the windows and balconies. The behavior of the enormous multitude which lined the streets, and afterwards spread over the metropolis, was admirable. The utmost eagerness was shown to furnish all the accommodation for spectators that the space would allow, and there was scarcely a house or a vacant spot along the whole line, from Hyde Park Corner to the Abbey, that was not occupied with galleries or scaffolding. At dawn the population were astir, roused by a salvo of artillery from the Tower, and towards 6 o'clock chains of vehicles, of all sorts and sizes, stretched along the leading thoroughfares, while streams of pedestrians, in holiday attire, poured in continuously, so that the suburbs seemed to empty themselves of all their inhabitants at once. At 10 o'clock the head of the procession moved from the palace. When the Queen stepped into the state coach, a salute was fired from the guns ranged in the enclosure, the bands struck up the national anthem, a new royal standard was hoisted on the marble arch, and the multitude broke forth in loud and hearty cheers. The foreign ambassadors extraordinary looked superb in their new carriages and splendid uniforms. Among them shone conspicuous the state coach of Marshal Soult, and the old hero was received with vast enthusiasm by the populace. The Queen reached the western entrance of Westminster Abbey at 11:30 o'clock, and was there met by the great officers of state, the noblemen bearing the regalia, and the bishops carrying the paten, the chalice, and the Bible. The arrangements in the interior of the abbey were nearly the same as at the previous coronation, but the decorations were in better taste. Galleries had been erected for the accommodation of spectators, to which about 1,000 persons were admitted. There was also a gallery for the members of the House of Commons, and another for foreign ambassadors. Soon after 12 o'clock, the grand procession began to enter the choir, in the order observed on former occasions. The Queen was received with the most hearty plaudits 452 from all parts of the building, and when she was proclaimed in the formula, "Sirs, I here present unto you Queen Victoria, the undoubted queen of this realm. Wherefore, all you who are come this day to do your homage, are you willing to do the same?" There was a loud and universal burst of cheering, with cries of "God save the Queen." When the crown was placed on Her Majesty's head, there was again an enthusiastic cry of "God save the Queen," accompanied by the waving of hats and handkerchiefs. At this moment the peers and peeresses put on their coronets, the bishops their caps, and the kings of arms their crowns, the trumpets sounding, the drums beating, the Tower and Park guns firing by signal. The Dukes of Cambridge and Sussex, removing their coronets, did homage in these words: "I do become your liege man of life and limb, and of earthly worship and faith and truth I will bear unto you to live and die against all manner of folk, so help me God." They touched the crown on the Queen's head, kissed her left cheek, and then retired. It was observed that Her Majesty's bearing towards her uncles was very affectionate. The dukes and other peers then performed their homage, the senior of each rank pronouncing the words. As they retired, each peer kissed Her Majesty's hand. The Duke of Wellington, Earl Grey, and Lord Melbourne were loudly cheered as they ascended the steps to the throne. Lord Rolle, who was upwards of 80, stumbled and fell on the steps. The Queen immediately stepped forward, and held out her hand to assist the aged peer. This touching incident called forth the loudly expressed admiration of the entire assembly. While the ceremony of doing homage was being performed, the Earl of Surrey, treasurer of the household, was scattering silver medals of the coronation about the choir and the lower galleries, which were scrambled for with great eagerness. The ceremonials did not conclude till past 4 o'clock. The procession, on its return, presented a still more striking appearance than before, from the circumstance that the Queen wore her crown, and the royal and noble personages their coronets. The mass of brilliance, relieved here and there by a large colored stone, and the purple velvet cap became Her Majesty extremely well and had a superb effect. The sight of the streets paved with heads, and the houses alive with spectators was most impressive. The Queen entertained a party of 100 at dinner, and in the evening witnessed, from the roof of her palace, the fireworks in the Green Park. The Duke of Wellington gave a grand banquet at Apsley House, and several cabinet ministers gave official state dinners next day. The people were gratified, at the solicitation of Mr. Hawes, MP for Lambeth, with permission to hold a fair in Hyde Park, which continued for 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. The area allotted comprised nearly 1/3 of the park, extending from near the margin of the Serpentine River to a line within a short distance of Grosvenor Gate. To the interior there were 8 entrances, the main one 50 feet wide, and the others 30 feet each. The enclosed area was occupied by theaters, taverns, and an endless variety of exhibitions, the center being appropriated to lines of stalls for the sale of fancy goods, sweetmeats, and toys. The Queen condescended to visit the fair on Friday. The illuminations on the night of the coronation were on a larger and more magnificent scale than had been before seen in the metropolis, and the fireworks were also extremely grand. All the theaters in the metropolis, and nearly all the other places of amusement, were opened gratuitously that evening by Her Majesty's command, and though all were crowded, the arrangements were so excellent that no accident occurred. In the provinces, rejoicing was universal. Public dinners, feasts to the poor, processions, and illuminations were the order of the day. At Liverpool was laid the first stone of St. George's Hall, in presence of a great multitude. At Cambridge 13,000 persons were feasted on one spot, in the open field, called Parker's Piece, in the center of which was raised an orchestra for 100 musicians, surrounded by a gallery for 1,600 persons. Encircling this center were 3 rows of tables for the school children, and from them radiated, like the spokes of a wheel, the main body of the tables, 60 in number and 25 feet in length. Beyond their outer extremity were added 28 other tables, in a circle, and outside the whole a promenade was roped in for spectators, who were more numerous than those who dined. The circumference of the whole was more than 1/3 of a mile. Other great towns similarly distinguished themselves. The coronation of Queen Victoria, after the picture by Sir George Hayter. See larger version. In this year the Spanish Legion, which had been sent to help the constitutionalists in Spain, was dissolved, after an inglorious career. It had been constantly attacked by the Conservatives in Parliament. Thus, in the session of 1837, Lord Mann, who had been Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs in Sir Robert Peel's government, reviewed the line of policy pursued by Lord Palmerston. He complained that the public had been kept in a 454 state of ignorance whether they were at peace or at war, and in his opinion, it was a peace without tranquility and a war without honor. The object of the Quadruple Alliance had been to appease the civil dissensions in Portugal, and not to sanction the intervention of France and Britain in Spain. He lamented the policy that led to the additional articles signed in 1834, which stipulated for a certain degree of interference. But Lord Palmerston had thought proper to proceed still further, in suspending the Foreign Enlistment Act, and allowing 12,000 Englishmen to enlist under the banners of the Queen of Spain. More than £540,000 had been already expended in the war, and in Lord Mann's opinion the influence of Great Britain in Spain had not been augmented by these measures, in proof of which he alleged that British merchants got less fair play there than French merchants. Lord Palmerston defended his policy against the attacks of Lord Mann and other speakers. The Quadruple Treaty, he contended, contemplated assistance to the constitutional party in Spain as well as in Portugal. It was concluded because there was a civil war in Portugal, and when the civil war was transferred to Spain, the same parties who took part with Portugal by treaty were bound at an early period to extend its provisions to Spain, its object being expressly the pacification of the peninsula by the expulsion of the 2 infants from it. He differed widely from Lord Mann in thinking the suspension of the Foreign Enlistment Act was disgraceful to the government. Examples of the same kind were to be found in the most brilliant periods of the history of England. General Evans had taken the command of the Spanish Legion, which throughout the whole of the campaign was encompassed with difficulties and pursued by disasters, without any military success sufficiently brilliant to gild the clouds with glory. Within a fortnight after the debate on Lord Mann's motion, came the news of its utter defeat before Hernani. This defeat encouraged the opponents of Lord Palmerston's policy to renew their attacks. Accordingly, immediately after the recess, Sir Henry Hardinge brought forward a motion on the subject. He complained that no adequate provision was made for the support of those who were in the Legion. At Vittoria, they were placed for 4 months in uninhabited convents, without bedding, fuel, or supplies of any kind. Not less than 40 officers and 700 men fell victims to their privations. The worst consequence was, however, the total demoralization of the troops. Theirs was not honorable war, it was butchery. They were massacring a fine and independent people who had committed no offense against Britain. Ill treatment, want of food and of clothing, habits of insubordination and mutiny, and want of confidence in their officers, had produced their natural effects. Let them palliate the disaster as they would. There was no doubt, he said, of the fact that a large body of Britons had suffered a defeat, such as he believed no British soldiers had undergone in the course of the last 500 or 600 years. The motion was defeated by 70 votes to 62, but as the Legion was dissolved in the following year, 1838, the object of the opposition was gained. The employment of children in factories also occupied the attention of Parliament at this time. A bill had been framed in 1833 with the most benevolent intentions for the protection of factory children. The law excluded from factory labor all children under 9 years of age, except in silk factories, and prohibited those under 13 from working more than 13 hours any one day, the maximum in silk mills alone being 10 hours. The provisions of the law were, however, evaded by fraud. Children were represented as being much older than they really were, and abuses prevailed that induced Lord Ashley to bring in a bill upon the subject. Accordingly, on the 22nd of June, the noble lord moved, by way of amendment to the order of the day, the second reading of his bill for the better regulation of factories. The order of the day was carried by a majority of 119 to 111. The bill was therefore lost by a majority of 8. On the 20th of July, Lord Ashley again brought the whole matter under the consideration of the House in a speech full of painful details, and concluded by moving a resolution to the effect that the House deeply regretted that the imperfect and ineffective law for the regulation of labor in factories had been suffered to continue so long without any amendment. He was answered by the usual arguments of the Manchester school about the evils of interfering with free contract. Lord John Russell argued that, in the present condition of the manufacturing world, we could not, with restricted hours of labor, compete with other nations. A 10 hours bill would drive the manufacturers abroad, and it would no longer be a question as to an hour or two more or less work to be performed by the children, but as to how their starvation was to be averted. On a division, the motion was lost by a majority of 121 to 106. On 4:55 the 16th of August, the Queen proceeded to Westminster for the purpose of proroguing Parliament. The system of combination had spread very widely in 1837 and 1838. So great was the terrorism produced that conviction for an outrage was very rare. The utmost precautions were taken to prevent discovery in committing assassination. Strangers were sent to a great distance for the purpose, and even if they were detected, few persons would run the risk of coming forward as witnesses. The consequence was that in 9 cases out of 10 combination murders were perpetrated with impunity. In 1837, the Cotton Spinners' Association at Glasgow struck to prevent a reduction of wages in consequence of the mercantile embarrassments arising from the commercial crash in the United States. This association had its branches all over Scotland and the north of England. During 16 years, a total of £200,000 had passed through its hands. So extensive were its ramifications that, when it struck in the spring of 1837, no less than 50,000 persons, including the families of the workers, were deprived of the means of existence and reduced to the last degree of destitution. Crowds of angry workmen paraded the streets and gathered round the factory gates to prevent other people from going into work. Fireballs were thrown into the mills for the purpose of burning them. At length, the members of the association went so far as to shoot one of the new hands in open day in a public street of Glasgow. In consequence of this outrage, the Sheriff of Lanarkshire proceeded with a body of 20 policemen and arrested the members of the secret committee, 16 in number, who were found assembled in a garret, to which they obtained access by a trap ladder, in Gallowgate of that city. This was on Saturday night, August 3rd. On the Monday following the strike was at an end, and all the mills in Glasgow were going. The jury found the prisoners guilty of conspiracy, and they were sentenced to transportation, but the murder not proven, a result which excited some surprise, as the evidence was thought to have warranted a general verdict of guilty. This was, 2 years after, followed by their being all liberated from confinement by Lord Normanby, then Home Secretary. However, the agitation of the working classes continued, and when Parliament met in February 1839, the concluding paragraph of the speech referred to the disturbances and combinations among the working classes. I have observed with pain the persevering efforts which have been made in some parts of the country to excite my subjects to disobedience and resistance to the law, and to recommend dangerous and illegal practices. For the counteraction of all such designs I depend upon the efficacy of the law, which it will be my duty to enforce, upon the good sense and right disposition of my people, upon their attachment to the principles of justice, and their abhorrence of violence and disorder. In the course of the debate in the Commons, Sir Robert Peel adverted to the paragraph referring to illegal meetings. Having read several extracts from the speeches of Mr. Stevens, Dr. Wade, and Mr. Feargus O'Connor delivered at Chartist meetings, he quoted, for the purpose of reprehending, a speech delivered by Lord John Russell at Liverpool in the previous month of October, when, alluding to the Chartist meeting, the noble lord said, "There are some perhaps who would put down such meetings, but such was not his opinion, nor that of the government with which he acted. He thought the people had a right to free discussion which elicited truth. They had a right to meet. If they had no grievances, common sense would speedily come to the rescue and put an end to these meetings." These sentiments, remarked Sir Robert Peel, might be just and even truisms, yet the unseasonable expression of truth in times of public excitement was often dangerous. The Reform Bill, he said, had failed to give permanent satisfaction as he had throughout predicted would be the case, and he well knew that a concession of further reform, in the expectation of producing satisfaction or finality, would be only aggravating the disappointment, and that in a few years they would be encountered by further demands. It was during the year 1838 that the Chartists became an organized body. The working classes had strenuously supported the middle classes in obtaining their political rights during the agitation for the Reform Bill, and they expected to receive help in their turn to obtain political franchises for themselves. But they found Parliament indifferent or hostile to any further changes in the representation, while the middle class, satisfied with their own acquisitions, were not inclined to exert themselves much for the extension of political rights among the masses. The discontent and disappointment of the latter were aggravated by a succession of bad harvests, setting in about 1835. The hardships of their condition, with scanty employment and dear provisions, the people ascribed to their want of direct influence upon the 456 government. This gave rise to a vigorous agitation for the extension of the franchise, which was carried on for 10 years. In 1838, a committee of 6 members of Parliament and 6 working men prepared a bill embodying their demands. This was called the People's Charter. Its points were 6 in number. First, the extension of the right of voting to every male native of the United Kingdom and every naturalized foreigner resident in the kingdom for more than 2 years, who should be 21 years of age, of sound mind, and unconvicted of crime. Second, equal electoral districts. Third, vote by ballot. Fourth, annual parliaments. Fifth, no property qualification for members. Sixth, payment of members of Parliament for their services. The popular agitation became so alarming, however, that Mr. Stevens, one of its instigators, was indicted and held to bail on a charge of sedition. But this interference with liberty of speech served only to inflame the excitement and to render the language of the orators more violent. In June 1839, Mr. Atwood presented the Chartist petition to the House of Commons, bearing 1,200,000 signatures, and on the 15th of July, he moved that it should be referred to a select committee, but the motion was rejected by a majority of 289 to 281. This gave a fresh impulse to the agitation. The most inflammatory speakers besides Mr. Stevens were Mr. Osler and Mr. Feargus O'Connor. The use of arms began to be freely spoken of as a legitimate means of obtaining their rights. Pikes and guns were procured in great quantities, drilling was practiced, and armed bands marched in nocturnal processions, to the terror of the peaceable inhabitants. At length, Lord John Russell, as Home Secretary, reluctant as he was to interfere with the free action of the people, issued a proclamation to the lieutenants of the disturbed counties, authorizing them to accept the armed assistance of persons who might place themselves at their disposal for the preservation of the public peace. As a means of showing their numerical strength, the Chartists adopted the plan of going round from house to house with 2 books, demanding subscriptions for the support of the charter, entering the names of subscribers in one book and of non-subscribers in the other. Each subscriber received a ticket, which was to be his protection in case of insurrection, while the non-subscribers were given to understand that their names would be remembered. Another striking mode of demonstrating their power and producing an impression, though not the most agreeable one, was to go in procession to the churches on Sunday some time before divine service began, and to take entire possession of the body of the edifice. They conducted themselves quietly, however, although some were guilty of the impropriety of wearing their hats and smoking pipes. Monster meetings, not unaccompanied by disturbance, were held in various places, the most serious of which occurred at Birmingham. The inhabitants of this town had been kept in a state of almost incessant alarm by the proceedings of disorderly persons calling themselves Chartists. Representations to this effect having been sent to the Home Office, 60 picked men of the Metropolitan Force were sent down to aid the civil authorities in the preservation of peace. They arrived at Birmingham by the railway on Thursday, July 4th, and speedily mustering, they marched 2 abreast into the Bull Ring, where about 2,000 Chartists were assembled, at 9 o'clock in the evening. They endeavored, at first, to induce the meeting quietly to disperse, but failed in the attempt. They then seized the flags with which Lord Nelson's monument in the center of the square was decorated, and among which was one that bore a death's head. But the Chartists, who had at first been disconcerted, recaptured them, after a desperate struggle, and broke their staves into pieces to be used as clubs. A conflict immediately ensued, in which the police, who were armed only with batons, were seriously injured, and the Chartists were retiring in triumph when the 4th Dragoons charged them, by concert, through all the streets leading to the Bull Ring, and they fled in every direction. Further riots ensued, and on the 15th an organized mob attacked the houses in the High Street and Spiral Street. They broke into the warehouses, flinging their contents into the streets. A large pile of bedding was set on fire in the Bull Ring. Windows and shop fittings were remorselessly demolished by the infuriated multitude. A few minutes past 9 o'clock the cry of fire was raised. Scarcely had the words been uttered when the rioters carried immense heaps of burning materials from the streets, forcing them into the houses of Mr. Bourne and Mr. Leggett. Within a quarter of an hour, the flames burst out with awful violence from both houses, amidst the exulting shouts of the rioters. While this work of destruction was going on, they had the streets to themselves. The general cry among the inhabitants was, "Where are the military? Where are the magistrates?" At length, about 10 o'clock, 60 of the Metropolitan 457 police, with a posse of special constables, made their appearance and rushed upon the rioters sword in hand, causing them to fly in all directions. The dragoons, under the command of Colonel Chatterton, were now discerned galloping down Moore Street, and another squadron at the same moment down High Street, and in 5 minutes about 300 of the Rifle Brigade marched to the Bull Ring. The inhabitants, feeling like people sore pressed by a long siege, clapped their hands with joy at the approach of their deliverers. The fire engines also came under escort, having been driven away before, and set about arresting the conflagration. In the meantime the cavalry were scouring and clearing the streets and suburbs, and the police were busily engaged bringing in prisoners. About midnight the roofs of the 2 houses fell in, and about 1 o'clock the fire was got under. Next day the shops were nearly all closed, the middle classes full of suspicion, and the populace vowing vengeance against the police and the soldiers. A piece of artillery placed at the head of High Street contributed materially to prevent further disturbance. About 20 prisoners were made, and the evidence produced before the magistrates showed the determined purpose of the rioters. When these outrages were the subject of discussion in the House of Lords, the Duke of Wellington said that he had seen as much of war as most men, but he had never seen a town carried by assault, subjected to such violence, as Birmingham had been during an hour by its own inhabitants. Chartists at Church, CP 456. See larger version. The excitement was kept up during the summer and autumn by meetings held in various places, and the arrest of persons taking a prominent part in the proceedings. On the 4th of August, there was an evening meeting at Manchester held in Stephenson Square, when about 5,000 persons attended. The object was to determine whether the sacred month should commence on the 12th of August or not. Mr. Butterworth, who moved the first resolution, said he considered that the Chartists of 1839 were the Whigs of 1832, and the Whigs of 1839 were the Tories of 1832. The Whigs were more violent then than the Chartists now, and yet the Whigs were the very men to punish the Chartists. During the meeting, persons 458 in the crowd continued to discharge firearms. There was, however, no disturbance of the public peace. Government now resorted to vigorous measures. The Chartist leaders were brought to trial and sentenced to various terms of imprisonment. At a meeting of the National Convention held on the 14th of September, it was moved by Mr. O'Brien and seconded by Dr. Taylor that the convention be dissolved. On a division, the numbers were for the dissolution 11, against it 11. The chairman gave his casting vote in favor of the dissolution. It was thereupon hoped, and indeed publicly declared by the Attorney General, that Chartism was extinct and would never again be revived. It soon appeared, however, that this was a delusion, and that a most formidable attempt at revolution by force of arms had been planned with great care and secrecy, and on a comprehensive scale, the principal leader being a justice of the peace. Among the new borough magistrates made by the Whigs after the passing of the Reform Bill was Mr. John Frost, a linendraper at Newport. At the beginning of the Chartist agitation in 1838, Mr. Frost attended a meeting in that town when he made a violent speech, for which he was reprimanded by the Home Secretary. But this warning was far from having the desired effect. During the autumn of 1839, he entered into a conspiracy with two other leaders, Jones, a watchmaker of Pontypool, and Williams of the Royal Oak Inn, in the parish of Aberystwyth, to take possession of the town of Newport, which was to be the signal for a simultaneous rising of the Chartists in Birmingham and in all other parts of the kingdom. But the weather was unfavorable, and the night was dark. The divisions under the command of Jones and Williams failed to arrive at the appointed time, and the party under the command of Frost himself was late. The intention was to surprise Newport at about midnight on Sunday, the 3rd of November, but owing to the wetness of the weather it was not till 10 o'clock on Monday morning that the insurgents entered the town in two divisions, one headed by Frost and another by his son, a youth of 14 or 15. They were armed with guns, pistols, pikes, swords, and heavy clubs. The mayor, Mr. Thomas Phillips, apprised of their approach, had taken prompt measures for the defense of the place. When the insurgents, about 8,000 strong, drew up in front of the Westgate Hotel, the principal point of attack, Frost commanded the special constables to surrender. On their refusal, the word was given to fire, and a volley was discharged against the bow window of the room where the military were located, and at the same moment the rioters, with their pikes and other instruments, drove in the door and rushed into the passage. It was a critical moment, but the mayor and the magistrates were equal to the emergency. The riot act having been read by the mayor amidst a shower of bullets, the soldiers charged their muskets, the shutters were opened, and the fighting began. A shower of slugs immediately poured in from the street, which wounded Mr. Phillips and several other persons. But the soldiers opened a raking discharge upon the crowd without, and after a few rounds, by which a great many persons fell dead on the spot, the assailants broke and fled in all directions. Frost, Williams, and Jones were tried by a special commission at Monmouth, and found guilty of high treason. Sentence of death was pronounced upon them on the 16th of January, 1840, but on the 1st of February, the sentence was commuted to transportation for life. A free pardon was granted to them on the 3rd of May, 1856, and they returned to England in the September following. Mayor Phillips was knighted for his gallantry. The first day of 1839 was marked in Ireland by an atrocious crime. The Earl of Norbury, an amiable nobleman, regarded as one of the most exemplary of his class, both as a man and a landlord, was shot by an assassin in the open day near his own house at Kilbeggan, and in presence of his steward. The murderer escaped. This event deserves special mention, because it was, during the year, the subject of frequent reference in Parliament. There was a meeting of magistrates at Tullamore, at which Lord Oxmantown presided, at which the Earl of Charleville took occasion to animadvert very strongly upon an expression in a letter, in answer to a memorial lately presented by the magistrates of Tipperary, in which Mr. Drummond, the Under-Secretary, uttered the celebrated maxim that property had its duties as well as its rights. This, in the circumstances of the country, he felt to be little less than a deliberate and unfeeling insult. He did not hesitate to say that the employment of those terms had given a fresh impulse to feelings which had found their legitimate issue in the late assassination. In the course of the meeting, resolutions were proposed and carried to the following effect: that the answer to the Tipperary magistrates by Mr. Under-Secretary Drummond, has had the effect of increasing the animosities entertained against the 459 owners of the soil, and has emboldened the disturbers of the public peace. That there being little hope for a successful appeal to the Irish executive, they felt it their duty to apply to the people of England, the legislature, and the throne for protection. These resolutions may be taken as expressing the feelings of the landed gentry as a body against the Melbourne administration and the agitators. But the latter were not idle. O'Connell had then his precursor association in full operation. It received its name from the idea that it was to be the precursor of the repeal of the Union. On the 22nd of January, a public dinner was given in honor of the Liberator in a building then called the Circus, in Dublin, for which 1,000 tickets were issued. 2 days later, a similar banquet was given to him in Drogheda, and there he made a significant allusion to the murder of Lord Norbury, insinuating that he had met his death at the hands of one who was bound to him by the nearest of natural ties, and had the strongest interest in his removal. Mr. O'Connell volunteered the assertion that the assassin of Lord Norbury had left on the soil where he had posted himself, not the impress of a rustic brogue, a coarse rough shoe, usually made of half-dressed leather, but the impress of a well-made Dublin boot. There was no ground whatever for the malignant assertion, which was one of those errors of judgment and of taste that too often disfigured the great Liberator's leadership. These occurrences in Ireland led to hostile demonstrations against the government in Parliament. On the 7th of March, Mr. Shaw, the Recorder of Dublin, as the representative of the Irish Protestants, commenced the campaign by moving for returns of the number of committals, convictions, inquests, rewards, and advertisements for the discovery of offenders in Ireland from 1835 to 1839, in order to enable the House to form a judgment with regard to the actual amount and increase of crime in that country. The debate was adjourned till the following Monday, when it was resumed by Mr. Lefroy, after which the House was counted out, and the question dropped. But it was taken up in the Lords on the 21st of March, when Lord Roden moved for a select committee of inquiry on the state of Ireland since 1835, with respect to the commission of crime. His speech was a repetition of the usual charges, and the debate is chiefly worthy of notice on account of the elaborate defence by Lord Normanby of his Irish administration. "I am fully aware," said the noble Marquis, "of the awful responsibility that would lie upon my head if these charges rested upon evidence at all commensurate with the vehemence of language and earnestness of manner with which they have been brought forward, but they rest upon no such foundation. I am ready, with natural indignation, to prove now, on the floor of this House, that I have grappled with crime wherever I have found it, firmly and unremittingly, and have yielded to none of my predecessors in the successful vindication of the laws." Among the mass of proofs adduced by Lord Normanby, he quoted a vast number of judges' charges, delivered from time to time between 1816 and 1835, which presented only one continuously gloomy picture of the prevailing practice of violence and atrocious outrage. Passing from this melancholy record, he proceeded to refer to numerous addresses of judges delivered on similar occasions since 1835. All of these contained one common topic of congratulation: the comparative lightness of the calendar, a circumstance, the noble Marquis argued, which went far to establish his position, however it might fail to prove the extinction of exceptional cases of heinous crime. With regard to the wholesale liberation of prisoners, Lord Normanby distinctly denied that he had set free any persons detained for serious offences without due inquiry, or that any persons were liberated, merely because he happened to pass through the town, who would not have met with the same indulgence upon facts stated in memorials. This measure, he insisted, had been adopted upon the conviction that, in the peculiar case of Ireland, after severity had been so often tried, mercy was well worth the experiment. It was one which was not lightly to be repeated, but while he had received satisfactory evidence of the success of the measure, it was in his power to produce the testimony of judges with whom he had no political relations, to the pains taken in the examination of each case, and the deference shown to their reports. In spite of Lord Melbourne's declaration that he would regard the success of the motion as a pure vote of censure, it was carried by a majority of 5. In consequence of this result, Lord John Russell announced his intention, next day, of taking the opinion of the House of Commons on the recent government of Ireland, in the first week after the Easter recess. Accordingly, on the 15th of April, he moved, that it is the opinion of this House that it is expedient to persevere in those principles which have guided the executive 460 government of late years, and which have tended to the effectual administration of the laws, and the general improvement of that part of the United Kingdom. The debate emphasized the discontent of the radicals. Mr. Leader was particularly severe on the government. "In what position is the government?" he asked. "Why, the right Hun. Member for Tamworth governs England, the Hun, and learned member for Dublin governs Ireland. The Whigs govern nothing but Downing Street. Sir Robert Peel is content with power without place or patronage, and the Whigs are contented with place and patronage without power. Let any honourable man say which is the more honourable position." On a division, the numbers were for Sir Robert Peel's amendment, 296, against it, 318. Majority for the ministry, 22. The majority obtained on their Irish policy was about the number the ministry could count upon on every vital question. It was not sufficiently large to exempt them from the imputation of holding office on sufferance, but if they were defeated and were succeeded by the Conservatives, the new government, it was plain, could not hope to exist even on those terms. While Lord Melbourne had this advantage over Sir Robert Peel, that he was cordially supported by the sovereign. Having escaped the Irish ordeal, it might be supposed that he was safe for a considerable time. But another question arose very soon after, on which the cabinet sustained a virtual defeat. The assembly in Jamaica had proved very refractory, and, in order to avoid the evil consequences of its perversity, Mr. Laboucher, on the 9th of April, brought forward a measure which was a virtual suspension of the constitution of the island for 5 years, vesting the government in the governor and council, with 3 commissioners sent from England to assist in ameliorating the condition of the Negroes, improving prison discipline, and establishing a system of poor laws. This measure was denounced by the whole strength of the opposition. The question may be thus briefly stated. Before the Act of Emancipation in 1833, all punishments were inflicted on slaves by the domestics of the master, who was unwilling to lose the benefit of their services by sending them to prison. But when emancipation took place, that domestic power was terminated, and new prison regulations became necessary. The colonial legislature, however, persistently refused to adopt any, and continued a course of systematic resistance to the will of the supreme government, whose earnest and repeated recommendations had been utterly disregarded. Under the apprenticeship system, Negroes were treated worse than they were under the old condition of slavery, because the planters knew that the time of enfranchisement was at hand. But though, when the hour of liberty, August 1st, 1840, was seen to be very near, the Jamaica Assembly voluntarily brought the apprenticeship system to a termination. They accompanied the measure with an angry protest against any interference by the British Parliament. It was contended, on the part of the government, that if such a state of things were permitted to exist, the authority of Great Britain over its colonies would speedily be lost, and every little island that owed its political existence to the protection afforded by the imperial government would, without scruple, set its power at defiance. Such being the state of the case, it might be supposed that no serious objection would be raised to the course adopted, in the interests of humanity and good government. But the Conservatives seized the opportunity for another party contest, and became quite vehement in their defense of the constitutional rights of the Jamaica planters. The debate was protracted for several nights, and counsel against the bill were heard at great length. Eventually, the division took place at 5 in the morning on the 6th of May, when the numbers were 294 to 289, giving the government a majority of only 5, which was regarded as tantamount to a defeat. On the 7th of May, therefore, Lord John Russell announced that ministers had tendered their resignation, which was accepted by the Queen. He assigned as the reason for this step that the vote which had passed must weaken the authority of the Crown in the colonies, by giving support to the contumacy of Jamaica and encouraging other colonies to follow its bad example. This obvious consideration rendered more painfully apparent the weakness of the government, arising from division among its supporters. For if anything could have induced the different sections of the Liberal party to suppress their differences, it would have been the necessity of interposing, in the manner proposed by the government, to shield the unhappy Negroes from the oppression of their exasperated taskmasters. Indeed, in spite of various attempts to patch up the cabinet, its members were at hopeless cross-purposes. Buckingham Palace, from the Garden. See larger version. Chapter 14. The Reign of Victoria, continued. The bedchamber crisis, Peel's explanation, The Whigs return to office. Mr. Shaw Lefevre is elected Speaker. Education scheme. It is carried in a modified form. Post office reform. Rowland Hill's pamphlet. The proposal scouted by the authorities. Select committee appointed. The scheme becomes law. Cabinet changes. Political demonstrations. Announcement of the Queen's marriage. Lady Flora Hastings. The Queen's speech. Insertion of the word Protestant. Debate on the Prince's precedents. His income fixed by the Commons. Stockdale v. Hansard. Stockdale's second and third actions. Stockdale and the sheriffs committed. His fourth and fifth actions. Russell's bill settles the question. Other events of the session. The Queen's marriage. Oxford's attempt on her life. His trial for high treason. Foreign affairs. The opium traffic. Commissioner Lynn confiscates the opium. Debates in Parliament. Eliot's convention. It is disapproved and he is recalled. Renewal of the war. Capture of the defences of Canton. Sir Henry Pottinger assumes command. Conclusion of the war. The Syrian crisis. Imminent dissolution of the Turkish Empire. The Quadrilateral Treaty. Lord Palmerston's difficulties. The wrath of M. Thiers. Lord Palmerston's success. Fall of Acre. Termination of the crisis. Weakness of the ministry. The registration bills. Lord Howick's amendment. The budget. Peel's vote of censure is carried. The dissolution. Ministers are defeated in both houses. Resignation of the Melbourne Ministry. After the lapse of a week, the House of Commons met again on the 13th of May, when Lord John Russell immediately rose and stated that since he had last addressed them, Sir Robert Peel had received authority from Her Majesty to form a new administration, and the Right Hon. Baronet having failed, Her Majesty had been graciously pleased to permit that gentleman to state the circumstances which led to the failure. Sir Robert Peel then proceeded to detail all the facts necessary for the explanation of his position to the country. He had waited upon the Queen according to her desire, conveyed at the suggestion of the Duke of Wellington, who had been sent for by Her Majesty in the first instance. The Queen candidly avowed to him that she had parted with her late administration with great regret, as they had given her entire satisfaction. No one, he said, could have expressed feelings more natural and more becoming than Her Majesty did on this 462 occasion, and at the same time principles more strictly constitutional with respect to the formation of a new government. He stated his sense of the difficulties a new government would have to encounter, but having been a party to the vote that led to those difficulties, nothing should prevent him from tendering to Her Majesty every assistance in his power. He accordingly, the next day, submitted the following list for her approval in the formation of a new ministry: the Duke of Wellington, Lord Lyndhurst, Earl of Aberdeen, Lord Ellenborough, Lord Stanley, Sir James Graham, Sir Henry Hardinge, and Mr. Galburn. It was not until Thursday that any difficulty or misconception arose to lead to his relinquishing his attempt to form an administration. His difficulty related to the ladies of the household. With reference to all the subordinate appointments below the rank of a lady of the bedchamber, he proposed no change, and he had hoped that all above that rank would have relieved him of any difficulty by at once relinquishing their offices. This not having been done, he had a verbal communication with Her Majesty on the subject, to which he received next day a written answer as follows. Buckingham Palace, May 10, 1839. The Queen, having considered the proposal made to her yesterday by Sir Robert Peel to remove the ladies of her bedchamber, cannot consent to adopt a course which she conceives to be contrary to usage, and which is repugnant to her feelings. To this communication, Sir Robert Peel returned the following reply. Sir Robert Peel presents his humble duty to Your Majesty, and has had the honour of receiving Your Majesty's note this morning. Sir Robert Peel trusts that Your Majesty will permit him to state to Your Majesty his impression with respect to the circumstances which have led to the termination of his attempts to form an administration for the conduct of Your Majesty's service. In the interview with which you honoured Sir Robert Peel yesterday morning, after he had submitted to Your Majesty the names of those he proposed to recommend to Your Majesty for the principal executive appointments, he mentioned to Your Majesty his earnest wish to be enabled, by Your Majesty's sanction, so to constitute Your Majesty's household that Your Majesty's confidential servants might have the advantage of a public demonstration of Your Majesty's full support and confidence, and at the same time, so far as possible, consistent with such demonstration, each individual appointment in the household should be entirely acceptable to Your Majesty's personal feelings. On Your Majesty's expressing a desire that the Earl of Liverpool should hold an office in the household, Sir Robert Peel immediately requested Your Majesty's permission at once to confer on Lord Liverpool the office of Lord Steward, or any other office which he might prefer. Sir Robert Peel then observed that he should have every wish to apply a similar principle to the chief appointments which are filled by the ladies of your Majesty's household. Upon which your Majesty was pleased to remark that you must retain the whole of these appointments, and that it was your Majesty's pleasure that the whole should continue as at present, without any change. The Duke of Wellington, in the interview to which your Majesty subsequently admitted him, understood also that this was your Majesty's determination, and concurred with Sir Robert Peel in opinion that, considering the great difficulties of the present crisis, and the expediency of making every effort, in the first instance, to conduct the public business of the country with the aid of the present Parliament, it was essential to the success of the mission with which your Majesty had honoured Sir Robert Peel that he should have such public proof of your Majesty's entire support and confidence as would be afforded by the permission to make some changes in your Majesty's household, which your Majesty resolved on maintaining entirely without change. Having had the opportunity, through your Majesty's gracious consideration, of reflecting upon this point, he humbly submits to your Majesty that he is reluctantly compelled, by a sense of public duty, and of the interests of your Majesty's service, to adhere to the opinion which he ventured to express to your Majesty. Subsequent explanations proved that the gaucherie of Sir Robert Peel was chiefly responsible for the crisis. He was right in principle, but he was wrong in the abrupt manner in which he appeared to force the change of the ladies upon the Queen. The Duke, with his usual shrewdness, had foreseen that the accession of a female sovereign would place the Conservatives at a disadvantage, because, said he, Peel has no manners, and I have no small talk. On the following evening, Lord Melbourne, having explained why he resigned, said, "And now, my lords, I frankly declare that I resume office unequivocally and solely for this reason, that I will not abandon my sovereign in a situation 463 of difficulty and distress, and especially when a demand is made upon her Majesty with which she ought not to comply, a demand, in my opinion, inconsistent with her personal honour, and which, if acquiesced in, would make her reign liable to all the changes and variations of political parties, and render her domestic life one constant scene of unhappiness and discomfort. The Whigs, therefore, returned to office, but not to power. As soon as the ministry had been restored, the House reassembled for the election of a new Speaker in the room of Mr. Abercrombie, who had declared his intention of resigning, having no longer sufficient strength to perform the arduous duties imposed on him by his office. When his intention was announced, he received, through Sir Robert Peel and Lord John Russell, the highest testimony of the esteem in which he was held by the two great parties, not only for his conduct in the chair, but also for his strenuous exertions to improve the mode of conducting the private business of the House. This was in accordance with precedent, but as a matter of fact Mr. Abercrombie was a very weak speaker, and his ruling had been repeatedly questioned by the House. He was chosen Speaker in 1835. On his resignation of that office, he was raised to the peerage as Lord Dunfermline. Mr. Hanley nominated Mr. Shaw Lefevre, member for North Hants, as a person eminently qualified to succeed to the vacant chair. Mr. Williams Wynne, a member of great experience and reputation in the House, proposed Mr. Galburn, member for the University of Cambridge. The motion was seconded by Mr. Wilson Patten. It was a party contest, and tested the strength of the ministry and the opposition. The House divided on the motion that Mr. Shaw Lefevre do take the chair, which was carried by a majority of 18, the numbers being 317 and 299. Since the year 1833, the sum of £20,000 was all that had been granted by Parliament for popular education. Up to this time, the National Society and the British and Foreign School Society had, without distinction of party, enjoyed an equitable proportion of the benefit of this grant. The government were now about to propose an increase, but they determined at the same time to change the mode of its distribution, and their plan gave rise to a great deal of discussion on the subject during the session. The intentions of the government were first made known by Lord John Russell on the 12th of February, when he presented certain papers, and gave an outline of his views. He proposed that the President of the Council and other Privy Councillors, not exceeding 5, should form a board, to consider in what manner the grants made by Parliament should be distributed, and he thought that the first object of such a board should be the establishment of a good normal school for the education of teachers. Lord John said that he brought forward the plan not as a faultless scheme of education, but as that which, on consideration, he thought to be the most practical in the present state of the country. The new committee on the 3rd of June passed several resolutions, one of which was that, in their opinion, the most useful applications of any sums voted by Parliament would consist in the employment of those monies in the establishment of a normal school, under the direction of the state, and not under the management of a voluntary society. They admitted, however, that they experienced so much difficulty in reconciling the conflicting views respecting the provisions they were desirous of making, in order that the children and teachers instructed in the school should be duly trained in the principles of the Christian religion, while the rights of conscience should be respected, that it was not in their power to mature a plan for the accomplishment of their design without further consideration. Meanwhile, the committee recommended that no grant should thenceforth be made for the establishment or support of normal schools, or any other schools, unless the right of inspection were retained, in order to secure a conformity to the regulations and discipline established in the several schools, with such improvements as might from time to time be suggested by the committee. The day after the committee had adopted these resolutions, Lord Ashley moved a call of the House for the 14th of June, when Lord John Russell, in seconding the motion, stated that government did not intend to insist upon their proposal to found a normal school. This was a weak concession to the Church party, but it did not prevent Lord Stanley, the author of a similar measure for Ireland, from attacking the bill with the full violence of his eloquence. The vote was to be increased to £30,000. The House, after a debate of 3 nights, divided, when the grant was voted by a majority of only 2. On the 5th of July, the subject of education was introduced to the notice of the Lords by the Archbishop of Canterbury, who defended the Church, and objected to the giving of government grants in a manner calculated to promote religious dissent. He 464 was answered by the Marquis of Lansdowne. The Bishop of Exeter, the Bishop of London, and several other prelates addressed the House and gave their views on this great question. The Archbishop of Canterbury had brought forward a series of resolutions embodying the Church views of the subject. These Lord Brougham vigorously opposed. The House divided on the previous question, when the first resolution, the only one put to the vote, was carried by a majority of 111. This resolution condemned the order in council, and in consequence of it, the Lords went in a body to the Queen to offer their remonstrance against the proposed change in the mode of distributing the grant. The remaining resolutions were voted without a division. Nevertheless, the ministry succeeded in carrying a modified scheme, by which it was provided that the inspectors to be appointed by the Committee of the Privy Council should be chosen with the approval of the bishops, and should present their reports to the bishop of their diocese as well as to the Committee of the Privy Council. Thus the Church practically monopolized the grant. The year 1839 will be always memorable for the establishment of the system of a uniform penny postage, one of those great reforms distinguishing the age in which we live, which are fraught with vast social changes, and are destined to fructify throughout all time with social benefits to the human race. To one mind preeminently, the British Empire is indebted for the penny postage. We are now so familiar with its advantages, and its reasonableness seems so obvious, that it is not easy to comprehend the difficulties with which Sir Rowland Hill had to contend in convincing the authorities and the public of the wisdom and feasibility of his plan. Mr. Rowland Hill had written a pamphlet on post office reform in 1837. It took for its starting point the fact that whereas the postal revenue showed for the past 20 years a positive though slight diminution, it ought to have shown an increase of £507,700 a year, in order to have simply kept pace with the growth of population, and an increase of nearly 4 times that amount in order to have kept pace with the growth of the analogous, though far less exorbitant duties, imposed on stage coaches. The population in 1815 was 19,552,000. In 1835, it had increased to 25,605,000. The net revenue arising from the post office in 1815 was £1,557,291. In 1835, it had decreased to £1,540,300. At this period, the rate of postage actually imposed, beyond the limits of the London District Office, varied from 4d. to 1 and 8d. for a single letter, which was interpreted to mean a single piece of paper, not exceeding an ounce in weight. A second piece of paper or any other enclosure, however small, constituted a double letter. A single sheet of paper, if it at all exceeded an ounce in weight, was charged with 4-fold postage. The The average charge on inland general post letters was nearly 9p for each letter. In London, the letterboxes were only open from 8 in the morning to 7 p.m., and a letter written after that hour on Friday did not reach Uxbridge earlier than Tuesday morning. These mischiefs it was proposed wholly to remove by enacting the charge for primary distribution. That is to say, the postage on all letters received in a post town, and delivered in the same or in any other post town in the British Isles, shall be at the uniform rate of 1p for each half-ounce. All letters and other papers, whether single or multiple, forming one packet, and not weighing more than half an ounce, being charged 1p, and heavier packets to any convenient limit being charged an additional penny for each additional half-ounce. And it was further proposed that stamped covers should be sold to the public at such a price as to include the postage, which would thus be collected in advance. By the public generally, and preeminently by the trading public, the plan was received with great favor. By the functionaries of the post office it was at once denounced as ruinous and ridiculed as fanciful. Lord Lichfield, then Postmaster General, said of it in the House of Lords, "Of all the wild and visionary schemes I ever heard, it is the most extravagant." On another occasion, he assured the House that if the anticipated increase of letters should be realized, the mails will have to carry 12 times as much in weight, and therefore the charge for transmission, instead of £100,000, as now, must be 12 times that amount. The walls of the post office would burst. The whole area in which the building stands would not be large enough to receive the clerks and the letters. In the course of the following year, 1838, petitions were poured into the House of Commons. A select committee was appointed, which held nearly 70 sittings, and examined nearly 83 witnesses in addition to the officers of the department. Its report weakly recommended the substitution of a twopenny for a penny rate, but this was overruled by the Cabinet. During the session of Parliament that followed the presentation of 465 this report, about 2,000 petitions in favour of penny postage were presented to both houses, and at length, the Chancellor of the Exchequer brought in a bill to enable the Treasury to carry it into effect. The measure was carried in the House of Commons by a majority of 100, and became law on the 17th of August, 1839. A new but only temporary office under the Treasury was created, to enable Mr. Hill to superintend, although, as it proved, with very inadequate arrangements, the working out of his plan. The first step taken was to reduce, on the 5th of December, 1839, the London district postage to 1p, and the general inland postage to 4p, the half-ounce, except as respected places to which letters were previously carried at lower rates, these rates being continued. On the 10th of January, 1840, the uniform penny rate came into operation throughout the United Kingdom, the scale of weight advancing from 1p for each of the first 2 half-ounces, by gradations of 2p for each additional ounce or fraction of an ounce, up to 16 ounces. The postage was to be prepaid, or charged at double rates, and parliamentary franking was abolished. Postage stamps were introduced on the 6th of May following. The facilities of dispatch were soon afterwards increased, especially by the establishment of day mails. But on the important points of simplification in the internal economy of the post office, with the object of reducing its cost without diminishing its working power, very little was done. For the time being the loss incurred by the change was more than £1 million. Sir Rowland Hill, 1847. See larger version. Nevertheless, the results actually attained in the first 2 years were briefly these. First, the 466 chargeable letters delivered in the United Kingdom, exclusive of that part of the government's correspondence which formerly passed free, had already increased from the rate of about 75 million a year to that of 208 million. Secondly, the London district post letters had increased from about 13 million to 23 million, or nearly in the ratio of the reduction of the rates. Thirdly, the illicit conveyance of letters was substantially suppressed. Fourthly, the gross revenue, exclusive of repayments, yielded about £1.5 million per annum, which was 63%. On the amount of the gross revenue of 1839, the largest income which the post office had ever afforded. These results, at so early a stage, and in the face of so many obstructions, amply vindicated the policy of the new system. But by its enemies, that system was declared to be a failure, until the striking evidence of year after year silenced opposition by an exhaustive process. The parliamentary proceedings of 1839 were closed by an elaborate review of the session by Lord Lyndhurst, which he continued annually for some time, while the Liberals were in power. This display took place on the 24th of August, when the noble and learned lord moved for a return of all bills that had arrived from the House of Commons since the commencement of the session, with the dates at which they were brought up. He could point to the fact that ministers had with difficulty carried a colourless Jamaica Bill and had once more failed to pass the Irish Corporation Bill. In fact, the ministry remained deplorably weak, despite the numerous changes in the cabinet. The Marquis of Normanby, who had been a failure at the Home Office, changed places with Lord John Russell, who went to the Colonial Office. Mr. Francis Baring was made Chancellor of the Exchequer in the place of the most incompetent financier of modern times, Mr. Springrice, who was raised to the peerage by the title of Baron Monteagle, and soon afterwards appointed Controller of the Exchequer, with a salary of £2,000 a year, Sir John Newport having retired from that post on a pension. The Earl of Clarendon became Lord Privy Seal, and Mr. Macaulay Secretary at War, with a seat in the cabinet in the room of Viscount Howick, who had quitted the administration because he had disapproved of the political import of the changes, taken altogether, and they were unalterably fixed without seeking his concurrence. Mr. Charles Wood, the brother-in-law of Lord Howick, also resigned shortly afterwards, and Sir Charles Grey was refused promotion. The proceedings of Parliament having ceased to occupy public attention, the time had come for political demonstrations of various kinds in the country, giving expression to the feelings that had been excited by the state of public affairs and the conduct of the government. The first and most remarkable of these was a banquet, given at Dover, on the 30th of August, to the Duke of Wellington as Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports, at which nearly 2,000 persons sat down to dinner. The toast of the day was proposed by Lord Brougham, who occupied a peculiar position, as a Liberal ex-chancellor opposing a Liberal administration, and wishing to see them supplanted by their Conservative opponents. He was greeted with tumultuous cheering when he rose to propose the health of the Duke of Wellington. He had, according to Greville, intruded himself upon the company and made a speech in which bombast alternated with eloquence. The reply of the Duke of Wellington was a perfect contrast to Brougham's oratorical flight, in its quietness and modesty. But if the great chiefs of the Conservative party were moderate in the expression of their feelings during the vacation, some of their followers went to the opposite extreme of violence and indiscretion. At a dinner of the Conservative Registration Society, on the 30th of October, Mr. Bradshaw, the member for Canterbury, dared to speak of the young Queen in the following terms: brought up under the auspices of the citizen king of the Belgians, the serf of France, and guided by his influence, the Queen thinks if the monarchy lasts her time, it is enough, and so on. In proportion to the violence of the manifestations of disloyalty among the Tories, was the fervour of loyalty evinced by Mr. O'Connell and his followers in Ireland. At a meeting at Bandon on the 5th of December, the famous agitator, in the midst of tremendous cheering, the entire assembly rising in response to the concluding appeal, said, we are, loyal to our young and lovely Queen. God bless her. We are, attached to the throne and to the lovely being by whom it is filled. She is going to be married. God bless the Queen. I am a father and a grandfather, and in the face of heaven I pray with as much honesty and fervency for Queen Victoria as I do for any of my own progeny. The Prince Consort. From the painting by F. X. Winterhalter in the National Gallery. See larger version. In the meanwhile, Her Majesty was pleased to communicate to the members of the Privy Council, assembled at Buckingham Palace, on the 23rd of 467 November, her intention of contracting an alliance with a prince of the family of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. The story of her affection for her cousin is well known through Sir Theodore Martin's admirable Life of the Prince Consort. The declaration was made by Her Majesty in the following terms: I have caused you to be summoned at the present time in order that I may acquaint you with my resolution in a matter which deeply concerns the welfare of my people and the happiness of my future life. It is my intention to ally myself in marriage with the Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Deeply impressed with the solemnity of the engagement which I am about to contract, I have not come to this decision without mature consideration, nor without feeling a strong assurance that, with the blessing of Almighty God, it will at once secure my domestic felicity and serve the interests of my country. I have thought fit to make this resolution known to you at the earliest period, in order that you may be fully apprised of a matter so highly important to me and to my kingdom, and which, I persuade myself, will be most acceptable to all my loving subjects." Upon this announcement, the council humbly requested that Her Majesty's most gracious declaration might be made public, which Her Majesty was pleased to order accordingly. The approaching marriage of the Queen was anticipated by the nation with satisfaction. We have seen, from the height to which party spirit ran, that it was extremely desirable that she should have a husband to stand between her and such unmanly attacks as those of Mr. Bradshaw. An occurrence, however, took place in the early part of the year very painful in its nature, which added much to the unpopularity of the court. This was the cruel suspicion which was cast upon Lady Flora Hastings by some of the ladies about the Queen, and is supposed to have caused her early death. She was one of the ladies in attendance on the Duchess of Kent, and soon after her arrival at court, it was generally surmised, from the appearance of her person, that she had been privately married, the consequence of which was that, in order to clear her character, which was perfectly blameless, she was compelled to submit to the humiliation of a medical examination. Shortly afterwards, she died of the disease which was suspected to be pregnancy, and the public feeling was intensified by the publication of the acrimonious correspondence which had taken place between her mother on the one side and Lady Portman and Lord Melbourne on the other. The session of 1840 was opened by the Queen in person. The first 2 paragraphs of the royal speech contained an announcement of the coming marriage. The speech contained nothing else very definite or very interesting, and the debate on the address was remarkable for nothing more than its references to the royal marriage. The Duke of Wellington warmly concurred in the expressions of congratulation. He had, he said, been summoned to attend Her Majesty in the Privy Council when this announcement was first made. He had heard that the precedent of the reign of George Roman III had been followed in all particulars except one, and that was the declaration that the prince was a Protestant. He knew he was a Protestant, he was sure he was of a Protestant family, but this was a Protestant state, and although there was no doubt about the matter, the precedent of George Roman III should have been followed throughout, and the fact that the prince was a Protestant should be officially declared. The Duke, therefore, moved the insertion of the word Protestant before the word prince in the first paragraph of the address. Lord Melbourne considered the amendment altogether superfluous. The Act of Settlement required that the prince should be a Protestant, and it was not likely that ministers would advise Her Majesty to break through the Act of Settlement. The precedent which the Duke had endeavored to establish was not a case in point, for George Roman III did not declare to the Privy Council that the Princess Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz was a Protestant, but only that she was descended from a long line of Protestant ancestors. All the world knew that the Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg was a Protestant, and that he was descended from the most emphatically Protestant house in Europe, but the House decided to insert the phrase. On the 20th of January, a bill was introduced to the House of Lords for the naturalization of the prince. By this act, which passed the next day through the House of Commons, the prince was declared already exempt, by an act passed in the 6th year of George Roman IV, from the obligations that had previously bound all persons to receive the Lord's Supper within 1 month before exhibition of a bill for their naturalization. And the bill was permitted to be read, the second time without his having taken the oaths of supremacy and allegiance, as required by an act passed in the 1st year of George I. But on the second reading in the House of Lords, the Duke of Wellington objected that it was not merely a Bill 468 for naturalizing the prince, but that it also contained a clause which would enable him, during the term of his natural life, to take precedence in rank after Her Majesty in Parliament, and, elsewhere as Her Majesty might think fit and proper, any law, statute, or custom to the contrary notwithstanding. The Duke of Wellington stated that, as the title of the bill said nothing about precedence, the House had not received due notice of its contents. He therefore moved the adjournment of the debate. Lord Melbourne remarked that the omission was purely accidental, and, in his opinion, of no importance. At the same time, he admitted that this bill did differ in form from other similar bills, as it gave the Queen power to bestow on Prince Albert a higher rank than was assigned to Prince George of Denmark or to Prince Leopold. But the reason for the difference was to be found in the relative situation of the parties. Lord Brougham, however, pointed out a practical difficulty that might possibly arise. According to the proposed arrangement, if the Queen should die before there was any issue from the marriage, the King of Hanover would reign in this country, and his son would be Prince of Wales. Prince Albert would thus be placed in the anomalous position of a foreign naturalized prince, the husband of a deceased queen, with a higher rank than the Prince of Wales. Lord Londonderry decidedly objected to giving a foreign prince precedence over the blood royal. In consequence of this difference of opinion, the debate was adjourned till the following week, when the Lord Chancellor stated that he would propose that power should be given to the Crown to allow the prince to take precedence next after any heir apparent to the throne. Subsequently, however, Lord Melbourne expressed himself so anxious that it should pass with all possible expedition, that he would leave out everything about precedence, and make it a simple naturalization bill, in which shape it immediately passed. The question of the prince's income was not so easily disposed of. On the 24th of January, Lord John Russell, having moved that the paragraph relating to the subject should be read, quoted, as precedents for the grant he was about to propose, the instances of Prince George of Denmark, Prince Leopold, and Queen Adelaide. As far as he could judge by precedent in these matters, £50,000 a year was the sum generally allotted to princes in the situation of the prince consort to the Queen of England. He therefore moved that Her Majesty be enabled to grant an annual sum not exceeding £50,000 out of the Consolidated Fund as a provision to Prince Albert, to commence on the day of his marriage with Her Majesty, and to continue during his life. The debate having been adjourned for a few days, Mr. Hume moved, as an amendment, that only £21,000 should be granted. Colonel Sibthorpe moved that £30,000 be the sum allowed. Mr. Galburn was in favour of that sum. The amendment proposed by Mr. Hume was lost by a majority of 305 against 38. When Colonel Sibthorpe's amendment became the subject of debate, Lord John Russell, alluding to professions of respect made by Lord Eliot for Her Majesty, and of care for her comfort, said, "I cannot forget that no sovereign of this country has been insulted in such a manner as Her present Majesty has been." Lord Eliot and Sir James Graham rose immediately to protest against this insinuation, as in all respects most uncalled for and unjustifiable. The House then divided on the amendment, which was carried by a very large majority, the numbers being ayes 262, noes 158, majority for the sum of £30,000, £104. Such a signal defeat of the government, on a question in which the sovereign naturally felt a deep interest, was calculated to produce a profound impression upon the country, and in ordinary circumstances would have led to a change of ministry. But it was regarded as the result of an accidental combination between heterogeneous materials, and therefore Lord Melbourne did not feel called upon to resign. However, the decisions caused, says Sir Theodore Martin, considerable pain and vexation to the Queen. A remarkable conflict took place this year between the jurisdiction of the House of Commons and that of the Court of Queen's Bench, which excited great interest at the time, and has important bearings upon the constitutional history of the country. The following is a brief narrative of the facts out of which it arose. In the year 1835, a bill was proposed in the House of Lords by the Duke of Richmond for the purpose of appointing inspectors of prisons. The inspectors were appointed, and, in the discharge of their duty, reported on the state of Newgate. The House ordered the report to be printed and sold by the Messrs. Hansard. In this report, it was stated that the inspectors of that jail found amongst the books used by the prisoners one printed by John Joseph Stockdale in 1827, which they said was a book of the most disgusting nature, and the plates are obscene and indecent in the extreme. On the 7th of November, 1836, Stockdale 469 brought an action for libel against the Messrs. Hansard for the sale of this report, which was alleged to be false. Sir John Campbell, who was counsel for the defendants, argued that the report was a privileged publication, being printed by the authority of the House of Commons, and on that ground they were entitled to a verdict. But Lord Denman, in his charge to the jury, said, "I entirely disagree from the law laid down by the learned counsel for the defendants. My direction to you, subject to a question hereafter, is that the fact of the House of Commons having directed Messrs. Hansard to publish all the parliamentary reports is no justification for them, or for any bookseller who publishes a parliamentary report containing a libel against any man. In addition, however, to the plea of not guilty, there was a plea of justification, on the ground that the allegations were true, and on this the jury found a verdict for the defendants. On the 16th of February, 1837, the Messrs. Hansard communicated the facts to the House of Commons. A select committee was consequently appointed to examine precedents and report upon the question of its privileges in regard to the publication of its reports and other matters. They reported in favor of the privilege, which would protect any publication ordered by the House of Commons, and resolutions based upon the report were adopted. Another action was brought by Stockdale. The printers were directed to plead the privilege of the House. The court gave judgment against the plea, and damages were afterwards assessed, which the House of Commons ordered the Messrs. Hansard to pay. On the 31st of July, those gentlemen again communicated to the House that similar legal proceedings were threatened by Mr. Pollock on account of alleged defamatory matter in a parliamentary report on the state of New Zealand. The House of Commons passed another resolution, reaffirming its privilege and directing Hansard not to take any defense to the threatened action, which, however, was not proceeded with. But Stockdale, on the 26th of August, 1839, commenced a third action for the publication of the report, which continued to be sold. The printers then served him with formal notice of the resolutions of the House and of their intention not to plead. Stockdale, notwithstanding, on the 26th of October filed a declaration in the said action, wherein the damages were laid at £50,000, and on the 1st of November interlocutory judgment was signed for want of a plea. On the 2nd of November, notice was served that a writ of inquiry of damages would be executed before the Sheriff of Middlesex on the 12th of the same month. The writ of inquiry was accordingly executed, when the sheriff's jury assessed the damages at £600, the consequence of which was that the sheriff took possession of the printing office, premises, and stock in trade of the printers of the House of Commons. But he was placed in a dilemma with regard to the sale, which was ultimately prevented by the amount of damages being paid into the sheriff's office on the night previous. On the 16th of January following, Lord John Russell presented a petition from the Messrs. Hansard, which recited the facts of the case, and prayed for such relief as, in the circumstances, the House might think fit. The course which Lord John recommended was that the persons who had violated the privileges of the House should be summoned to their bar. He therefore moved that Stockdale, with Burton Howard, his attorney, William Evans, the sheriff, the undersheriff, and the deputy undersheriff, be summoned to the bar of the House. There was a long discussion on the legality of the course to be pursued. The motion was carried by a majority of 119. On the 17th of January, therefore, Stockdale was called to the bar and interrogated by the Attorney General as to the facts of the different actions. The House then resolved that Stockdale should be committed to the custody of the serjeant-at-arms. It was also resolved that the sheriffs should be called to the bar. They were accordingly brought in by the serjeant-at-arms, dressed in their scarlet robes. On the 21st of January, they petitioned the House, expressing their sorrow for having incurred its displeasure, and stated that they believed that they had only done their duty towards their sovereign and the Queen's bench, whose sworn officers they were. They prayed, therefore, that they might not be immersed or imprisoned. Lord John Russell moved that the sheriffs, having been guilty of a breach of the privileges of the House, should be committed to the custody of the serjeant-at-arms, which was carried by a majority of 101. The same course was adopted with regard to Mr. Howard, the attorney, who was called in and reprimanded by the Speaker. But the Queen's bench was by no means disposed to surrender its own privileges, even to the House of Commons. On the 24th of January, Sir William Gossett, serjeant-at-arms, appeared at the bar of the House, and said that he had last 470 evening been served with a writ of habeas corpus, commanding him to bring up the bodies of the sheriffs, William Evans, Esq., and John Wheelton, Esquire, then in his custody. The Attorney General rose, and said he had no hesitation in advising the House to direct the serjeant-at-arms to return answer to the Court of Queen's Bench, that he held these two individuals in custody by the warrant of the Speaker. He then moved a resolution to that effect, which was adopted, and the Court of Queen's Bench acquiesced. On the 3rd of February, Mr. Darby brought forward a motion that the sheriffs should be discharged from the custody of the serjeant-at-arms. This gave rise to a long and animated debate. The Attorney General opposed the motion, contending that, until they made their submission, the House could not dismiss them with due regard to its dignity. Sir William Follett replied to the arguments of the Attorney General and was answered by the Solicitor General. The debate was adjourned and was resumed on the 7th. At its conclusion, the House divided on the question that the sheriffs be discharged, which was negatived by a majority of 71. On the 12th, Mr. Sheriff Wheelton was discharged on account of ill health, a motion for the release of the other sheriff having been rejected. The House, meanwhile, seemed to have been getting still more involved in the meshes of these difficulties. Stockdale commenced a 4th and 5th action against Hansard. An order was issued for the arrest of his attorney for contempt, and he was ultimately lodged in Newgate. but he afterwards brought actions against all the officers of the House that had been concerned in his arrest and had searched his premises. On the 17th of February, Lord John Russell informed the House that he had a petition to present from Messrs. Hansard to the effect that a fifth action had been commenced against them by Stockdale for the same course as before. It was then moved that Stockdale, and the son of Howard, his attorney, a lad of 19, and his clerk, by commencing this action had been guilty of a contempt of the House. This was carried by a majority of 71, and they too were imprisoned. These vexatious proceedings, including a great number of debates and divisions, led to the passing of an act for more clearly defining the privileges of the House of Commons, which had made itself unpopular by its course of proceeding towards the sheriffs, who had only discharged duties which they could not have evaded without exposing themselves to the process of attachment. On the 5th of March, accordingly, Lord John Russell moved for leave to bring in a bill relative to the publication of parliamentary papers. He said in the course of his speech that at all periods of our history, whatever might have been the subject, whether it regarded the privileges of Parliament or the rights of the Crown or any of the constituted authorities, whenever any great public difficulty had arisen, the Parliament in its collective sense, meaning the Crown, Lords, and Commons, had been called in to solve those difficulties. With regard to the measure he was about to propose, he would take care to state in the preamble of the bill that the privilege of the House was known only by interpretation of the House itself. He proposed that publications authorized by either House of Parliament should be protected and should not be liable to prosecution in any court of common law. Leave was given to introduce the bill by a majority of 149, in spite of the opposition of the Solicitor General, Sir Thomas Wilde. The House went into committee on the bill on the 13th of March, and it passed the third reading on the 20th of the same month. It was read a second time in the Lords on the 6th of April, and the royal assent was given to it by commission on the 14th of the same month. At the commencement of the session, a notice of a motion of want of confidence in the ministry was given by Sir John Yard Buller. He assigned as reasons for bringing forward the motion the disturbed and unsatisfactory state of the country, which he ascribed to the system of popular agitation, nurtured and fostered, as he alleged, by the ministers during the preceding 2 years. After a debate of 4 consecutive nights, the motion was rejected by 308 votes to 287. The division was fairly satisfactory, and another source of gratification to the ministry was the passing of the Irish Municipal Bill, which became law in spite of a characteristic protest from Bishop Philpotts, who regarded the measure as a deliberate and willful abandonment of the cause of true religion, which had provoked the justice of Almighty God, and given too much reason to apprehend the visitation of divine vengeance for this presumptuous act of national disobedience. In this session, Sir Robert Peel at last terminated the scandals connected with election committees by a plan which authorized the Speaker to appoint a General Committee of Elections, with the duty of selecting election committees to try each particular 471 case. Sir Francis Baring's budget was a considerable improvement upon those of his indifferent predecessor, Mr. Springrice, whose careless finance had produced no less than 4 successive deficits. He acknowledged a deficit of £850,000 and asked for a vote of credit. He further imposed an additional tax of 4d, a gallon on spirits, increased the customs and excise by 5%, and the assessed taxes by 10%. The Queen's marriage has been referred to in connection with the proceedings in Parliament. The details of that interesting event, and other incidents affecting Her Majesty's happiness which occurred during the year, will now be recorded. The royal party assembled in the morning of the 10th of February at Buckingham Palace, whence it had been arranged that the members of Her Majesty's family and those of Prince Albert's, accompanied by the officers of state, should proceed to St. James's Palace. The entire route along which the royal cortege was to pass was lined by the Horse Guards, while the trumpeters, in their state uniforms, were stationed at intervals to announce the approach of the royal bride and bridegroom. First, the ladies and gentlemen of Her Majesty's household, in 7 royal carriages, arrived at the garden entrance of St. James's Palace, and then followed the splendid state coach containing Her Majesty, Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Kent, and the Mistress of the Robes. The closet behind the throne room had been draped with silk and prepared for the reception of the Queen. There Her Majesty, attended by her maids of honor, train-bearers, and bridesmaids, remained until the Lord Chamberlain of her household marshalled the procession to the Chapel Royal. Soon after Her Majesty had entered the closet, the clash of presented arms, the roll of drums and flourish of trumpets outside, told that the bridegroom had arrived. At 1:45, the ring was placed upon Her Majesty's finger. Outside, the guns thundered forth the intelligence, but their loud booming was nearly drowned by the long-continued shouts of acclamation which arose from the thousands who thronged the park. At the conclusion of the service, the Queen Dowager cordially embraced and kissed the bride, and the prince acknowledged Queen Adelaide's congratulations by kissing her hand. The bride and her royal consort drove at once to Buckingham Palace, and the noble assembly that had witnessed the ceremony retired. After a splendid breakfast at Buckingham Palace, the bride and bridegroom took their departure for Windsor Castle. The sun shone out in cloudless luster just at the moment of their leaving the gateway. The vast concourse of people assembled outside the palace hailed this as a happy omen, and as the carriage containing the royal pair drove off, the air was rent with the most enthusiastic cheering. About 4 months passed happily away, when another event occurred which was very near furnishing a startling illustration of the truth that there is no certain tenure of human happiness. On the night of Wednesday, the 10th of June, London was agitated by a report of an attempt upon the life of the Queen. Next day, an investigation took place at the Home Office, from which the public and the reporters of the daily press were excluded. The following are the facts. At 6:15 on Wednesday evening, the Queen, accompanied by Prince Albert, left Buckingham Palace in a very low, open phaeton to take her customary drive in Hyde Park before dinner. The carriage had proceeded a short distance up the road when a young man, who had been standing with his back to the Green Park fence, advanced to within a few yards of the carriage and deliberately fired at the Queen. The postilions paused for an instant. The prince ordered them, in a loud voice, to drive on. "I have got another," exclaimed the assassin, who discharged a second pistol, aimed at the carriage, which also proved harmless. The Queen and the prince went as far as Hyde Park Corner, and then turned to the Duchess of Kent's mansion in Belgrave Square. Meanwhile, the assassin remained near the spot, leaning against the park fence, with the weapons in his hand. Several persons laid hold of him, and he was conveyed by 2 policemen to the Gardiner's Lane station house. After staying a short time with the Duchess of Kent, in Belgrave Square, the Queen and her husband proceeded to Hyde Park, where an immense concourse of persons, of all ranks and both sexes, had congregated. The reception of the royal pair was so enthusiastic as almost to overpower the self-possession of the Queen. They soon returned to Buckingham Palace, attended by a vast number of the nobility and gentry, in carriages and on horseback. A multitude of persons collected at the entrance to the palace, and vehemently cheered the Queen, who, though pale and agitated, repeatedly bowed and smiled in return. The name of the prisoner was Edward Oxford. He was about 18 years of age and of an 472 unprepossessing countenance. He was a native of Birmingham, which town he had left 9 years before. He was last employed at a public house, the Hog and the Pond, at the corner of South Molton Street and Oxford Street. His trial for high treason was begun in the Central Criminal Court on Thursday, July 9th, and ended next day. The judges were Lord Denman, Baron Alderson, and Justice Pattison. The jury returned the following special verdict. We find the prisoner, Edward Oxford, guilty of discharging the contents of 2 pistols, but whether or not they were loaded with ball has not been satisfactorily proved to us, he being of unsound mind at the time. An argument followed between counsel as to whether this verdict amounted to an absolute acquittal or an acquittal on the ground of insanity. Lord Denman said that the jury were in a mistake. It was necessary that they should form an opinion as to whether the pistols were loaded with bullets or not. But it appeared they had not applied their minds to that point, and therefore it would be necessary that they should again retire and say aye or no. Did the prisoner fire a pistol loaded with ball at the Queen? After considerable discussion upon the point, the jury again retired to consider their verdict. During their absence, the question was again argued, and it appeared to be the opinion of the judges that the jury were bound to return a verdict of guilty or not guilty upon the evidence brought before them. After an absence of an hour, they returned into court, finding the prisoner guilty, he being at the same time insane. The sentence was that he should be imprisoned during Her Majesty's pleasure, according to the Act 40 George Roman III, providing for cases where crimes were committed by insane persons. Meanwhile, the aspect of foreign affairs was hardly reassuring. Britain was at war with China and Afghanistan, and within measurable distance of war with France and the United States, postponing for the present our review of the First Afghan War and the differences with America, which will be dealt with more properly under the history of Sir Robert Peel's ministry. We proceed to give a short sketch of the Chinese War and the Syrian crisis. The exclusive right of the East India Company to trade with China ceased on the 22nd of April, 1834, and from this time dates the great dispute about the opium traffic. The first free trade ship sailed from England on the 25th of the same month. Lord Napier was sent out to China to superintend British commerce and arrived at Macau on the 15th of July. He died soon after his arrival and was succeeded by Mr. afterwards Sir John Davis. But the Chinese were not disposed to recognize the authority with which he was vested. During 1835 and 1836, matters went on peaceably under the superintendence of the second and third commissioners, Mr. Davis and Sir T. Robinson, the former of whom returned to England, and the latter was superseded by Captain Elliot, R.N., who in vain renewed the attempt to establish an official connection with the Chinese authorities. The opening of the trade in 1834 gave a powerful stimulus to all kinds of smuggling, and especially in opium, the importation of which into China was prohibited by the imperial government in consequence of its deleterious qualities. During the following years, however, the supply of that drug was increased enormously, and the smuggling trade was carried on along the coasts of the northern provinces, in defiance of the laws of the country. The imperial government was naturally indignant at these encroachments, and became, moreover, seriously alarmed, perhaps not so much for its demoralizing effects, as for the continued drain of specie which it occasioned. In March 1839, Lin arrived at Canton as Imperial High Commissioner to enforce the laws in this matter. He immediately issued an edict requiring that every chest of opium on the river should be delivered up, in order to be destroyed, and that bonds should be given by traders that their ships should never again bring any opium, on pain of forfeiture of the article and death to the importer. Lin, having taken strong measures to carry this edict into effect by blockading the British merchants, Captain Elliot proceeded to Canton and issued a circular letter to his countrymen, requiring them to surrender into his hands all the opium then actually on the coast of China, and holding himself responsible for the consequences. On the 21st of May, the whole of the opium, to the amount of 20,283 chests, was given up to the Chinese government and immediately destroyed. But even this great sacrifice did not propitiate Commissioner Lin. On the 26th of November, he issued another interdict, ordering the cessation of all trade with British ships in a week. And in January 1840, an imperial edict appeared directing that all trade with Britain should cease forever. Further numerous outrages were committed by the Chinese against British sailors. In consequence of these proceedings, an armament was sent forth to teach the Chinese the principles of international law. The first part of the armament reached the Canton River in June 1840, under the command of Captain Elliot. Having established a rigorous blockade in the river, the British, on the 5th of July, took possession of the large island of Chusan in the Eastern Sea. It proved very unhealthy, and 1 man out of every 4 died. Proceeding still farther to the mouth of the Peiho, in the Yellow Sea, Captain Elliot attempted to overawe the Chinese. But the sea was too shallow to enable him to land his troops, and he was forced to put back to Chusan. Marriage of Queen Victoria, after the picture by Sir George Hayter. See larger version. It was in these circumstances that Sir James Graham, on the 7th of April, brought forward a series of resolutions on our relations with China, and the government escaped defeat by a narrow majority of 10. A vote of censure would inevitably have been passed, had not the Duke of Wellington expressed his cordial approval of the ministerial policy. His followers were furious. "I know it," said the Duke to Charles Greville, "and I do not care one damn. I have no time to do what is not right." Meanwhile the war had continued, and with the commencement of 1841, fortune began to favor the British. The Chinese position at the mouth of the Canton River was forced, and the emperor was compelled to send a commissioner, Cassell by name, to treat with the outer barbarians. Cassell cunningly transferred the scene of negotiations to Canton, in order to secure time to strengthen the forts and prepare for defense. He accordingly employed the interval busily in erecting new batteries at the bog, barricading the bars in the river by sinking boats laden with stones, throwing up breastworks near Canton, and levying troops. The British commissioner, wearied and irritated by these proceedings, gave directions to Commodore Bremer to proceed at once to compulsory methods of bringing the Chinese to reason. On the 7th of January, therefore, he opened fire on the bog forts, on 2 of which the British flag very soon floated. Next morning, when everything was ready to attack the principal fort, Anakoy, a flag of truce was sent by the Chinese, and hostilities were suspended. Cassell offered to adjust matters immediately, and on the 20th a circular appeared, signed by Captain Elliot, and dated Macau, addressed to Her Britannic Majesty's subjects, stating that Her Majesty's plenipotentiary had to announce the conclusion of preliminary arrangements between the Imperial Commissioner and himself, involving the following conditions. First, the cession of the harbour and island of Hong Kong to the British Crown. Second, an indemnity to the British government of $6 million to be paid in annual installments in 6 years. Third, direct official intercourse between the two countries upon equal footing. It was quite evident that Her Majesty's plenipotentiary did not understand the sort of people he had to deal with. Otherwise, he would not have arrested the operations of Commodore Bremer till he had all the principal forts in his possession. In fact, he was completely duped by Cassell. The convention, which did not contain a word about the opium trade, gave great dissatisfaction at home, and Lord John Russell declared in the House of Commons, on the 6th of May, that it had been disapproved of by the government, that Captain Elliot had been recalled and Sir Henry Pottinger appointed plenipotentiary in his stead. The Chinese, meanwhile, soon violated their engagements. On the 19th of February, an English boat was fired upon from North Wangtun, in consequence of which the squadron under Captain Sir H. Fleming Senhouse attacked the forts on the 26th of February, and in a very short time, the British colours were flying on the whole chain of these celebrated fortifications, and the British became masters of the islands without the loss of a single man. Proceeding up the river towards the Whampoa Reach, they found it fortified with upwards of 40 war junks, and the Cambridge, an old East Indiaman. But they were all silenced in an hour, when the Marines and small-arm men were landed and stormed the works, driving before them upwards of 3,000 Chinese troops, and killing nearly 300. Next day Sir Gordon Bremer joined the advanced squadron, and the boats were pushed forward within gunshot of Haugua's fort, and thus, for the first time, were foreign ships seen from the walls of Canton. On the 2nd of May the cruiser came up, having on board Major General Sir Hugo, who took command of the land forces. On approaching the fort it was found to be abandoned, as well as those higher up the river, the Chinese having fired all their guns and fled. The prefect or governor of Canton then made his appearance, accompanied by the Hong merchants, announcing that Cassell having been recalled and degraded, and the new commissioner not having arrived, there was no authority to treat for peace. Captain Elliot, again hesitating, requested the naval and military commanders to make no further movement towards the city until it was seen what was the disposition of the provincial authorities at Canton, and admitted the 475 city to a ransom of £1,250,000. But Sir G. Bremer observed in a dispatch that he feared the forbearance was misunderstood, and that a further punishment must be inflicted before that arrogant and perfidious government was brought to reason. He was right, for on the 17th of March a flag of truce, with a message sent by Captain Elliot to the Imperial Commissioner, was fired upon by the Chinese. In consequence of this, a force under Captain Herbert, who was in advance of the rest of the armament, carried in succession all the forts up to Canton, taking, sinking, burning, and otherwise destroying the flotilla of the enemy, and hoisted the Union Jack the same day on the walls of the British factory. At this juncture, Sir Henry Pottinger succeeded Captain Elliot, with orders to bring the war to a satisfactory conclusion. His measures were prompt. Amoy fell on the 26th of August. Chusan, which had been abandoned, was recaptured in September, and the Chinese experienced further reverses in 1842. At length the Chinese saw that resistance was vain, and that they must come to terms, as the barbarians could not be exterminated. Full powers had been given to 3 commissioners to negotiate a treaty of peace, which, after various conferences, was concluded on the 26th of August, 1842. It embraced the following stipulations: the payment by the Chinese of an indemnity of £4,375,000, in addition to the ransom of £1,250,000 already surrendered, the opening of the new ports of Canton, Amoy, Foochow-Foo, Ningpo, and Shanghai to British merchants, with permission to consular officers to reside there, the cession of the island of Hong Kong to the British in perpetuity, correspondence to be conducted on terms of perfect equality between the officers of both governments, and the islands of Chusan and Kulangsu to be held by the British until the money payments were made, and arrangements for opening the ports were completed. Far more serious than this smallest of little wars was the crisis that had simultaneously overtaken the Levant. For years, the Turkish Empire had been on the brink of dissolution, partly through its own weakness, partly through the ambition of Mehmet Ali, the Pasha of Egypt. In 1838, he had been prevented only by a vigorous remonstrance of Lord Palmerston's from declaring himself independent and attacking the Turkish army on the Euphrates. For months, the two forces stood face to face, and then the Turks by their own folly provoked the catastrophe. Disregarding the advice of the French and British governments, the Sultan Mahmud sent his troops across the river. On the 24th of June, 1839, they were cut to pieces by the Egyptians. On the 29th, the Sultan died. On the 30th, the Turkish Admiral Hikmet Pasha sailed off to Alexandria and handed over his fleet to Mehmet Ali. It was evident that prompt intervention of the powers could alone preserve the Ottoman Empire from disintegration. But as soon as Lord Palmerston broached the subject, the French government refused to take part in a general agreement for the maintenance of the port. In fact, its sympathies were openly expressed on the side of the Pasha. Thereupon, Lord Palmerston resolved to proceed without Louis Philippe. His overtures to the Russians were cordially received. Austria raised no objections. On the 15th of July, 1840, the Quadrilateral Treaty was signed, by which the British, Austrian, Prussian, and Russian representatives on the one hand, and the Turkish ambassador on the other, bound themselves to compel the Pasha to yield half of Syria to the Porte, and pledged themselves to use force to give effect to their demands. Thereupon a period of the utmost suspense ensued. The British cabinet was of very divided mind. There was a strong peace party, headed by Lord Holland and Lord Clarendon, with which Lord John Russell, after much hesitation, eventually threw in his lot. Again and again he threatened resignation, and it needed all the diplomacy of the Prime Minister and the strong remonstrances of the Queen to induce him to remain at his post. Even more serious was the attitude of the French government. Thiers, who had become Prime Minister in March, was furious at the humiliation to which his predecessor's shilly-shally had exposed his country. He blustered about going to war, talked about increasing the fleet and calling out the reserves, and tried to persuade the British ambassador, Sir Henry Bulwer, that the king, his master, was even more bloodthirsty than himself. All in vain. Lord Palmerston had taken the measure of his opponents. He knew that, though Thiers might mean fighting, Louis Philippe had no such intention. He knew, too, that the Pasha, whom the world thought to be invincible, was a mere man of straw. His opinion was justified by the easy success of the joint British, Austrian, and Turkish squadron. Beirut fell early in September. Saida, the ancient Sidon, surrendered before the end of the month, and on the 3rd of 476 November Commodore Napier reduced to ruins, after a bombardment of only 3 hours, Acre, the fortress hitherto held to be impregnable, from which even Napoleon had turned away in despair. The fall of Acre settled, for the time being, the Eastern question. Already Louis Philippe had seen the necessity of abandoning words which were not to be followed by deeds. He had refused to countenance the bellicose speech from the throne with which Thiers proposed to open the chambers in October. That minister had in consequence resigned, and had been succeeded by Marshal Soult, with Guizot as his foreign minister. Still, Lord Palmerston refused to readmit France to the European concert until the Egyptian resistance was at an end. However, his more pacific colleagues induced him to allow the French government to take part in the diplomatic discussion, which led to the ultimate settlement of the crisis in the following July. By that treaty, the independence of the port was guaranteed by a provision that the Bosphorus and Dardanelles should be closed to ships of war of all powers in time of peace, while the Pasha was punished for his contumacy by being compelled to surrender the whole of Syria, retaining by way of compensation the hereditary possession of Egypt. At the opening of 1841, the country might be said to be free from all excitement on the subject of politics. There was no great question at issue, no struggle between rival parties seemed impending. Many of the principal topics which in former years had agitated the public mind had been settled or laid to rest. The Chartist riots seemed to have abated the desire of the leading reformers to extend the suffrage to the working classes. Still, the government was lamentably weak, and only existed on sufferance. Nor did the conduct of affairs in the House of Commons tend to strengthen their position. The reintroduction by Lord Stanley of his bill to regulate the registration of voters in Ireland led to much angry discussion, with damaging results to the government, who had already suffered grievous defeats in attempting to arrest the progress of the measure during the previous session. 2 days later, Lord Morpeth brought in a government bill for the same object. The main features of the plan were to abolish certificates, to make the register conclusive of the right to vote, except where disqualification afterwards appeared, to establish an annual revision of the registers, and to give a right of appeal equally to the claimant and the objector. The main point of difference between this and Lord Stanley's bill consisted in the tribunal to which the appeal was to be made. The government proposed for this purpose the creation of a new court, consisting of 3 barristers of a certain standing. An additional feature of the government bill was a proposal to settle the question of the basis of the franchise by fixing upon the poor law valuation as the standard. And the bill proposed to enact that every occupier of a tenement, under a holding of not less than 14 years, of the annual value of £5, should have the right of voting previously enjoyed by persons who had a beneficial interest of £10. The Conservatives complained of the unfairness of thus introducing, by surprise, a fundamental alteration in the elective franchise of Ireland, founded upon principles unknown both in England and Scotland. It was represented as a new reform bill for Ireland, tacked on as a postscript to a bill for amending the registration. The £5 franchise, it was argued, would in effect be little short of the introduction of universal suffrage. The House divided on the respective merits of the rival bills, when the government measure was carried by a majority of 5. The result was hailed with cheers from both sides of the House, the opposition regarding the victory as little better than a defeat. Lord John Russell at first announced that he would proceed immediately with the measure, but he afterwards moved its postponement till the 23rd of April. During the interval, Lord Morpeth announced the conversion of the ministry to the principle of an £8 rating. When the question was introduced again, on the 26th of April, it gave rise to a party debate. While the House was in committee on Lord Morpeth's bill, Lord Howick proposed an amendment to the effect that the tenant, in order to entitle him to the franchise, should have a beneficial interest in his holding of £5 a year over and above the rent. Lord Morpeth proposed as a qualification for the franchise a lease of 14 years, and a low rating of £8. Lord Howick proposed that the yearly tenant should be entitled to vote as well as the leaseholder if he had an annual interest of £5 in it. But Lord Morpeth contended, and showed from statistics, that this principle would disfranchise more than 3/4 of the £10 tenant voters in several of the counties. In short, it would have the effect of almost entirely disfranchising the existing occupying constituency of Ireland. On a division, Lord Howick's amendment was carried by 291 to 270. Finally, the bill was reduced to such a jumble of 477 contradictory amendments that it was impossible to proceed with it. Thus ended the great struggle of the session. Much time had been wasted in party debates and fruitless discussions, and the proposal to give the Irish people the benefit of the Reform Act by putting its perishing constituencies on a proper basis, simple as it may seem, utterly failed. Lord Stanley also abandoned his measure, and there the matter ended. The whole of the proceedings plainly indicated that the doom of Lord Melbourne's feeble cabinet was at hand. Attack on the Chinese junks, CP 474. See larger version. The budget did not retrieve the popularity of ministers. Sir Francis Baring proposed to make up for an estimated deficit of £2,421,000 by an alteration of the timber duties, producing £600,000 a year, and an alteration of the sugar duties, producing £700,000. Both these changes were in the direction of free trade, and a still more significant proposal was the repeal of the existing corn law and the substitution of a low fixed duty of 1/8 on wheat. The House, however, would not accept such a budget from a government whose Premier had in the previous year declared that the responsible advisers of the Crown would not propose any change in the corn laws. After a debate of 8 nights, the ministry were defeated on the sugar duties by 317 votes to 281. Still, they did not resign, and the opposition in consequence had recourse to a direct vote of censure. On the 31st of May, pursuant to notice, Sir Robert Peel brought forward a motion of want of confidence in the government, in the following words: that Her Majesty's ministers do not sufficiently possess the confidence of the House of Commons to enable them to carry through the House measures which they deem of essential importance to the public welfare, and that their continuance in office under such circumstances is at variance with the spirit of the Constitution. The Right Hon. Baronet referred to a number of precedents for the course he adopted, namely, the cases of Sir Robert Walpole, Lord North, Mr. Pitt, Lord Sidmouth, Lord Liverpool, the Duke of Wellington, and himself, each of whom resigned, failing the support of a majority of the House of 478 Commons, and he insisted that Lord Melbourne was bound to follow their example. A debate of 2 nights followed. It was interrupted by the Whitsun holidays, after which it was resumed and lasted 3 nights more, during which all sorts of topics were discussed, and all the shortcomings of ministers were dwelt upon, and urged against them with great earnestness. The burden of the charges against them was, that they were causing the greatest public mischief by leaving important questions in doubt, setting party against party, and stirring society to its very foundations. At length the House went to a division, when there appeared for Sir Robert Peel's motion, 312, against it, 311, giving a majority of 1 against the government. At the meeting of the House on the following Monday, the most lively anxiety was manifested as to the course ministers would pursue. Lord John Russell stated that, after the late division, he felt that in that House of Commons the government could expect no further majorities, and that they were resolved to appeal to the country. The determination, it is now known, had been opposed by the Premier, but he was overruled by the more sanguine members of the Cabinet. Parliament was dissolved on the 30th of June, and at the general election, the ministerial party was smitten hip and thigh. The City of London exhibited a most remarkable defection from the Whigs on this occasion. It had returned 4 Liberals to the late Parliament, one of whom was Lord John Russell himself. On this occasion they returned 2 Conservatives and 2 Liberals, Mr. Masterman, a Conservative, being at the head of the poll. Lord John Russell was also returned, having beaten his Conservative opponent by a majority of only 7. Another significant triumph of the Conservatives was won in the West Riding of Yorkshire, one of the most liberal constituencies in the kingdom. There Lord Morpeth and Lord Milton, the candidates of all others, most likely to succeed, were beaten, after a tremendous contest by the Hun. S. Wortley and Mr. Denison. For Dublin, also, 2 Conservatives were returned, Messrs. West and Grogan, Mr. O'Connell being defeated. In England and Wales the Conservatives had a majority of 104. In Scotland the Liberals had a majority of 9, and in Ireland of 19. The majority in favour of the Conservatives in the United Kingdom was 76. The cries that had most to do in producing this result were, on the one side, cheap bread, and on the other, low wages. On the 19th of August, the new Parliament assembled. The session was opened by commission. The royal speech, which was read by the Lord Chancellor, contained a paragraph referring to the duties affecting the productions of foreign countries, and suggesting for consideration the question whether the principle of protection was not carried to an extent injurious, alike to the income of the state and the interests of the people, whether the Corn Laws did not aggravate the natural fluctuations of supply, and whether they did not embarrass trade, derange the currency, and by their operation diminish the comfort and increase the privations of the great body of the community. Here was a distinct enunciation of the principles of free trade in the speech from the throne, for which, of course, the ministers were responsible. The address in the House of Lords was moved by Earl Spencer, a decided free trader, and seconded by the Marquis of Clanricarde. The debate was relieved from nullity by the Duke of Wellington's testimony to the conduct of Lord Melbourne towards the Queen. The Duke said, he was willing to admit that the noble Viscount had rendered the greatest possible service to Her Majesty in making her acquainted with the mode and policy of the government of this country, initiating her into the laws and spirit of the Constitution, independently of the performance of his duty as the servant of Her Majesty's crown, teaching her, in short, to preside over the destiny of this great country. The House divided when it was found that there was a majority of 72 against the government. The first business in the House of Commons was the re-election of Mr. Shaw Lefevre as Speaker. On the 24th of August, the address was moved by Mr. Mark Phillips and seconded by Mr. John Dundas. Mr. Wortley then moved an amendment similar to the one which had been carried in the House of Lords, in which he went over all the charges against the government. His motion was seconded by Lord Bruce and supported by Mr. Disraeli. The debate lasted several nights. Sir Robert Peel delivered a long and very able speech in which he reviewed the whole policy of the government. He was answered by Lord John Russell, whose speech closed the debate. The division gave to Sir Robert Peel a majority for which no one seemed prepared. The numbers were, for the ministerial address, 269, for the amendment, 360, majority against the government, 91. On the 30th, the resignation of ministers was announced. Chapter 15. The reign of Victoria continued. Peel's second cabinet, prorogation of Parliament, growing demand for free trade, Mr. Villiers, his first motion for the repeal of the Corn Laws, the Manchester Association, Bright and Cobden opposition of the Chartists, growth of the association, the movement spreads to London, renewal of Mr. Villiers' motion, formation of the Anti-Corn Law League, its pamphlets and lectures, Ebenezer Elliot, the pavilion at Manchester, Mr. Villiers' third motion, won in Ireland, the Walsall election, depression of trade, Peel determines on a sliding scale. His Corn Law, its cold reception, progress of the measure, the budget, the income tax, reduction of custom duties, Peel's speech on the new tariff, discussions on the bill, employment of children in the mines, evidence of the commission, Lord Ashley's bill, further attempts on the life of the Queen, Sir Robert Peel's bill on the subject, differences with the United States, the right of search, the Canadian boundary, the MacLeod affair, Lord Ashburton's mission, the First Afghan War, sketch of its course, Russian intrigue in the East, Auckland, determines to restore Shah Shuja, triumphant advance of the Army of the Indus, surrender of Dost Mohammed, Sale and the Ghilzais, the rising in Kabul, murder of Burns, Treaty of 11th of December, murder of Macnaghten, Treaty of January 1st, annihilation of the retreating force, irresolution of Auckland, his recall, disasters in the Khyber Pass, Pollock at Peshawar, position of affairs at Jalalabad, resistance determined upon approach of Akbar Khan, the earthquake, Pollock in the Khyber, Sale's victory, Ellenborough's proclamation, votes of thanks, Ellenborough orders retirement, the prisoners, they are saved, reoccupation of Kabul, Ellenborough's proclamation, the gate of Somnath. Sir Robert Peel was sent for by the Queen. No difficulties were now raised about the ladies of the court, since the difficulty had been settled through the diplomacy of the Prince Consort and his well-intentioned, though pedantic, adviser, Baron Stockmar. In due time the following administration was formed. First Lord of the Treasury, Sir Robert Peel, Lord Chancellor, Lord Lyndhurst, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Right Hun. H. Galburn, President of the Council, Lord Warncliffe, Privy Seal, Duke of Buckingham, Home Secretary, Sir J. Graham, Foreign Secretary, Earl of Aberdeen, Colonial Secretary, Lord Stanley, President of the Board of Control, Lord Ellenborough, President of the Board of Trade, Earl of Ripon, Secretary at War, Sir H. Hardinge, Treasurer of the Navy and Paymaster of the Forces, Sir E. Knatchbull. The Duke of Wellington was in the cabinet without office. It was thus composed of 13 members, but of these Wellington, Lyndhurst, Aberdeen, Stanley and Graham were the only people of importance. Before the prorogation of Parliament on the 7th of October, the Poor Law was continued until the end of the following July, and the financial deficit of £2,500,000 was provided for by the creation of £5 million of new stock, half of which was devoted to the funding of exchequer bills. On the reassembling of Parliament on the 3rd of February, 1842, Sir Robert Peel was confronted by a rapidly increasing demand for freedom of trade. Among the earliest of the parliamentary champions of the people's right to cheap food was Mr. Villiers, afterwards President of the Poor Law Board. He became a pupil of Mr. M. Culloch, the author of the Commercial Dictionary, who was also one of the soundest and most consistent advocates of commercial and fiscal reforms. The bold attacks of Mr. Huskisson and Mr. Canning upon commercial monopolies naturally excited his admiration, and as a supporter of those statesmen, he offered himself as a candidate for Hull at the general election in 1826. The election was lost by a small majority, and Mr. Villiers was afterwards called to the bar, became secretary to the Master of the Rolls, and subsequently one of the examiners in Chancery. At the general election in 1835, he presented himself as a candidate for Wolverhampton, avowing the same free trade principles which he had professed 9 years before at Hull. It is said to have been at a meeting at Sir William Molesworth's, in 1837, that Mr. Villiers was strongly urged to take the opposition to the Corn Laws as his peculiar field of parliamentary duty, and in that year he pledged himself at the hustings to move for their total repeal, an object at that time generally regarded as too wild and hopeless to be undertaken seriously by a practical statesman. On the 15th of March, 1838, Mr. Villiers rose in Parliament to make the first of those motions on the Corn Laws with which he afterwards became associated in the public mind. Scarcely any excitement was caused by this discussion. It seems, indeed, to have been regarded rather as an exercise in political speaking by some who viewed the matter in a philosophically, rather than in a practical light, and who had no real expectation of success. Only one of the ministers 480 was present during a debate which was destined, in its annual reappearance, to become so formidable to the party of monopoly. And this minister, it was remarked by one speaker, appeared to be taking his evening siesta, doubtless, owing to weariness induced by his close attention to official duties, a remark which elicited loud laughter. It must be confessed, however, that the slumber of the minister was no unfit representation of the want of faith in Corn Law repeal which existed out of doors. It was certain that nothing but pressure from without could obtain even a modification of those laws in the teeth of the all-powerful aristocracy and their representatives in the Commons. But as yet the country took little part in the great question of the final emancipation of British industry. For a repeal of the poor laws there had been presented to the House not less than 235 petitions, with 190,000 signatures. The agitation, chiefly supported by the Times newspaper and a few socialistic reformers, like Mr. Fielden, against the law which, harsh as it seemed, was at bottom a really wise and humane measure for raising the people from that condition of acquiescence in misery and degradation, to which the bad legislation of past years had so powerfully contributed. To reduce them had assumed formidable dimensions and stirred the country in every part. But for a repeal of the law which in every way depressed the energies of the people, only a few petitions, bearing at most about 24,000 signatures, had been presented. Queen Victoria, after a portrait painted about the time of her accession. See larger version. Dunford near Midhurst, where Cobden was born. See larger version. While the landed interest were thus showing their determination to maintain, at all hazards, the laws for preventing the importation of foreign corn, a spirit of opposition had been growing up in the large manufacturing towns of Lancashire and Yorkshire, which, though only partially shared in by the working classes, was already significant of the approaching downfall of the system of monopoly. The first use made by Manchester of its constitution as a political borough, by the Reform Act, was to send to Parliament Mr. Poulett Thomson and Mr. Mark Phillips, two members long conspicuous in the House for the zeal and ability with which they supported the principles of free trade. The Manchester newspapers generally advocated the same views, and Manchester became regarded as the center of the anti-corn law agitation. No organized movement, however, had yet been attempted. A series of good harvests from 1832 to 1835 rendered it extremely difficult to arouse public attention to the injustice which the bread law invariably inflicted in less favorable circumstances. Nevertheless, the effort was made. In January 1834, a meeting of merchants and manufacturers was held in the Manchester Exchange Committee Room to consider how the cause of Corn Law repeal was to be forwarded, at which some powerful speeches were delivered by the members for the borough and other speakers of influence. A committee was appointed, which timidly endeavored to avoid the appearance of a political agitation and finally ended by doing nothing. But soon the desultory opposition to the bread tax of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, a body which had only presented one petition on the subject in 7 years, was no longer sufficient to represent the feeling of that great center of industry. 7 men united themselves in the month of October, 1838, to advocate the freedom of trade. The names of those 7 members are now scarcely remembered out of Manchester, with the exception of Mr. Archibald Prentice, the historian of the League, whose newspaper, the Manchester Times, had fought with considerable talent and with inexhaustible energy on the side of all the great reforms of this important period in our history. In that newspaper for the 13th of October, a list of the Provisional Committee of a new Anti-Corn Law Association was for the first time published. It comprised 37 names, chiefly of Manchester manufacturers, and ended with the modest 482 note that subscriptions, 5s, each would be received by the members of that committee. Such was the simple origin of that vast movement which, a few years later, compelled the very chiefs of the landowners' party in Parliament to become the instruments for carrying out measures more sweeping than even the most ardent free traders had regarded as possible. But men of influence were beginning to join the movement. The list of the Provisional Committee contained at least one name which afterwards became famous, that of Mr. John Bright. 3 of them became members of Parliament at a later date, and another, Mr. George Wilson, was afterwards known as the permanent chairman of the League. The name of the leader of the new movement, however, had not yet been added to the list. Mr. Bright, whose residence was at Rochdale, had not begun to give personal aid to the cause, and was scarcely known out of his native town, where his efforts to improve the moral and social condition of the working classes had, however, long made him conspicuous among his fellow townsmen. The name of Richard Cobden, which appears in the additional list of the committee published a short time afterwards, was one more familiar in Manchester ears. Mr. Cobden was the son of a yeoman at Dunford, near Midhurst, in Sussex. Beginning with small advantages, he had become a successful tradesman. In the course of 1835, a pamphlet was published by him under the title, England, Ireland, and America. It was followed by a second pamphlet entitled Russia, by a Manchester manufacturer. In these writings he advocated peace and retrenchment and reprobated a panic fear of Russia, but he was soon to advocate more important reforms. Meanwhile, the first municipal election under the Manchester Charter of Incorporation had been held, at which Mr. Cobden, and a number of other gentlemen professing free trade views, had been chosen aldermen, not without formidable opposition. At a meeting held at Leeds, and attended by 7,000 or 8,000 persons, the Chartists, under Mr. Feargus O'Connor, resisted the resolutions of the Free Traders, on the ground that the movement was one only intended to give the manufacturers power to lower the wages of their workmen. A mistaken doctrine, but one not altogether without support in the writings of the Free Trade Party, some of whom, with the common propensity of zealous advocates for adopting doubtful arguments, as well as good ones in support of their objects, had put forth the statement that the British manufacturer required cheap food in order to get cheap labor, and thus to compete the better with foreign producers. The opposition of the Chartists created great confusion at almost every meeting held under the auspices of the Manchester Association. Bread, however, continued to rise, and the task of the association in rousing the country became easier. Subscriptions began to pour in for the association, and the work went on. The year 1839 opened with bright prospects for the anti-Corn Law crusade. Times were indeed changed since pseudo-liberals had been able to make the apathy of the country an excuse for withholding aid from those who had, on principle, continued to demand justice in the matter of the poor man's loaf. The movement was rapidly becoming general. Mr. Villiers had prophesied in the last session of Parliament that the day was not far distant when the landed interest would be compelled to treat this question with respect, and abandon the practice of shouting down the advocates of free trade in the legislature. That day had now arrived, and sooner, probably, than the prophet himself had expected it. There was scarcely a large town or thickly populated district in Great Britain which had not moved, or which was not about to petition Parliament against the bread tax. In many cases, political differences were not allowed to hinder the common fellowship of citizens, having such an object as the overthrow of a system that threatened to convert the mercantile community into a mass of bankruptcy, and to involve all classes in deep distress. From the manufacturing districts, the movement was spreading to the metropolis, where usually there had been but little attention paid to this important subject. The various trades of London began to take part in the preparation of petitions and to hold meetings. At some of these, the working men carried resolutions against the petitions, and they made similar, though unsuccessful, attempts in various towns. But it was remarked that even while refusing to take preliminary measures for procuring relief from the bread tax, they declared its injustice. In fact, the savage mood to which the prevalent distress was bringing the laboring classes began to manifest itself in a determination to postpone every question save that of their claim to a share of political power. They were not friendly to the middle class, but their ill will could not be cited even as a proof of their indifference to the continuance of the Corn Law system. On the 12th of March, 1839, Mr. Villiers again moved for a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the Act regulating the importation of foreign corn, and the Manchester delegates were once more in London to watch the progress of events. On this occasion, the House again decided, by 342 votes to 195, not to take the subject into consideration. The defeat was of course expected, but the members of the association immediately assembled again and issued an address to the public, in which for the first time they recommended the formation of a permanent union, to be called the Anti-Corn Law League, and to be composed of all the towns and districts represented in the delegation, and as many others as might be induced to form anti-corn law associations, and to join the league. Delegates from the different local associations were to meet for business from time to time at the principal towns represented. But in order to secure unity of action, it was proposed that the central office of the League should be established at Manchester, and that to its members should be entrusted the duties of engaging lecturers, obtaining the cooperation of the public press, establishing and conducting a stamped periodical publication, and keeping up a constant correspondence with the local associations. The delegates then parted, becoming so many local missionaries for spreading the doctrines of the new crusade. The Manchester Association had issued a large number of handbills and placards. It now began to publish more largely and systematically a series of pamphlets. Among these were Facts for Farmers, in which it was shown to demonstration that, whatever might be the interest of the landowners, their tenants had no real share in the benefits of their monopoly. The cheapness of the publications secured them an extraordinary sale wherever political questions were discussed. Mr. Villiers's speech, extending to 32 closely printed pages, was sold at 3 halfpence. Mr. Poulett Thomson's speech, occupying 16 pages, at 3 farthings. When the appeals were made to the electors of the kingdom, during the height of the agitation, as many as 500,000 each of the more popular tracts were issued at a time. In accordance with the resolution passed by the League at its formation in London, a fortnightly organ of the new movement was started on the 16th of April. Its title was the Anti-Corn Law Circular. A preliminary address announced that a copy of the paper would be regularly forwarded to every newspaper, review, and magazine in the Empire. The first number contained a modern history of the Corn Laws, by Richard Cobden, with various information on the progress of the movement. Meanwhile, the work of lecturing went on. Free trade missionaries were dispatched to all parts, and, to the annoyance of the landlords, even preached their obnoxious doctrines to audiences in smock frocks in the agricultural towns and villages, where the views of the country party had hitherto held undisputed sway. Among the most remarkable of these speakers was Colonel Parliamentary Thompson, who, by his celebrated Catechism of the Corn Laws, and his other writings, had done perhaps more than any other man of his time to confute the fallacies of the protectionist party. The clear and terse style, the shrewd reasoning power, the apt and homely illustration, and above all the hearty sincerity and good temper of this remarkable man, were equally acceptable among the most refined or the least educated audiences. In the same field was to be found the poet Ebenezer Elliot, the Corn Law rhymer. By his addresses to his fellow townsmen of Sheffield, his remonstrances with the infatuated followers of O'Connor, who fancied that their own cause was opposed to that of the Manchester League, and by his powerful Corn Law rhymes, Eliot rendered services to the movement of the highest value. A good specimen of Eliot's powers of versification is afforded by the following song. Child, is thy father dead? Father is gone. Why did they tax his bread? God's will be done. Mother has sold her bed. Better to die than wed. Where shall she lay her head? Home we have none. Father clammed 3 thrice a week. God's will be done. Long for work did he seek. Work he found none. Tears on his hollow cheek. Told what no tongue could speak. Why did his master break? God's will be done. Doctor said air was best. Food we had none. Father with panting breast. Grown to be gone. Now he is with the blessed. Mother says death is best. We have no place of rest. Yes, ye have one. The opening of the year 1840 saw no flagging in the efforts of the Manchester men to bring forward the question, which the Annual Register had just regarded as finally set at rest. It had 484 been determined that a great meeting of delegates should be held in that city. There was no hall large enough to hold half of the then members even of the local association, and it was therefore resolved to construct one. Mr. Cobden owned nearly all of the land, then unbuilt on in St. Peter's Field, the very site of the Peterloo Massacre of 1819. In 11 days, 100 men constructed on this spot a temporary pavilion, which afterwards gave place to the permanent Free Trade Hall, which long continued to be the favorite scene of great political meetings. The Manchester Times described the pavilion as comprising an area of nearly 16,000 square feet. It contained seats for dining 3,800 persons, and 500 more were admitted after the dinner. Among the most conspicuous speakers at the banquet were Daniel O'Connell, Mr. Cobden, and Mr. Milner Gibson, but perhaps the most interesting feature in the proceedings was the operatives' banquet, which took place on the following day. 5,000 working men, overlooked by their wives, sisters, and daughters in the galleries, sat down on that occasion. It was evident from this that the people were emancipating themselves from the advice of evil counselors and were beginning to see the importance to their interests of the movement of the League. Mr. Villiers renewed his motion on the 26th of May, 1840, after the presentation of petitions in support of his views bearing 250,000 of signatures. These signs of the growth of public opinion had no effect upon the House. There was a fixed determination to give neither Mr. Villiers nor the petitioners a fair hearing. He was assailed with a volley of every kind of uncouth sounds. The Speaker's calls to order were utterly disregarded, and it was not until, losing patience, he commanded the bar to be cleared and members to take their seats, that the advocate of free trade could be heard by the reporters. It was useless to carry on the discussion amid this deafening clamor. Lord John Russell weakly demanded what the government could do when a majority of the House was against any alteration in the law, and said he would vote for the motion, but not with a view to total repeal, as his own opinion was in favor of a moderate fixed duty. The House again divided, when 300 members voted for the landlord's monopoly, against only 177 in favor of inquiry. While these events were occurring in London, renewed signs of that terrible Irish difficulty, which, in the end, played so prominent a part in hastening the conversion of the party who had opposed free trade, began to be forced upon the attention of public men. On the 6th of June, the Limerick Reporter stated that at Listowel the state of the poor was awful and deplorable, potatoes being 16 pence a stone, and there being no employment. One morning a boat, containing 560 barrels of oats, while waiting for the steamer at Gary Kennedy Harbour, on its way to Limerick, was boarded by a large body of the populace, who possessed themselves of part of the grain. The police were sent for, but did not arrive in time to save the property. The Dublin Pilot reported that the people of Limerick, prompted by the cravings of hunger, had broken out in violent attacks on the flour stores and provision shops throughout the city, sparing none in their devastation. Flour was openly seized and distributed by the ringleaders among the populace. The crowd was at length dispersed by the military, and the mayor called a meeting of the inhabitants to provide some means of meeting the distress. In the meanwhile, 10 tons of oatmeal had been distributed among the most wretched, which was stated for the present to have satisfied their cravings. These things, it was remarked, took place while corn and flour, to the amount of 4 or 5 millions sterling, might in a few weeks be had in exchange for our manufactured goods. When such facts as these, again and again urged upon the attention of the legislators, failed to produce any practical result, it became evident to the leaders of the League that they must do something more than be the educators of the people in the principles of free trade. One of the ablest of the London newspapers, which was friendly to their cause, had warned them that nothing could be done in the House of Commons until they could send members there expressly to support their views. The fact was that the party which had an interest in opposing the registration bill returned some 40 or 50 members, while the Corn Law Leaguers, as yet, returned not one. The Leaguers were now aroused to the importance of this branch of their tactics. The first fruit of this policy was seen in December, when the borough of Walsall being declared vacant, led to a contest long after remembered in the history of the movement. The Leaguers failed, but their failing was not barren. Captain Littleton, a Whig, and Mr. Gladstone, brother of the distinguished statesman, were the two candidates on this occasion. The League sent a deputation to 485 test the candidates on the question of Corn Law repeal, intending to give all their influence to the Whig candidate, if he pledged himself to advocate their objects. There was then no hope for assistance from Tory statesmen, and the League determined to bring forward a new candidate, in the person of Mr. J.B. Smith, one of the most prominent of their own body, and then president of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce. Amid disturbances during which the military were called in, Mr. Gladstone was returned, but by the narrow majority only of 362, against 335 votes given for the League candidate. This event created a strong impression, but it was but the beginning of the efforts of the League in this field, which were destined again and again to be crowned with a more successful issue. At the general election of 1841, however, the League was powerless against the Conservative majority, though Mr. Cobden was returned for Stockport. The mob boarding the grain ship at Gary Kennedy, CP 484. See larger version. Meanwhile, the country continued to suffer from a great wave of trade depression. Gloom and discontent were throughout the land, and the Home Secretary of the new administration afterwards stated that there was hardly a day during this period when he had not found it necessary to have personal communication with the horse guards, as well as with the heads of the police in the metropolis and in the manufacturing districts. There seemed, indeed, to be no limit to the distress of the people. In Carlisle, a committee of inquiry into the state of the town reported that 1/4 of their population was living in a state bordering on absolute starvation. In a population of 22,000, they found 5,561 individuals, reduced to such a state of suffering that immediate relief had become necessary to save them from actual famine. Terrible accounts from other and far distant neighborhoods showed how widespread was the evil. The manufacturers of the west of England appointed a committee to consider the distressed state of that district. Taking the town of Bradford in Wilts as an example, the committee reported that of the 19 manufacturers carrying on business there in 1820, 9 had failed, 5 had declined business from want of success, 486 had taken another trade, and 2 only remained. Of 462 looms, 316 were entirely out of work, and only 11 in full employment. And this distress, it must be remembered, could not be traced to one great overwhelming cause, like that of the failure of the cotton supplies of a later day. The blight that had spread over the field of British industry was to most men a puzzle. But the West of England Committee, after reporting that the same condition of things existed at Chalford, Stroud, Ully, Wotton, Dursley, Frome, Trowbridge, etc., did not hesitate to declare that the depression of trade that was destroying capital and pauperizing the working classes was attributable to the legislation on the principle of protection. A public meeting was held at Burnley in the summer of 1842 to memorialize the Queen on the prevailing distress. At a great public conference of ministers of religion, held in Manchester in the previous autumn, it had been resolved that the existing corn laws were impolitic in principle, unjust in operation, and cruel in effect, that they were opposed to the benignity of the Creator, and at variance with the very spirit of Christianity. This conference, which extended over an entire week of meetings, held both morning and evening, was attended by nearly 700 ministers. Their proceedings filled an entire volume and attracted considerable attention throughout the kingdom. Similar conferences were afterwards held in a great number of towns. In the face of such facts, it was clear that something must be done, even by a protectionist ministry, to diminish the effect of the growing belief that bad legislation was at the bottom of the country's difficulties. In the spring, men had looked eagerly for the budget of the new ministry. It had been bitterly remarked that at the time when Parliament was prorogued, there were nearly 21,000 persons in Leeds whose average earnings were only 1134d per week. That in one district in Manchester alone, a gentleman had visited 258 families, consisting of 1,029 individuals, whose average earnings were only 712d per head a week, and that while millions were in this deplorable condition, the duty on wheat stood at 24s. 8d. a quarter, and Sir Robert Peel and his colleagues demanded 4 months' leisure at their country abodes before they would permit the legislature to take the distress of the people into consideration. At length came the meeting of Parliament, at which the Queen in person read the speech prepared by her ministers. It acknowledged with deep regret the continued distress in the manufacturing districts, and that the sufferings and privations which had resulted from it had been borne with exemplary patience and forbearance. Finally, Her Majesty recommended to the consideration of both houses the laws which affect the import of corn and other articles. What was the intention of the ministers was not then known, but it was already understood that, unlike their rivals, who had proposed a fixed duty, the new government would attempt some modification of the sliding scale. In the account of these transactions, which Sir Robert Peel left to be published by his executors after his death, he says, "One of the first acts of the government, over which I presided, the government of August, 1841, was to propose a material change in the Corn Law of 1828. I brought the subject under the consideration of my colleagues by means of written memoranda, in preference to proposals made verbally. In the first of these memoranda, I recommended my colleagues to undertake the revision of the Corn Laws of 1828 as an act of the government. In the second, after I had procured their assent to the principle of revision, I submitted a proposal in respect to the extent to which such revision should be carried, and to the details of the new law. Then were seen the first symptoms of that estrangement from his party, which reached its climax in 1846. Glaring as was the necessity for change, and evident as it was, even to the body of the landowners, that they must choose between the mild reform of Peel and the more objectionable measure of his antagonists, there were members of the cabinet who would still have held out for no concession. The Duke of Buckingham retired from the ministry, and the Duke of Richmond refused to allow his son to move the address. The statement of the ministerial measure on the Corn Laws was fixed for the 9th of February. At 5 o'clock, the ministers moved that the paragraph in the Queen's speech relating to the Corn Laws be read by the clerk. This having been done, and the House having resolved itself into a committee to consider the laws relating to corn, Sir Robert Peel proceeded to explain the measure which he was about to introduce for their modification. The reception of the Premier's statement was not flattering. Listened to in watchful silence till he unfolded the details of the new sliding scale, he was then hailed from the opposition benches with shouts of triumphant derision. The Whigs were relieved at finding that at least his measure was not calculated to be more popular 487 out of doors than the fixed duty which they had proposed. But from his own side, Sir Robert received little support. His customary cheerers were mute, and round him were black faces when he spoke of not wishing corn prices to range higher than 54s to 58s. Towards the close of his speech there was a painful inattention, to which he could not refrain from alluding. The dead silence which prevailed while he was reading the proposed scale was followed, when he had concluded, by a great deal of laughter along the line of the opposition benches, and a loud buzz of conversation on both sides of the House ensued, which did not quite subside during the remainder of the speech. The details of the measure were recapitulated by the minister as follow. When corn is at 59s, and under 60s, the duty at present is 27s, 8d. When corn is between those prices, the duty I propose is 13s. When the price of corn is at 50s, the existing duty is 36s, 8d. Increasing as the price falls, instead of which I propose when corn is at 50s, that the duty shall only be 20s, and that duty shall in no case be exceeded. At 56s, the existing duty is 30s, 8d. The duty I propose at that price is 16s. At 60s, the existing duty is 26s, 8d. The duty I propose at that price is 12s. At 63s, the existing duty is 23s, 8d. The duty I propose is 9s. At 64s, the existing duty is 22s, 8d. The duty I propose is 8s. At 70s, the existing duty is 10s, 8d. The duty I propose is 5s. Therefore, it is impossible to deny, on comparing the duty which I propose with that which exists at present, that it will cause a very considerable decrease of the protection which the present duty affords to the home grower, a decrease, however, which in my opinion can be made consistently with justice to all the interests concerned. In the comments with which he concluded his speech, there were some signs of progress in the development of free trade ideas in the mind of the perplexed and trammeled minister, which are interesting to read by the light of his later career. He still maintained, in deference to the views of those who surrounded him, that it was the duty of the legislature to take precautions to ensure that the main source of our supply of food should be derived from domestic agriculture. But he admitted that any protection, beyond what would compensate for the alleged special burdens upon agriculture, could only be vindicated on the ground that it was for the interest of all classes of the community. Mr. Cobden, who in the autumn of the previous year had been returned for Stockport, said a few words after the speech. He declared himself not surprised at the position, constituted as the government was, for he had not, he said, expected to gather grapes of thistles, but he denounced the sliding scale as an insult to a suffering people. Following him, Lord John Russell gave notice that he should move a resolution to the effect that it was not advisable in any alteration of the Corn Laws to adopt the principle of a graduated sliding scale, and Mr. Villiers gave notice that, on going into committee, he should take the sense of the House on the policy of imposing any duty whatever on the foreign corn or food imported into the country. The debate on Sir Robert Peel's proposition began on Monday, the 14th of February, and reached the close of its first stage on Wednesday, when Lord John Russell's motion was negatived by a majority of 123 in a House of 575. Mr. Villiers's motion was debated for 5 nights more, and finally negatived by a majority of 393 to 90. The Whigs now gave the people to understand that the 8-shilling duty of the year before was abandoned, and that if they were again in power, they would propose a lower sum. In Parliament, the position of the minister was by no means an enviable one. The Free Traders pressed him closely with questions which must have made him feel still more strongly the embarrassing part which he was compelled to play. In the House of Lords, the Corn Importation Bill was passed with slight opposition. Lord Brougham proposed a resolution in favor of a perfectly free trade in corn, which was negatived. A resolution, moved by Lord Melbourne, in favor of a fixed duty, was also negatived by a majority of 117 to 49. Before this, however, the financial statement for the year had been made, and for a while the Corn Law question was suspended for the country to recover from its astonishment at finding in the minister of the Conservative Party one of the boldest reformers of our tariff who had ever occupied the ministerial benches. But yesterday his position had appeared one of the greatest difficulty, in which a cautious hold upon the established sources of revenue, with some well-balanced proposals for additional taxes, was all that could be expected. He had not the good fortune of Mr. Galburn or Lord Althorp in having a surplus to dispose of. The Whig government had bequeathed to their successors a deficit, which had been increasing from year to year, with a revenue falling off even in the face of new taxes. How 488 was the deficit to be met, was the question which filled the mouths of public men. A question which was answered by the famous financial statement of Sir Robert Peel on the 11th of March, after showing that the deficiency for the coming year would be little short of £2,500,000, and that this deficiency might be expected to be considerably augmented by the position of affairs in India and China. The minister declared that he would not consent to resort to the miserable expedient of continual loans. He declared that he would not attempt to impose burdens upon the laboring classes, and that if he did, recent experience had shown that they would be defeated. In fact, the country had arrived at the limits of taxation upon articles of consumption. After ridiculing the various suggestions of people who were constantly sending him projects for taxes on pianofortes, umbrellas, and other articles, accompanied with claims of very large percentages upon the proceeds, he acknowledged the principle laid down by financiers that increased revenue may be obtained by taking off the taxes which pressed upon industry, but declared that the first effect was always a diminution in revenue, and that time was found necessary to restore the amount. In these circumstances, he stated what the measure was which, under a deep conviction of its necessity, he was prepared to propose, and which he was persuaded would benefit the country not only in her pecuniary interests but in her security and character. His scheme was this. He proposed, for a period to be limited, an income tax of not more than 3%, from which he would exempt all incomes under £150, and in which he would include not only landed but funded property. Sir Robert Peel calculated that the tax would yield £3,350,000 a year, a sum which, with an addition to the spirit duties in Ireland and an export duty of 4s on coals, would not only cover the existing deficiency, but enable him to remit indirect taxes to the amount of £1,200,000. The sliding scale had brought little credit to the minister, and the income tax was in its nature an unpopular measure. But the proposal to reduce the custom duties on 750 out of the 1,200 articles in the tariff, to remove prohibitions altogether, in itself, a vast concession to free trade doctrines, to reduce the duties on raw materials of manufactures to 5%, or less, to keep the duties on articles partially manufactured under 12%, and on articles wholly manufactured under 20%, was a scheme which excited general admiration. The measure was, indeed, contested by the Whig opposition at every stage. The preliminary resolutions were debated for 8 nights. There were many of Sir Robert Peel's old supporters who looked on the financial plan with distrust, as being founded, in a great measure, avowedly on those principles of political economy which they had been accustomed to sneer at. But, in truth, it was not unfavorable to the interests of their party. We have already seen that the new tax, at least, if a temporary one, was calculated to impose a far greater burden upon the manufacturing and moneyed class than upon the landowners. In fact, by exempting incomes under £150 a year, and assessing land only upon its net rental, the burden was imposed almost entirely upon that middle class, which was the especial object of the dislike of Tories of the more advanced kind. At the same time, by cheapening articles of general consumption, the minister did something towards securing popularity among the working classes, who, as exemplified in the Chartist agitation, were not always disposed to take part against the landowners. The income tax bill passed, after considerable opposition in the Commons. An amendment proposed by Lord John Russell was rejected by a vote of 302 to 202, and another amendment, proposing the reading of the bill on that day 6 months, having been thrown out on the 18th of April by a vote of 285 to 188. The third reading was carried by a majority of 130 on the 30th of May. No debate took place in the Lords until the third reading, when the bill passed by a majority of 71. The amended copy of the proposed tariff was laid on the table of the House of Commons on the 5th of May, and its details explained by the Premier in a speech which served to bring out still more strongly the anomalous position in which he was placed. His speech was a long, elaborate statement distinguished for its excellent temper, its clearness, and above all, by its singularity as delivered by the Conservative leader. He went over all the sections of his subject, showing how the removal of prohibitions would benefit everybody, how the reduction of duties on raw materials would stimulate trade, how the diminished duties on provisions would make living cheaper for all, and how the lesser protection to manufacturers would injure none. Such, he said, were the grounds of the change which it was his intention to carry through, adding, "I know that many gentlemen who are strong advocates for free trade may consider that I have not gone far enough. I believe that on the general principle 489 of free trade, there is now no great difference of opinion, and that all agree in the general rule that we should purchase in the cheapest market and sell in the dearest." Loud cheers from the opposition benches here interrupted him. Turning in the direction of the cheerers, he said, "I know the meaning of that cheer. I do not now wish to raise a discussion on the corn laws or the sugar duties. I have stated the grounds, on more than one occasion, why I consider these exceptions to the general rule, and I will not go into the question now. I know that I may be met with the complaints of gentlemen opposite of the limited extent to which I have applied the general principle to which I have adverted to these important articles. I thought, after the best consideration I could give to the subject, that if I proposed a greater change in the corn laws than that which I submitted to the consideration of the House, I should only aggravate the distresses of the country, and only increase the alarm which prevailed among important interests. I think that I have proposed, and the legislature has sanctioned, as great a change in the corn laws as was prudent, considering the engagements existing between landlord and tenant, and also the large amount of capital which has been applied to the cultivation of the soil. Under these circumstances, I think that we have made as great a change as was consistent with the nature of the subject." Richard Cobden, from a photograph by Messrs. W. and D. Downey. See larger version. The free trade journals did not fail to observe that what they called this remarkable lecture on free trade, protection, and smuggling, delivered from the Tory Treasury bench, was wound up by the avowal that the principles of free trade were now beyond a question, and that the rule to buy in the cheapest market and sell in the dearest was 490 the only valid theory of commerce. In the House, some opposition was offered to the reduction of duties on pigs, apples, butter, fish, and other articles, but the government proposals were affirmed by large majorities, except in the case of apples, which were made to pay 6d in the bushel. The opposition, however, raised the old question of the sugar duties, which had been omitted from the list of changes, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer declined to give way, and the tariff bill passed the Commons on the 28th of June. It was fiercely debated in the upper house, but the Whigs did not carry any material amendments. The vast development of the coal trade, which contributed so materially to our national prosperity, occasioned the employment of a large number of persons at high rates of wages. Upwards of 118,000 people were working in coal mines. In the county of Durham, there were more persons thus employed underground than in cultivating the surface. It was a kind of work at which women and children could earn money, and in some of the collieries their labor was made available to a very large extent. It may be supposed that this practice entailed upon the boys and girls so employed the most serious evils, physical and moral. When this state of things began to attract public attention, an extensive inquiry was instituted by the Children's Employment Commission, which prepared 3 reports, presented to Parliament in 1842. The commissioners collected a large mass of evidence at the collieries, which brought to light facts of the most astounding nature as to the cruelty and demoralization connected with the employment of women and children in coal mines. It seemed almost incredible that such practices could have existed in a civilized country, and showed the extent to which the thirst for gain will carry men, under circumstances where they can count upon impunity, and evade the censure of public opinion. Lord Ashley took up the subject with his usual earnestness in all questions affecting the welfare of the working classes, and in the session of 1842, he brought in a bill founded upon the reports of the Commission. The statement of facts with which he introduced the measure excited the astonishment and indignation of the House, and greatly shocked the moral sense of the country. The nature of the employment in which the children were engaged was calculated to brutalize them in every sense. They were obliged to crawl along the low passages, with barely room for their persons in that posture, each dragging a load of coals in a cart by means of a chain, which was fastened to a girdle borne round the waist, the chain passing between the legs. This they dragged through a passage often not as good as a common sewer, in an atmosphere almost stifling. At this sort of work girls were employed as well as boys, and they commonly worked quite naked down to the waist, their only dress being a pair of loose trousers, and in this condition they were obliged to serve adult colliers who worked without any clothing at all. The grossest immorality was the natural consequence. In Scotland, a subcommission found one little girl, 6 years of age, carrying an 8-stone weight, 14 times a day, a journey equal in distance to the height of St. Paul's Cathedral. The commissioner adds, and it not unfrequently happens that the tugs break, and the load falls upon those females who are following, who are, of course, struck off the ladders. However incredible it may be, yet I have taken the evidence of fathers who have ruptured themselves by straining to lift coals onto their children's backs. The bill of Lord Ashley was passed almost unanimously by the Commons. In the Lords, it was subjected to considerable opposition, and some amendments were introduced. The amendments were adopted by the Commons, and on the 10th of August, 1842, the Act was passed to prohibit the employment of women and girls in mines and collieries, to regulate the employment of boys, and to make other provisions relating to persons working therein. The Act prohibited the employment of any boys underground in a colliery who were under the age of 10 years. The example of Oxford, who made an attempt on the life of the Queen, was followed by another crazy youth, named Francis, excited by a similar morbid passion for notoriety. On the 29th of May, 1842, the Queen and Prince Albert were returning to Buckingham Palace down Constitution Hill in a barouche and four, when a man who had been leaning against the wall of the palace garden went up to the carriage, drew a pistol from his pocket, and fired at the Queen. Her Majesty was untouched, and seemed unaware of the danger. The assassin was observed by Prince Albert, and pointed out by him to one of the outriders, who dismounted to pursue him, but he had been at once arrested by other persons. The carriage, which was driving at a rapid pace, no sooner arrived at the palace than a messenger was sent to the Duchess of Kent to announce the Queen's danger and her safety. The prisoner, John 491 Francis, the son of a machinist or stage carpenter at Covent Garden Theatre, having been twice examined by the Privy Council, was committed to Newgate for trial at the Central Criminal Court on a charge of shooting at the Queen with a loaded pistol. He was only 20 years of age. The trial of Francis took place on the 17th of June, before Chief Justice Tyndall, Baron Gurney, and Justice Pattison. The principal witness was Colonel Arbuthnot, one of the equerries who was riding close to the Queen when the shot was fired, and cried out to a policeman, "Secure him," which was done. Colonel Wilda, another equerry, with several other witnesses, corroborated the testimony of Colonel Arbuthnot, and it appeared that Francis had on the previous day pointed a pistol at the Queen, though he did not fire. For the defense it was alleged that the attempt was the result of distress, and that the prisoner had no design to injure the Queen. The jury retired, and in about half an hour returned into court with a verdict of guilty, finding that the pistol was loaded with some destructive substance, besides the wadding and powder. Chief Justice Tyndall immediately pronounced sentence of death for high treason, that he should be hanged, beheaded, and divided into 4 quarters. The sentence was commuted to transportation for life. Even this example was not sufficient to protect Her Majesty from the criminal attempts of miscreants of this class. Another was made on the 3rd of July following, as the Queen was going from Buckingham Palace to the Chapel Royal, accompanied by Prince Albert and the King of the Belgians. In the mall, about halfway between the palace and the stableyard gate, a deformed youth was seen by a person named Bassett to present a pistol at the Queen's carriage. Bassett seized him and brought him to the police, but they refused to take him in charge, treating the matter as a hoax. Bassett himself was subsequently arrested and examined by the Privy Council. When the facts of the case were ascertained, the police hastened to repair the error of the morning and sent to all the police stations a description of the real offender. This led to the apprehension of a boy called Bean, who was identified, examined, and committed to prison. His trial took place on the 25th of August, at the Central Criminal Court. The Attorney General briefly related the facts of the case, and Lord Abinger, the presiding judge, having summed up, the jury returned a verdict of guilty, convicting the prisoner of presenting a pistol, loaded with powder and wadding, in contempt of the Queen, and to the terror of divers liege subjects. The sentence of the court was imprisonment in Millbank Penitentiary for 18 calendar months. The repetition of these infamous outrages excited great public indignation, and led to a general demand that something effectual should be done to put a stop to them by rendering the law more prompt and effective, and the punishment more disgraceful. In compliance with this demand, Sir Robert Peel brought in a bill upon the subject, which was unanimously accepted by both houses and rapidly passed into law. Sir Robert Peel in his bill proposed to extend the provisions of the Act of the year 1800, passed after the attempt of Hatfield on the life of George Roman III, to cases where the object was not compassing the life, but compassing the wounding of the sovereign. I propose, he said, that after the passing of this act, if any person or persons shall wilfully discharge or attempt to discharge, or point, aim, or present at, or near the person of the Queen any gun, pistol, or other description of firearms whatsoever, although the same shall not contain explosive or destructive substance or material, or shall discharge or attempt to discharge any explosive or destructive substance or material, or if any person shall strike, or attempt to strike the person of the Queen, with any offensive weapons, or in any manner whatever, or if any persons shall throw or attempt to throw any substance whatever at or on the person of the Queen, with intent in any of the cases aforesaid to break the public peace, or to excite the alarm of the Queen, etc., that the punishment in all such cases shall be the same as that in cases of larceny, namely, transportation for a term not exceeding 7 years. But a more effective punishment was added, namely, public whipping, concerning which Sir Robert Peel remarked, I think this punishment will make known to the miscreants capable of harboring such designs, that instead of exciting misplaced and stupid sympathy, their base and malignant motives in depriving Her Majesty of that relaxation, which she must naturally need after the cares and public anxieties of her station, will lead to a punishment proportioned to their detestable acts. Serious differences between Great Britain and the United States of America occupied the attention of both governments during the years 1841 and 1842, and were brought to a satisfactory 492 termination by the Ashburton Treaty, referred to in the royal speech at the opening of Parliament in 1843. The questions at issue, which were keenly debated on both sides, related to the right of search, the Canadian boundary, and the MacLeod affair. The government of Great Britain regarding the slave trade as an enormous evil and a scandal to the civilized world, entered into arrangements with other nations for its suppression. For that purpose treaties were concluded, securing to each of the contracting parties the mutual right of search under certain limitations. The United States government declined to be a party to these treaties, and refused to have their vessels searched or interfered with in time of peace upon the high seas under any pretense whatever. Notwithstanding these treaties, however, and the costly measures which Great Britain had recourse to for suppressing the nefarious traffic in human beings, the slave trade was carried on even by some of the nations that had agreed to the treaties, and in order to do this more effectually, they adopted the flag of the United States. For the purpose of preventing this abuse, Great Britain claimed the right of search, or of visitation, to ascertain the national character of the vessels navigating the African seas, and detaining their papers to see if they were legally provided with documents entitling them to the protection of any country, and especially of the country whose flag they might have hoisted at the time. Lord Palmerston, as Foreign Secretary, argued that while his government did not claim the right to search American merchantmen in times of peace, a merchantman could not exempt itself from search by merely hoisting a piece of bunting with the United States emblems and colors upon it. It should be shown by the papers that the vessel was entitled to bear the flag, that she was United States property, and navigated according to law. Mr. Stevenson, the American minister, protested strongly against this doctrine, denying that there was any ground of public right or justice in the claim put forth, since the right of search was, according to the law of nations, a strictly belligerent right. If other nations sought to cover their infamous traffic by the fraudulent use of the American flag, the government of the United States was not responsible, and in any case, it was for that government to take such steps as might be required to protect its flag from abuse. The question of the Canadian boundary had been an open sore for more than half a century. nominally settled by the Treaty of 1783, it had remained in dispute, because that arrangement had been drawn up on defective knowledge. Thus the river St. Croix was fixed as the frontier on the Atlantic seaboard, but there were 5 or 6 rivers St. Croix, and at another point, a ridge of hills that was not in existence was fixed upon as the dividing line. Numerous diplomatic efforts were made to settle the difficulty. Finally, it was referred to the King of the Netherlands, who made an award in 1831, which was rejected by the United States. The question became of increasing importance as the population grew thicker. Thus, in 1837, the state of Maine decided on including some of the inhabitants of the disputed territory in its census, but its officer, Mr. Greeley, was promptly arrested by the authorities of New Brunswick and thrust into prison. Here was a serious matter, and a still greater source of irritation was the MacLeod affair. MacLeod was a Canadian who had been a participator in the destruction of the Caroline. Unfortunately, his tongue got the better of his prudence during a visit to New York in 1840, and he openly boasted his share in the deed. He was arrested, put into prison, and charged with murder, nor could Lord Palmerston's strenuous representations obtain his release. At one time it seemed as if war was imminent between England and the United States, but with the acquittal of MacLeod, one reason for fighting disappeared. Such being the state of our relations with America, Sir Robert Peel's government determined to send to Washington a special ambassador who should be clothed with full powers to effect an amicable adjustment of all the causes of dispute. The gentleman selected for this purpose was Lord Ashburton. A more judicious selection could not possibly have been made. Mr. Alexander Baring, who had been raised to the peerage in 1835, having been previously President of the Board of Trade and Master of the Mint, was known throughout the world as one of our merchant princes, and was the husband of an American lady, the daughter of Mr. William Bingham, of Philadelphia, a senator of the United States. The hopes which his mission excited were not disappointed. He sailed from England in February 1842, and after a tedious and stormy passage, arrived at New York on the 1st of April. He immediately entered upon negotiations with Mr. Webster. They continued till the month of August, when a treaty was agreed upon and signed at Washington by the 2 plenipotentiaries, the mutual exchange of ratifications to take place 493 in London within 6 months of that date. By that treaty, the line of the northeastern boundary was settled, concession on the St. John being purchased by the surrender of a strip of land to the states of New York and Vermont. It was stipulated that Great Britain and America should each maintain a sufficient squadron or naval force, carrying not less than 80 guns, for the purpose of enforcing, separately and respectively, the laws, rights, and obligations of each of the 2 countries for the suppression of the slave trade, and should use their joint influence for suppressing the slave markets. It also provided for the mutual delivery to justice of all persons charged with murder, or assault with intent to murder, or with piracy, robbery, forgery, and arson committed within the jurisdiction of either country, should they be found within the territories of the other. But the evidence of criminality should be sufficient to warrant the committal for trial of the fugitive according to the laws of the country in which he was apprehended. This was a distinct withdrawal of Lord Palmerston's pretensions with regard to the MacLeod affair. The mission was thus eminently successful, but Lord Palmerston was of another opinion and declaimed in the House of Commons against the Ashburton surrender. But the Commons were unprepared to condemn the work, and the debate ended in a countout. The House of Lords, on the motion of Brougham, passed a vote of thanks to Lord Ashburton. Seizure of Sir William Macnaghten, CP 495. See larger version. The war in Afghanistan was alluded to in the royal speech, at the opening of the session of 1843, in terms of congratulation at the complete success that had attended the recent military operations in that country, owing to the high ability with which they had been directed, as well as the constancy and valor of the European and native forces which had established, by decisive victories on the scenes of former disasters, the superiority of Her Majesty's arms, and had effected the liberation of the British subjects that had been held in captivity. This, therefore, is the proper time to relate briefly the incidents of that war, some of which are full of romantic interest. About the year 1837, the attention of the British 494 government in India was attracted by the conduct of certain supposed agents of Russia in the countries to the west of the Indus. The Russian ambassador, Simonich, was urging the Shah to lay siege to Herat, the key to India, and the place was soon closely invested. It was saved by the fortuitous presence in the town of a gallant young officer of engineers, Eldred Pottinger, who rallied the inhabitants and beat off the enemy. Meanwhile, another Russian agent, Vikovich by name, had been sent to Kabul. In order to counteract his designs, it was thought desirable to establish an alliance with the rulers of Afghanistan. With this view, overtures were made to Dost Mahmud Khan through a mission headed by Alexander Burnes. These having failed, chiefly from the ill-advised interference with Burnes of the Governor-General, Lord Auckland, the British government sought to establish a friendly power in Afghanistan by aiding the exiled prince, Shah Shuja, in another attempt to regain his throne. The step, which was condemned by numerous clear-sighted people in India, was probably forced upon Lord Auckland by the Melbourne Ministry, to whom it was recommended by the military authorities at home, among them the Duke of Wellington. The chief of Kabul had an army of 14,000 men, including 6,000 cavalry, with 40 field pieces. His brothers held Kandahar and the surrounding country, with a military force of 4,000 men and 50 guns. The British force assembled to support the claims of his opponent amounted to 28,000 men, aided by a contingent force of 6,000 Sikhs, furnished by the ruler of the Punjab, and about 5,000 troops raised by the Shah's eldest son. This combined force was called the Army of the Indus. Under the chief command of Sir John Keane, it advanced to the town of Quetta, and thence to Kandahar, which was occupied without opposition. And there, on the 8th of May, 1839, Shah Shuja was solemnly enthroned. After this, the march was resumed towards Kabul. The fortress of Ghuzni, believed by the Afghans to be impregnable, was blown up and taken by storm. The invading army reached Kabul, and on the 7th of August, the restored sovereign made his public entry into his capital. Having thus accomplished its mission, the Army of the Indus returned home, leaving behind a detachment of 8,000 men. For 2 years, Shah Shuja and his allies remained in possession of Kabul and Kandahar, Dost Mahmud having surrendered after having won a partial success over the British on the 2nd of November, 1840. But the attempts to reduce the other chiefs to subjection were unsuccessful. An unfortunate collision with the tribes of Ghilzais formed a painful episode in the Afghan War. The Kabul Pass is a long defile, through which the road runs from Kabul to Jalalabad, which it was therefore necessary to keep open for the purpose of safe intercourse between Kabul and British India. The Indian government thought that the most desirable mode of effecting this object was to pay the Ghilzai chiefs a yearly sum from the Kabul treasury, in order that our troops might not be molested. But retrenchment being determined upon, the money was withheld. The chiefs, therefore, felt that the British had been guilty of a deliberate breach of faith. They were exasperated, assumed a hostile attitude, and cut off all communication with British India. It therefore became necessary to force the pass, for which purpose Major General Sir Robert Sale was sent by General Elphinstone from Kabul, with a brigade of light infantry. On the 12th of October they entered the pass, near the middle of which the enemy were found posted behind precipitous ridges of the mountains on each side, from which they opened a well-directed fire. General Sale was hit with a ball above the ankle, and compelled to retire and give the command to Colonel Denny. The pass was gallantly cleared, but with severe fighting and heavy loss. After this was accomplished, the force had still to fight its way through a difficult country, occupied by an active enemy, for 18 days. All the commanding points of the hills were held by the Ghilzais, where they were protected by breastworks. And though they had been from time to time outflanked and routed, when the march was resumed, and the cumbrous train of baggage filed over the mountains, the enemy again appeared from beyond the most distant ridges, renewing the contest with increased numbers and the most savage fury. Since leaving Kabul, our troops had been kept constantly on the alert by attacks night and day. Their positions had been secured only by unremitting labor, throwing up entrenchments, and very severe outpost duty. The enemy were eminently skillful at the species of warfare to which their attempts had been confined, and were armed with weapons that enabled them to annoy the invaders from a distance, at which they could be reached only by our artillery. The brigade reached Jalalabad on the 12th of November. The force left to keep possession of Kabul and guard the protégé of the Indian government 495 was so situated as to tempt the aggression of a treacherous enemy. Sir William Macnaghten, the British resident, and his suite resided in the mission compound, which was badly defended and commanded by a number of small forts, while the commissariat stores were placed in an old fort detached from the cantonment and in such a state as to be wholly indefensible. Moreover, General Elphinstone, the commander of the troops, was old and inefficient. A conspiracy had been formed by the friends of Akbar Khan, son of the deposed sovereign, Dost Mahmud, who forged a document, and had it circulated amongst the principal men of Kabul, to the effect that it was the design of the British envoy to send them all to London, and that the king had issued an order to put the infidels all to death. The insurrection commenced by an attack on the dwellings of Sir Alexander Burnes, who was about to succeed Macnaghten, and Captain Johnson, who resided in the city. Sir Alexander addressed the party from the gallery of his house, thinking that it was a mere riot. The insurgents, however, broke in, killed him with his brother, Lieutenant Burnes, and Lieutenant Broadfoot, and set the house on fire. The Afghans then surrounded the cantonments, and poured in a constant fire upon them from every position they could occupy. They quickly seized the ill-defended commissariat stores, upon which the existence of the British depended. The garrison bravely defended itself with such precarious supplies as could be had from the country, but at length these supplies were exhausted. Winter set in, snow fell, and there was nothing before them but the prospect of starvation. They therefore listened to overtures for negotiation, and the British envoy was compelled to consent to these humiliating terms on the 11th of December, 1841. That the British should evacuate the whole of Afghanistan, including Kandahar, Ghazni, and Jalalabad, that they should be permitted to return unmolested to India, and have supplies granted on their road thither. That means of transport should be furnished to the troops, that Dost Mahmud Khan, his family, and every Afghan then detained within our territories should be allowed to return to their own country, that Shah Shuja and his family should receive from the Afghan government 1 lakh of rupees per annum, that all prisoners should be released, that a general amnesty should be proclaimed, and that no British force should ever be sent into Afghanistan without being invited by the Afghan government. These terms having been agreed to, the chiefs took with them Captain Trevor as a hostage, but nothing was done to carry the agreement into effect, and Macnaghten and Elphinstone remained irresolutely at Kabul. Some of their staff attempted to bribe the Afghans, and Akbar Khan thereupon determined to withhold supplies. It soon became evident that the object was to starve out the garrison and compel them to surrender unconditionally. At length, on the 22nd of December, they sent 2 persons into the cantonment, who made a proposal in the name of Akbar Khan, that the Shah should continue king, that Akbar should become his prime minister, and that one of the principal chiefs should be delivered up to the British as a prisoner. This was a mere trap, into which Sir William Macnaghten unfortunately fell with fatal credulity. On the 23rd of December, the envoy, attended by Captains Lawrence, Trevor, and Mackenzie, left the mission compound to hold a conference with Akbar Khan in the plain towards Sara Sung. Crowds of armed Afghans hovering near soon excited suspicions of treachery. Captain Lawrence begged that the armed men might be ordered off, but Akbar Khan exclaimed, "No, they are all in the secret." At that instant Sir William and the 3 officers were seized from behind and disarmed. Sir W. Macnaghten was last seen on the ground struggling violently with Akbar Khan, consternation and terror depicted on his countenance. "His look of wondering horror," says Kay, "will never be forgotten by those who saw it to their dying day." The other 3 officers were placed on horses, each behind a Ghilzai chief, who galloped off with them to a fort in the neighborhood. Captain Trevor fell off his horse and was instantly murdered. The others were assailed with knives by the infuriated Afghans and barely escaped to the fort with their lives. Meanwhile, the head of the British minister was cut off and paraded through the streets, while the bleeding and mangled trunk was exposed to the insults of the populace in the principal bazaar. Notwithstanding all this treachery and barbarity, General Elphinstone, feeling his situation desperate, was weak enough to trust the Afghan chiefs, and to enter into a convention with them on the 1st of January, in the hope of saving the garrison from destruction. The negotiations were carried on by Major Pottinger, the defender of Herat, and it was agreed that the former treaty should remain in force, with the following additional terms: that the British should leave behind all their guns excepting 6, that they should immediately give up all their treasures, 496, and that hostages should be exchanged for married men with their wives and families. To this, however, the married men refused to consent, and it was not insisted on. In pursuance of this convention, the garrison retired and began their fatal march on the 6th of January, 1842. The army consisted of 4,500 fighting men, with 12,000 camp followers, besides women and children. The snow lay deep upon the ground. They had scarcely commenced their march when they were attacked by the Afghans, the guns were captured, and they were obliged to fight their way, sword in hand, defending the women and children as well as they could. During the whole way through the snow, the road was strewn with bodies and stained with blood. The dead and dying were immediately stripped naked by the enemy, and their corpses hacked to pieces with long knives. During all this time, the perfidious Akbar Khan sent messages, professing his regret at not being able to restrain the Ghilzai tribe, and after they had got through the pass, he made a proposal which was accepted to take the ladies under his protection. Accordingly, Lady Sale and Lady Macnaghten, with 6 others, accompanied by their husbands, were left under his charge. The British troops then halted for a day, bivouacking on the snow. The cold was so intense that the sepoys became benumbed and paralyzed, in which state the whole of them were next day attacked and cut to pieces. The Europeans managed to hold together, but when they arrived at Jugjaluk, 35 miles distant from Kabul, only 300 out of 16,500 persons who left that city remained alive. At this place a halt was ordered, and through the interference of Akbar Khan, the miserable remnant were permitted to occupy a ruined enclosure, where, worn out by fatigue and utterly helpless, they lay down to rest in the snow. General Elphinstone was detained a prisoner by Akbar Khan in a small fort, whence he dispatched a note to Brigadier Anketel, advising him to march that night, as there was treachery afoot. The wearied band, aroused from their slumbers, accordingly moved on in the dark. But their departure was noticed. They were attacked in the rear. They broke into disorder, threatened to shoot their officers, separated in small parties, and thus, scattered and confused, they were cut down almost to a man. Of the officers, however, a considerable number escaped on horseback, but they too were attacked wherever they appeared, until only one gentleman, Dr. Brydon, survived to tell the dreadful story, reaching Jalalabad on the 13th of January. It afterwards came out, however, that several other officers were detained in captivity. Lord Auckland was then Governor-General of India, but the period of his tenure of office was drawing to a close. He hoped it would end brightly, that the war for the restoration of an imbecile and puppet king would have ended triumphantly, and that he would return to his native land, bearing something of the reflected glory of the conquerors of Afghanistan. He had been cheered by the dispatches of the 2 sanguine envoy in the month of October, who spoke only of the continued tranquility of Kabul. November passed, however, without any intelligence, and all was anxiety and painful suspense. Intelligence at last came confirming the worst anticipations. Calcutta was astounded at the news that Afghanistan, believed to be prosperous and grateful for British intervention, was in arms against its deliverers. Suddenly, the tranquility of that doomed country was found to be a delusion. Across the whole length and breadth of the land, the history of that gigantic lie was written in characters of blood. Confounded and paralyzed by the tidings of so great a failure, which he had not energy to retrieve, he thought only of abandoning the vicious policy of aggression that had ended so miserably, and given such a terrible blow to the prestige of British power in India, on which our dominion in the East so much depended. He had owed his appointment to the Whigs, and the Conservatives, who were now in office, had opposed the policy of the government regarding the Afghan war. But no one seemed more sick of the policy of aggression than the Governor-General himself. He became thoroughly convinced of the folly of placing a detached force in a distant city, which could be reached only through dangerous defiles occupied by an ever-watchful enemy, depending for supplies upon uncertain allies, and without any basis of operations. The expedition had proved enormously expensive, and had drained the Indian treasury of funds that should have been employed in developing the resources of our Indian possessions. When all this had ended in disastrous failure and national disgrace, when he recollected that the directors of the company, as well as the government, had expressed intense dissatisfaction at his policy, feeling conscious that their complaints were just, and that their worst forebodings had been realized, his spirit seems to have been completely broken. Instead of any attempt at retrieving the 497 misfortunes of his government, he thought only of saving, if possible, what remained of the forces that he had sent across the Indus. Writing to the Commander-in-Chief, Sir Jaspar Nichols, who was then on a tour through the upper provinces of India, with reference to the sending forward of reinforcements, he said he did not see how the sending forward of a brigade could by any possibility have any influence on the events which it was supposed were then passing at Kabul, which they could not reach before April. In his opinion, they were not to think of marching fresh armies to the reconquest of that which they were likely to lose. He feared that safety to the force at Kabul could only come from itself. The commander-in-chief himself had been always of opinion that the renewed efforts of the government to support Shah Shuja on his throne and to establish a permanent influence in Afghanistan was a great mistake. However, owing to the energy of Mr. George Clark, the Governor-General's agent on the northwest frontier, and his assistant, Captain, afterwards Sir Henry Lawrence, forces were dispatched from that quarter, under the command of General Pollock, who had commanded the garrison of Agra, having been in the Indian service since 1803, and having distinguished himself under General Lake. This appointment gave the greatest satisfaction, as it was believed that he was selected solely for his merit, and not through aristocratic influence. While he was preparing to advance, Lord Auckland was recalled, and Lord Ellenborough, the new Governor-General, arrived at Calcutta. Arrival of Dr. Brydon at Jalalabad, CP 496. See larger version. Meanwhile, Brigadier Wilde occupied a position of great difficulty at Peshawar. He had 4 native infantry regiments, containing a large number of young soldiers, whom the mutinous Sikhs had impressed with a great horror of the Khyber Pass. The only cavalry he had was a troop of irregular horse, and the only guns, 4 pieces of Sikh artillery. Besides, the owners of the camels, which had been hired at Ferozpur to proceed as far as Jalalabad, refused to advance farther than Peshawar. It was in these circumstances that Sale and McGregor earnestly urged the advance of the brigade for the relief of that place. The fortress of Ali Masjid, regarded as the key to the Khyber Pass, is situated about 498.25 miles from Peshawar, and as it lay between the 2 positions of Sale and Wilde, it was of the utmost importance that it should be occupied. It was accordingly resolved that one half of Wilde's brigade should be dispatched for this service. On the 15th of January, Colonel Moseley, with the 53rd and 64th Sepoy regiments, started under cover of the night and reached their destination early in the morning. The fortress was about 5 miles up the pass. Soon after they had taken up their position, they discovered to their dismay that owing to some mistake, instead of 350 supply bullocks, which had been ordered, only 50 or 60 had arrived. Here, then, were 2 regiments shut up in an isolated fortress without provisions. Day after day passed, and no succor came. Wilde made an effort to send forward supplies, but the attempt was a disastrous failure. The Sikh auxiliaries mutinied to a man and refused to enter the pass. There being no prospect of relief, Colonel Moseley determined to evacuate the fortress. Captain Burt and Captain Thomas offered to remain and keep possession of so important a position if only 150 men would volunteer for the service. But none were found willing to undertake the perilous duty, and so Ali Masjid was abandoned and suffered to fall into the hands of the Afridis. The brigade had some fighting on its way back. Some of its officers were killed, some wounded and sick were abandoned, and some baggage was lost. On the 5th of February, General Pollock reached Peshawar and found the troops under Brigadier Wilde for the most part sick and disorganized. His first care was to restore the morale of the troops. Even the officers had yielded to an unworthy panic. Some of them openly declared against another attempt to force the Khyber Pass, and one said he would do his best to dissuade every sepoy of his corps from entering it again. Owing to this state of things, Pollock was compelled to remain inactive through the months of February and March, though the eyes of all India were turned upon him, and the most urgent letters reached him from Sale and McGregor to hasten to their relief. But the general was resolved not to risk another failure, and his duty was to wait patiently till the health, spirits, and discipline of the troops were restored, and until fresh regiments arrived. No wonder that pressing entreaties for succor came from Jalalabad. The garrison had exerted themselves with the utmost diligence to fortify the place, which they expected soon to be invested by hosts of Afghans, flushed with victory and thirsting for blood and plunder. The camp followers were organized to assist in manning the walls, and foraging parties were sent out with good effect, while there was yet time to get in provisions. In the meanwhile, Sale received a letter from the Shah, demanding what were his intentions, as his people had concluded a treaty with the Afghans, consenting to leave the country. There was an army preparing for their expulsion, and there were many of their countrymen and countrywomen hostages in the hands of a fanatical and vindictive enemy, while there was little prospect of any immediate relief from the Indian government. There was even a feeling that they had been abandoned by the government at Calcutta, which did not wish to maintain the supremacy of the British arms in Afghanistan. A council of war was called on the 26th of January. A stormy debate ensued. The majority were for coming to terms with the enemy and withdrawing from the country, for which purpose the draft of a letter in reply to the Shah was prepared. For 2 days its terms were debated, the proposition to surrender being vehemently resisted by an officer named Broadfoot, who declared it impossible that the government should leave them to their fate and do nothing to restore the national reputation, especially as a new governor-general was coming out, doubtless with new councils, and the Duke of Wellington, now in power, would never sanction so inglorious a policy. He was overruled, however, by the majority, and the letter was sent to the Shah. An answer came demanding that they should put their seals to the document. Another council was held. Colonel Broadfoot renewed his remonstrances. He was joined by Colonel Denny, Captain Abbott, and Colonel Monteith. An answer was sent, which left the garrison free to act as circumstances might direct. Next day tidings came from Peshawar that large reinforcements were moving up through the Punjab, and that all possible efforts were to be made for their relief. There was no more talk of negotiation. Everyone felt that it was his duty to hold out to the last. The place had been fortified so well as to be able to defy any attack that could be made upon it without artillery. Colonel Broadfoot had insisted on bringing an ample supply of working tools, which were found to be of the greatest advantage. In the official report of General Sale, written by Havelock, there is a description of the works that had been executed, and the immense 499 labor that had been undertaken to clear away everything that could serve as a cover for the enemy. They demolished forts and old walls, filled up ravines, destroyed gardens, and cut down groves. They raised the parapet 6 or 7 feet high, repaired and widened the ramparts, extended the bastions, retrenched 3 of the gates, covered the fortress with an outwork, and excavated a ditch, 10 feet deep and 12 wide, round the whole of the walls. The enemy soon approached, under the command of Akbar Khan, the white tents, which the British were obliged to abandon, appearing in the distance. But the garrison were full of confidence, proudly rejoicing in the work of their hands, and feeling that they were perfectly safe behind the defenses which they had raised with so much labor. In a short time, however, they had an astounding illustration of the vanity of all confidence in human strength, showing that, in a moment, it can be turned into weakness. On the 19th of February, the men heard an awful and mysterious sound, as if of thunder, beneath their feet. They instantly rushed to their arms, and thus many lives were saved. A tremendous earthquake shook down all the parapets built up with so much labor, injured several of the bastions, cast to the ground all the guardhouses, made a considerable breach in the rampart of a curtain in the Peshawar face, and reduced the Kabul gate to a shapeless mass of ruins. In addition to this sudden destruction of the fortifications, the labor of 3 months, 1/3 of the town was demolished. The report states that, within the space of 1 month, the city was thrown into alarm by the repetition of full 100 shocks of this phenomenon of nature. Still, the garrison did not lose heart or hope. With indomitable energy, they set to work immediately to repair the damage. The shocks had scarcely ceased when the whole garrison was told off into working parties, and before night the breaches were scalped, the rubbish below was cleared away, and the ditches before them were dug out. From the following day, all the troops off duty were continually at work, and so well sustained were their energy and perseverance, that by the end of the month the parapets were entirely restored, or the curtain was filled in, where restoration was impracticable, and every battery re-established. The breaches were built up with the rampart doubled in thickness, and the whole of the gates retrenched. So marvelously rapid was the work of restoration that Akbar Khan declared that the earthquake must have been the effect of English witchcraft, as Jalalabad was the only place that escaped. At length General Pollock found himself in a position to advance for the relief of the garrison, and marched his force to Jumrud. On the 4th of April, he issued orders for the guidance of his officers. The army started at twilight, without sound of bugle or beat of drum. The heights on each side of the Khyber Pass were covered with the enemy, but so completely were they taken by surprise that our flankers had achieved a considerable ascent before the Khyberis were aware of their approach. The enemy had thrown across the mouth of the pass a formidable barrier, composed of large stones, mud, and heavy branches of trees. In the meantime, the light infantry were stealing round the hills, climbing up precipitous cliffs, and getting possession of commanding peaks, from which they poured down a destructive fire upon the Khyberis, who were confounded by the unexpected nature of the attack. The confidence which arose from their intimate knowledge of the nature of the ground now forsook them, and they were seen in their white dresses flying in every direction across the hills. The center column, which had quietly awaited the result of the outflanking movements by the brave and active light infantry, now moved on, determined to enter the pass, at the mouth of which a large number of the enemy had been posted. But finding themselves outflanked, these gradually retreated. The way was cleared, and the long train of baggage, containing ammunition and provisions for the relief of Jalalabad, entered the formidable defile. The heat being intense, the troops suffered greatly from thirst, but the sepoys behaved admirably, were in excellent spirits, and had a thorough contempt for the enemy. It was now discovered that their mutinous spirit arose from the conviction that they had been sacrificed by bad generalship. Ali Musjid, from which the British garrison had made such a disastrous and ignominious retreat, was soon triumphantly reoccupied. Leaving a Sikh force to occupy the pass, General Pollock pushed on to Jalalabad. Writing to a friend, he said, "We found the fort strong, the garrison healthy, and except for wine and beer better off than we are. They were, of course, delighted to see us. We gave 3 cheers as we passed the colors, and the band of each regiment played as it came up. It was a sight worth seeing, all appeared happy. The band of the 13th had gone out to play them in, and the relieving force marched the last few miles to the tune, 'Oh, but you've been long a-coming.' But they were not then in the position of a beleaguered garrison. Before relief came, they had won a victory that covered them with glory. The troops had been in the highest pluck, and never seemed so happy as when they could encounter any portion of the enemy. In this state of feeling an idea began to take possession of the officers that they were able to capture Mahimd Akbar's camp. A false report had come to the Sirdar that General Pollock had been beaten back with great slaughter in the Khyber Pass, and in honor of this event, his guns fired a royal salute. A rumor also reached the garrison that there had been a revolution at Kabul, and that the enemy was obliged to break up his camp and hasten back to the capital. Whether either or both these reports should prove true, the time seemed to have come for General Sale to strike a blow. A council of war was held. The general would have shrunk from the responsibility of an attack upon the camp, but he was dissuaded by Havelock. Akbar Khan, at the head of 6,000 men, was aware of their approach and ready to receive them. On issuing from the gate, General Sale had ordered Colonel Denny forward to attack a small fort from which the enemy had often molested the garrison. The colonel, at the head of the brave 13th, rushed to the fort, but having entered the outer wall, they found themselves exposed to a murderous fire from the defenses of the inner keep. There Colonel Denny received a mortal wound, a ball passing through his sword belt. Sale now gave orders for a general attack on the enemy's camp, and in his dispatch he thus describes the result. The artillery advanced at a gallop, and directed a heavy fire upon the Afghan center, whilst 2 of the columns of infantry penetrated the line near the same point, and the 3rd forced back its left from its support on the river, into the stream of which some of his horse and foot were driven. The Afghans made repeated attempts to check our advance by a smart fire of musketry, by throwing forward heavy bodies of horse, which twice threatened the detachments of foot under Captain Havelock, and by opening upon us 3 guns from a battery screened by a garden wall, and said to have been served under the personal superintendence of the Sirdar. But in a short time they were dislodged from every point of their position, their cannon taken, and their camp involved in a general conflagration. The battle was over, and the enemy in full retreat, by about 7 a.m. We have made ourselves masters of 2 cavalry standards, recaptured 4 guns lost by the Kabul and Gundamuk forces, the restoration of which to our government is matter of much honest exultation among the troops, seized and destroyed a great quantity of material and ordnance stores, and burnt the whole of the enemy's tents. In short, the defeat of Mahimd Akbar in open field, by the troops whom he had boasted of blockading, has been complete and signal. The field of battle was strewed with the bodies of men and horses, and the richness of the trappings of some of the latter seemed to attest that persons of distinction were among the fallen. The loss on our side was remarkably small, 7 privates killed, and 3 officers and 50 men wounded. Great was the joy inspired by these successes. The new Governor-General, Lord Ellenborough, issued a proclamation, in which he stated that he felt assured every subject of the British government would peruse with the deepest interest and satisfaction the report of the entire defeat of the Afghan troops, under the command of Mahimd Akbar Khan, by the garrison of Jalalabad. These feelings of joy and satisfaction were shared by the home government. On the 20th of February, 1843, the Duke of Wellington, in the House of Lords, moved a vote of thanks to Sir George Pollock, Sir William Knott, Sir John M. Cassell, Major General England, and the other officers of the army, both European and native, for the intrepidity, skill, and perseverance displayed by them in the military operations in Afghanistan, and for their indefatigable zeal and exertions throughout the late campaign. Lord Auckland seconded the motion, which was carried without opposition. Sir Robert Peel brought forward a similar motion in the House of Commons on the same day, following the example of the Duke in giving a succinct narrative of the events of the war, and warmly eulogizing, amidst the cheers of the House, the officers who had most distinguished themselves. The resolution passed without opposition, Mr. Hume having withdrawn an amendment which he had proposed. Rescue of the British prisoners from Akbar Khan, CP 503. See larger version. It would be useless to encumber these pages with a detailed narrative of the desultory conflicts that occurred at Kandahar, where General Nott commanded, amidst the greatest difficulties, until General England came to his relief on the 10th of May, or at Kelatai Gills, a post entrusted to Captain Lawrence, or in the country about Ghuzni, the garrison of which, commanded by Captain Palmer, was compelled to surrender for want of water. He was an officer in General Nott's division, and by his brother officers, the fall of the place was regarded as more disgraceful than the loss of Kabul. At length Generals Pollock and Nott were enabled to overawe the Afghans. They were now at the head of two forces in excellent health and spirits, eager to advance on Kabul and avenge the national honor of Great Britain, which had been so grievously insulted. But Lord Ellenborough had come to the resolution that it was no longer necessary to imperil the armies of Great Britain, and with the armies the Indian Empire, by occupying Afghanistan. All that was now required to be done rested solely upon military considerations, and especially upon regard to the safety of the detached bodies of our troops at Jalalabad, at Ghuzni, at Kelatai Gills, and Kandahar. He was, therefore, feverishly anxious that the troops should retire at the earliest possible moment, and sent orders to that effect to Pollock at Jalalabad and to Nott at Kandahar. There was one object, however, to be gained which was deeply interesting to every true Briton in India as well as to the public at home, without which no victories, however glorious, and no infliction of punishment, however terrible, upon the enemy, would have been considered satisfactory, namely, the deliverance of the captives that were still held as hostages by Akbar Khan. On this subject the two generals, Pollock and Nott, held a consultation. Nott declared that the government had thrown the prisoners overboard, and protested against taking any measures for their recovery. But Pollock was determined that the effort should be made, and took upon himself the responsibility of telling Nott to ignore his orders. Ellenborough, half persuaded, sanctioned Pollock's remaining at Jalalabad until October, but commanded Nott to retire either by Quetta or Kabul. Nott and Pollock, however, disregarded these absurd orders, and the advance was continued. The duty of rescuing the prisoners was undertaken by Sale, whose own heroic wife was among them. He started in pursuit, taking with him a brigade from the army at Jalalabad. The captives had been hurried on towards the inhospitable regions of the Indian Caucasus, not suffered to sleep at night, and were stared at as objects of curiosity by the inhabitants of the villages through which they passed. They reached their destination, Maymin, on the 3rd of September, and there, in a short time, before Sale's brigade arrived, they had providentially effected their own ransom. The commander of their escort was Sale Mahamd, a soldier of fortune, who had been at one time a Salbadar in Captain Hopkins's regiment of infantry, and had deserted with his men to Dust Mahamd. Between this man and Captain Johnson, an intimacy sprang up, which the latter turned to account by throwing out hints that Sale Mahamd would be amply rewarded, if, instead of carrying off his prisoners, he would conduct them in safety to the British camp. Days passed away without anything being done, till after their arrival at Maymin, when, on the 11th of September, Sale Mahamd sent for Johnson, Pottinger, and Lawrence, and in a private room which had been appropriated to Lady Sale, he produced a letter which he had just received from Akbar Khan, directing him to convey the prisoners to a more distant prison house. This seemed to be a sentence of hopeless captivity, but the officers' minds were soon relieved by another piece of intelligence, namely, a message from General Pollock that if Sale Mahamd released the prisoners, he should receive a present of 20,000 rupees and a life pension of 1,000 rupees a month. Sale said to them, "I know nothing of General Pollock, but if you three gentlemen will swear by your Saviour to make good to me what Sind Murtaga Shah states that he is authorized to offer, I will deliver you over to your own people." The offer was gladly accepted, and an agreement was drawn up, in pursuance of which Sale Mahamd and his European allies proclaimed their revolt to the people of Maymin and the surrounding country. They deposed the governor of the place, and appointed a more friendly chief in his stead. They supplied themselves with funds by seizing upon the property of a party of merchants who were passing that way. Major Pottinger assumed the functions of government and issued proclamations and called upon the chiefs to come in and make their salam. But they might come for a different purpose, and hence they began to fortify themselves and prepare for a very vigorous defense. While thus employed, a horseman was seen rapidly approaching from the Kabul side of the valley, who proved to be the bearer of glad tidings. The Jugjuluk Pass had been forced. Akbar Khan had been defeated by General Pollock at Tizin and had fled, no one knew whither. This was delightful news indeed. The power of the oppressor was now broken, and the captives were free. Early next morning, they started for Kabul, sleeping the first night upon stony beds under the clear moonlight. They were awakened by the arrival of a friendly 503 chief, who brought a letter from Sir Richmond Shakespeare, stating that he was on his way to Maymean with a party of horse. On the 17th of September, Shakespeare, with his cavalry, came up. Pushing on again, they were met by a large body of British cavalry and infantry, under the command of Sir Robert Sale. In a little time, the happy veteran had embraced his wife and daughter, and the men of the 13th had offered their delighted congratulations to the loved ones of their old commander. A royal salute was fired. The prisoners were safe in Sale's camp. The good providence that had so long watched over the prisoners and the captives now crowned its mercies by delivering them into the hands of their friends. Dressed as they were in Afghan costume, their faces bronzed by much exposure, and rugged with beards and moustachios of many months' growth, it was not easy to recognize the liberated officers, who now came forward to receive the congratulations of their friends. The safety of the prisoners diffused universal joy throughout the camps of the two generals. But there was one thing necessary, in their opinion, in which the government concurred, in order to give the crowning proof of our complete triumph, and to restore the unquestionable supremacy of our power and compel the respect and fidelity of the neighboring provinces. This was the signal punishment of Kabul for the atrocities that had been perpetrated there. The hostile chiefs were now as eager to conciliate, as submissive in their tone as they had been cruel and arrogant. Even Akbar Khan professed the greatest friendship for the British, and repudiated the acts that had been done in his name, at the same time restoring to his friends Captain Bygrave, the last prisoner he had in his possession. The Afghans had a maiden fortress in the town of Istalif, which is built upon two ridges of the spur of Hindu Kush, which forms the western boundary of the beautiful valley of Kohistan. There, in its fortified streets and squares, as in a safe asylum, they had collected their treasures and their women. The sagacious Havelock suggested that the capture of this place, believed to be impregnable, would be a great stroke of policy. General M. Cassell, therefore, made a rapid march upon it, and after a desperate struggle, in which Havelock greatly distinguished himself, the place was stormed in gallant style, the Afghans in every direction giving way before our attacking columns. The fate of Kabul was now to be decided. Some mark of just retribution should be left upon it, and General Pollock determined to destroy the Great Bazaar, where the mangled remains of our murdered envoy had been exposed to the insults of the inhabitants. The buildings were therefore blown up with gunpowder, the design being to allow the work of destruction to extend no further, but it was impossible to restrain the troops. The cry went forth that Kabul was given up to plunder. Both camps, wrote Major Rawlinson, rushed into the city, and the consequence has been the almost total destruction of most parts of the town, except the Ghalam Khana quarter and the Bala Hisar. Numbers of people, about 4,000 or 5,000, had returned to Kabul, relying on our promises of protection, rendered confident by the comparative immunity they had enjoyed during the early part of our sojourn here, and by the appearance ostentatiously put forth of an Afghan government. They had many of them reopened their shops. These people have been now reduced to utter ruin, their goods have been plundered, and the houses burnt over their heads. The Hindus in particular, whose numbers amount to some 500 families, have lost everything they possessed, and they will have to beg their way to India in the rear of our columns. Meanwhile, General Knott had retaken Ghazni. Having thus accomplished their mission, the two armies returned in triumph to India. Lord Ellenborough was delighted, though he only thwarted his generals. He was now at Simla, in the very house whence his predecessor had issued his proclamation for the restoration of Shah Shuja, which had been the cause of all our disasters. On the 1st of October, the anniversary of the day when 2 years before, he had reversed the policy of Lord Auckland, he issued a proclamation from the same room. It is a well-written state paper, ably reviewing the situation of Indian affairs and clearly announcing the future policy of our Indian government. It is historically important and deserves to be permanently recorded in the history of England. The government of India directed its army to pass the Indus in order to expel from Afghanistan a chief believed to be hostile to British interests, and to replace upon his throne a sovereign represented to be friendly to those interests and popular with his former subjects. The chief believed to be hostile became a prisoner, and the sovereign represented to be popular was replaced upon his throne. But after events, which brought into question his fidelity to the government by which he was restored, he lost by the hands of an assassin the throne he had only held 504 amidst insurrections, and his death was preceded and followed by still existing anarchy. 4 disasters unparalleled in their extent, unless by the errors in which they originated, and by the treachery by which they were completed, have in one short campaign been avenged upon every scene of past misfortune, and repeated victories in the field, and the capture of the cities and citadels of Ghuzni and Kabul have again attached the opinion of invincibility to the British arms. The British armies in possession of Afghanistan will now be withdrawn to the Sutlej. The Governor-General will leave it to the Afghans themselves to create a government, amidst the anarchy which is the consequence of their crimes. To force the sovereign upon a reluctant people would be as inconsistent with the policy as it is with the principles of the British government, tending to place the arms and resources of that people at the disposal of the first invader, and to impose the burden of supporting a sovereign without the prospect of benefit from his alliance. The Governor-General will willingly recognize any government approved by the Afghans themselves, which shall appear desirous and capable of maintaining friendly relations with neighboring states. Content with the limits nature appears to have assigned to its empire, the government of India will devote all its efforts to the establishment and maintenance of general peace, to the protection of the sovereigns and chiefs, its allies, and to the prosperity and happiness of its own faithful subjects. Had Lord Ellenborough rested satisfied with this proclamation, all would have been well, but he issued another proclamation which at once shocked the religious feelings of the people of England by its profanity, and covered him with ridicule by its absurdity. He meant it to be a great stroke of policy, but it was simply a foolish and gratuitous concession to an idolatrous priesthood, while it exasperated the pride and fanaticism of the Mahometans. This was the celebrated Somnath Proclamation. Its authenticity was at first gravely doubted in India, but when, at length, it was placed beyond doubt, there was an outburst of censure and ridicule such as never before overwhelmed a Governor-General of India. "My brothers and my friends," it ran, "our victorious army bears the gates of the Temple of Somnath in triumph from Afghanistan, and the despoiled tomb of Sultan Mahmud looks upon the ruins of Ghuzni. The insult of 800 years is at last avenged. The gates of the Temple of Somnath, so long the memorial of your humiliation, are become the proudest record of your national glory, the proof of your superiority in arms over the nations beyond the Indus. To you, princes and chiefs of Sirhind, of Rajwara, of Malwa, and of Gujarat, I shall commit this glorious trophy of successful war. You will yourselves, with all honor, transmit the gates of sandal wood through your respective territories to the restored Temple of Somnath." One might have supposed that the princes, chiefs, and people of India thus addressed by the supreme representative of a Christian nation were all pure Hindus, and that the temple from which the gates had been carried away, 800 years before, was still in their possession, whereas it was in ruins, and the sacred ground on which it stood was trodden by Mahometans. Even if the temple had been standing and occupied by the ancient idols, the Hindu priests would have regarded the gates as polluted by being so long in the possession of unbelievers. Viewed as the reversal of a national humiliation, the act was equally absurd. It could be no gratification to a subjugated race to have restored to them, by a foreign power, a trophy that had been carried away 800 years before. Worst of all, the gates were discovered to be spurious copies of the originals. The Temple of Somnath was never restored, and the gates were consigned to an armory. Whitehall Gardens, London. See larger version. Chapter 16. The Reign of Victoria continued. Opening of 1843, assassination of Drummond, the quarterly on the league scene between Peel and Cobden, Mr. Villiers's annual motion, Peel's free trade admissions, progress of the League agitation, activity of its press, important accessions, invasion of the county constituencies, the Free Traders in Parliament, Disraeli attacks Peel, Lord John Russell's attitude, debate on Mr. Villiers's motion, Mr. Goulburn's budget, the sugar duties, defeat of the government, Peel obtains a reconsideration of the vote, Disraeli's sarcasms, the anti-League supposed decline of Cobdenism, the session of 1845, the budget breach between Peel and his party, the potato disease, the Cabinet Council memorandum of November 6, dissent of Peel's colleagues, Peel's explanation of his motives, Lord Stanley's expostulation, announcement in the Times, the Edinburgh letter, resignation of the ministry, Russell fails to form a government, return of Peel, Parliament meets, debates on the Queen's speech, Peel's general statement, Mr. Bright's eulogium, the Corn Bill passes the Commons and the Lords, defeat of Sir Robert Peel, some scattered facts of his administration. The year 1843 opened amid gloom and depression. The newspapers published the fact that the revenue for the quarter ending on the 5th of January, as compared with the corresponding quarter of the previous year, had decreased no less than £940,062, occasioned mainly by diminished consumption of articles used by the industrial classes of the community, and the Times remarked, "It appears to us very clear, whatever our free trade friends may say, that any alteration which may be made in the corn laws ought not to be made irrespective of financial considerations. We cannot at these times afford to throw away revenue." In the same paper appeared a statement that flour was 30% dearer in London than in Paris. The Queen opened Parliament on the 2nd of February, and the speech delivered from the throne regretted the diminished receipts from some of the ordinary sources of revenue, and feared that it must, in part, be 506 attributed to the reduced consumption of many articles caused by that depression of the manufacturing industry of the country which had so long prevailed, and which Her Majesty had so deeply lamented. But it suggested no measure of relief for the people. A debate which took place shortly afterwards was characterized by a memorable scene. In the month of January, 1843, Mr. Edward Drummond, the private secretary of Sir Robert Peel, had been shot in the street at Charing Cross by an assassin named M. The unfortunate gentleman died of the wound, and the wildest rumors agitated the town as to the motive which had prompted the deed. Many asserted that it was a political one. M. had been seen loitering in Whitehall Gardens, and had followed his victim from Sir Robert Peel's residence in that locality. It was at once rumoured that the Prime Minister was the intended victim. M. had come from Glasgow, and it was said that when the Queen was in Scotland, Sir Robert Peel invariably rode in the royal carriage, and Mr. Drummond in Sir Robert's own carriage. If this were true, it was remarked, the assassin's confidence would have been complete when he saw Mr. Drummond actually leave the house of Sir Robert Peel. Although the assassin was afterwards proved to be insane, the fact, coupled with the political excitement of the time, made a painful impression upon the minds of public men. In the eyes of the Conservatives, the League was now the great cause of the political ferment that had spread throughout the land. In the Quarterly Review for December, a long and elaborate indictment had been published against that body, and all who were in any way connected with them, in which it was attempted to show that the means by which the League sought to attain their objects were of the worst kind. The writer of the article hinted that the League's system of levying money for the avowed purpose of forcing Parliament to alter the law of the land was criminally punishable. A Mr. Bailey had stated, at one of the League meetings, that he had heard of a gentleman who, in private company, had said that if 100 persons cast lots, and the lot should fall upon him, he would take the lot to deprive Sir Robert Peel of life. The teller of this injudicious anecdote added that he felt convinced that no such attempt ought to be made under any pretence whatever, but he was persuaded of this, that when Sir Robert Peel went to his grave, there would be but few to shed one tear over it. The speaker was a minister of the gospel, and there could be no doubt that he intended his anecdote only as an illustration of the frenzy to which some persons had been wrought by the political circumstances of the time. But this fact circulated by the great Tory organs, together with all the most violent and excited passages, which could be found in the innumerable speeches delivered at League meetings, and in the pamphlets and other publications of that body, tended to create a vague horror of the Leaguers in the minds of that large class who read only writers on that side which accords with their own views. When the rumors of Mr. Drummond having been mistaken for Sir Robert Peel were spread abroad, it was impossible for zealous Conservatives to forget these things. If the assassin M. was mad, he was certainly mad about politics. One of the first utterances of his insane ravings, when captured, having been directed against the Tories of Glasgow. One witness, indeed, swore that on his being asked if he knew the gentleman shot at, M. replied, "It is Sir Robert Peel, is it not?" The minister's life was not considered safe, and for some time 2 policemen in plain clothes followed him about in the street wherever he went. On the 17th of February, the fifth night of a debate in the Commons on the distress of the country, Mr. Cobden rose to speak, and in the course of his address alluded to an attempt made to identify the members of the Anti-Corn Law League with a most odious, a most horrible transaction which had lately occurred. But in the conclusion of his speech he said, "I tell the Right Honourable Gentleman Sir Robert Peel that I, for one, care nothing for Whigs or Tories. I have said that I never will help to bring back the Whigs, but I tell him that the whole responsibility of the lamentable and dangerous state of the country rests with him." No outcry at these words, even among the ministerial party, evinced that the House regarded them as overstepping the proper limits of debate. Loud cries for Mr. Banks, the Dorsetshire landowner, who had been attacked in Mr. Cobden's speech, were the only party sounds uttered, but the Prime Minister was immediately seen to rise. It has been stated that he was ill and harassed with public anxieties. He was certainly deeply moved by the loss of his valued and confidential friend, Mr. Drummond. His countenance, it is said, indicated extreme agitation, while by gesticulating and violently striking an empty box before him, he succeeded 5-7 in obtaining the ear of the House. It was then that his audience perceived that the minister regarded Mr. Cobden as pointing him out for the hand of the assassin.